Chapter 47, Unveiling a Flying Carpet. Chapter Text. Do you know what it cost us to save face among our allies and save ourselves from the hole you nicely dug up for our family? Kevin asked, looking at his monumentally ignorant niece once they were inside the safety of her chambers. Do not presume to take that tone with me, uncle. I'm the queen. Cersei hissed back, her green eyes alight with defiance. Yes, you are the queen. Then act like one instead of behaving like a court jester. What exactly were you thinking when you decided it'd be a brilliant idea to turn the High Septon against the Starks? I don't have to explain myself to the likes of you. Cersei turned up her nose. The likes of me? Kevin said slowly, his eyes gaining a sharpness to them that previously lacked as he towered over his niece. Do you think you have some power over me because you married Robert Baratheon? I am the... Yes, you are the queen. He smoothly cut off his niece. What you refuse to see, dear niece, is that you can be unmade queen just as easily if we don't have the support of our allies. Your husband holds the Iron Throne, not because of his prowess, but because of the support of his allies. Robert holds the Iron Throne because of father. Cersei snottily replied. Did your father fight at the Trident or in the Stormlands or at the Battle of Bells? No. The North, the Stormlands, the Vale of Arryn and the Riverlands fought those wars to seat your husband on the Iron Throne. They can unseat him just as easily should they withdraw support. Then they'll be branded traitors and I'll have their heads on a spike. Kevin eyed his niece for a long moment, wondering how she could be so stupid. With what army? He asked incredulously. The Crownlands, the Reach and Dorne are keeping their heads down because if they rebel, they'll have to face the combined might of the Westerlands, Stormlands, Riverlands, Vale and North. Should the North rebel, Riverlands won't join us and it is more than likely the Knights of the Vale stay neutral. Do you not see the danger you court by alienating our allies? Then what are you saying, uncle? That I've no say in my daughter's future? I'll not let you or father use my daughter for your petty schemes. Cersei said defiantly. Did your father ask for your opinion before deciding on your marriage? No. Then don't expect you can overreach Tywin in this. He is wroth with your stunts, Cersei, and the only reason he has spared you from retribution is that you carry his name and blood. But don't think you can cross him again without consequences. Kevin warned, knowing well that Tywin's wrath won't dissipate even for his daughter. Cersei continued to scream and fling threats at him, making Kevin rub his temples. He lamented at the fact that Cersei seemed to have taken leave of her senses, and for the life of him he could not figure out why she was being unreasonable when it comes to the Starks. It was not as if any Stark has crossed his niece to incur such strong opinions to take root in her mind, nor did he think she was particularly a religious person to have strong opinions about the Stark boy's magic. Kevin left his niece alone to stew in her chambers after delivering a direct missive from Tywin. He had said all he could to convey Tywin's displeasure to Cersei. It was now her choice to behave or invite the wrath of his brother with her pettiness and stupidity. He supposed Tywin would be less forgiving after he reports Cersei's response to his brother's warnings. That was not taking into account the next meeting he was about to conduct with Jon Arryn. Undoubtedly, the hand was cross with the drama that has unfolded in the capital. For now, he could alleviate Lord Arryn's concerns about the faith as he managed to come to an accord with the High Septon. When he finally reached the small council chambers, he was greeted by the sight of several Vale Knights standing guard outside the door. One of the guards quickly checked with the hand before giving him entry. Lord Arryn, he nodded in greeting at the aging Lord of the Eyrie. There was another man beside Lord Arryn whom he was unfamiliar with. Lord Kevin. This is Lord Peter Baelish, the Master of Coin. Well met, he nodded at the shorter man but otherwise remained disinterested. Go, Lord Baelish. I must have a quick word with Sir Kevin. Kevin followed Lord Arryn and accepted the offered seat while the older man sat across from him. So, Jon Arryn looked imploringly at him. The issue has been dealt with. The High Septon shall recall his edict regarding Haryon Stark with no damages done. The proclamation will be sent to all the septs across the 7 kingdoms as fast as possible, said Kevin. That's good to hear, although I wouldn't claim there are no damages done. Jon Arryn said gravely. Has Lord Stark raised his concerns with the king? Kevin tentatively asked, praying such a thing has not happened. He had spent quite a sum of gold to keep the High Septon away from anything related to the Starks for the foreseeable future. And Jon Arryn, bless his soul, had carefully kept the king ignorant of Cersei's hand in this unfortunate matter. Should King Robert somehow come to realize his best friend's son is being vilified on the orders of Cersei, the consequences would strain the present relations between the crown and House Lannister. Tywin was already pissed at him for not anticipating the ploy by the Martells at the auction, and he didn't want his brother's wrath directed at him or any member of his family. No, he has not. I've not told him of the Queen's involvement yet, but once the issue is properly resolved, I shall convey the truth. Kevin didn't like that, but Lord Arryn was conveniently leaving it open for negotiations, which was a good sign. Perhaps, more trade concessions in favor of Crownland merchants should suffice to buy the old falcon's silence. Then what damages are you talking about? Kevin asked. It seemed Prince Oberyn Martell paid a visit to Winterfell, said Jon tentatively. Kevin could already feel a headache settling in. The Red Viper has been the cause of much discomfort for Kevin as of late. What has the man done? He asked dejectedly. It seemed the Red Viper has managed to woo the Starks to let him stay at the newly constructed castle of Avalon and even take Harry and Stark as a student. Kevin eyed the Lord of the Eyrie incomprehensibly for a moment before his mind registered the important details. Oh, no. This couldn't possibly get any more troublesome. Kevin whimpered, thinking of the possible ramifications that could emerge out of this unholy development. First, it was the Tyrells who somehow managed to foster a child of their blood in Winterfell. Now, the Martells managed to seamlessly wiggle in somehow at the most crucial moment into the good graces of Lord Eddard. I was certainly not finished, Sir Kevin. It also seems Lord Eddard has come across a bunch of spies in his lands that are in service of some Westerlanders. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, Sir Kevin? Asked Jon Arryn, directing an entirely disapproving frown on the aged face of the Lord of the Eyrie at Kevin. He was shocked to learn that their budding spy network that was formed by Tywin was busted in Winterfell before it could properly set in. The only relief on his part was that he was not the one overseeing the progression of the spy network. After the fiasco of the Greyjoys burning their fleet, the need for a more robust spy network was all but apparent. Tywin had charged Tyjit to oversee the development of the spy network, and it seemed his younger brother has somehow not taken adequate precautions. These spies have nothing to do with House Lannister. Maybe, but Eddard thinks otherwise. Convey my disappointment to Lord Tywin on this matter, Sir Kevin. Spying on allies just when we are healing the fissures that exist between the Seven Kingdoms is not at all helping the King's peace. I hope Lord Tywin take corrective action promptly. To Kevin, the last bit came more as a command rather than a request. At that moment, he could see the judging eyes of the old falcon bearing down on him from an unseen height. Yes, promptly. Kevin muttered, knowing full well that Tywin was not going to be happy at all. He doubted his brother's recent good mood with the acquisition of Lionclaw was going to last. XXXXXXXXX. The Archmaesters were floored to see his self-made castle in Avalon. It was also safe to say they were suitably blown away by the airship as well. The Maesters inspected the ship and his castle for weeks looking for any tangible process working behind his magic. Without his fullest cooperation, the Maesters remained entirely ignorant of his secrets, which is how he preferred things be for the moment. However, he was getting tired of playing ignorant of the workings of his magic and was getting positively annoyed by the persistent nature of the Maesters. They won't leave you alone. They are like sharks in an ocean. Once they smell blood, they won't leave. I warned you, these grey rats are trouble, lad. You did not listen, said the spectre of Archmaester Marwyn, waggling his finger at Harry's face. They'll suck you dry of everything they want to know, and then they'll plot in their dark halls devising your demise. Harry just shrugged and went back to reading some of the findings of the Citadel when it comes to astronomy. The faith often spoke of the seven wanderers in the sky, signifying each of the seven gods of the Andal faith. The Citadel claims the Andal faith took their findings and incorporated them into the faith. Some fiercely contested such claims, mostly Septons and those close to the faith. But the fact that two of these supposed wanderers were found by his telescope to be moons of other planets did not sit well with the Maesters. To be fair, they were not personally antagonistic, but rather seeing his discovery was going to ruffle the feathers of many holding positions of power in the faith. The world as the faith envisions has their planet at the center and the seven wanderers which represent the seven orbiting around their planet. Well, that worldview was going to get challenged in the south. It was also going to be incredibly difficult to present the discoveries in the Citadel and expect them to take it all in without some pushback. Archmaester Gorman had already pointed this out in his pitch for seeking a telescope of his design to the Citadel. He had flat out said no because he didn't want some bunch of muggles taking his stuff away from his home. When he added a little white lie about the devices of his design stop working without his close proximity, finally did the trick and let Archmaester Gorman stop hounding him about the telescopes. The Myrish lens tube in Maester Luwin's possession was no match for the telescopes he designed. Nonetheless, the device has been in use for centuries, and the Citadel have all but made it a doctrine to accept the seven wanderers in the sky through several books written over the years. That authority was going to get challenged, but his telescopes helped identify the many constellations that could be seen in a clear night sky was indisputable. His telescopes have confirmed and provided more clarity on the existence of constellations like Sau, Crone's Lantern, Moon Maid, Shadowcat, and some other locally discovered constellations. It had also unveiled some more constellations not easily seen in the night sky, like the Great Swirl or the Axe. You know, I'm surprised Lord Eddard even allowed you to take the Red Viper into your service, said Marwyn. Oh, he was not happy at all when I suggested I want Oberyn Martell to stay a bit longer in the north. He was even more disagreeable when I said I wanted to study under the Red Viper and even train the Valkyrie. But somehow you managed to convince Lord Eddard. That's impressive. Marwyn said. The credit should go to my mother. Harry shrugged. Really? Lady Stark wanted Oberyn Martell to stay and train you? Marwyn asked incredulously. Oh, yes. Once she learned Jory caught those spies the Lannisters sent, she was quite furious. So, once she learned of my plans, she convinced my father to allow Prince Oberyn to stay for as long as he wanted. I believe she called it sending a proper message to Casterly Rock. Interesting. Marwyn muttered, looking deep in thought. Harry eyed the Archmaester out of the corner of his eyes. He could see the gears turning behind the man's eyes. Undoubtedly, a man as well versed in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms, Marwyn was rearranging the board so to speak as lines were being redrawn. Fissures were coming in between the allied houses that unseated the dragons from the Iron Throne. It was not just between House Stark and Lannister. There was an ongoing struggle that was quietly rearing up between Riverlands and the north. Harry had been reviving the vitality of the farmlands in the north with his magic. He had done so within the lands controlled by Houses Stark and Manderley. And last week he repeated the feat in Deepwood Motte. The sheer yield of potatoes, cabbage, peaches, and pineapple near Deepwood Motte earned him a lifelong friend in Galbart Glover and Robert Glover. The Glover brothers were rough people, but they were strong adherents to the old gods, which sort of earned him more respect and, dare he say it, worship from the two brothers. Those two were convinced his magic was a sign from the old gods that the magical bloodlines and abilities are returning to the first men houses. The two Glovers were not wrong in that aspect, as Harry also noticed some signs supporting their theory. Anyways, with three major houses of the north gaining fertile farmlands and the mountain clans gaining their own far early, has increased the availability of food stocks in the north. With the increase in local grain and crop yield, the dependence on merchants from Riverlands was dropping day by day. Northern houses and merchants were now buying from northern farmers rather than outside sources, which earned the average farmer a good profit. This has left the Riverlanders in a bit of a bind, as their stocks were no longer in high demand, at least, not at the exorbitant prices they have demanded in the past. All foreign merchants were now forced to sell their crops and grain at much lower prices than they were used to if they wanted their wares sold in the north. Harry gave 2 years before the Riverland merchants stopped looking at the north as a lucrative market for their wares. He had been in touch with Lord Manderley to purchase seeds and saplings of fruits and trees alien to the north. With his magic, he could reshape the climatic conditions for crops and fruit trees to flourish, giving an edge to northern farmers. Exactly how that'd play out between the north and the Riverlands would be interesting to see in the coming years. Harry turned sharply towards the door as he heard someone knocking. I shall take my leave, young Harryan. The longer these maesters stay with you, the more they piece together what they want. Send them away from your castle and keep them away from anything that has to do with magic. With that final piece of advice said, Marwyn's spectral form collapsed, leaving Harry alone in his study. Come in, he said, hearing more knocking on his door. He waved his wand, allowing the magically locked door to swing open. It was none other than Nymeria Sand at the other end of the door. You called for me, my lord. Nymeria gave an exaggerated bow. Harry scoffed at her antics. Ever since he has been allowed to sort of govern Avalon by his father, Nymeria has been addressing him as lord. She was trying her hand at determining what would get under his skin. He'd expect nothing less from the daughter of the Red Viper. I need something from you. Is it my virginity, my lord? How can a fair maiden be asked to part with her purity even if it is being asked by the fair lord of this castle? Nymeria gasped, acting like a damsel in distress. Harry rolled his eyes at her crass thoughts. For some reason, Nymeria was confident that he'd understand all these sexual references and insinuations she uses in their conversations. It was as if she forgets that he was a child. He remains one biologically, but he was anything but a child in his mind, but that was neither here nor there. No, stupid. I just want a pinch of your blood, said Harry, a little bit annoyed. Oh, okay. Nymeria shrugged and offered her arm, making Harry raise his eyebrows. Just like that? You are not at all concerned I am going to use your blood for some nefarious purpose, he asked with a raised eyebrow. Nymeria shrugged her shoulders before sitting down on a nearby chair. Are you? She asked, looking curiously at him. No. I'm just fascinated by your ancestry. You are a product of the Royner and Valyrian bloodline. I'm just curious whether your blood holds something that can tickle my magical senses. Harry lied. In reality, he wanted her blood to study the effects of poison resistance Oberyn talked about in one of his lessons. The man claimed he was training his daughters to resist many poisons. So, he just wanted to confirm and study the effects in Nymeria's blood. Studying the combination of Royner and Valyrian blood came as an added benefit. Then sure. Take my blood. I trust you, said Nymeria, offering her hands once again. Harry happily pricked a small pinch of blood from her thumb using a needle. Immediately he set up the magnifier and put the blood sample under observation. Harry hummed, as the magic in the magnifier began analyzing the platelets of Nymeria's blood. He could see slight discoloration around the edges of the individual cells, which indicated traces of poisonous substances. Turning on more magical sensors, he divined more characteristics of Nymeria's blood. The results were fascinating, to say the least. Harry found her blood to have some distinct magical properties. The magnifier lens was showing some quality readings when he looked for magical properties. While Harry was focused on Nymeria's blood, his guest was wandering around his study without his oversight. When Harry finally took his eyes away from the magnifier, he was stunned to see Nymeria in possession of a very familiar carpet. This looks nice, said Nymeria, unruffling the colorful carpet on the floor and standing on it before Harry could warn her. A shrill scream came out of Nymaria's mouth as the magical carpet zoomed out of the window of Harry's study before he could do anything, carrying a thoroughly frightened daughter of Prince Oberyn. Harry ran near the window and observed as Nymaria was now holding onto the carpet for dear life, shouting and screaming obscenities at him as she zoomed around in the sky. Yet, she definitely has some magical potential. Harry muttered, craning his neck to the side as the carpet jerked to the side and took a curve around the tower before disappearing from his line of sight. Harry laughed before returning to his work table unbothered by the screams of Nymaria Sand. The carpet was merely a prototype he designed to test out his repository of charms that he was planning to use on brooms. There were spells on the carpet that would direct the carpet back into its original place, and there was a plethora of safety charms used which should keep Nymaria safe. She'll come back in one piece, eventually, he thought, letting out a chuckle. As a matter of fact, Harry even came up with a nice alias right on spot for his Dornish friend. The Flying Sand. Harry smirked, paying no heed to the threats and begging Nymaria was throwing at him outside his tower. On the other hand, he was sure those maesters were going to hound him about the flying carpet. He was planning to test it out after the maesters were sent away to Old Town. Oh, well. I'll just have to send them away by more forceful means. Chapter 48, A Snake, Wolf, and Stag P1. Chapter text. Harry ducked and backpedaled as quickly as a cat, avoiding the jabs and swings of Nymaria's attempts to tap him with her spear. Calling the piece of wood in Nymaria's hand a spear would be an insult to all proper spears out in the world. The butt ends of this particular spear were blunted to soften the blow. For training purposes, this was more than enough in Harry's opinion, considering the safety features were more for his benefit. While he was satisfied with keeping weapons training as less dangerous as possible, Nymaria was not at all happy with the restrictions. Ever since she got taken on a flight around Avalon on that flying carpet, she was trying her best to get back at him. She was embarrassed before the castle as she screamed her throat out in fright, and she hated the nickname Harry bestowed upon her. Oh look! The sands are flying! Harry snarked, earning a frothing look of contempt from his training partner, who was covered in sand from head to toe thanks to Nymaria trying too hard to get him with that stick of hers. Okay, that's enough, Nymaria. Make the switch. Harryan, you are on the offensive while Nymaria defends. Oberyn ordered from the sidelines. Nymaria let out a frustrated growl at her inability to touch him. You cannot possibly be this good with a few weeks of training. Nymaria groused as she took hold of her spear with both hands while setting herself in a defensive position. Harry agreed with that assessment. It had only been barely a month since he entered the tutelage of Prince Oberyn. There was no way he could have possibly outperformed Nymaria, who trained for years under the Red Viper. But when you have access to magic, the scope of impossible things tends to shrink. And that's exactly what happened in his case. He was no super prodigy when it comes to handling weapons. He never needed to handle melee weapons in all his years, barring that brief stint with stabbing the sword of Gryffindor through the basilisk's mouth in his second year at Hogwarts. But he wouldn't characterize that particular event as evidence of his non-existent sword skill. He was sort of blindly stabbing at the snake, and it was a big-ass snake. The sword was bound to hit somewhere despite his lack of skill in handling a weapon like the sword of Gryffindor. Right now he was enjoying superiority in the training yard, all thanks to a little ritual he designed to increase his physical prowess. Technically speaking, it was not a complete ritual. It was a combination of ritual and potions. The ritual he had undergone would strengthen his muscles and bones as he grows faster than normally possible, and there was a potion regimen that complemented the ritual that increases his speed and reaction time. The potion was a lucky find, as he was mostly experimenting with the roots of asphodel he nicked from Skane with the powdered roots of a heart tree. It turns out that the potion made with the two powdered roots enhances the nervous system within the body, which made him wonder about the magical properties of the sap from a heart tree. But that was for another day. Harry spun the spear in his hand, kicking up the loose sand against Nymaria as a distraction before he went on an all-out offensive. It was quite exhilarating, really. He could feel the blood pumping through his veins at an unprecedented rate as he danced around the training yard, taking quick sharp jabs at Nymaria. Slow down, Harryan. The whole point of the training is to make your body endure more strain and familiarize yourself with the techniques, said Oberyn. Now that's disappointing. Harry thought as he slowed down to a more suitable pace. First, you must train again and again with different techniques so that these techniques are ingrained in your mind and the body. Speed will come naturally after you can execute these techniques flawlessly. Now, wield your spear more slowly. Harry didn't disobey the advice of Prince Oberyn. He'd assumed the Red Viper was more knowledgeable in weapons training. He went slowly through the techniques with a spear as he attacked while Nymaria defended herself from his assault. There was hardly any strain felt on his body as he jabbed and smacked, testing Nymaria's defenses. The ritual seems to have worked wonders on his body, allowing him to endure more strain than normally possible. The only caveat was that he had to take the potion every full moon so that the effect lasts for a month. For now, keeping the ritual's benefits permanent was out of his grasp. But it won't be long before he comes across a solution to that particular problem. He always does, just like he found a way to have those maesters flee from Avalon. All it required was some imaginative use of Confundu's charms and illusions to have those grey-robed men flee his home in the north like their lives depended on it. All it took was to conjure some illusions of ghosts and convince the maesters their lives were in danger. The resulting fallout was amusing if nothing else. He was sure the Citadel would get some frantic reports about the ghost of Brandon the Builder haunting the north. Harry blinked in surprise, stopping his thoughts as his spear stopped dead in its tracks as it connected with Nymaria's right shoulder. In this dance of spears, he had sidetracked and paid less attention to the yard in favor of his internal musings. And yet, he managed to score a hit on Nymaria, who was 7 years his senior. He took in the disheveled and out-of-breath Nymaria and realized she was at her last legs as far as stamina was concerned, while Harry felt like he could run a marathon without breaking a sweat. That's, gasp, not possible. Nymaria breathed out, trying her best to regain her composure as she held onto her spear to stand upright. Harry recovered from his shock and struck up an arrogant pose that projected confidence. We Starks are made of tough stuff. It was only a matter of time before I surpassed you in the field, Harry said, arrogantly looking down on Nymaria, further infuriating the sand snake. Why, you little, Nymaria growled. Daughter. What have I told you about losing your composure in a bout? Oberyn asked, moving close to Nymaria and Harry. Not to. Nymaria growled. Is that all? Oberyn raised an eyebrow. No, she groaned, huffing a bit and standing straight as she regained her composure. Always be the one to provoke but never get provoked. Yes. Now, take some time to cool off and regain your composure. Find where you failed and train more to correct that mistake. Harry watched Nymaria leave the training yard to take a break. Your improvement is truly baffling. In a few days, you seem to have made a significant leap in stamina and speed. That's impressive for someone your age. Oberyn observed. As I said, we Starks are made of tough stuff. Harry said with a shrug. I'll be the judge of that. Oberyn said before calling on his 3 Valkyrie and having them train with Harry one after the other. It was safe to say, his limits were truly put to a test. XXXXXXXX. The castle looks beautiful from this vantage point, said Oberyn, looking at the castle of Avalon from the boat he was sitting. Harry was also in agreement. The darkness that fell on his castle only emphasized the light supplied by the oil lamps burning all around the castle. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Harry agreed before focusing on the task at hand. He was fishing in the dark, a hobby he picked up from Prince Oberyn. Unsurprisingly, the Red Viper took his interest in fishing and turned it into a training exercise, and that's why he was fishing under the cover of the night. Oberyn reached out and slapped the back of his head. Ow! Close your eyes and focus. Oberyn said sharply. I should have known better. Harry growled, before going back to closing his eyes and focusing his mind on the fishing pole. You should have learned to let go of impulsive actions. One day, it'll save your life, said Oberyn. I suppose that's as good advice as any. Harry thought. Harry just wanted to fish to pass time. It was not as if he could spend all his time in a day on training and looking over the different construction works that were happening around the castle. More and more people were arriving at Avalon each day to take up residence. Some came out of the prospect of a new start, while others were lured by his reputation as a blessed soul or by his lucrative promises. From early on, Harry knew he needed to attract more people in his own way to establish a thriving port rather than depend on the goodwill of the neighboring northern lords. To that end, he charged some of the minimal support of men his father gave him and used them as messengers. He had them sent away with a horse and provisions to spread the word in every squalor about the abundant jobs and lucrative offers like assured food rations until these people land a job in Avalon. He also managed to arrange some heart-to-heart conversations with the merchant-class citizens of the north. He offered them access to grapes for a new budding winemaking industry, and he offered to store grains in Avalon free of cost to speed up the migration of the workforce. One of the major functions of a castle was to store grain and other crops that get collected from the peasants and then get bartered to the merchant class for a price. But the merchants won't be taking out the grain the moment they buy out the stocks. Instead, the grain and crops remain safely stored in the castle and methodically get released to the merchants over time. For this service, the lords charge a fee for the number of days the grain is stored in their castles. It also has the added advantage of diverting essential supplies to the whim of the lords and landed knights in the case of long winters, famines, and floods. If more merchants came to Avalon, it also increased the flow of more peasants that depend on these merchants. There is also his reputation as the Green Hand to consider. It was well known in the north that he can increase the yield of any farmlands with his magic. Undoubtedly, his reputation would ensure more people would seek out his lands, if nothing else for food security. The fishing pole in his hand slightly shook, alerting Harry that the bait was getting due attention. He waited patiently, noting every slight tremor that he sensed from the pole. At the right time, he pulled the pole back sharply, depositing a flailing fish on the deck of the boat. Nicely done. Now, again, said Oberyn, patting his shoulder, making Harry sigh. He was really starting to hate fishing. The next morning Harry was sitting inside his solar with Oberyn and Vay in pool. The steward of Winterfell was loaned out to Avalon to set up the new household staff and also to keep watch over Oberyn. While his father has given his blessings for Oberyn to stay at Avalon, that doesn't mean the Red Viper was trusted completely. We have nearly cleared the path through the Wolf's Wood. Once Lord Glover sends some additional men, we can complete the path far early than we expected. I'm also happy to report that the mountain clans have started supplying us with paving stones. The paving has already started from the King's Road and will progress through the Wolf's Wood as planned. Vayen Poole reported. The stones are up to standard scale? Harry inquired. We have men working on ensuring the dimensions are kept uniform as agreed upon. It's impressive that you have managed to act promptly. I'd not have expected for the construction to be sped up this fast. Oberyn commented, his feet on the table while peeling off an apple with a small knife. 'Tis no secret that Avalon is going to develop a port and house a fleet on its shores. The small folk are moving from all across the north to work in the building of the fleet and perhaps to become a sailor in those ships. The airship has also been a tremendous help in transporting paving stones from the northern mountains and near Winterfell, said Vayen Poole. Harry supposed the airship must have been a huge advantage when it comes to shortening the transportation time as well as cutting the expenses. Fewer people working on transporting the stones means more people working on mining the stones for the roads. The many assorted safety charms he added to the airship that also increased the maneuverability of the airship made it easier to fly even for a novice like Vayen Poole. The man was certainly skilled when it comes to logistics and any management role, which was a rare quality in itself. Have there been any new developments in Winterfell that I should be aware of? Harry asked, leaning forward in interest as he had not visited Winterfell for weeks. With his usual chores of entertaining the Archmaesters, training with Prince Oberyn, and his experimentation with potions and rituals, he was a little bit busier than usual. The airship was also otherwise engaged in speeding up the transportation of workers and building materials. Well, the news is not yet made public by Lord Stark, but Lady Catelyn is with child. Maester Luwin confirmed it yesterday. Congratulations are in order then. Please extend my hearty well wishes to Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn, said Oberyn. I shall convey your well wishes, Prince Oberyn. Vayen Poole nodded appreciatively. Hey! It seems they did forego their fight and made up. Harry thought, knowing well that it must have taken quite a lot of energy on his father's side to mellow out his mother. There is also another matter, said Vayen Poole, eyeing Prince Oberyn warily. Oh! Do go on. Harry prodded. A raven came from Dragonstone. Lord Stannis's daughter Shireen has been afflicted with grayscale. After much effort from some of the brightest maesters of the Citadel, the child survives, for now. Lord Stannis has come to know of your magic and how you developed a cure for the spring sickness. He has requested Lord Stark whether it'll be possible for your magic to cure his daughter. Harry was immediately interested in the prospect of making his attempt at taking on grayscale, a magical malady as some maesters classify the infectious skin disease. There was no known cure for grayscale except for a surgical procedure that rarely ever worked. Ever since he got access to Rhoynar blood, he had been devouring any and all tales related to the old Rhoynar principalities of Essos. It was truly a sad tale as far as the Rhoynar were concerned. They seem like a thriving community of water magicians that got enslaved and wiped out by clashing with the Valyrians. It was a popular story of how Prince Garin the Great assembled a massive army to resist the Valyrian freehold's expansionism. But Prince Garin's army was laid waste by the Dragonlords of Valyria, and in return, Garin was supposed to have unleashed a curse that drowned his enemies. It is claimed that many of the victors of Valyria and Volantis fell prey to grayscale after decimating the Rhoynar army. If this grayscale was indeed a magical malady, then he was quite interested in trying his hand at finding a cure. He could even experiment with the malady and see how it behaves against a Rhoynar descendant's blood. If it was indeed a blood curse, he wanted to see whether it'd spare infecting one with Rhoynar descent. It'd be a nice magical exploration, and he could also get access to Dragonstone, the ancient seat of Targaryens. There were bound to be some mysteries remaining unearthed in the old castle that could prove beneficial for Harry in the long run. He was still woefully ignorant of the fire dragons of the world, and he'd really appreciate some relevant information on the subject before he hatches the egg. It remains to be seen whether something useful remains at Dragonstone after all these years. As Marwyn alleged, it might be possible that the maesters swept the castle for anything important during the reign of Aegon III. The Dragonbane was supposedly so broken and fearful of dragons that he allowed the maesters to purge the knowledge of dragons in his early reign, which robbed House Targaryen of their ability to hatch their last remaining dragon eggs. This was the tale spun by Marwyn. He'd see for himself whether this tale holds any merit. It's only a month and a half away from the next auction, is it not? Harry mused aloud. That's correct. Vayen Poole nodded. I think I can accommodate curing the affliction that is plaguing Lord Stannis's daughter before the auction. Harry said, after thinking it over in his mind. It'd be a tight schedule taking into account the development of Avalon planned in the coming months, especially when he was expecting the arrival of builders promised by Lord Manderley for building the port facilities and ships. I don't think Lord Eddard is keen on letting you come in contact with grayscale. That accursed disease has struck down many men since its conception. There is no cure for grayscale, said Vayen Poole, looking a little green, perhaps thinking about grayscale. I like to cure incurable diseases. This grayscale sounds like an interesting challenge. I think I'll have a word with my father on the subject. Harry said, turning his attention to Oberyn on a dime. So, how about it? Up for a visit to Dragonstone? Are you serious? Oberyn asked incredulously, a sentiment that was shared by Vayan Poole as well, going by the steward's eyebrows disappearing into his hairline. Oh yeah. It'll be fun. A wolf, snake, and a stag in the lair of a dragon. What could go wrong? Chapter 49, A Snake, Wolf, and Stag P2. Chapter text. Absolutely not. I don't care if even the gods old and new are standing by your side. You'll not be going to Dragonstone and throwing away your life trying to cure grayscale of all things. Harry cringed as he took the full wrath of his lady mother after he pitched his plan of going to Dragonstone and curing Lord Stannis' daughter. But I. No means no, Harryan. And that's the end of it. Catelyn growled at him before kicking him out of her chambers. Harry came face to face with an amused Luwin standing dutifully outside his mother's chamber. I warned you, didn't I? Yes, you did, Maester Luwin. Come, walk with me. Harry said, leading the Maester out of his mother's earshot. Has father changed his mind? I think not, young Harry, and it's more than likely it never will, said Maester Luwin. I can't have that, said Harry, his eyes suddenly gaining a shine. That's why you'll be convincing him otherwise. You'll be speaking in my favor to my father and extolling all the good that comes out of curing grayscale. Maester Luwin was now looking at Harry with complete bewilderment. Why would you even think I'll endorse such a thing to Lord Stark? Maester Luwin asked incredulously. Are you not a man of higher learning and an accomplished healer, Maester Luwin? Do you not want to see a proper and safe cure eradicate this scourge of flesh from our world? Harry asked. He could see the old Maester waver slightly. Yes, but... if you had dismissed my claims of finding a cure to the spring sickness, what would have happened? So many lives could have been lost. Isn't it so? Yes, but... once again Harry interrupted the Maester. Think how many lives I could save by finding a cure for grayscale. Think of Lord Stannis' daughter and what I can do for her if I can visit Dragonstone. If Maester Luwin was moved by his appeal, the old Maester was trying hard to conceal it. Grayscale is a dangerous affliction. Even Dragonlords of Valyria have fallen to the infectious disease. I will not fall victim to the disease. Harry interjected, looking confidently into Maester Luwin's eyes. I will take precautions, magical precautions. Besides, I'll not be alone. Archmaester Marwyn will be joining me at Dragonstone. Archmaester Marwyn? Maester Luwin asked, looking perplexed. How did? The Archmeister's raven will arrive at Winterfell in a few moons, explaining everything. So, are you going to help me out or not? Said Harry, looking expectantly at Maester Luwin, who finally sighed and nodded his head in agreement. Luwin is in my pocket. Now, the uphill battle to convince the Lord of Winterfell begins, he thought. With that happy thought, Harry skipped down the hallway looking for his siblings. The better part of the day had been spent arguing unsuccessfully with his father and then his mother about the merits of his visit to Dragonstone. Both of his parents shot him down rather firmly, denying him permission. No matter what arguments he presented, all of them were outright rejected, and he was told an emphatic no. He was now more than sure he'd have to use some healthy doses of Confindu's charm. Using Maester Luwin was his last attempt to get what he wanted the normal way. If that also fails, there was no other option left before him other than magical compulsion. He turned a corner on a corridor leading to his siblings' rooms when a bucket full of flour got dumped on his head out of nowhere. From head to toe, he was covered in powder by the looks of it. He coughed and wheezed his way out of the offending powder while his ears picked up laughter and giggling from nearby. With some difficulty, he removed the offending powder near his eyes and found the source of the laughter. He saw Sansa and Jon laughing at his peril, holding their ribs. Robb, Theon, and Garland were smirking at the success of their prank and enjoying his struggle to dust off the flour from his body and clothes. Y'all gonna pay for that? Harry ran towards his siblings, intent on smearing them with the powder that was sticking to his body and clothes. It led to a wild chase all around the castle, turning it upside down in the process. The chaos they unleashed and the mess they left for the servants earned them a thorough dressing down from the Lord and Lady of Winterfell. The aftermath of the prank diminished any further hope of Harry gaining permission for the trip to Dragonstone. Bereft of choices, he decided to lead with the Confindu's charm to speed things along to his satisfaction. But Harry chose to wait instead of acting quickly. Mostly because he wanted to spend a few days with his siblings and Marwyn's raven was yet to arrive. On the fourth day of his stay at Winterfell, Maester Luwin finally gave him the good news. The raven from Marwyn finally arrived, and it didn't take Harry much effort to charm the piece of paper with a powerful Confindu's charm before it was handed over to the Lord of Winterfell. This Archmaester Marwyn. Do you know him well, Maester? Eddard asked, after glossing through the contents in the piece of parchment. He is a knowledgeable man with a link for healing arts forged in his youth. He is also an enthusiastic traveler who has mapped out distant lands and tackled foreign ailments. Harry should be safe under the Archmeister's care. Harry watched in fascination as his father exchanged a long look with Maester Lewin. For a moment, Harry could feel his compulsion waver before the charm managed to consume his father, smoothing out his features. Archmaester Marwyn is also the foremost authority when it comes to magic in the Citadel. I've also communicated with the Citadel about the exact condition of Lord Stannis's daughter. My colleagues are confident the castle is safe to travel. Maester Lewin added. All right. Eddard sighed, his eyes trained on Harry. You can go to Dragonstone. But I'll be sending a guard detail under Jory. Harry readily agreed. That's one down. Harry thought. Now, to repeat the same feat with Mother. In the end, Harry easily secured permission from his mother. He took custody of the parchment from Maester Lewin and had it delivered straight to his mother. The confindues took effect easily, and that was the end of the story. He stayed a few more days in Winterfell to ensure the charm took proper hold and to transport some more migrant smallfolk from the nearby area. XXXXXXXXX. Nearly a month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. The plan was for Harry to travel to Dragonstone after Marwyn arrives at the old Targaryen stronghold. This left Harry with a lot of time on his hands before journeying south. So, he thought this time was better spent on designing a new airship that was a precursor to the more versatile model that he was planning with a dangerous trip in mind. With the arrival of more builders and small folk, he got access to a suitably large workforce. There was ample work to be done inside the castle, but Harry was content to let that work lag in favor of another project. He could afford that delay because Avalon was a giant castle comparable in size to Winterfell. He didn't need all the towers and buildings in the castle to be functional for the castle's smooth running. Therefore, he diverted some of the workforces to constructing a larger airship. Not that there was anything wrong with the current airship. It was just that the current one could be hardly classified as a ship. It was more of a boat, and Harry wanted a bigger one. This time he decided to scrap the designs based on boats or longships. Instead, he went straight for an enclosed structure modeled after a zeppelin. The enclosed structure would offer more protection, and he was hoping he could design the airship to facilitate the easy loading and unloading of heavier goods. With the current airship, he had to step in and shrink any of the heavier and larger size goods to fit inside the airship. Most importantly, with access to ice dragon crystals, he'd also be able to cut down the time for replenishing magic used in the airship. When he constructed the first airship, he had to depend extensively on runes to keep the flight capability of the airship consistent and work as intended. But that was no longer the case, all thanks to the ice dragon crystals. They were saturated with immense magic, which he was easily able to incorporate into the new design, which helps in reducing the dependency on runes. The first airship required a lot of runes, but the new one only needed minimal runes, and that was to function only as a backup security feature. The entirety of the new airship was instead directly powered by charms and spells that were bonded into the frame. And these spells were further directly powered by the ice dragon crystals placed under heavy wards connected by monitoring charms on his power ring. The most difficult part, however, was working on the interior of the airship. His magic could only help so far in speeding up the processing of wood and other resources. The real work has to be done by the workers themselves. When the work was finally finished, Harry was not satisfied with the quality of the interior. It was to be expected, though. The builders were working on an entirely new field of design as far as a ship was concerned. And there were severe time constraints involved. Perhaps, if he had not rushed the workers to complete within the time frame, they could have put more quality into their work. Maybe, the interior could be redesigned at a later date. Harry thought, letting out an appreciative hum as he took in the exterior of the airship. The airship now looked like a smaller zeppelin made of wood. The striking feature was the addition of a long strip of glass window that adorned the two sides of the airship. That particular feature required some magical involvement. Glass was not exactly a locally available material in Westeros. But in the process of making glass window panes for the airship, Harry established several small glass-making facilities. For now, he alone could work those facilities, but once he returned from Dragonstone, he planned to add some features to the facilities allowing the small folk to produce glass. The shores of Avalon and much of the Sea Dragon Point were rich in sand suitable for making glass. Surely, he'd make a killing out of establishing a budding glass-making industry. Well, this one certainly looks imposing, said Oberyn, standing beside Harry taking in the newly built airship. It'll certainly give the people of Dragonstone a fright. Tell me, we are going to land the airship far away from the eyes of the small folk. Right? Jory inquired, looking at Harry. Where is the fun in that? Harry smirked. XXXX. Stannis watched Archmaester Marwyn fussing over his daughter and occasionally jabbing a metal stick against his daughter's cheek. At first, his daughter cried loudly in protest, but now the child was looking curiously around in her crib. The infection seems to have gone dormant, the Archmaester commented. Is she safe? Stannis asked, his eyes finding the curious blue eyes of his daughter. I honestly can't say for certain. Grayscale is a dangerous affliction, and I'm sad to say we at the Citadel have always considered grayscale victims as a lost cause. The infection spreads rapidly and turns the soft skin into stone. But it doesn't end there. The victim is also robbed of their mental faculties, turning them violent as the infection grows, said Marwyn. Stannis already knew all that. He was already well informed about the disease by Maester Cresson and the many other maesters that treated his daughter. Tell me, Archmaester. Do you seriously believe Haryon Stark can cure my daughter? Asked Stannis. Frankly speaking, I do not know. But I do know that Haryon Stark possesses powerful magic beyond the scope and understanding of most learned men I know in the Citadel. The reason we maesters have not found a cure for grayscale all these years is that it is no normal disease. It's a blood curse fueled by sacrificial magic and spite. Stannis gritted his teeth at the long and windy explanation that made less sense to him. He was starting to see why Maester Cresson expressed his doubts about hosting Archmaester Marwyn. He was about to ask the Archmaester more about what the man was planning to do with helping his daughter when his ears picked up the sound of rushed footsteps. My lord. A guard gasped out of breath near the door. What is it? He asked with a frown, taking in the wide-eyed look on the guard's face. There is something in the sky, my lord, said the guard, sweating profusely. There is something in the sky. Stannis drawled slowly, wondering whether this particular guard was a simpleton. I believe Haryon Stark has arrived. Come, we must greet the young lad, said Archmaester Marwyn, who proceeded to take his leave from the side of his daughter. Stannis eyed the man in bewilderment and felt himself grit his teeth more firmly for not making any sense. Nonetheless, he followed the Archmaester after making sure his daughter was looked after by the servants. On his way, he managed to see a giant wooden construct of some sort floating amongst the clouds. He paused by the window side and stared at the sight before him in utter disbelief. His mouth fell open as the wooden ship-like object began to lower down and set itself on the shore. I told you, my lord. Haryon Stark possesses magic beyond our comprehension. Stannis distantly heard the Archmaester comment from nearby. He nodded absently before following the Archmaester to greet his new guest. A few minutes later, Stannis was once again starting to think he should not have listened to Davos and sought out the Starks. The Stark boy was not alone, which was to be expected. But what he didn't expect was for Oberyn Martell, his paramour and bastard daughter, to accompany the Stark boy. The said Stark boy was currently poking and prodding at his daughter's grayscale-afflicted cheek with a piece of wood. He exchanged a look with Maester Cresson, who looked none too happier to be a witness to the current happenings. But he had ordered the Maester Cresson to be present, and that was the end of it. Suddenly, his eyes caught the eerie yellow glow that lighted up the chamber of his daughter. To his surprise, the light was coming from the tip of the stick the Stark boy was using. Wah! What's happening? Maester Cresson asked in surprise. Shush now. The boy is working a spell. Learn to recognize them, Maester. Archmaester Marwyn said, waving his hand dismissively at Cresson, who looked immensely offended but remained silent nonetheless. The light slowly died down and Stannis looked at his daughter's face, hoping that this magic spell somehow cured her grayscale. But the disfigured part of her cheek remained afflicted with grayscale despite his hopes and prayers. There is definitely dark magic involved. I need to draw it out, but first I need to make a salve to weaken the cursed parts of the skin, said Haryon, without taking his eyes away from Stannis's daughter. Does that mean you can cure my daughter? Stannis asked hopefully. Give me 3 moons, Lord Stannis. Your daughter will not even have a scar left on her face. I can promise you that, said Haryon. Well, isn't that some good news? Come now, Lord Stannis. You can afford a smile, can't you? Said Oberyn Martell in a jolly manner. Any sort of relief and happiness he felt was immediately drained away as he was mocked by the Dornish prince. He gritted his teeth but otherwise ignored the Red Viper. His eyes remained trained on his poor daughter. He hoped his daughter would be saved as the Stark boy promised. Chapter 50, Religion is not so bad. Chapter text. Dragonstone had a long history predating even the arrival of Eonar Targaryen. The arrival of House Targaryen was the one incident that stood out in the larger history of the Narrow Sea Island and much of Westeros for that matter. But that doesn't mean the island of Dragonstone was an area disengaged from the long history of Westeros. Maybe the Andals didn't think much of the island, but the first men certainly have had a history in the place, as did the Valyrian freehold before Eonar Targaryen's arrival. Harry was looking right at that history, eagerly taking in the cave arts that he found in his exploration. The first men runes could be seen all over the intricate cave system that tweaked his magical senses even now. When he first came into the castle of Dragonstone, he could not sense any magic in his sensory perception. It only took him a night's stay to feel the echoes from the walls of the castle. On the 3rd day, those echoes were far more powerful and his senses were being constantly assaulted by the calls of the ancient magic lying dormant in this place. He could see why the Dragonlords of the Valyrian freehold were interested in the island and constructed Dragonstone Castle as their outpost on the island. Like Sea Dragon Point, there was a powerful ley line on the island perfect for charging spells and the growth of magical creatures and plant life. Going by what he was feeling, Harry was nearly certain the ley line was far more powerful than the one he was nursing back to full potential in Avalon. The ley line's power was so prevalent here that it was automatically awakening just by his presence. He could even feel the ancient protections weaved into the runes of the first men were also slowly gaining magical substance. It was quite fascinating to watch all of this happening. He foolishly thought the center of magical power was in the north or Skane. But no. He was very much wrong to make such an assumption. There was an immense magical nexus on the island and he had a feeling that it only increase if he goes further east across the narrow sea. As for the source of this immense magical nexus that was partially awakened, he had a feeling that it was tied intrinsically to the Dragonmont. The volcano of Dragonstone was already active when he arrived at the island fiefdom of Stannis Baratheon. It was spitting out grey smoke from its peak and once he had a closer look it was also releasing smoke from its many vents scattered across its vast rocky expanse. Even the many tunnels leading to the volcano were fast getting warmer as time passed. The Dragonmont was getting far more activity and he was no idiot to think that all of these activities were a coincidence. No, magic was definitely involved and it was trying to communicate its will. Harry had often found certain geographical sites project a magical will of their own. The reason why this natural will was manifesting remains unknown, since some pure speculation from a few magical scholars. Some theorized that these magical nexuses are the result of echoes left by a previous magical tribe that called these sites their home. For whatever reason, these tribes may move out of these sites but their collective consciousness leaves an imprint on the magic of the land. Pair that with an emerging ley line, the magic that permeates that particular area gains a will of its own over time. It was assumed that many magical creatures gained magic and were shaped by these localized nexuses of magic scattered across the continents. It was only a theory but one that Harry thought there was some substance. He had seen several places of such unique magical will and nexuses in his old world. Hogwarts was one such place, as the castle had gained a mind of its own, going as far as locking out sketchy characters like Umbridge and Fudge from gaining control over the castle. He didn't see why the nexus of Dragonstone was not of a similar nature. He could see why the first men were so interested in Dragonstone. It was quite obvious. Do you see why this place is littered with so much painted and carved history of the first men and the children of the forest? Harry asked, turning his sights on his three Valkyrie and Nymeria. The four girls looked at each other and shook their heads negatively. Before the Valyrians ever came to this place it was the abode of the first men and the children. This island is isolated from the mainland, away from the cold gaze of the others. This was their forge. They shaped and forged weapons made of dragon glass and transported them to the mainland during the first long night, said Harry, his fingers tracing the runes carved into the grey and black stones of the tunnel leading to the core of Dragonmont. He could feel the echoes of magic carved into these runes and their intentions. He had often wondered how the first men, backward as they were, managed to arm themselves with weapons capable of defeating the wily enemy sealed away beyond the wall. The fact that the early first men used dragon glass weapons to fight the others had rubbed him the wrong way. But Dragonstone was now making sense of those little inconsistencies. The runes in this place were used to absorb the heat from the Dragonmont and used to finely shape the dragon glass into arrowheads, spear tips, and knives. There were even runes carved into the tunnels to pull dragon glass ore, which was working to this day, as he could see the black obsidian gleaming in many parts of the tunnels. Oh, come on. Be serious, Harrion. You can't believe those old stories about White Walkers and dead men walking to be real. Nymeria let out a derisive snort. Master Harrion never jokes on matters about the others. The others are as real as they come, as are their whites, said Anya, throwing a dirty look at the daughter of Prince Oberyn. Harry turned away from those two as they fell into an argument. Ever since he had passively begun to help Nymeria awaken her magic, Anya had been a little jealous. That jealousy was transforming into a rivalry of sorts between the two. Nymeria was not exactly aware the friction emerging with Anya stemmed from the elder Valkyrie's insecurity more than anything else. If he could help it, it'd remain that way for the foreseeable future. He was still studying the unique magical signature that was in Nymeria's body. Not to mention he was not an idiot to teach Nymeria more about his magic without a failsafe. The Martells, despite his close friendship with Oberyn, was out for their self-interest and revenge. Entrusting them with magical power and knowledge would be the height of stupidity. He planned to create a society that accepts and celebrates magic, not one that uses magic as a prime medium for settling rivalries and grudges. Anyway, the point was moot, considering the nature of Nymeria's magic was somewhat different from what he had so far found from other natives. Anya was like him, capable of forming spells but not to the fullest extent. Her true skill lies in elemental spells, especially fire. Adela was a gifted student when it comes to runes, although she was still in the process of learning to charge the runes because her personal magic was mostly depleted for the kind of work advanced runes demand. Kyla, on the other hand, more adept at sensing magic than the other two Valkyrie. Her magical reserves were lying dormant and he was nearly positive it'll ignite once he nursed the ley line in Avalon to emerge from its dormant state. In fact, all three of his Valkyrie would get a significant boost once they spend a significant amount of time in Avalon saturated with the raw magic of the land. Your people believe in stupid stories meant to scare children. Turns out the northern mountains are inhabited by children. Nymeria mocked. You'd say that, you ignorant Andal. Anya snarled. Foreigners like you can never understand the deep history of this land. Who are you calling an Andal? I'm a Roiner, you stupid girl. Nymeria growled. Enough, you two. Anya, take your sisters and map out the runes of this tunnel. Adela, I want you to copy as many runic scripts as you can. Kyla will be sensing out more scripts that are hidden in the tunnel. Harry assigned the 3 Valkyrie with jobs that'd keep them engaged while he led Nymeria away from the tunnel. You do not let go of a chance to pick a fight with them, will you? Harry asked tiredly, walking back to the castle away from the Dragonmont. They are idiots believing in fanciful tales. Don't tell me you also believe in those silly stories, Harrion. If you do, I'd be feeling like an idiot to think of you as the smartest boy I ever know. Nymeria grouched, flicking her dark hair over her shoulder, letting it dance as she strode away with purposeful long strides. I always keep an open mind. If you hadn't seen the airship with your own eyes, would you have believed the rumors about a northern boy that can make flying ships? Harry asked, making Nymeria pause, coming to a halt. Okay. Nymeria slowly nodded, gathering her thoughts. Harry could see the struggle that was brewing behind Nymeria's eyes. But that's different, said Nymeria, turning away from him and continuing her long strides into the castle, giving Harry an eyeful of her sensually swaying hips and shapely derriere. Is she doing that on purpose? Harry wondered. He wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. From what he had seen so far, Nymeria was very open about her sexuality and flaunts her charm around to her advantage. The Dornish people, while predominantly Andals, identify more with their Rhoynar roots. Even their inheritance laws were framed around the cultural traits of the Rhoynar civilization. Harry was quite eager to visit Dorne when he was fully grown. The place sounds quite lovely for a vacation. Oh, I'm so looking forward to growing up. XXXX. Is it really necessary for this unholy sound to heal the babe? Maester Cresson asked, directing a disapproving frown toward Nymeria. Harry suppressed his amusement as Nymeria continued her best to annoy the Maester and Stannis Baratheon with the flute he gifted. He did not gift the flute out of some misplaced notion that NYM had some extraordinary talent with the musical instrument. Rather, the flute was a cleverly disguised magical instrument littered with secret runes inside that was keeping tabs on her shifting magical aura. There were also some carefully applied listening charms as well to keep tabs on the Martells for good measure. Not to mention there was a tracking charm as well that was connected to his power ring. I'm sure there is a reason for the flute that is beyond the normal understanding of the Maesters. Please do keep your prejudices confined to your thoughts, Maester Cresson. Archmaester Marwyn admonished the Maester of Dragonstone, who noisily huffed, making his displeasure known. Harry could hear the grinding of teeth that was the characteristic telltale sign of an annoyed Stannis Baratheon. He suspected the second Baratheon brother was going to suffer tooth loss far early at this rate. That reminded Harry of looking into some potions for tooth care, skin care, and hair care. Music has a magic of its own. All dark magic is fueled by malevolent emotions and intentions. The cure is to weaken the malevolent will that binds the curse of the grayscale to weaken its hold on the child, said Harry. He was not blowing smoke with that excuse. Music could be a powerful tool in healing the effects of dark curses if it was suitably powered by magic. But Noom's flute music was just a test on his part. He had been trying out many subtle ways to get a reaction out of NYM's dormant magic. So far, all his attempts have failed. He had thought the famed water magic of the Rhoynar might manifest in Nymeria. Keeping that in mind, he had subtly used Nymeria near potions to see whether her presence shows any significant effects on the tonics he prepared. Nothing much happened, and he had tested her against some of the magical ingredients he collected from Skane, which also ended in disappointment. He was hoping the flute would shed some light on the magic coursing through Nymeria. Sweeping those thoughts away to the far corner of his mind, he focused on the task at hand. There was no doubt that the grayscale affliction was in any way a normal infectious disease. It most certainly had its roots in dark magic. His 3 days of study further revealed there was sacrificial magic used on the curse. The malevolent will infused in the curse he was sensing even now all but confirmed there was some sort of ritualistic sacrifice fueling the curse. Channeling more magical power into the Elder Wand, Harry began chanting in Parcel tongue. He could feel the natural magic of the Dragonmont surging as he began chanting in the Serpent tongue. For whatever reason, this world was far more attuned to Serpent tongue than even his home world, which was a fascinating tidbit of information. He knew Parcel tongue could be understood by the children of the forest. Wisps of silver light blinked into existence at the tip of his wand and proceeded to sink into the grayscale-infected skin of the babe sleeping soundly in the crib. At first, nothing happened, forcing Harry to chant for minutes, uttering long scripts of healing spells in Parcel tongue. After 5 minutes passed, the grayscale began to sizzle and let out black smoke. He quickly nodded in Anya's direction, signaling his trusted Valkyrie to bring a small glass flask to his side. Harry began earnestly directing the parting black smoke into the glass jar. The runes painted all around the glass jar and the charms he bound to the glass kept the black smoke sealed inside the jar. The dark magic was somewhat weakened once it was untethered from the flesh of the child peacefully sleeping in the crib. Thank Merlin for sleeping and numbing charms, Harry thought, as he drained the dark magic from the child. It was a delicate work to drain dark magic, especially from a young baby which has barely holding any magic in its body. If the child was awake it'd have cried till its throat hurt. Harry patiently kept chanting for a long time until finally, the black smoke stopped coming from the infected skin. The difficult part is over. The dark magic that was infecting your daughter is sealed away in this jar, Lord Stannis. Harry said, sealing the glass jar shut with a conjured fluid silver that coalesced around the mouth of the jar. But the skin remains afflicted. Archmaester Marwyn trailed off looking at the scaled skin of the babe. I know. Harry nodded at the man before looking at Adela. Adela fished out a small vial of golden liquid from her pouch before pouring a small drop on the infected skin of the child. The liquid burned away the infected skin before their eyes, and at the same time, new unblemished skin regrew. In a matter of 2 minutes, the daughter of Stannis Baratheon looked like any other ordinary child except for the larger ears, which was a family trait from the child's mother's side. Lord Stannis, your daughter is cured of grayscale. It's safe to say she'll never even know she was afflicted by the curse unless someone explains it to her in the future. I guarantee that the infection will not rear up again. Your daughter will need no further medication or procedures going forward, said Harry. He could see the Lord of Dragonstone was moved by his words. Stannis Baratheon was a man who showed a cold exterior to everyone, but he was nonetheless a man influenced by emotions. Harry could see the emotional turmoil that was warring within the Lord of Dragonstone. While Stannis Baratheon struggled to maintain a calm facade, his wife on the other hand was another matter. Oh, bless you. Bless you and your family. 1,000 blessings to you. Stannis Baratheon cried, pulling Harry into a hug. Harry patted her back, trying to calm the hysterical woman down. There, my lady. Harry attempted to console the crying woman. How can we ever repay you for saving our daughter? Stannis asked, once she regained her bearings. My lady wife speaks true. Ask anything of me, Harry Stark, and if it is within my power, I shall see it done, said Stannis, standing by his wife's side, his face softening a tad. I seek no payment or hold any wishes for curing your daughter, Lord Stannis. The old gods gave me the gift of magic to heal and restore the world of their design. Dark curses like this grayscale have tainted this world. It is my duty to cleanse these blemishes so that the age of magic the old gods' wills is manifested in the world, said Harry. Now, here Harry was blowing so much smoke. But he had an agenda for leading with that cringy dialogue. Having seen the magical potential of the island of Dragonstone, he wanted access to the Dragonmont. He had barely even scratched the surface when it comes to mapping out the Dragonmont. Going by the information his trusted Valkyrie had gathered from the runes, this place was just a goldmine when it comes to studying more of the magic of the Dawn Age. He was not willing to let that opportunity slip by, nor was he willing to let the Dragonmont lie dormant. He wanted to see the full potential of the Dragonmont unleashed, not just to satisfy his curiosity but also to hatch the dragon eggs in his custody. He had tried the normal way of giving magical fire and infusing magic into the 2 dragon eggs, but the eggs remained unresponsive. I suspect the eggs need exposure to a suitably large magical source for a conducive environment to hatch safely. Otherwise, the eggs might deliver a stunted hatchling or remain petrified. Harry thought. It was a theory, but one that he strongly believed in. Therefore, he needed the Baratheons of Dragonstone to be welcoming of his presence. Tell me, Lord Harryan. Tell me more about the old gods. Tell me more so that I may pray properly for the mercy they have shown to my daughter. Stannis Baratheon begged him on her knees. It's funny that I thought of all religions as the root of all evil. But now I realize that religion is only as evil as the people that follows allows it to be. Harry thought, looking into the eager and zealous eyes of Stannis Baratheon. Harry eyed the Baratheon couple. When he looked at Stannis and Stannis Baratheon, he only saw 2 new converts for the old gods and his ticket to accelerate the emergence of magic in Westeros. Chapter 51, The Miracle of Dragonstone. Chapter text. This is so wrong. Maester Cresson muttered, walking back and forth across the entire length of the painted table. Davos sighed, the old maester who had served loyally beside Lord Stannis since his lord was a child. There is no man in the 7 kingdoms who wishes the best for Stannis than Maester Cresson. Davos thought. Do you know why I left my post at Storm's End and came with Stannis against the express wishes of the Citadel? Maester Cresson suddenly asked, catching Davos by surprise. Davos scratched his chin, wilting under the stare of the grey eyes of the old maester. Stannis is a man of duty. Duty is what has kept him strong after Lord Stefan and Lady Kissana. He holds on to it like a shipwrecked sailor struggling to stay afloat by holding onto a plank of wood. I don't see any change in Lord Stannis that'd compromise his commitment to duty, said Davos, only to get a sharp look from the maester. Do you not see the danger the Stark boy has brought upon Stannis? Lady Celis has abandoned the 7 in favor of the old gods on a dime. Every waking moment, day and night, she insists Stannis do the same. Maester Cresson huffed. It is a disaster. I didn't take you for a godly man, Maester Cresson, said Davos. I know enough not to fixate on one religion, but the lords of Westeros and the small folk are another matter. Dragonstone and the Narrow Sea lords follow the faith of the 7. House Baratheon is now the royal house of Westeros. Along with the many assorted titles that come with the crown, there is the title of Defender of the Faith. Do you not see how it'll look to the realm if the king's brother abandons the faith? Maester Cresson asked, his eyes alight with worry. Maester Cresson, Sir Davos. Davos was not the only one to have been taken by surprise by the arrival of Sir Axel Florent, Lady Celeste's uncle and the Castellan of Dragonstone. Sir Axel. Maester Cresson frowned at the knight. Lady Celeste's uncle was a difficult man in Davos' opinion. The man was stout, round, with thick arms capable of crushing a grown man in minutes. While the Castellan of Dragonstone was courteous to most, he was also quick to anger, which had always made Davos speak very carefully in the presence of the Florent knight. Perhaps it was because of this caution that Davos was treated fairly by the Reacher knight, unlike other knights and lords of higher stature in Lord Stannis' service. Lord Stannis and Lady Celeste ask for both of your presence at the foot of Dragonmont. Davos exchanged a look with Maester Cresson even as he took to his feet. Don't tell me this has something to do with the Stark boy. Maester Cresson bemoaned, rubbing his old face tiredly. Davos noticed the disapproving frown that graced the face of Sir Axel's face. It seemed Maester Cresson is not exactly being cautious to notice the shifting winds blowing the sails. Davos thought. I wouldn't want to keep Lord Stannis and Lady Celeste waiting. Please come, Maester Cresson, said Davos, pleading discreetly with his eyes. Thankfully, the Maester agreed without making a fuss, even though the man kept muttering under his breath on their walk toward the Dragonmont. On some level, Davos understood Maester Cresson's apprehension considering Lord Stannis' position in the royal court. 'Tis no secret that King Robert favours his younger brother Renly. Otherwise, why deny Lord Stannis the lordship of Storm's End? Davos mused. He could understand why the lordship of Dragonstone was given to Lord Stannis immediately after the rebellion. The Narrow Sea lords were Targaryen loyalists, and there was no one better to reign them in other than Lord Stannis. As he understood it, the seat of Dragonstone was also the seat of the heir to the Iron Throne. Lord Stannis was the heir of King Robert, but that state of affairs changed with the birth of Prince Joffrey. In Davos' opinion, Storm's End should have been given to Lord Stannis, at least in the wake of his lord's victory over the Ironborn. But that was just his personal opinion. There might be other reasons that he was not privy to for the king to keep Lord Stannis in Dragonstone. But he certainly knew those reasons were not shared with his lord. When they finally reached their destination, there was a small group of castle servants, sworn knights of Lord Stannis, and small folk present gathered around in a circle. It was with some trepidation that he followed Sir Axel into the crowd, and what he saw made him a little relieved. Thankfully, no unpleasant event was going on that'd bring shame to his lord's family. It was just the Stark boy planting some saplings around what appeared to be a small spring of water. Davos blinked a few times and searched his memory about a spring of water in this locality. He scratched his chin in deep thought, but he could not recall any water bodies nearby this area. The spring was not particularly large, so he might have missed it. This is not good, Sir Davos. Maester Cresson muttered. Davos looked at the old maester in exasperation. He had the distinct impression that Maester Cresson was rather a devout follower of the Seven, and that was the problem rather than just the concern for Lord Stannis' position in the court. Not just that, he also noticed Sir Axel was also keeping an ear out for Maester Cresson's words. This does not bode well. Davos thought, knowing that Sir Axel's loyalty was to his niece rather than Stannis. Perhaps this is not the right time. Davos whispered back, but it must have gone unheard because Maester Cresson continued to air his complaints. Planting weirwood saplings in Dragonstone. For centuries, Dragonstone has never had weirwood trees, and now the faith will not like this, and word will quickly spread of Stannis' sacrilege and that of Lady Celeste's. Maester Cresson bemoaned, his grey eyebrows scrunching together in worry and palpable disapproval. What would you rather do in my niece's position, Maester? She prayed and prayed for days and nights for the Seven to heal her daughter. Bear in mind she is a mother who lost many children on her birthing bed. So, keep your less forgiving thoughts in your mind, Maester, before you bring the wrath of House Florent upon your bald head. Sir Axel growled at them. Davos noticed many eyes were watching them, and Lord Stannis was not so ignorant of their conversation. So, to save face and to keep the peace in his lord's household, he decided to step in. Peace, Sir Axel. The Maester was just concerned for Lady Celeste and Lord Stannis. I'm sure he meant no disrespect to the good lady. Let's just pray for Lady Celeste and her daughter's good health. The gods, old or new, are welcome to bless the Lord and Lady of Dragonstone. It turns out his diplomatic approach was not so well received by Maester Cresson. This is not right, Sir Axel. Tell me, would Lord Florent approve of his niece taking up the old gods? Think of the scandal this brings to House Florent in the Reach at the heart of the faith. Maester Cresson said. Davos slowly extracted himself away from the Maester's side, not to give the impression to Lady Celeste or Lord Stannis that he was standing with Maester Cresson in this matter. The matters of lordly politics and religion were far above him and has always been for someone like him whose only concern was putting enough food on the table for his wife and sons. What have the gods, old or new, ever done for people like him? They were cold and silent to his kind, so he saw no reason not to return the treatment. At the same time, he was aware not everyone thought the same way as him. If the Seven were fair to our house, my brother would be ruling from Highgarden instead of Mace Tyrell, who starved Lord Stannis, and my niece would have been the Lady of Storm's End. Sir Axel growled. Quiet, both of you. I'll not have you disrespect our guest in my presence. Stannis warned, his sharp blue eyes putting both Sir Axel and Maester Cresson into silence. Davos let out a relieved sigh, for he had the presence of mind not to attract the ire of his lord. Besides, Maester Cresson and Sir Axel have the luxury of bearing the ire of Lord Stannis and living the rest of their lives in comfort. He could not afford something like that. He could no longer go back to the life of a smuggler, so he was entirely dependent on the mercy shown by Lord Stannis. His sons served the Lord of Dragonstone, and he'd not jeopardize their future by displeasing Stannis Baratheon. He could feel Maester Cresson looking pointedly at him. Whatever might be the reason, he pretended not to see the old maester and focused on, well, he was not exactly sure what was going on. But he kept his eyes on the Stark boy and kept his mouth shut. Lord Stannis, Lady Celis. The blessings of the old gods do not come easily. The old gods do not care for your posturing or useless prayer. To receive the help of the old gods, you need to wish for the well-being of more than your family in your heart, said Harry, leading Stannis and Celis near the planted saplings. Lady Celis wishes not to suffer any more miscarriages. It is her wish to not lose any of her children to the enemy of life. The old gods would stay silent for such a selfish wish, but if your honest prayer is to seek protection for all mothers regardless of their status or beliefs, and the gods are satisfied in your sincerity. How do I do that? Guide me, O blessed one, said Celis, falling to her knees. The duty of the Lady and Lord of Dragonstone is to protect and rule its people, is it not? Focus on your duty, my lady, and embrace the people as your children. See yourself as their mother and face the old gods. Touch one of the saplings and say your prayers in your mind. Show the gods your heart, and they'll let them into theirs. Before the assembled crowd, Celis Baratheon knelt. She also forced her husband to emulate her, which the Lord of Dragonstone did, albeit reluctantly. Together, the couple touched a sapling and prayed. There was a strong gust of wind carrying the hot air of the Dragonmont, followed by a blinding flash of light. Before the gathered crowd, a miracle took place, its effects as clear as day. And word spread all across the island of the miracle. XXXX. You know, I thought it'd be a waste of time to come to this island, but it's turning out to be highly entertaining and beneficial, said Oberyn, looking out of the window from his chambers and enjoying the full frontal view of the Dragonmont it offered. I do agree that it has been entertaining, my love. But benefit? I do not see it. Elaria said, sprawled out on their bed, covered in a sheer silken robe. House Baratheon is not as united as we assumed. I do not know whether Harrion intended it, but his actions here will only increase the estrangement between the Baratheon brothers. And I see the benefit in that for our goals. You mean to befriend Stannis Baratheon and use him against the Lannisters and his brother? Elaria asked, her tone suggesting the feasibility of such a plan. Oberyn chuckled while shaking his head. Nothing of such sort. These things have a way of working out on their own. We just have to provide a little nudge in the right direction, said Oberyn, marveling at the gigantic branches of the 5 weirwood trees that had sprung up where the saplings were planted. I need to write to Doran. My brother is the more experienced one when it comes to the war that goes on in the shadows. He'll know to be discreet and use this situation without showing our hands in this. You play a dangerous game, my love. You risk endangering your current relationship with Harrion. Elaria warned, her dark, smoldering eyes trained on her lover, who continued to stare out of the window. She climbed out of their bed and enveloped Oberyn in a hug from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her eyes found the gigantic weirwood trees in the distance. She could even make out the giant 5-pointed star etched on the bark of the giant trees. It was truly a miraculous event, but her months of stay in the north have sort of prepared her for expecting the impossible to happen when it comes to Harrion Stark. Your concern is not unwarranted. But you know my brother. He knows to play the game well, said Oberyn, pressing a kiss on his lover's ebony hair. XXXX. Harry was impressed by the speed with which his trusted Valkyrie mapped out the runes of several unexplored tunnels of the Dragonmont. They've toiled in the tunnels often without rest or sleep to collect the information they needed to set things right in the Dragonmont. The presence of First Men runes accelerated the emergence of the ley lines, and soon magic was in the air, thrumming with power, not to the same extent as in the past, but it was considerably more powerful. The little trick he did with the 5 weirwood trees and the healing pond was a testament to the rising magic of Dragonmont. He felt no shame whatsoever in using the frankly unhinged mind of Celis Baratheon to his advantage. The woman was just so easily moldable, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to cultivate a lifelong friend in the Lady of Dragonstone. There was no way he was leaving Dragonstone alone for long periods of time. He intended to make more visits, as the Dragonmont was something unique and it'd be right useful in hatching the dragons. Not to mention, there were still a hell of a lot more tunnels and secret chambers inside the Dragonmont. He was also sure the Valyrians had made some changes to the Dragonmont to create a nourishable environment for their fire dragon companions. He was quite eager to learn all about that, as he gathered it'd be very useful in his future visit to Valeria. The Valerians were an interesting people. Somehow, they've managed to bind dragons to their bloodlines. At least several select Dragonlord families managed to accomplish this feat, and they were said to be unearthly beautiful. Even the wizards and goblins have never managed to bind dragons to their blood. Wizards managed it with house elves, but even there, the bond was nothing like what he had read from several books about the Targaryen dragons. There were so many fascinating things the Valerians discovered in the field of magic. The Valerian glass candles were one of them, and then he had come to know that the Valerians also had people blessed with the power of prophetic dreams. He was not exactly an enthusiast of prophecies, but his friendship with Luna taught him many intricacies of the spirit realm. He didn't fully understand it, nor did he think he ever would, but he was interested to learn the Valerian interpretation of the art. Most importantly, he was interested in the book written by Daenerys the Dreamer. The book called Signs and Portents was allegedly a book written by Daenerys Targaryen who foresaw the doom of Valeria. Details about the book were sketchy, and he only learned of the book's existence from a random reference made by Septon Barth's work about the dragons of House Targaryen. He had searched for the book in Dragonstone using summoning charms and other locating charms to no effect. It was most likely the book was either stolen, destroyed, or kept in another secure location, perhaps the Red Keep. There was also the possibility that the Targaryens kept their most valuable possessions, other than their dragon eggs, in a secret chamber inside the Dragonmont or in the castle. It could be possible that the artifacts were safely stored away under magical protections of Valerian origin capable of thwarting his spells. When it comes to a race like the Valerians, he wouldn't put it past them to master sophisticated magic. Nonetheless, he was happy to find a set of Valerian glass candles in Dragonstone. It was not particularly kept hidden, and he had only come to know of its existence thanks to Archmaester Marwyn. The man was apologetic that he was unable to transport the glass candles in the citadel to Dragonstone. Apparently, the citadel was not agreeable to part with their property even though they don't have any members amongst their ranks that can operate the Valerian artifact other than Marwyn. He was incredibly fortunate there was a glass candle of Valerian origin in Dragonstone. Otherwise, he'd have had to resort to nicking the Valerian communication device from the citadel on his way back home. That's why he was walking towards the solar of Lord Stannis while Jory Castle was overseeing the safe transport of their companions and personal effects into the airship. When he neared Lord Stannis' solar, he could see several guards standing outside a closed door, but there was shouting going on inside the solar. "Hi!" Harry waved at the guards. "May I see Lord Stannis?" The guards looked at each other in askance. Did Robert ever think about me when he made his decisions, Maester Cresson? Did he even send a raven inquiring about the health of my daughter even once? Stannis thundered, his words sounding off as if bolts of lightning were raining down from the sky with all their fury. Ours the fury indeed. Fitting words for House Baratheon. Harry thought as he heard the Lord of Dragonstone argue in earnest with the Maester of the castle. "Well, I asked you a question, Maester." "Did he?" Stannis could be heard shouting at the top of his lungs again, but the shouting came to a halt when one of the guards bravely knocked on the door. "My lord. Lord Harrion Stark asks for an audience," the guard said, dipping his head into the room tentatively. "Send him in," Stannis said after a moment of silence. The door swung wide open for him. He nodded thankfully at the guard before stepping inside. "Lord Stannis." "Maester Cresson," Harry said, nodding at both men once entering the room. "I've come to express my gratitude on behalf of House Stark for your hospitality, Lord Stannis. It is I who should be thanking you for curing my daughter of her affliction. My wife and I are indebted to you. If there is anything you need, you only need to ask. I've no need for any material gain, but if you'd allow it, I'd like your permission to visit Dragonstone for academic purposes," said Harry. "I do not understand," Stannis said, frowning at Harry. "I'm a student of magic, and I've taken some interest in an artifact in your possession, Lord Stannis. This is the only castle in Westeros that holds a Valerian glass candle, and with your permission, I'd like to study it more closely," Harry explained. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Maester Cresson eye him suspiciously. "If that be your wish, then it is granted. You may visit Dragonstone at your leisure to study this glass candle." "Thank you, Lord Baratheon." Harry bowed, giddy at the fact that Stannis agreed without asking too many questions. Under the cover of studying the glass candles, he just secured indefinite access to Dragonstone. This gave him access to the Dragonmont, and he could further run his little religious experiment on the island without much fuss. All in all, it has been quite a successful journey so far. Wonder what's happening in Avalon. I hope they made some significant progress with the roads. Harry mused. But what he didn't realize at the time was his interventions in the Dragonmont's natural magic had certain unforeseen effects. Chapter 52, Rise of the Old Gods P1. Chapter text. Jon Arryn found no pleasure in doing this, but he was left with no other choice. The spider was many things, but the SSC eunuch was not incompetent in his job. The winds of change in Dragonstone cannot be ignored, especially when he sends many ravens to Stannis, asking for the man's immediate return to the capital. In return, he was treated with silent treatment by the master of ships. He had to intervene before Stannis made a fool of himself and alienated the narrow sea lords. It had taken them years of hard work and backroom deals to keep the former Targaryen loyalists in line. He considered it one of his better achievements in the political arena to shear off the loyalists one by one from the dragons. Stannis was also instrumental in keeping the narrow sea lords loyal to the new Baratheon dynasty, and right now, the Lord of Dragonstone was about to squander it away. He had tried to inform Robert of the danger that lies ahead because of Stannis' decision to abandon the faith. But Robert refused to see the danger that it holds for his royal dynasty. No prince of Westeros spurned the faith and did not suffer any consequences. Maegor Targaryen was a towering example of what happens when going up against the faith. Jon feared once the recent changes in Dragonstone become public knowledge their enemies might use the situation to their advantage. Any goodwill that they've built with the Lords of the Narrow Sea could be eroded within a fortnight. As he and his guards closed in on the castle of Dragonstone, he could see there was a welcoming party at the opened gates waiting to greet them. He immediately recognized Sir Axel Florent, the Castellan of Dragonstone. The Florent knight was a short, muscular man with prominent, large foxy ears for which House Florent was well known. The onyx eyes of the Florent knight carried no hint of warmth or friendliness. He supposed that was to be expected. House Florent joined the rebellion on Robert's side on the expectation that they'd be elevated over House Tyrell when the Baratheon dynasty took over the Iron Throne. Even with Celis Florent's marriage to Stannis, the Florents were not particularly happy to remain subservient to House Tyrell. Nonetheless, Lord Alliser Florent had accompanied him when he summoned the old fox of Brightwater to King's Landing. He was hoping Lord Alliser could speak some sense into Lady Celis and abandon this mad quest to abandon the faith, thereby putting Robert's reign in jeopardy. Lord Alliser, Lord Arryn. On behalf of Lord Stannis and Lady Celis, I bid you welcome to Dragonstone. Well met, sire. If it's possible, I'd like to speak with Lord Stannis promptly. Jon cut straight to the chase, not wanting to waste any time on empty platitudes. Yes, Axel. I also want to have a word with Celis. There are matters of great importance that need to be discussed. Matters that affect the whole family. Lord Alliser said, his tone eerily soft. That was something Jon disliked about the Lord of Brightwater. The man could speak with more sound but chose not to. Sometimes, it was hard to hear Lord Florent with his old ears. If that be your wish, my lords. Lord Stannis and Lady Celis have gone to Dragonmont. The Dragonmont? Jon asked curiously, having heard the reports from Varys. He was well aware the old volcano was the epicenter of this troublesome affair. Yes, Lord Arryn. There has been some trouble brewing lately thanks to, well, you'll understand when you see it. Sir Axel said, speaking nothing of the matter further, which gave Jon a very bad feeling. He soon came to learn that the bad feeling he felt was not without its merit. When he and Lord Alliser reached the base of Dragonmont, there was a huge crowd gathered there, mostly comprising of the small folk. But to his growing dread, Septons and Septas were leading the small folk from the forefront, shouting out slogans and praising the seven. His eyes strayed to the gigantic weirwood trees, all 5 of them. Oh, how he wished he was not seeing those trees. But those trees were hardly going to go away, and cutting them down would also unleash another problem. Not since the conquest and unification of the 7 kingdoms had anyone dared to cut down weirwood trees. Not that there were many left to cut down, to begin with, in the first place. But the principle was what mattered. Disperse these miscreants immediately. A good thrashing should teach them a valuable lesson in obeying the laws of the land. Jon heard Stannis order the men, making his eyes widen. The men under Stannis' command rushed to obey, resulting in a full-scale melee happening right in front of him. He shared a look of worry with Lord Alliser before they both rushed toward Stannis' side. The Arryn and Florent men at arms by their side made way for them, pushing away the rebelling small folk and faithful. Stannis, you must stop this madness. We should not escalate matters and make an enemy out of the faith. Jon shouted over the screaming and fighting men, steadily making their way forward. By some stroke of luck, Jon managed to reach Stannis and Lady Celis. A moment later, he was joined by Lord Alliser. Uncle, you are here. Have you come to learn the truth about the great old gods? Celis asked, a disturbing smile on her face despite the perilous situation that was developing around them. Celis, stop this madness. This'll bring nothing but misery to you, your daughter and our house. Lord Alliser said, his eyes alight with worry, looking around at the frenzied crowd emboldened by the poisonous words of the Septons. You do not understand, uncle, because you cannot see or hear them. The old ones have spoken to me. They're nearly here. Celis screamed, a wild look in her eyes. Nearly here for what? Lord Alliser asked back heatedly. To rise and take their true place. The binding of those accursed Valyrian demons has weakened. The old gods will rise again from beneath this earth and wipe clean of these false gods and their weakling followers just like they did in Valyria. The Starks have always been right. Winter is coming. John shook his head at the sheer madness the Lady of Dragonstone was shouting at the top of her lungs. Stannis, are you hearing all this? This is madness. You'll weaken your brother's hold on the throne by making an enemy of the faith. John said, hoping to appeal to the sense of duty that remained strong in Stannis. But to his surprise, Stannis laughed, a distinctly familiar laugh that was accompanied by the skies of Dragonstone rumbling with thunder. It is amusing that I become Robert's brother only when he needs something from me. All the other times he treats me like the plague he should distance himself from. My precious brother did not even send a raven inquiring about my daughter's health when she was on her deathbed. I suppose he was busy whoring and drinking himself to take notice of the suffering of his niece. Stannis let out a nasty, mirthless chuckle. Does he even know that he has a niece? My lord, the Septons. They are lighting fires. Give the order, and we'll cut a path towards them and stop them before they harm the trees, one knight said. John turned to look in the direction where the knight was pointing. Sure enough, the Septons were lighting fires, no doubt, to burn the weirwood trees. Leave them be, Sir Eustace. Let them try their best and reap the consequences of going against the true gods. Let the people see the true might of the old gods as they emerge from their slumber. Lady Celis shouted for all to hear. John was powerless to stop what came next. He watched on in horror as the Septons set the weirwood trees on fire. The fighting ceased as the fire spread across the 5 weirwood trees, making the Septons and their faithful followers jubilant. See for yourself the falseness of these fake tree gods. They can't even defend themselves from. The Septon never got to finish his gloating as the fire began to get sucked into the weirwood trees in a vortex right into the 5-pointed star carved on its wood. John was not the only one to gape openly at the miracle that happened before his eyes. He blinked a few times and shook his head to make sure he was not suffering from delusion. Before his watchful eyes and of hundreds of others, the star glowed an ominous red, as did the 5-pointed leaves of the weirwood trees. The ground began to rumble all of a sudden, making John and all the gathered men struggle to find their footing. The horses began to neigh and shake off their riders before taking off in 4 directions. Large flocks of birds began to take to the skies and began to circle above their heads, crying repeatedly as if they were giving a warning about what was about to follow. But no amount of warning was enough for what came next. John felt a shiver crawl up his back and froze as he watched the large roots and vines of the 5 large weirwood trees seemingly come alive. His mouth fell open in shock and horror as these roots and vines snatched the Septons and Septas into their grasp, making the small folk scream and run for their lives. With the small folk now keeping a distance from the site, his guards and that of Dragonstone could properly keep a secured perimeter around the weirwood trees. But that was for naught as the Septons and Septas screamed in pain as the roots and vines began to dig into their flesh. It was a horrendous sight to see as the roots and vines began to crawl through beneath the skin, breaking bones and tearing muscles apart. The periodic cracking and crushing sounds of bones getting torn apart made John shiver with fright. The guards and knights surrounding the trees barely managed to hold their ground, but they all were slowly moving back, not to get ensnared by stray roots or vines. Not a drop of blood spilled from the captured Septons or Spatas. For nearly half an hour, the Septons and Septas screamed their throats out before falling silent, their eyes vacant with the light of life. The vines and roots stopped moving beneath their skin, and then he watched with further disbelief as red 5-pointed leaves began to grow out of the corpses. Within minutes new weirwood trees began to take root and grow from the corpses of the Septons and Septas. Some of the knights and guards emptied their stomachs, watching branches and vines growing out of the ears, mouths, and eyes of the corpses. When it was all done, there were not 5 but nearly 13 huge weirwood trees towering over everyone at the base of Dragonmont. The silence that followed the rise of new weirwood trees was broken by the jubilant laugh of Lady Celis and her cohorts, most of them women. The old gods have risen at last after the passing of many millennia. The false gods and their followers will be swept away. Now is the time for you to repent for the sins of your ancestors. The old gods are wise, and in their wisdom, they offer you mercy no matter the crimes of your ancestors upon them and their followers. Bow before the great old ones and pray for forgiveness. Confess your weaknesses and sins to the wise ones, for they are all powerful but merciful. Cast down the false idols in your hearts and embrace the old gods. Their kingdom shall be forged once more, and the false sinners have no place in them. John watched the ravings of Celis Baratheon with a composed look, but he was anything but composed on the inside. He was even more shocked to see Lord Alistair Florent also join Lady Celis, albeit reluctantly. Watching more and more small folk and knights fall to their knees and seemingly pray before the weirwood trees only reinforced the feeling of failure. Seeing all this, only one thing was going through his mind. I've failed. XXXX. Harry was suitably impressed to see that it wasn't a waste of time to set up a budding glass-making industry before his departure. It was still a single unit of glass production, but still, the workers in the production unit picked up on the working process fairly quickly. They managed to produce 13 caskets of glass products, mostly wine glass, as that was the only mold he had set up. Some of the earlier products were slightly defective as the workers were only recently getting familiar with the process. But there had been a marked improvement in quality as he inspected the recent products made. This looks promising, quartermaster. Do you think you'll be able to transfer the skill to more workers if I set up more production units? Harry asked, eyeing the man in charge out of the corner of his eyes. My lord. I just need more time to teach them properly. The process is no easy task. It'll take several long hours of training a day to get them as good as this lot. Harry was happy to hear that. He liked it when people made fanciful claims without thinking things through. Might I suggest that you take the best worker in this group and study the exact hand movements and practices the man does in his workstation? Write down every movement this best worker makes and teach it to the rest of the workers to increase their work quality. Harry suggested. My lord. My pa was a bricklayer, you see. I'm afraid I'm no good with the letters or numbers, my lord, said the quartermaster, an embarrassing flush on his cheeks. My apologies. Harry nodded at the man in understanding before turning to Archmaester Marwyn. I'll be quite happy to have one of my acolytes perform the task, my lord. Or perhaps I might do it myself. It'll be interesting to learn the intricacies behind glassmaking, said Marwyn. Harry nodded absently before going around the workspace, observing the workers while his Valkyrie shadowed him everywhere. The small setup he had created for glassmaking was not working based on mundane technology. The forges were powered by runes which absorbed the ambient magic and converted it into the required fire. There was a plethora of charms involved inside the production unit that took care of keeping the temperature, lighting, and the general ambience inside the workspace conducive. It kept the workers relaxed and performing at their peak efficiency. He was planning to build up more facilities like bathhouses, public freshwater sources, and perhaps even some fountains as part of keeping the industrial vibe going in his lands. Maybe even some worker-friendly schemes like free food for workers and a special school or daycare for their children. There were many things that his Muggle enemies had taught him, and he'd use those lessons to the greatest effect. Watching the workers work their hardest in manufacturing new glass products, Harry thought he was seeing the first major steps in realizing his dream of magic coming alive to the forefront of everyday life. There was more to be done for sure, but he was slowly getting there. People need to familiarize themselves and adapt to living around magic and magical creatures if Harry's dream is to come to fruition. Come see me today evening. I'll allocate more funds for you to recruit new workers. 2 days from now, you'll get a visit from the builders about the particulars of another facility. Harry promised the quartermaster before taking his leave back to the castle. After managing some lordly business, which was not many, thanks to Vayan Poole managing most of the administrative tasks and spending some good time in the yard with Nymeria, he was resting a bit. He was, however, jolted awake when he felt a disturbance in the wards. Harry frowned as he could feel no further disturbance in the wards. He could not even feel any warnings that should have come as part and parcel if the wards were breached, seeing as a slew of monitoring charms were connected to his power ring. Maybe it was my imagination. Harry thought, closing his eyes and going back to sleep, only to jolt awake once more when he felt a flicker in the wards. Nope. There's definitely something going on, he thought, hauling himself out of the bed. Just as he reached his door, there was a huge surge of magical power that shook the protective wards of Avalon. He looked out through his open window, and he could see the vague outline of the magical dome that was protecting Avalon. The wards are becoming visible for all to see. Harry thought, rushing out of his personal chambers and going straight for the wardstone. When he finally reached the secret chamber that housed the wardstone, he could feel the presence of a powerful magical source that was pushing against his wards. The ley lines. They are trying to emerge all of a sudden. Harry whispered confusedly. The ley lines were nowhere near ready to emerge the last he checked. The wardstone he had left at the base of his castle had been slowly nurturing the ley lines so that they may one day emerge safely and saturate the land with the natural magic that has been siphoned off for centuries. The fact that the ley lines were now pushing against the enforced magical flow that he had designed was quite surprising. How the hell did the ley line get revitalized all of a sudden? Harry thought, even as he slowly removed several bindings on the wardstone to let the ley line emerge. There was no point in keeping the ley line suppressed, especially when it could potentially tear apart his precious wardstone and make a spectacle as it emerged with raw power. It was better to help it emerge so that it wouldn't annihilate the restrictive wards or even see him as a hostile presence. One by one, he took out the locks he had placed on the wardstone, and he kept feeling the magic of the ley line sing as it rose from strength to strength. When the last lock was done away, a powerful surge of magic coalesced in the air, leaving a distinct minty smell. His wards flickered for a brief moment before strengthening well beyond their present state. He supposed the magic that was venting out through the ley line did not judge the wards as hostile. He could even feel his power ring getting excited by the strong magical presence saturating the land and the air. Hey! What changed? Harry wondered aloud, scratching his head at this turnaround. While Harry was struggling to come up with a reason for this sudden resurgence in magic. Changes were happening to West Eros, and not all those changes were appreciated by the majority of the inhabitants of the vast continent. Whether they approved or not, these changes were there to stay as the old gods of the forest rose from their slumber, all thanks to some brazen activity of a troublesome wizard. Chapter 53, Rise of the Old Gods P2. Chapter Text. Eddard enjoyed the peace and quiet offered by the gods' wood. The gentle wind that caressed his skin and hair felt like the whispers from the old gods. The scattered hot springs inside the gods' wood, on the other hand, provided him with the warmth and comfort of his dearly departed mother. The rustling leaves of the weirwood trees, on the other hand, were akin to the laughter of his siblings from beyond the yoke of death. The faces carved on the trees, on the other hand, offered him the comfort that his father and the many ancient Starks were watching over him. Sitting here with his back against a tree, he felt like he was amongst his family. It was peaceful and, at the same time, offered him a spiritual ambience. He looked at Ice, the ancestral sword of House Stark. The sword had changed many hands in its long service to House Stark. Ice had stood by his family as a trusted friend in victory and defeat. In some ways, House Stark's histories were written with the tip of this sword. Taking the whetstone into his hand, he began sharpening the edges of the Valyrian steel blade. It was said that Valyrian steel never loses its sharp edge. To those who make that claim, he could only shake his head. A good swordsman never shirks from taking care of his sword, no matter the quality of the steel. The whetstone was not just a tool to sharpen the edges of the sword but also a reminder to keep the skill with the sword polished. A wise soldier knows the sword becomes an extension of oneself only when it reflects a part of his soul. Eddard mused. And to put your soul in something is to love it and learn it. He knew every inch of the ancestral sword of his family. He knew every swing of his sword and where it'd land. He knew that because he treated Ice as a part of his being. Ned. Eddard took his eyes away from Ice and instead fell on his wife. Cat? Are the children all right? Eddard asked, pausing his activities. The children are all right, but Ned, a raven came from Dragonstone. From Stannis. Eddard frowned. No, not Lord Stannis. It's from Jonaran. Maester Luwin waits at your solar, said Catelyn. Jonaran. Eddard blinked in surprise, wondering why Jon was riding to Winterfell from Dragonstone instead of the Red Keep. Did Luwin say anything? No, husband. It has the seal of the Office of the Hand. Luwin thought it prudent to break the seal in your presence. Very well then. Let's see what Jon has to say. Eddard said, standing up and letting out a sigh. He got the distinct feeling that this had something to do with Harrion's visit. Eddard fell into the chair in force after reading the contents of the message sent by Jonaran. Just as he suspected Harrion was involved. Only in this particular case, Harrion had only planted a weirwood tree in Dragonstone with the permission of Lord Stannis and Lady Celis. Whatever happened afterwards had nothing to do with his second son. At least, he hoped that was the case. Because he had never heard of weirwood trees acting like Jonaran described in the message. He had half a mind to dismiss the whole letter as a joke from his old mentor. It'd have been easy to believe that his son was responsible for the trees acting like life-sucking contraptions. However, he also liked to believe that the old gods had taken action against those zealot Septons. Even his dear wife, who was a staunch follower of the Seven, took action against Septa Mordain when that woman called Harrion a demon. He had allowed the Septa to stay and constructed the September in Winterfell out of consideration for his lady wife. If his lady wife hadn't taken the necessary action, he'd have taken that woman's head with ice. Similarly, he got the feeling that more zealot sections started to crop up after the events that transpired in Dragonstone became widely known. My lord. What should we do? Maester Luwin asked. Send word to Lord Manderley and Lord Reed. I don't want any Septon or Septa or any religious zealots to cross into the north. Eddard ordered after a moment of thought. As you will, Lord Stark. Eddard watched in silence as Maester Luwin took his leave before turning to his wife. Should I write to father and seek his aid in pacifying the faith? Catelyn asked, her eyes full of concern. Eddard thought it was an interesting proposition, one that he gave some serious consideration to before dismissing it. Lord Hoster Tully was his father-in-law and had helped him during the war, but the man's ambition knows no bounds. While he'd certainly appreciate the Lord of Riverrun's aid, he knew for certain there'd be a price attached to that help. Most likely, Lord Tully might be asking for something related to Harrion and he didn't want to put his son in the position he was in during the rebellion. The time when wolves bowed to the lords of the south had come to an end. The reports he received from the Glovers and Manderleys were indications that he could now chart a different course for the north and House Stark. No, Cat. We shall not bother your father in this matter. Eddard said, measuring his words carefully. These zealots are responsible for whatever happened to them. They should not have taken arms against the wishes of the Lord of Dragonstone and the old gods. If the faith wishes to place blame on my son, then so be it. Winter will come for them just as it has come for the enemies of House Stark. Ned, the faith is a dangerous foe. Even your friend, the king, might not be able to placate them if they truly intend to turn against our son, said Catelyn, directing a pleading look at her husband. Let me travel to Riverrun and speak with my lord father. He could appeal together with Jonaran before the High Septon before this issue with Lord Stannis spirals out of control. No, Eddard said firmly. The South might have forgotten what happened to Andalos when they poked the wolves. The North remembers. The times when we Northmen would meekly sit by have come to an end. If the South wishes ill will upon my son who is blessed by the old gods, then the whole North will stand with him as will the gods. What if Robert sides with the faith? He won't. Eddard was sure of it. He might not have a choice. Robert might be the king of the 7 kingdoms, but he is also the defender of the faith, said Catelyn. If that's the case, then Robert will have to remember that no Septon fought for him at the Trident. He ascended the Iron Throne on the shoulders of the men of the North. If the North placed him on the throne and called him king, then it can be undone just as easily. Ned. Catelyn looked at him in horror. That's treason. Yes. Eddard nodded grimly. I'm well aware. Let's hope it does not come to that. XXXX. It's fascinating, isn't it? Harry eyed Spring, who was watching him intently beneath the shade of the heart tree of Avalon. What is? He inquired. A strong gust of wind rustled the red leaves of the heart tree that were now towering over most of the buildings inside the castle save for the many towers along the walls. The wind carried a strong scent of the sea as well as a tint of something immaculate which was beyond the scope of any articulation. It was not just the air this unique quality was being imbued. He had noticed that there was a vibrance to every blade of grass, every square inch of soil and every gallon of water that could be found in Avalon. Release the boundless gift within you and open yourself to the world, Harry Stark. The gods of the forest have awakened, and it's all thanks to you. Their presence is no longer a passing whisper but a long, melodious song, said Spring, her chestnut-colored hand pressed against the bark of the weirwood tree. Harry was jolted when he opened his senses and allowed the magic of the land to flow into his body. It was as if he took a dip in a small stream pouring down from a mountain carrying with it the rich minerals capable of cleansing all ailments known to mankind. But when he looked beyond the nourishing effect of the magic teeming around his castle, his senses led him directly to the source. So, these are the old gods of the forest. Harry thought. He could feel thousands upon thousands of pairs of eyes watching him, silently judging him in a wide expanse of darkness. At the same time, he couldn't feel any distinction from the gods. It was as if these old gods were coalesced into a single entity despite what its pluralistic name would otherwise imply. Diversity in unity. What a strange feeling. Harry muttered to himself. He was about to ask what they wanted with him, but his awareness was cut off, and he found himself in his body. You saw them, didn't you? Spring asked knowingly. Yes, I did. They were very different from the last time I felt them. That's because the old gods were barely sustaining themselves. You've set them free from their slumber, said Spring, making Harry blink owlishly. Me? What did I do? Harry asked incredulously. Before the Andals invaded, the Valyrians came to Westeros on the behest of their gods. They decimated our people in Dragonstone and took the island's control from us. Using the island, they weakened the old gods so that they may invade us in our weakened state, said Spring. Harry doubted that particular story. If the old gods were as powerful as Spring said, then they could have stood against the Valyrians. Although, he supposed the Valyrians might have had their own tricks up their sleeve, like blood magic and dragons. Not to mention Spring did mention the involvement of the gods of Valyria, which was not good news at all. In a way, he supposed even the Andal invasion could be considered a part of a plan by the Valyrian freehold to weaken Westeros and the First Men Kingdoms. The Valyrians fought the Giscari, Rhoynar, and Andals in Essos. Only the Giscari got burned out of their cities, while the other two groups were forced to flee their homelands and somehow managed to land in Westeros without getting pursued by the Valyrians. He suspected the Valyrians may have thought to let the Rhoynar and Andals pass into Westeros so that their enemies could weaken themselves by battling each other. So, the old gods are strong now? Harry instead asked, filing away his thoughts. Their presence is strong in the weirwood trees. As days go by, their power will only grow, said Spring. What does that mean for the continent and the people? I honestly do not know. The old gods have been suppressed for thousands of years. How they'll react is well beyond my understanding, said Spring, her yellow eyes staring intently at the weirwood trees. Harry grunted. Going by the looks of it, he got the feeling that these old gods were not unhappy with him, which was a good start. However, he knew these old gods or whatever entity that resided in the weirwood trees was powerful in magic and loved to consume the natural magic of the land. So, if these old gods were now awake, would that mean they stop leeching magic? Or does it mean they'd consume more? He didn't know. The Ice Dragon certainly didn't have a higher opinion about any gods and considered them foreign entities. Despite that, the Ice Dragons fought side by side with the children and these old gods against the undead. Perhaps the Ice Dragons didn't give much credence to the whole idea of gods and praying to these gods in front of a tree. It was not his cup of tea either. But he was not above using that particular facet of the local culture to his advantage so long as it served his goals. Lord Harryan. Harry turned his head towards the voice that was calling him. That sounded like Marwyn, he thought. He turned back to say his goodbye to Spring, but she was nowhere to be found. I really need more training in situational awareness. Harry thought, finding his way out of the godswood that had sprung up all on its own around the lone heart tree in his castle, in the wake of the emergence of the ley line. Once he came out of the bounds of the God's Wood, he found Marwyn and Vayenpool waiting for him on the other side. Both were sporting grave faces, Vayenpool more so than Marwyn. The two men were standing near the fountain he just installed that was constantly showering clean water, keeping the castle's inhabitants constantly supplied, thanks to his magic. He was planning to install more of those in the budding towns and villages cropping up outside his castle walls. What? Has something happened? A raven came from Winterfell. I'm afraid there is some disturbing news coming from Dragonstone. What disturbing news? Harry asked. The answer he got made his eyebrows disappear all the way to his hairline. XXXXXXXXX. Jon knew something was seriously wrong when he was greeted by none other than Varys the Spider at the docks the moment he disembarked. There has been an unfortunate development, Lord Hand, said Varys, a simpering look on his face. I gathered as much, Lord Varys. Do go on, he said tiredly. The fishermen folk have spread the word about the happenings of Dragonstone. Word has spread like wildfire in the city. Has there been any untoward reaction? Jon asked, hoping against hope that the situation was still salvageable. The High Septon has gathered all the good fellows, Septons and Septas to the September of Baelor. While the mouthpieces of the faith claim this is merely a part of the routine spiritual conclave, I'm afraid that's not the case. So, the crown has reasons to be wary of the faith. Jon said, closing his eyes and cursing the gods for denying him the opportunity to settle this matter quietly. I'm afraid so, my lord, said Varys once they resumed walking out of the dockyard. There is also another matter. Oh, do tell. There have been some strange songs coming from the Citadel and Highgarden. It seems Lady Olenna is aware that Queen Cersei is responsible for the High Septon's sudden hostility against the Starks. And she has also taken a keen interest in the bloodline of House Stark. I'm told she has hired many maesters from the Citadel to look into the Stark bloodline, particularly after the Targaryen civil war. Jon was now a little bit surprised and worried. If the Tyrells were aware that Cersei was the one behind the High Septon's actions, then it spelled disaster for the current relations between House Stark and House Lannister. It might even strain relations between the North and the Iron Throne for years to come. As for Lady Olenna's sudden interest in the Stark bloodline was a curious matter indeed. I'll have to make some inquiries with the Grand Maester to see whether there is something that'd be of interest for the Tyrells in House Stark's lineage. Perhaps, the Grand Maester could glean some insight from the Citadel. Jon thought. There is also another interesting whisper about Archmaester Marwyn. It seems the good Archmaester has taken residence in the newly built castle of Haryon Stark. Yes, I'm aware of that, Lord Varys. Jon nodded, but he fell on the ground, losing his footing as the ground trembled. Everywhere around him, people screamed and ran as the shaking intensified. There was a loud crashing sound, and to Jon's horror, he saw the giant dome of the September of Baelor falling down. The September. He didn't really get the chance to witness what happened next because a lot of people began screaming and running inside the city. Jon was confused, and when he looked at Varys he saw the Master of Whispers looking frozen in shock. Following Varys' line of sight, he was met with a massive wave cresting far away in the sea. Jon quickly climbed to his feet and pulled himself over atop one of the horses. Varys, come, he shouted at the SSC man, who thankfully snapped out of his stupor and climbed on the horse. Jon urged the horse to speed away inside the walls of the city. He rode as fast as he could, but the city was descending into chaos. Buildings were falling apart, and the confusion along with fear upon seeing the September of Baelor tumbling down from Visenya's hill set the people to run in all directions. He rode the horse, oftentimes riding over the men and women alike through the tightly packed streets accompanied by his guards until finally stopping at the base of Aegon's Hill. By this time, Jon could hear the screams of men, women, and children from all around the city. The walls of the city must have held strong before the wave. Jon thought, looking at the walls and seeing them standing firm. But he had no doubt a great disaster had fallen upon the city. The smoke and fires coming from all around the city spoke volumes about the scope of the disaster. It was as if the city had been sacked by an invading army. At least, you won't have to worry about the faith come morn, my lord Hand, quipped Varys. That was said in bad taste, and he didn't like it, but Varys was speaking the truth. He looked at Visenya's hill, where the great September once proudly stood with its giant dome and many crystal towers. There was nothing left but a giant cloud of smoke in the wake of the tremors. He doubted the High Septon or even many of the faithful survived the collapse of the great September. This was one great disaster we could have been without in this situation. The gods remain as cruel as they always have. Jon muttered, looking at the devastation that was surrounding him. Chapter 54, The Queen of Thorns P1. Chapter text. The dust cloud that arose from the fall of the great September of Baelor alone killed hundreds of small folk on Visenya's hill. At least, that was the talk in the Red Keep. The true extent of the devastation remains unknown, as people were finding it difficult to assess the situation. According to all the reports Jaime heard from the small council meetings, the September of Baelor had struck down almost half the people who had their homes at Visenya's hill. According to Grand Maester Pycelle, it was a miracle that the Red Keep was spared the same fate as the September of Baylor. Even the Dragon Pit had caved in despite being in ruins for nearly a century. Thankfully, the reputation of the Dragon Pit kept the place deserted from any serious settlements nearby, which ended up saving lives. As far as Jamie knew, there was not much loss of life being reported from Rennes Hill. Not that it mattered in the end because the settlements outside the city walls were gutted by the sea. It was as if the gods wiped the shores clean of everything. Not even the homes and many small castles were spared from the wrath of the sea. In the blink of an eye, the shores of King's Landing were wiped clean, leaving no survivors. The tales he had been hearing spoke of half-eaten bodies of men, women, and children being strewn across the shores of Crownlands thanks to the sea throwing out the dead into the land. This situation had even scared the Crownland lords to hole themselves up in their homes, fearing there was some curse upon the capital city by the gods. If the Crownland lords were behaving like morons, then the small folk couldn't be blamed for taking their meager possessions and running away from the city as if their lives depended on it. This dealt a serious blow to the rescue efforts in Visignas Hill as a portion of the city watch was now diverted away to keep watch over the flow of people out of the city. "Oh, my king," a throaty moan interrupted his musings, making Jamie scowl. While the city was coming undone brick by brick, the king was rotting away with his horse in the chambers of the Red Keep with no care for the happenings outside. It made his blood boil because he was a glorified bodyguard of a whoring oaf with no sense of concern for the subjects the man claims to protect and rule. The creaking sounds and lusty moans coming from behind the door only increased as time passed, making Jamie restless. At this very moment, he knew good men were out there in the streets helping the people of this wretched city recover. Some were undoubtedly taking advantage of the chaos and there was no one capable of overseeing the city's recovery. Jonaran was just one man in this cesspool of a city with little to no tact when it came to whipping up the lazy and incompetent fools infesting the court and the city watch. It was almost painful to watch the old falcon try to move under the weight of the Iron Throne with Robert's fat ass staying on that awful chair. The thought of giving his help crossed Jamie's mind, but he promptly discarded the thought. "I'm the King's Slayer to these fools. Let those with their precious honor help them in time of their need," he thought vindicatively. Just as the thought made its exit from his mind, he saw Sir Baristan approach in his steel plate armor with the customary white cloak of the King's Guard bellowing behind his back. "Here comes the self-proclaimed Knight of Honor. The knight who stood by as a madman raped a helpless woman but finds fault in killing said madman for the sake of stupid oaths. Sir Baristan the Bold." Jamie mentally scoffed in derision. "Sir Jamie. Is His Grace available?" the Lord Commander of the King's Guard asked, his pale blue eyes eyeing Jamie neutrally. "His Grace wishes not to be disturbed while he is otherwise engaged in a matter of great importance." Jamie said that with a straight face. "Ah. Yes, Your Grace. Right there." Not even the lusty moans of the serving wench made him lose his composure. Jamie stared at Baristan as if he were deaf to the happenings of Robert Baratheon's chambers. But he did enjoy the disappointed and sad look the honourable knight was now sporting, thanks to the activities of the king while his city lay in ruins. "Has he been in there for long?" Baristan eventually asked. Jamie could smell the awkwardness in the air. But that was nothing compared to the smell inside Robert's chamber. "4 hours without end," Jamie admitted. Seeing the incredulous look of the Lord Commander, he further added, "There are a couple of whores inside his chambers. He has been taking turns at them with wine and steak powering his vivacity all day." He saw the way Baristan's face fell at his honest words. For a moment, he felt a pinch of sympathy for the old knight. He could understand someone like Baristan, who had taken the white cloak at such a young age to serve the old King Jaehaerys II, could not be thrilled to serve Robert the whoremonger or Robert the drunkard. Those were the names the king was getting famous by in the streets according to the Master of Whispers. Then again, the man served Aerys the Mad. Suffering Robert Baratheon's proclivities should be far easier. Jamie thought. His Grace needs to be informed of the small council meeting. Lord Arryn insists that he attend this meeting. Baristan said. His Grace cannot be disturbed. Those were his orders. Jamie parroted the same line the White Bull used to say to Prince Rhaegar whenever the Silver Prince made his attempts to intervene in Aerys' activities in the Queen's chambers. The crinkling eyes of Sir Baristan let Jamie know that the knight was reminded of those days. "Then I suppose I shall wait for his Grace," Baristan said, taking his stand by the door. "I suppose there is honor in becoming a mere messenger." Jamie could not help but quip. "Yes, there is. Those who stab their king when his back is turned might not see it," Baristan firmly retorted. "It seems age has not dulled your humor, Ser," said Jamie, a strained smile on his lips. "Then I fear for your wits, Sir Jamie, for you seem to be misinterpreting facts as humor," Sir Baristan said blandly. Jamie was about to retort back, but his ears picked up a distant rumble. "Did you hear that?" Jamie asked, looking at the Lord Commander. "Hear what?" Baristan frowned. "That!" Jamie exclaimed as the low rumbling began to become audible and even began to shake the painted glass window. "Another tremor?" Baristan asked worriedly. "We should inform His Grace." But before anything of the sort could be done, there was a tremendous explosion. The painted glass shattered, raining down shards of glass pieces, forcing Jamie to turn away and shield himself with his cloak and armor. His ears were ringing from the sound of the explosion, and he was left disoriented for a minute. When he finally regained his bearings, he saw Sir Baristan on the floor with blood coming out of his ears. Sir Baristan. Jamie rushed to the old knight's side and shook him awake. Sir, are you all right? The Lord Commander groaned but otherwise remained unresponsive. More tremors shook the Red Keep and it was then Jamie saw a green glow from the broken window. It was as if the air outside was glowing with a green hue. He dragged Sir Baristan to the side and helped him lean against the wall, after which he slowly approached the window. The sight he saw made him swear 1,000 curse words all against his own person. Vicenya's hill was set ablaze by wildfire, with long tongues of green fire reaching high enough to touch the clouds. And he could only curse and blame himself, for he had forgotten all about the caches of wildfire aeries planted beneath the great September of Baylor. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Jamie whispered over and over, taking in the city that was ablaze in green flames. It was to this scene Robert Baratheon walked in half naked with sheets wrapping around his body and 2 horse joined to his hip on either side. Hey. Sorry, ladies. It seemed I was not the cause of those tremors. XXXXXXXX. Olenna smiled, watching her granddaughter sleeping soundly by her side. The poor thing had dozed off after nursing her sore leg all afternoon. She didn't lack servants for that kind of work, but it gave her more satisfaction when she was pampered over by her young granddaughter. Marjorie also loved to take care of her, mostly for the stories she'd get to enjoy, but still, it was out of genuine affection. What more an old woman like her could ask for from her granddaughter? You have such a kind heart, my little Rose. Olenna mused, petting Marjorie's brown hair. But kind people get nothing in the 7 kingdoms. It was a lesson her granddaughter had yet to learn, but one Olenna would teach her soon. She'd have waited a few more years before imparting several lessons to her granddaughter, but certain circumstances have changed. The unprecedented rise of House Stark. All thanks to the 8 names-day-old Harrion Stark challenged the very notion of age in the Game of Thrones that the great houses of Westeros play. No other youngster had ever changed the game so much in such little time. She was almost giddy to meet this young man. Not that she needed to wait much longer. If the captain spoke true, their ship should be reaching Avalon by evening. It was hoped they'd reach the castle before sunset. She'd have avoided the trip, but it was now House Tyrell's turn to secure a Valyrian steel weapon of their own. Many of their vassals could boast of owning a Valyrian steel blade, and now House Tyrell will no longer be shamed as such for their lack of such an exquisite weapon. A Valyrian steel weapon was not valued for merely its superior quality of steel or its dominance on the battlefield. It was a symbol of wealth and legacy that made the owners stand apart from others. And now House Tyrell was about to own a Valyrian steel sword. Most importantly, they were even welcome to watch the forging of the blade, which was a rare event in itself. There was no way Olenna was going to slip such an opportunity to pass by. After all, who can claim they watched the forging of a new Valyrian steel sword with their own eyes? There are famed smiths of Qohor capable of recasting Valyrian steel, but they won't be showing anyone their methods. The fact that the Stark boy was not at all concerned showed profound ignorance or confidence. Either Harrion Stark was too stupid to give away his secrets, or he was confident that his methods could not be replicated. Either way, she was curious to see to which side the Stark boy leaned and see the process with her own eyes. Besides, there was the new castle of Avalon that Gorman was singing praises of upon his return to Highgarden. There were certainly some curious rumblings in the citadel after the Archmaesters returned from their journey to the north, and based on the overall gist she got from Gorman, they were very much impressed and stunned by this Harrion Stark. A sudden knocking on her door shook her out of the thoughts that kept her engaged. "Come in," she said. The door to her cabin swung open, and on the other side was her grandson, Willis. "Grandmother. We're nearing Avalon. Come, it is a sight to see," Willis said excitedly. The sound even awoke Marjorie from her slumber. "We are? Let's go watch the magical castle, Grandma." Marjorie squealed excitedly, all signs of sleep flew away, and a radiant smile asserted itself on her face. "Very well then. Do help this old woman, my dears." Together, they made their way to the bow of the ship, and the sight that greeted them was majestic. The evening sun illuminated the castle, which was surrounded by 12 tall towers jutting out high into the sky. The castle was carved out of white marble, but the tower roofs were painted dark brown. So, when looked upon from a distance, the castle looked like a giant cake with chocolate toppings on the towers. The castle was surrounded by a giant wall almost as high as the one in Highgarden. Encampments could be seen on the wall with many soldiers standing guard. There was even a giant glass dome surrounding a building that was shining under the sunlight. A colossal weirwood tree could be seen towering over the walls with its leaves looking blood-red under the evening sun, shielding many of the buildings under its shadow. It was quite a sight to see. "Well, Gorman was not wrong in saying the castle does not have a stone out of place," she mused aloud before turning on her grandson. "Have you noticed it yet, Willis? It's as if the whole castle is carved out of a single stone. Willis said in awe. Yes. I have only seen one castle in Westeros, and that is Dragonstone. Said Olenna, looking intently at her grandson whether he'd pick up the clue. Valyrian architecture. Willis turned to her with wonder in his eyes. Yes, said Olenna, happy that her grandson was not as slow as her son. It's so beautiful. Marjorie squealed with wide eyes, drinking in the beautiful castle that was sitting proudly atop a hill. That it is, my little Rose. That it is, she trailed off, staring at the majestic sight. It took them more than an hour to enter the castle, mostly because there were no port facilities for them to disembark safely. Their ship had to be anchored far away from the shore and use a rowboat to row their way to the shore. It was certainly going to be very difficult for the men accompanying in their escort ships to make land. Not that she was worried about some no-name soldiers of the Reach, but they needed to restock essentials for their return journey. There was a reason that 3 ships were escorting her and the children. The Ironborn may have surrendered and suffered heavy losses in their failed rebellion, but they were a stubborn lot. She wouldn't put it past those pirate scum to attack her ship on transit through the sea. They've kept as close to the shores as possible, but you never know. These waters had been treacherous for thousands of years and she didn't expect it to change just because the Ironborn was soundly defeated by Robert Baratheon. It's a shame that Loras never got to see this with us, said Willis as they made their way inside the castle's walls, walking in through the giant doors made of wood. He'll get his chance in the future. He could visit Garland and take a detour to Avalon, said Olenna before catching the wood used around the castle. It seems the foresters have generously supplied the Starks with their precious ironwood. However, all warmth and playfulness fled Olenna's eyes when she saw the man coming to greet their party. Lady Tyrell. Willis. Oberyn Martell greeted them. Prince Oberyn. I hope you are doing well, she said coldly. As well as one could hope. Oberyn said, smiling politely before eyeing Marjorie curiously. My sister, Marjorie. Willis introduced. Ah, of course. The littlest rose in the garden. Oberyn reached out to pet Marjorie's hair, but Olenna intervened by pulling her granddaughter behind her. I didn't know Princes of Dorne now served at the leisure of Starks. My, how the times have changed. As thorny as I remember. A grape who became a thorn in the gardens of Highgarden. You are a rare breed indeed, my lady. I've often said to my brother that you'd have thrived in Dorne, not that you are doing any less in the Reach, said Oberyn. As spectacular as this reunion is, I think it is appropriate for our guest to rest in the warmth of the castle and take bread and salt, my prince. Vayen Poole interjected before tempers flared, having known there were issues between the Red Viper and the Tyrells beforehand. Come, my love. Let Lady Tyrell and her grandchildren take the guest rights and rest. I'm sure you can catch up with our northern neighbors tomorrow, said Elaria, leading away Oberyn, who waved his goodbyes to Willis, who returned them despite Olenna's displeasure. I don't know how you can stand that man and his antics, Willis. He is the reason your leg is hurt. Olenna furiously whispered at her grandson. You were the one who taught me always to keep a calm mind. Besides, Prince Oberyn never meant to hurt me. Accidents happen in justs, as I'm sure you know. I'm rather thankful that I got off easy with my life intact. I know many knights who have broken their necks upon being unseated in a joust, said Willis. Now, come, grandmother. I'm sure we don't want to keep Lord Haryon Stark waiting. As they were escorted inside the castle, Olenna noticed the change of color. If the castle was white on the outside, it was pitch black on the inside except for the strange squiggly lines that oozed a pale yellow glow. The castle was also well defended by a second wall which was connected by a bridge to the outer wall. There was a 40 feet depth from the bridge and the ground and some 100 feet distance between the 2 walls. Strangely enough, she saw some apple trees in between the walls. Once they crossed inside the inner wall, she saw the many keeps that sprawled out over the large circular area guarded by 6 tall towers. The ground was paved with black stone as far as she could see. Small streams of water and water fountains could be seen almost everywhere. There was even a statue of a colossal wolf with water pouring out of its maw and getting collected in what appeared to be a pool. Is that hot water? Willis goggled at the pool. Olenna was also taken aback as her eyes finally noticed the steam coming from the pool. Yes. Lord Haryon made it so that the small folk get easy access to clean hot water for their daily use. Pipes are laid out from the sides of the pool, delivering warm water to the different households and settlements outside and inside the castle walls, said Vayen Poole. Where does this water come from? Olenna asked, finding it a bit difficult to understand the depth of facilities she was seeing in a newly built castle like Avalon. Frankly speaking, my lady, I have no clue. Lord Haryon is blessed by the gods with many gifts. He commands the water to flow as he wishes, and it just happens. Olenna stared at the man incomprehensibly before shaking her head. The more I learn, the less everything makes sense, she thought, following behind the steward to a larger keep with statues of 2 snarling wolves carved on the door. This is the great keep where Lord Haryon holds court and welcomes his guests. Please be welcome to Avalon. As the doors swung open, Alina's breath hitched at the sight of her. It was a giant hall paved with smooth, spotless white marble. There were seats made of the same white marble with red coloring, lining on the two sides of the hall all the way to the other end of the hall, where a throne of black and gold stood proudly on a raised dais. On a closer look, she realized her mistake. The throne was made of black marble and the gold and yellow color was the cushion. This was the same for the white marble seats that lined the hall on either side. The red color she was seeing was the cushions, and based on a cursory look, it was made of the finest silks. She also took note of the giant golden banners with a snarling black wolf hanging from the many flagpoles inside the hall. "Grandmother!" Marjorie whispered. "Yes, my dear. Look up there." Alina frowned at her granddaughter, who was pointing straight up. When she looked up, her eyes widened as she saw what appeared to be 10 giant spherical balls aligning themselves around what appeared to be a bright ball of golden light captured inside a glass sphere. Further back on the ceiling, there were little spots of white light twinkling away on a black background akin to a clear starry night sky. "Welcome to my humble home," said a voice that echoed throughout the hall. Alina found the source of the sound to be a boy dressed in a blue doublet and black breeches. Undoubtedly, it was the Stark boy as she identified his black hair and stormy grey eyes even from this distance. "Even though I've only heard about you all from Garland, I can easily identify all of you thanks to his descriptive skills. On behalf of House Stark of Avalon, I welcome you into my halls as my honored guests." "So, this is Harrion Stark," Alina thought, eyeing the steady eyes and firm posture of the boy standing before her. "This one has the looks of a wolf." Chapter 55, The Queen of Thorns P2. Chapter text. Alina still found it difficult to digest most of what she had seen in Avalon, even after her week-long stay in the castle. The castle was supposedly built using magic in a single day, and by the looks of it, some Valyrian sorcery was used, seeing as the castle resembles Valyrian architecture. Many of the rooms and halls inside the castle were far larger inside and looked smaller on the outside. The only explanation she received for this strange phenomenon was magic. As if that one word made all sense in the world. If anything, the sheer scale of magic she witnessed challenged the very notion that Harrion Stark was a normal child. She was sure the boy was a demon in disguise, or the gods themselves had come down from the heavens in the flesh. She didn't see any other way that could explain away all the magical nuances she had seen so far in Avalon. Even the fanciful tales of Garth Gardner or other first men kings of the Age of Heroes could hold a candle to the versatile magic on full display in Avalon. Everywhere she looked, she could find a fountain spraying water high into the air in intricate designs. The small folk were free to take the water and use it for their daily needs. There was even warm water made available to the small folk in public fountains that could be found across the settlements that had sprung up surrounding the castle, free of charge. There was no doubt in her mind that the small folk of Sea Dragon Point were living a life of luxury that most knights or lords in the south could not afford, all thanks to magic. It was not just the numerous fountains that took her by surprise. There were public bathhouses scattered across the land maintained and operated under the oversight of House Stark of Avalon. Farmlands were given on leases for long periods of time with the option of buying them out from the Starks at a reasonable price. That was an unprecedented move, as far as she was aware. Yes, lords tended to give land leases to merchants, but allowing them ownership of farmlands was never done in most parts of Westeros. Inns and taverns were granted that privilege but never farmlands. Giving ownership of farmlands to the small folk was something unthinkable to someone from the Reach. It was akin to the Lannisters selling off their mines to some commoner. Or the Foresters giving portions of their ironwood forests to the small folk. It just was not done. The most that could happen was giving land grants to minor lords or knights. The North might lack knights, but they have no shortage of petty lords. Instead, the Stark boy was forming guilds comprised of small folk, and the odd thing was no one was trying to put a stop to it. It was as if all the adults in this castle had collectively lost any sense in them. Only large cities or old settlements housed guilds, and even they were just powerless entities working under the whims of the lords of Westeros. While she marveled at the stupidity of the Starks and those who advised them, she was also grateful to the Stark boy. "How are you feeling, Willis?" she asked eagerly. "Like I can run all the way to Highgarden." Willis said, his awe clearly visible as he walked, twisted and twirled on his 2 feet without any impediments. His crippled leg was now hale and hearty. "Well, I certainly hope you don't make any such attempts, young man," said Archmaester Marwyn, who entered the healing ward unannounced, startling Olena and Willis. "You'll not strain your leg for the next 7 months, and you'll strictly follow the instructions of Lord Harrion. You'll apply this oil on the 7th day of each month without fail." "What is it?" Olena looked at the 7 glass bottles filled to the brim with a yellow viscous fluid. "An oil extracted from grape seeds teeming with magic blessed under the light of a full moon. While Lord Harrion's magic has no doubt yielded promising results, he recommends that you apply the oil as instructed in this chart to ensure there are no unforeseen complications," said Marwyn, handing over the bottles and a lengthy parchment with instructions. Willis nodded in understanding and began reading through the instructions on the parchment. Olena, on the other hand, was looking at the bottled oil or, more specifically, the fancy glass bottle that was housing the magical oil. No doubt it's the glass made by the glass makers of Avalon, she thought. The snarling wolf head on the outer periphery of the bottle all but screamed the origins of the glass. This was no Myrish glass, and that alone was enough to shake her up about what was in store in the future. The sheer wealth that the Starks could generate if they managed to provide stiff competition to the Myrish glass makers was enormous. The North was also in a comfortable location to supply their glass to the Seven Kingdoms. The only hindrance she could see came from the Ironborn that could pose issues in sea trade. But that minor issue could be resolved if the Starks raised a fleet to protect their interests. The works in progress along the shoreline she saw while entering the castle let her know that the Starks were thinking along those same lines. Perhaps I should have a word with Pakester. No doubt he could offer his help to the Starks, and that should be a nice gesture for healing Willis. It could also be useful to have a stake in the glass trade. Olenna thought. I shall express my sincerest gratitude to Lord Harrion. When do you think he will return from his sky voyage? Willis asked the Archmaester, who just shrugged his shoulders. Olenna was sure she'd never forget the sight of a giant but strange-looking wooden construct taking to the skies with the ease of a raven. She had, of course, heard the tales of the infamous airship that supposedly sails the clouds faster than a dragon. However, seeing the gigantic airship with her own eyes was entirely another experience. Her only regret was that she didn't get to sail inside the airship among the clouds. The sheer power and awe she felt when she saw the airship and the Stark boys' magic in action made her quite satisfied with the fact that she had the presence of mind to send Garland to Winterfell. It was now more than clear to her that the coming century would not be known for the rise of House Baratheon or House Lannister but of House Stark. She could see it clearly now. The Lannisters were going to exhaust their resources, and Tywin's brand of greed would seek to devour the crowned stag and sink his claws firmly into the Iron Throne. That mad daughter of his would piss off more and more of Robert Baratheon's allies. Jon Arryn can only shield the Iron Throne so far from Cersei Lannister's stupidity or Tywin Lannister's greed. This wouldn't have been a problem if not for the total apathy and disinterest Robert Baratheon was showing in ruling the Seven Kingdoms. The stag was quite content to spend his royal days fucking and drinking from the first light to the hour of the wolf. Without Jon Arryn and Tywin Lannister, House Baratheon was bound to fail in holding the Iron Throne. The Martells were waiting patiently for the right opportunity to strike, and if history had proven anything, it was never to underestimate the resilience of the Dornishmen. In addition, there was the Targaryen prince and princess to consider. If those dragon hatchlings were even half as competent as their famed ancestors, they'd end up fighting it out with the Baratheons and Lannisters for the Iron Throne. Considering all this, the royal court was not exactly the place for the Tyrells to play their games. King's Landing was far too dangerous for a Tyrell these days. Even if they were to try their luck in planting new roots in the capital, they'd be ill-received by almost everyone. The Reach houses had been shunned from the royal court on account of being loyalists, except for House Florent. In such a situation, the Starks were looking for a stable political entity to get close to, considering their closer ties with King Robert and Jon Arryn. There were also other reasons she was personally interested in pursuing closer ties with the Starks. Should the Baratheons, Lannisters, and Targaryens muck things up in King's Landing, the Starks were also a viable replacement to ascend the Iron Throne. It was probably not going to happen, but the Starks do have a blood right on the Iron Throne, according to some sources from the Citadel. The current Stark bloodline can trace their ancestry to Jacaerys Targaryen, the eldest son of Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen. There were conflicting records in the Citadel about the alleged marriage between Sarah Snow and Jacaerys Targaryen. The Starks themselves had never publicized their blood ties to the realm's delight. Perhaps, some of those records she found in the Citadel were wrong, as many maesters like Gildane and Munkin claim. I do not know when Lord Harrion might return, but a raven came from Winterfell. It seems Lord Tyrell has arrived at the castle with his escort. I suspect Lord Tyrell will make his way to Avalon after a brief stay in Winterfell, said Marwyn. Truly? Will Lord Stark accompany my son? Olenna asked, a calculating look on her face. Frankly speaking, I do not know. But it is more than possible that Lord Stark might visit under the unfortunate events of the capital. What unfortunate events? Olenna asked, sitting up straight with her interest peaked. As the maester regaled the tale and scope of destruction that struck King's Landing, she was partly horrified and elated in equal measure. Though unfortunate for the capital city's inhabitants, every piece of silver the Lannisters and Baratheons lose diminished their power, giving House Tyrell a distinct advantage. Undoubtedly, the capital might require grain and other essential supplies, all of which the Reach could provide. Might I trouble you for a raven, Maester Marwyn? I need to make arrangements in Highgarden if your words are true. XXXX. Quite bold of the Valyrians. Harry muttered, feeling out the Valyrian glass candles with the aid of a plethora of sensory charms. He was alone in the chamber that houses the glass candle in Dragonstone. Lady Sulis was all too happy to provide him with the necessary time and facilities to study the glass candles at his leisure. But his presence at Dragonstone has another intention. When word reached him about what transpired in King's Landing, he was immediately ticked off. He suspected there was more to the random quakes and tsunami that had devastated the capital city, and he wanted to confirm his doubts by paying a visit to the Dragonmont. The sudden resurgence in magic, Spring's warning about the old gods rising from slumber, and the sudden destruction of the Great September of Baylor were not random events. At least, he liked to think that way. That was why he had rushed to Dragonstone under the cover of studying the glass candles. After ensuring the doors were locked, he channeled his magic into the glass candles and waited patiently. One after the other, each of the candles lit up, and suddenly he felt like he was being swept off his feet. He felt weightless and was drifting freely in the air. It worked. Harry was suitably impressed with the ease at which the glass candles were functioning. All he had to do was pump a sliver of magic into the glass candles and channel his intent, thereby directing the astral projection toward his intended target. The only piece of astral projection Harry has ever known to work efficiently was the modified Patronus charm. There were some other magical artifacts capable of replicating a form of astral projection. Still, such knowledge was either lost in time or collected dust in a dusty old library of a pure-blood family. The Valyrians seemed to have mastered blood magic and soul magic to some great extent. No doubt having millions of slaves to experiment for thousands of years helped. Harry thought. Even partially separated from his physical body, he could feel certain sensations, like the wind rushing around him as his astral form approached the Dragonmont. The only problem, however, was that he could not feel his usual magical power in this astral form. There was some form of energy at his beck and call, but it was not something he was familiar with. It almost felt like a thin film of water covering his astral body from head to toe. Exactly what it does or how he was supposed to use it remains to be seen. As the Dragonmont came into view, he urged to go through the first tunnel he saw, and his astral body directed itself accordingly. It was as if he was flying a broom. According to Marwyn, the glass candles worked on the desires of the user's heart. Marwyn had found him by wishing with all his heart to find the source of resurgent magic. Therefore, Harry chose to replicate the method. I want to see the lair of the old gods. The astral form picked up speed and began traversing through the tunnels at a pace that made it difficult for Harry to follow. He abruptly came to a stop, however, as a white wall of energy suddenly sprang up out of nowhere on his path. Stop! Who are you? The voice was distorted with several echoes, making it challenging to discern any emotion or the source's gender. However, Harry found it quite fascinating because the white wall of energy was pulsating every time the echoes came out. Another form of astral projection, he wondered. My name is Harry Stark of Winterfell, he said. Stark? Winterfell? Yes. I'm a friend of the Children of Forest. The white wall of light pulsed brightly before coalescing into a sphere of dense energy. Why are you here? Harry got a distinct impression that the voice wasn't thrilled to have this conversation. I seek an audience with the old gods, said Harry, testing the waters. If the voice was coming from the old gods, then it made his work that much easier. The white sphere pulsed once before dimming down. For what purpose have you come, Harry Stark? Am I to assume I'm speaking with the old gods? You. The voice trailed off as it began flickering with a pale blue hue. We shall speak again, Harry Stark. For now, return to your home, and the next time, do not dare to use this unnatural magic to desecrate this place. With the ominous warning delivered, the sphere broke apart into specks of light, and Harry found himself falling on his back in the chamber before the glass candles. Well, that was a giant waste of time. Harry muttered before picking himself up from the floor. XXXX. Eddard was in awe of the castle his son had magicked out of the hillside facing the sunset sea. It was a magnificent castle modeled out of Winterfell but with certain distinct touches from his son. Many of the keeps were modeled after Winterfell's Great Keep. He was sure because he could see many of the keeps taking after a similar design and the adjoining bridge that connects them to the armory, glass gardens, and library. He noted there were a lot of stone bridges and fountains. All of that was protected by a series of giant towers and 2 layers of walls with ironwood doors guarded by Stark men. Vayenpool has done a splendid job in such a short time. Eddard thought, observing the positioning and patrolling parties of guards all around the castle. There are a lot of guards, but there is room for more. He made a mental note to bring up the matter with Vayenpool. It would be costly to have more men armed and trained, but they could afford it now. Besides, with everything that was going on in the capital, he got the feeling more men trained in arms were only going to be an asset in the future. I've been meaning to meet the man who laid low the sword of the morning. Eddard eyed the older woman, whom the eldest Tyrell boy escorted. Is that why Lord Mace sent Garland to Winterfell? Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, my lady. Sir Arthur Dane could best me any day in a straight fight. And yet he fell before your sword, my lord, said Willis Tyrell. I had help, said Eddard, remembering his trusted and loyal friends who lost their lives all for nothing in the end. No matter the sacrifices and blood spilled, Lyanna was still lost to him, just like his father and elder brother. So did Sir Arthur from 2 of the finest knights of the 7 kingdoms, said Olenna. True. But I doubt this is why you have sought me out, my lady. No, It's not Lord Stark. We owe a debt to your son that cannot be easily repaid. An injury in a tourney had crippled my grandson, thanks to the Red Viper. All the maesters of the citadel and healers of good renown from distant lands have tried their best to heal his leg to no success. Yet your son fixed up Willis within a day without asking anything in return. My son has been blessed with gifts beyond my understanding, thanks to the gods. I'm happy young Willis has recovered from his injury, said Eddard. And that brings me to the matter at hand, Lord Stark. I'm sure you've wondered why the High Septon woke up one morning and declared your son a heretic. Now that got his undivided attention. He had sent Raven after Raven asking Jonaran, but the man had been evasive in all the replies. The only meaningful response he got from the hand of the king was that the situation was being handled, and the old falcon did keep his word in the end. The High Septon rescinded the declaration against his son, and he had let the matter drop for now. Besides, Jonaran had promised him to fill in the details at a later date. They were even planning to meet at the Eyrie, but the disaster that struck the capital city ruined those plans. Lady Olena's eyes suddenly gained a gleam, and Eddard realized belatedly that he was not successful in shielding his interest in the matter. The word in the starry September is that our esteemed queen paid a lengthy visit to the High Septon with many gifts, and when she walked out of his office, the High Septon was quite adamant about speaking against your son. Queen Cersei? Why? Eddard asked, utterly baffled by the notion that his friend's wife was behind the High Septon's edict that gave him many sleepless nights. He frowned at the older Tyrell, doubting the woman's words. Frankly, I've no idea, Lord Stark. Be careful, my lord. For some asinine reason, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms seems to hold a grudge against your family, said Olena. He wanted to ask more, but a vast shadow suddenly engulfed the castle, and for the first time, he saw the new airship his son had made hovering above the castle. He could only stare in awe despite knowing that he ought not to be surprised by Harrion's abilities. His only consolation was he was not the only person constantly in awe of Harrion. His son was a walking, talking bundle of wonder and mystery. He doubted anyone could understand Harrion entirely. Chapter 56, Sharpthorn. Chapter text. Mace Tyrell was a happy man these days. There were no wars he had to worry about, and most importantly, he was far away from all the politicking of the Reach. He never realized how much time he spent worrying over detail after detail while acting as the Lord of Highgarden until he visited the north. There was no need to plaster a smile on his face from sunrise to sunset while in the north. Unlike the Reach, the people here never cared for small offenses. But most importantly, his mother's watchful eyes were taken off his back. Instead, his lady mother was busy pursuing the Dornish party or the Starks. In the Reach, he'd have never been able to enjoy a moment of peace because he was constantly looking over his shoulder. He knew the judgmental eyes of his mother, the knights, the lords, and even those god-forsaken servants were on him when he was not looking. He knew they were watching him like hawks, just as they did to his poor father. His mother consistently articulated and implied that his father was a simple-minded man who threw away his life in pursuit of simpler things. Mace never believed such slander against his father. His father, Luther Tyrell, was a kind man and a loving father. But now that he was far away from the Reach, he felt as if he was free to do as he pleased, which was a pleasant feeling. For once, he was bereft of most responsibilities and could enjoy his time to the fullest with his family. There were ample reasons to be merry as his eldest son Willis was no longer a cripple, being a prominent one. He felt guilty about the injury his eldest son suffered in the tilts. He blamed the accursed Dornish prince and wished the Red Viper would suffer great torments in the Seven Hells, but he knew he was just as guilty. It was his obsession to see his sons as great warriors and not suffer the same stigma he and his poor father had suffered that pushed him to prod Willis far early into tourneys. Poor Willis had suffered for his obsession, and Mace had never felt so guiltier at that moment. But now his son was healthy as a horse, which was a cause for celebration. Not to mention, House Tyrell would finally own a Valyrian steel sword. No longer will any Tyrell look diminished before their vassals in the Reach. 1,000 years from now, his descendants would learn they came to possess a Valyria steel sword because of Lord Mace Tyrell, he thought giddily. His son was hale, and he was getting a priceless sword that could only increase the prestige of his family. He was over the moon with happiness. His only regret was his father was not here to see this wonderful moment. He knew his father would have been pleased to be a part of this moment. Here it is, Lord Tyrell. A Valyrian steel sword, as you requested. Mace blinked owlishly at the sword that was presented to him by the young gifted smith of House Stark. The sword was in a green sheath, and he was tempted to unravel it before the watchful eyes of everyone in the castle. But he could feel those judging eyes of his mother, and all his confidence melted away. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand, and predictably it came wet. Willis. Come here, my son, he called for his eldest. Father, you should take the sword. The seven have truly blessed me with a kind and dutiful son. No doubt, all the credit goes to my Aelry, he thought. No, son. I'm but an old man. I might be the Lord of Highgarden for now, but you will carry on my name and blood. You should take the sword as is the right of the future Lord Tyrell. This is my wish. Mace said, gently pushing his son towards the sword. He watched on proudly as Willis unsheathed the sword made by Harrion Stark. It was every bit as beautiful as he had dreamed while journeying to the north after winning the bid in Bravus. The sword was made of gleaming silver that looked like it was constituted by moonlight. Lines and ripples marred the steel surface of the sword except for a tiny part near the handle where a golden rose could be seen brightly shining. He had never seen anything so beautiful in his entire life except for his children. Nothing could triumph over his brave Willis, chubby Garland, vibrant Loras, and beautiful Marjorie in his eyes. Not even this Valyrian sword he was about to spend a fortune to obtain. Seeing the sword with his own eyes, he was willing to set aside the worry of paying up more than 3 million gold dragons to the Iron Bank. The prestige of owning something so expensive would no doubt triumph over the fact that he just committed a significant amount of wealth of Highgarden on a single sword. With the kind of gold he spent on the sword, he could have hired all the mercenary companies of Essos twice over. Lord Tyrell. If you would name the sword. A sword like this should not be left without a name for long, said Harrion Stark. Lord Harrion speaks true. Name the sword, father, said Willis, an excited gleam in his eyes. Mace was suddenly taken aback as he became the focus of many pairs of eyes. His only consolation was that it was not those same judgmental eyes he often saw in the Reach comparing him to his father. Not that he was embarrassed about his father, but thanks to his mother, his poor father had a reputation for being simple-minded. Me? Maybe it is better if you... No, father. You made it possible for House Tyrell to possess a Valyrian steel sword. You should be the one to name it. Willis said firmly. Well, Mace sneaked a peek at his mother, who looked on neutrally, which made him sweat a little. How about Sharpthorn? He asked, sweating a little under the judging eyes of his lady mother. Well, I suppose it is a good name as any, I suppose. Olena said, rolling her eyes. Mace gulped down some much-needed air, thanking the seven in his mind for their blessing. His mother certainly didn't compliment him, but he'd take that over her sharp insults any time of the day. At least, the happy grin on Willis' face and the merry look on Marjorie's and Garland's was enough to settle him for the day. House Tyrell was now the proud owner of a Valyrian steel sword, even though they would pay several shiploads of gold in return. 7 bless them all. XXXX. It seems the Tyrells have departed on happier terms. They've even offered the aid of House Redwyne and Hightower if we so wish in developing a port and a fleet in Avalon, said Harry, once he was safely inside his solar in his father's company and Archmaester Marwyn. I know, said Eddard, nodding slowly but not making his opinion on the matter known. What do you make of it? You're asking me? Harry asked incredulously. Maester Luwin thinks you are far smarter for your own age. Why do you think I've let you run Avalon without much interference in the first place? I don't run Avalon. Most of the stuff is done by Lord Poole. Harry shrugged. I doubt that is the case, Harrion. Eddard said doubtfully. Anyway, this is not something that I should decide on my own. It is one thing to depend on the Lords of the North, but it is quite another to involve the great houses of the Reach in our internal matters, said Harry. Yet you're quite comfortable with having the Martells in your castle despite my wishes otherwise. You went behind my back and used your mother to get what you want without paying heed to my reservations about the Martells. I like Oberyn. He is more honest than you might think. Harry defended. It is not about honesty, son. Dornismen have no sense of honor. Their words are wind, said Eddard, feeling tired that he was coming back to the same argument all over again. Nonetheless, you've managed to hold on to the Red Viper as per your wish. There is no point in revisiting this argument. While I'd advise caution against any aid from the Hightowers or the Redwynes, it has to be said they do have resources that can speed up the construction of the fleet, said Marwyn. Harry looked curiously at the Archmaester. I'm sure House Manderley's and House Glover's aid is crucial, but we could use the shipyards of Redwynes and Hightowers to construct our fleet. After their construction, they could set sail to our port once the port is finished. I'd have suggested the same with Bravus, but those ships will have to sail around Dorne, which brings them close to the pirates of Stepstones. Marwyn explained. An excellent idea, Maester Marwyn. I was thinking the same. The Redwynes have the largest fleet in West Eros. They have built ships from the time of the Gardener Kings. They have the resources and the ability to build us ships, and we have the gold to pay them, said Eddard. Harry thought about it, but it did not sit well with him. I was rather hoping the ships could be built in the north. It'll take time, but our people will get all the jobs, and more people will get skilled in shipbuilding, which should be an advantage in the future. We could do that but also leave some of the ships to be built in other shipyards. Eddard voiced his opinion. Harry frowned at his father, who was a staunch isolationist but was now behaving far differently. There is something else causing you to pitch cooperation with southern houses. If you don't mind, I'd like to know the reason, said Harry, leaning forward in his seat. We need allies. You said so yourself that the cold winds are rising beyond the wall. We'll be better off establishing good trade ties with the southern kingdoms to brave the storm. Harry looked searchingly at his father, but the man was very good at holding his composure. That doesn't mean he didn't detect his father was hiding something. Something must have spooked the Lord of Winterfell to deepen trade relations with the Reach of all places. After all, there were other houses in the south along the shores of the summer sea capable of building ships. In the end, he just shrugged and accepted the suggestion to outsource some of the shipbuilding to the Redwynes or the Hightowers. It was not as if he would stand in the way of his father's wish, especially when he was allowed to run Avalon to his liking to a certain extent. Probably it has something to do with what happened at the capital. Harry thought before he put that issue out of his mind. There were better things to worry about, like establishing trade routes for his Avalon-made glass. There were going to be 2 lines of glass products that he was hoping to release into the markets of the North and Bravus. One was the high-end quality product that would compete with Myrish glass. Then there was the less expensive product line he hoped to get some traction in the North before slowly expanding into the Vale and Riverlands. No doubt, it was going to be some busy months ahead. XXXX. I should take your head for this, you blonde-haired potato head. Go, leave these chambers before I decide to crush your skull under God's grief. Robert roared. Stannis sat back and watched Jaime Lannister leave the small council chambers red-faced. He had always thought the Lannister knight was an oath-breaker and a charlatan. Now, he knew better. The man was an idiot before anything else. Your Grace, perhaps it was unwise to blame Sir Jaime, Grand Maester Pycelle started but was immediately shut down by the angry monarch. Shut your trap, you wrinkly old buffoon. That fool knew there were tons of pots full of wildfire beneath major buildings of this city. For the 7 hells, there are wildfire pots beneath this funking castle right this moment. Robert slammed his hand on the table, making everyone flinch. To this day, that idiot refused to say a word of what the Mad King had planned. Who else should be blamed for what has happened? Your Grace, Sir Jaime is not the only one in this council who has served the Mad King. Surely, the Master of Whispers should share some blame, said Peter Baelish, a selfing smile on the man's face. Stannis didn't know why, but the Valaman rubbed him the wrong way. Nonetheless, the Master of Coin raised a fair point. Varys also served the Mad King as Master of Whispers before the SSC man came to serve in Robert's small council. Your Grace, the Mad King was a paranoid man. He plotted and planned in his mad mind, and as talented as I am, even I'm appalled to know of this wildfire plot. If there was but a whisper of this plot, I'd have informed Lord Eddard the moment the Lord of Winterfell marched the army loyal to his grace into the city. Varys simpered. Stannis felt like gritting his teeth at the obvious ploy of the eunuch. All the man had to do was throw in the Stark name and distract Robert from the real issue. Ah, yes. Eddard. That quiet wolf had warned me to throw that Lannister cunt into the black cells and wring the truth of his actions. I should have listened to the man then. Robert growled to himself. But that doesn't excuse you, Lord Varys. You were the Master of Whispers. I find it hard to believe the Mad King moved caches of wildfire across the city while you remained blind to these movements. Stannis pitched in once again, placing the attention on Varys, making the bald eunuch's smile weaken a little. The Mad King charged me with watching his enemies, Lord Stannis. If I were to violate his orders and spy on those men working under the orders of the Mad King, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be sitting here with you in this council. Varys said blandly. Rather, I'd be a pile of ash at the foot of the Iron Throne when Lord Stark came to the city's rescue. And I suspect everyone in the council will remember Lord Tywin's army was cutting a bloody swath through the city. I'm afraid I was busy trying to stay alive rather than sniffing out the new mad plans of the Mad King. Stannis gritted his teeth but chose not to point out the eunuch's cowardice. It'd be a useless gesture as he could already see the rest of the council happily swallowing the garbage Varys was throwing around. He strongly suspected the Master of Whispers knew more than he let on. Unfortunately, he had no proof other than vague accusations that the eunuch could easily slip away with his silver tongue. The blatant smug smile on Varys' face, on the other hand, was something he could not bear to see. It spoke volumes of how decadent this small council was turning into and how irresponsible Robert was in leaving traitors and charlatans free rein in the halls of power. His elder brother might be a skilled warrior, but it was wasted on him thanks to a dull mind which allowed unscrupulous characters to take advantage. The alchemists must be questioned, Your Grace. They should know more about this wildfire plot than they let on. Grand Maester Pycelle suggested, rubbing his white beard as if it took some deep thought to come up with that suggestion. Where are we with that, John? Robert asked, happily draining a glass full of wine the servant poured into his cup. Unfortunately, nowhere, Your Grace. We lost our Master of Laws in the fall of the Great September of Baelor and lost the captain of the city watch when the wildfire took the rest. We are unfortunately severely undermanned with the city tumbling into anarchy. We lost a good portion of the city watch and guards when the wildfire ignited as they were helping move the debris. Jon Arryn sagged into himself tiredly. It'll take us a lot of time to build back the city watch and properly assert ourselves in the city, much less worry about the alchemists. Perhaps it'd be prudent to ask for aid from the Crownland houses and bolster the city watch with their men. Baelish suggested. I have already sent ravens and riders out with that request. We'll soon know how they respond, said Jonaran, nodding at his fellow Valaman. I'll bring forth the garrison of Dragonstone to aid the city. Stannis offered, which was received gratefully by the hand. However, there is another important matter. His Grace and his family cannot stay in the Red Keep or the city for that matter. Wah! What are you talking about, brother? Robert looked at him with his reddening eyes, thanks to the massive amount of wine swirling in the man's belly. The city is not safe. You heard it from Jaime Lannister himself. The Mad King hid caches of wildfire all around the city underneath the guild halls, the Red Keep, and who knows where else. The September of Baelor has decimated many people, and who knows what will happen if the other caches of wildfire explode beneath our feet tonight or tomorrow. We need to move the royal family far away from the city and remove the wildfire caches safely, said Stannis. Are you out of your mind? I'll not be running away from. Lord Stannis speaks true, your grace. Jonaran interrupted with a pointed look at Robert. This is not an enemy you can battle away with your hammer, your grace. We need to think of your safety and the royal family first. Perhaps, his grace can move the court to his ancestral seat of Storm's End or Dragonstone. Sir Barristan spoke up, surprising everyone. The old knight had been far too silent since Jaime Lannister's testimony. It'll be better if his grace holds court in the Stormlands. It'll be prudent for the royal family to be surrounded by loyal lords, and no one is more loyal than the Storm Lords, said Jonaran, his eyes quickly falling on Stannis briefly before slipping away. Stannis knew at that moment Jonaran didn't want anyone to focus on what was happening in Dragonstone. He didn't particularly care either way. The old gods decided it was his time to bring the storm as his ancestors did. All those who follow the path of injustice will get their due, and only the righteous shall survive the coming storm. The voice of the old gods had spoken, and it was his duty to see it done, for the gods had shown him what awaited them all. So, when the small council dispersed and all the attention was on the travel plans of the royal family, he quietly withdrew into his quarters. There among his baggage was a small sapling that the old gods gave him. He took the sapling with him, neatly ticked it inside his sleeve, and made his way to the godswood of the Red Keep. It only took him a few minutes to plant the sapling in the godswood. Like all godswoods in the south, the Red Keep lacked a heart tree as the Andals had cut it down ages ago. Soon, that'll no longer be the case. The old gods will rise, and with them, I shall rise to great heights. Stannis thought, his eyes lingering on the Red Keep, and saw the Iron Throne in his mind's eye with him sitting on it with a crown of weirwood on his brow. Soon. Stannis smirked before taking his leave. Chapter 57, A Little Brother. Chapter text. Pen or Old Pen, as his friends called him, had been a farmer all his life. His pa was a farmer, and his old grandpa was a farmer, and so were others. He came from a long family of farmers, and therefore he became one too. He and his ancestors had ploughed the fields of Starks for as long as he could remember. The nature of their craft was such Pen and his family had to move around from field to field according to the weather. When the snow starts their first fall, he'd pack up his family from their small hut north of Winterfell and move into Wintertown. The southern fields were much warmer and, therefore, more resilient for crops. The snowing also comes slower compared to the northern fields for some reason. Now, things have changed in Winterfell. Summer snows should have covered the northern fields of Winterfell, but Lord Harrion's blessing warmed the lands, and not a pint of snow could be seen anywhere. The fields were also teeming with harvest just weeks after planting new crops. It took many farmers like him a lot of time to adjust. There was even fear that the faster harvests would be wasted as the crops needed to be sold or stored safely. Again, the Green Hand's gifts allowed them to store the harvest indefinitely without damage. Some called the second son of Lord Stark the second coming of the builder. It was rumored the old gods blessed the lad and even managed to raise castles and towers out of his magic. But farmers like Pen called the lad the Green Hand for turning their fields with flourishing crops and somehow storing the produce without spoiling. Old Pen had no idea how those warehouses in Winterfell kept the crops fresh and usable for a long time other than it had something to do with magic. He didn't care for it either, so long as he got paid what he was owed by the Starks. Hey, Pen. Where are you going this early in the morn? It was none other than Slan and his ilk making Pen scowl. For as long as Pen knew, Slan and his family worked on a nearby field, and their families have always been rivals. He didn't know the reason, but his pa never liked Slan's pa, and the rivalry was something he inherited. To make matters worse, they were even neighbors, which made for awkward confrontations from time to time. I've got better things to do, Slan. What do you want, hey? He said gruffly to his bald rival. I don't see your sons with ye, Pen. Still no word from them. Whatever should have happened to them, I wonder. Pen gritted his teeth and continued walking to the field, hiding the worry he had for his sons. 2 of his eldest sons had gone west to the new castle of the Green Hand following the promises of new job opportunities. It was a perilous journey, passing through the Wolf's Wood all the way to Sea Dragon Point, where men had not dared to settle for centuries. It had been well over 7 months since he had seen or heard anything from his 2 sons. He was concerned, as were his wife and younger daughter. If the Starks hadn't started distributing the steel plows, he would have never allowed his sons to abandon the fields. The steel plow made his work easier as the hard soil of the field stood no chance against the steel tip. With the new plow, he could till the fields faster and easier compared to the wooden plow he had used in the past. "You don't need to worry about me sons, Slin. They're me blood and were born in a proper winter. They're not like your summer snow pups hanging around ye." Pen growled. "Ya speak arrogantly, Pen. I'll soon see ya break your back in the fields, ya old fucker. Those winter pups are most likely dead, or they've abandoned your old mug." Slin smirked vindicatively. "Sod off." Pen snarled before continuing his walk toward the field amidst the jeering of Slin and his sons. Pen worked all day, refusing to even go for his noon break. His worries and prayers for his sons fueled him better than bread ever could, and that made him work all the harder. Despite putting up a brave front, he worried rightly for his 2 sons. "If something bad happened to my pups," Pen worriedly thought. He could not bear such a thought. He had to believe his sons were safe and would return one day. He was growing old, and he could work for only so long. He could not bear to think of asking his daughter to work the fields with him. No daughter should take up such work while her brothers and father are breathing. Pen thought resolutely. It was evening when he decided to finish his work on the field and leave for his home. He was sweaty and filled with filth from head to toe. Had the signs of a good day's work. Pen mused, carrying his plow. Just as he walked a few paces, he saw his daughter running towards him with an excited face. "Pa! Terence and Yoren," they came back, his daughter excitedly yelled. The relief he felt when he heard those words from his daughter's mouth was indescribable. It was as if a weight was lifted off his old heart. Thank the old gods. Pen muttered a silent prayer in relief. He didn't care whether his boys were returning empty-handed or not. At least, they returned before the snow set in, disrupting his work. His sons could now help him till the field. There was silver to be made while the fields were teeming with the Greenhand's blessing. But when he finally reached his hut, he was surprised to see an ox nearby with his sons. "Pa, we bought the ox from Wintertown. Ya won't have to work too hard with this one ready to plow the fields," said Yoren. But how?" Pen spluttered, looking on in disbelief that his sons managed to buy an ox, a hunky one that looked like it could plow the fields 100 times without breaking a sweat. Oxen was expensive, costing some gold dragons, and he could not afford it unless he had his family go hungry for months and save up the silver. "We got a job as glassmakers in Avalon," PA said Terence, making Pen blink in surprise. "If we save enough gold in the coming months, we think we might be able to buy a piece of land close to the castle." "Glassmakers? My son's buying land? I don't understand." He stared at his sons, gaping openly. "Oh, Pa! Let's just say we've found our fortunes in Lord Harryon's land. Come, let us talk inside. There is a lot to tell ye." Pen numbly followed into his hut with his sons, never realizing that the fate of his family was changing forever. Similarly, fortunes were being rewritten for many families in the north. XXXXXX. Harry looked over the numbers once more in the parchment before looking at the Forester sitting across from him. Gregor Forester, the current Lord of Ironrath, had a softer face. A thick brown beard covered most of the man's face, but the Lord of Ironrath was soft-spoken and a well-mannered one, which was hard to come by in the north. Most northern lords Harry had seen were rough, boisterous, or both. The Foresters were a welcome change from that pattern, although Harry had doubts about Lord Forester's son and heir, Roderick Forester. Like Lord Gregor, his heir had brown hair and sported a similar beard. However, Roderick Forester looked more like a Glover, especially the steely look in his eyes that reminded Harry of Galbart Glover. "The price is acceptable, Lord Forester. How quickly do you think you can supply the ironwood I require?" Harry asked, steepling his fingers and looking curiously at the Foresters. "We don't have the supply of wood ready in our hand to meet your requirement. We'll have to fell new trees from our lands, which will take a while," Lord Gregor said tentatively. "How long?" Harry asked patiently. 3 months or more. We don't usually get such large orders, my lord. We'll need time to hire more workers and gather more tools. There is also the issue of transportation," the Lord of Ironrath said rather awkwardly. "I understand." Harry nodded, having expected this already. "I want all that I need within 4 months. Should you require anything, you may contact me." Harry looked at Marwyn, who gave him another sheet of parchment. He quickly wrote the number of gold dragons and silver stags the Foresters were owed before pressing his seal at the bottom of the parchment. After taking one last look at the parchment to ensure everything was in order, he held out the parchment toward Lord Forester. "You only need to show it to Lord Poole. He'll be arranging the gold for transport within a fortnight," said Harry. "Thank you, Lord Harryon. We'll make sure to deliver all the ironwood you need within the stipulated time," Lord Gregor said, handing over the parchment to his son and signaling Roderick Forrester to leave. Harry frowned as Lord Gregor Forrester stayed behind. "If I could have a moment of your time, my lord. It is a matter of some importance for your ears only." Harry looked searchingly at the Lord of Ironrath before agreeing. A few minutes later, Harry watched stoically as Lord Gregor left him be in his solar. Marwyn immediately slinked back into the solar once the Lord of Ironrath left. "Is there something troubling you, Harryan?" Marwyn asked, getting comfortable in his seat. "No. Did you know Lord Gregor Forrester has 2 bastards he keeps a secret from everyone in his family?" Harry asked, rubbing his eyes and slinking back in his chair. "No, I did not, but I'm not surprised. It's to be expected from most lords, and not all of them are as forthcoming as Lord Stark when acknowledging the product of their dalliances," said Marwyn. "I gather Lord Gregor wanted to discuss something about his bastard with you for a reason." "They have magical powers," said Harry. "They?" Marwyn asked. Elsera and Josaris know. When I visited Deepwood Motte, the Glovers told me rumors of a warg in the Ironwood Hills. I didn't take them seriously then, but now," Harry trailed off. "So, they are wargs. What does Lord Gregor want from you?" Marwyn asked curiously, intrigued by the prospect of finding more magical power in the north. "Josaris No is the warg, but his sister is something else that worries Lord Gregor. I suppose the man hopes I can house them safely in Avalon for obvious reasons." Harry shrugged. "It could be advantageous with the goal you have in mind," Marwyn reminded his young lord. "A school for magical studies. I know. We are nowhere near the capabilities of hosting a school in Avalon. We need committed teachers, books in different fields of study and a committed number of children for the school to succeed," said Harry. "Well, I could take a few students and start them on teaching numbers and letters if some adjustments are made in some of my duties," Marwyn suggested. Harry thought about it for a moment before shaking his head negatively. Marwyn was someone he needed on his beck and call mostly because keeping a watch on the Ravens was now a necessity thanks to the glass exports picking up pace from White Harbor. Besides, the Maester was otherwise busy taking up some magical lessons from him or one of his Valkyrie. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Marwyn could free up his time if someone else took up the job of Ravenry. "What if your duties were reduced by delegating watching over the Ravens to someone else? You could have more time and perhaps even take a few students along the way as a start," Harry suggested. "You want another Maester to take up the Raven duties?" Marwyn asked with a raised eyebrow. "No. I think it's time that you take up a student and pass on your knowledge to handle the Ravens. Perhaps one of the Valkyrie could be taught the skill of Ravenry." Marwyn thought it over for a moment and found some merit to the idea. It was way better than writing to the Citadel asking for another Maester for Avalon. The grey rats of the Citadel would pounce on such an opportunity and send one of their stooges to keep an eye on everything in Avalon. This way, he could ensure the grey rats never get their filthy hands on Avalon, and at the same time, he saw an opportunity to dislodge the Citadel's hold on knowledge in Westeros. "If I could pass on the knowledge of Ravenry to more people in the north, then perhaps the castles of the north could have northerners as Raven Masters," Marwyn thought. "You know what, let me pass on a message to someone I know in Bravus. I think I can get some knowledgeable teachers from Essos to set up the school you have in mind for teaching letters and numbers. Meanwhile, I think Adela might be suited to the task of mastering Ravenry." Harry just nodded, having already thought along the same vein long ago. He watched Marwyn take his leave before magically closing the door. As the door slammed shut, the sound awoke Fenris, who was sleeping soundly on a cushion made of silk atop a trunk. The Black Wolf let out a huff of protest that amused him before lazily dozing off. His thoughts once again went back to the Citadel and their hold on knowledge. The Citadel's monopoly over many fields of study didn't sit well with him. Inviting experts in fields of mathematics, medicine, and many other fields of study from Essos to teach in his new school has always been the plan. Aside from just focusing on magical education, Harry wanted a wide assortment of subjects of non-magical nature as well. The only thing holding him back was the screening process required to weed out the foreign spies from the group. But now, the wards were fully functional and could easily screen out the rats. There was one other matter that also was a prerequisite before he opened his school. He needed to find a healthy habitat for dragons to flourish. The date was set for the hatching of the 2 eggs. It was to be on a night with a supermoon in the sky. The closeness of the moon to the planet would ensure the surging of magical power. If his calculations were correct, then the reviving ritual should capture enough dense magic from the ley lines enabling the resurrection of dragons into the world. Usually, a magical flame was more than enough for dragons to hatch, but he had tried that already to no luck. The usual means were not enough, possibly thanks to the role dragons play in this world. It was a theory at this point, but one he thought held some measure of substance. Dragons played the role of balancing magic in this world. They made their home in places of great magical power and kept the magic in those places balanced by becoming an avatar of sorts. They amass significant volumes of magical power in their body, thereby embodying certain unique characteristics of the place they call home. It was the only explanation he could think of when it came to the existence of ice dragons. Fire dragons attained their nature through their exposure to the 14 flames of Valeria. Then there were sea dragons to consider, but he had yet to encounter one. Anyway, it was abundantly clear a great surge in magic was the only way to bring forth dragons out of their eggs. The ice dragon would need a source of cold to grow healthy, and the fire dragon would require a heat source. No doubt, it'll be tricky to create such habitats. Harry thought. The problem was it was nigh impossible to facilitate such polar opposite habitats for the dragons. Not to mention, the dragons would need a constant stream of magic for their growth. That means the dragons would have to be close to Avalon to take advantage of the ley lines. But how? Harry wondered, letting out a sigh and leaning back into his chair. Then his eyes fell on Fenris and the trunk on which the wolf was sleeping, which immediately sparked an idea in his mind. A magical trunk. Harry whispered, his eyes widening in surprise. It'd be a difficult task to set up all the charms and runes to create a conducive environment for both dragons. Since when did a little difficulty ever stop me? Harry thought. XXXX. The screams coming from the room made Eddard worry. Oh, he knew Maester Luwin knew best, but as a husband, he rightly worried for his dear wife. He could not help but pace back and forth across the length of the hall. There is no need to worry. Everything will be all right. Eddard tried to console himself, but it didn't succeed. He continued to pace back and forth, and shooting looks at the closed door from time to time whenever his cat let out a scream. It was his fault, really. They had come to a mutual agreement that they'd be having no more children. Many women have lost their lives in the birthing bed, and he didn't want that fate for his wife and deprive his children of their mother. But one night, his passion got the better of him, and 2 months later, Maester Luwin pronounced Catelyn pregnant. You should calm down. Mother is healthy, and I've used spells and potions ready to make everything smooth, said Harry, making Eddard jump. I thought I told Jory not to let you, Rob or Sansa pass the corridor. Eddard said, frowning unhappily. You should have known by now that no one can keep me away from anywhere, said Harry. Eddard sighed, knowing well the truth in that statement. He knew all too well how difficult it was to restrict his son's movements. He was also reminded of the reason why he and Catelyn decided not to have any more children. The succession of Winterfell was secured with Robb and Harrion. Then there were Sansa and Arya. Their children were headstrong and took up enough of both of their attention every day. Sansa was fiercely independent, taking after Harrion in behavior. His oldest daughter only inherited the looks from his wife. He had a feeling that Arya would be way worse than Sansa. Robb, on the other hand, was all prim and proper. More composed would be the apt description he'd use, and so was the case for Jon. Eddard blinked as the door suddenly opened, with Maester Luwin poking his head outside. My lord, it's a boy. Aha! A little brother that I can spoil. This day gets better and better. Eddard heard his son say, making him palm his face. He had prayed and prayed to the old gods to give him a daughter, precisely fearing this sort of thing. It seems the gods were intent on making his life as difficult as possible. Chapter 58, King Stannis. Chapter text. Jon Arryn sighed, feeling the weight of his age pressing down on him. He felt as if he was ready to keel over and die any moment, thanks to the demands of his position as the Hand. The weeks following the royal family's relocation from King's Landing were utterly chaotic. No matter how they tried, they could not keep a lid on the royal family's movement from the Red Keep. In hindsight, he should have listened to Varys' advice to shift the servants of the Red Keep first before the royal family. On the other hand, priority was given to safeguarding the royal family as soon as possible because of the wildfire caches beneath the Red Keep. The consequence of that decision was the word spread of the king and his family escaping from the city. All sorts of rumors cropped up just as Varys had warned him. Some believed the Baratheons were changing the capital to the Stormlands. It was not particularly a harmful rumor, but those that followed were not harmless. Some claimed the king set the September of Baelor on fire in a drunken stupor. Some other rumors claimed the ghost of the Mad King had taken over the king and was planning to burn the whole city to ashes. Some more far-fetched rumors would have everyone believe that Lord Tywin was attacking King's Landing for some reason. Rightly or wrongly, the blame was being pushed into the heads of House Baratheon and Lannister. There was hardly anything he could do about it to change the perception of the small folk. He had already tried to dispel the rumors, but the death count because of the giant wave that laid waste to the city's outskirts and the destruction of the Great September of Baelor had made the people unreasonable. The Targaryens have been gone from Westeros for nearly a decade, and the small folk remembered the Lannister army's actions in the capital rather than the cruelty of the Mad King. The city's economy was now gutted beyond repair if he was to trust the words of Lord Baelish, adding more problems into the mix. The wave not just washed away the lives of thousands but also the livelihood of tens of thousands in the city. The port facilities were damaged to the extent that no ship would ever moor on the city's shores anytime soon. The damage to fishing boats and loss of life in the fishing community also created acute food shortages in the city. The fishing communities that managed to survive became jobless because of the devastation the sea brought upon them. There was the loss of harvests along the fields near Blackwater to consider, as a lot of salt water had flown inland, rendering the fields useless. There were many waterlogged areas all around the banks of Blackwater, and the damages sustained by the city walls were also going to be an issue in the coming years. In short, the crown required a gigantic sum of coin and a lot of luck to ever even recover from the damage that had been inflicted on the capital. The rapid migration of the small folk was also becoming a problem. He was sure the recovery would also be affected by the fleeing small folk in the future. The sound of the door to his office slowly swinging open garnered his attention. The smell of perfume let him know it was Varys long before the eunuch showed his face. "Lord Hand. Is this a good time?" Varys asked. "Please come in." He invited the Master of Whispers inside his temporary office in the capital city. "There is a matter that needs your attention, my lord." "What is it now?" "Are the Crownland lords making more ruckus because of the refugees?" Jon asked tiredly. Ever since the small folk were leaving the city in droves, his office had flooded with complaints from the neighboring lords about the influx of refugees. Their lands were being overrun by the staggering number of people fleeing the city. Most of the small folk were looking to start anew, while others were simply running away because of fear. Rumors had spread that the gods cursed the city, and people were running away. Whispers of doom were on many lips, giving him and those who stayed behind a nightmarish job of keeping some sort of law and order in the city. "There is that, my lord. But this is another matter. The alchemists have somehow escaped the city," Very reported gravely. For a moment, Jon sat there stunned, gaping at the Master of Whispers as if the man spoke gibberish. "What? What do you mean?" Jon thundered, standing up in alarm. "It's as I said, my lord. I became aware when I noticed the guards assigned to keeping the alchemists inside their guild halls were not responding. I sent my little birds and found the guards were sleeping soundly with no trace of the alchemists." "That's impossible." Jon Arryn shook his head. "I have my most loyal men and the best of Knights of the Vale guarding the alchemists." "I'm inclined to agree, my lord, but the alchemists have escaped their guild halls." Varys looked at him with pity. "How?" Jon whispered. "I'm endeavoring to find out the exact details, my lord. My guess, however, is that the alchemists made their escape disguising themselves as fleeing small folk." Varys said gravely. "If we are to capture these unpleasant fellows, we need to act fast." Jon shook his head and took a deep breath. He could not afford to lose his temper, especially in this poor situation. "They'll most likely attempt to make their escape to Essos. We need to check the roads leading to Duskendale. I've sent word to the city watch to search every man leaving the city for any possession of scrolls or books." "Good thinking, Lord Varys." Jon nodded appreciatively. "Come, we have work to do." By the time the sun was setting, all he had to show after the search for the fleeing alchemists was a few burned books, scrolls, and pans in the Alchemist Guild. It was as if the entire gang of alchemists had vanished without leaving a trace. No one saw them departing, and no one saw anyone entering the guild. The guards and knights charged to watch over the alchemists were no help. All they remember was a strange fog enveloping the guild halls before they fell asleep. Somehow the alchemists managed to put the guards to sleep, burn away all the evidence of their nefarious works over the years and make their way out of the city in quick order. Someone definitely helped them escape the city. Jon muttered, looking dejectedly at the half-burnt guild hall of the alchemists. "There is no doubt, my lord. I suspect Lord Varys." "I'd suspect the loyalty of a eunuch who served the Mad King," said Lord Baelish. Jon didn't want to revisit the argument that happened in the last small council meeting. While he was also wary of the SSC, he'd not proclaim the Master of Whispers a traitor. The primary reason was the man had no reason to be loyal to the Targaryens. Aerys might have brought Varys into court, but that was the extent of the Mad King's generosity. There were no great boons granted to Varys by House Targaryen to retain the loyalty of the man even to this day. "No. Varys is not involved," Jon said confidently. After all, Varys had worked tirelessly to find the alchemists. Jon had watched the man work, and he could find no fault in Varys' methods or dedication. "My Lord Hand. Lord Baelish." Varys called out to them as the eunuch arrived in their midst. "Has there been any luck?" Jon asked hopefully. "I'm afraid not, my lord. I have sent word to my little birds across the Crownlands to watch for our fleeing prisoners. As per your order, Grand Maester Pycelle is sending ravens to all the Crownland lords, and riders have been dispatched along the King's Road to hunt them down." Varys reported dutifully. Jon could only sigh in disappointment. "There is not an ounce of good news in this place, is there?" Jon bemoaned. "Actually, my Lord Arryn, I do have a piece of good news to share," said Baelish, a sharp smile on his thin face. "Our Bravecy friends have responded to our request. I'm told the Iron Bank is most happy to loan us the gold we need to restore the city." "That's indeed a piece of good news." Jon smiled, clapping the shoulder of his fellow Valaman appreciatively. However, he was not overtly moved by the news. Getting the gold to restore the city was only the beginning. The real work would depend on how effectively the gold can be spent to revitalize the city. He had traveled the many parts of the city, and many squares were empty save for stone and wood. Otherwise, everything was stripped bare as the small folk made their escape. There was a lot of work to be done, and it was not helped by the knowledge that traders were running free in the city. May the Seven save us all. John whispered out a prayer. My lord, there is another matter that begs your attention, said Varys, eyeing Baelish with distrust. It is a matter you asked me to look into discreetly. Oh. Come then. John walked away with Varys out of the earshot of Baelish. What is the matter? It's about Lady Olenna's interest in House Stark, said Varys. You found out what she is after? John asked hopefully. Yes, my lord. It's hard to keep track of Lady Olenna, but not so much when it comes to the maesters she has employed from the Citadel. It seems Lady Olenna is interested in the lineage of House Stark. More specifically, she wants to find a blood relation to House Targaryen in our northern allies. Now, John was flummoxed. I don't understand. What does she hope to find there? It's common knowledge that House Targaryen never married into any northern houses, said John, finding it strange that Lady Olenna would obsess over something easily well known in the Seven Kingdoms. Ah, you forget, my lord, about the pact of ice and fire made between House Targaryen and Stark when dragons danced in Westeros. Varys reminded, hiding a tittering smile behind his sleeve. We all know that the pact never came close to completion. John scoffed dismissively. Since when have the Targaryens ever kept to their oaths or promises? True, but Lady Olenna seemed to have found out enough evidence to suggest that the Starks gained Targaryen blood, especially from the heir of the Black Queen. What? John stared at the Master of Whispers with wide eyes. What are you saying? I'm saying that Lady Olenna seems to think the Starks have a blood right to the Iron Throne because they carry the blood of Jaehaerys Velaryon. That's preposterous. John sputtered. I agree, my lord. I'm just saying what I found from my little birds. John was in shock as his mind struggled to come up with a reasonable explanation for the Tyrells getting obsessed with the blood ties the Starks supposedly have with the Targaryens. Was there a larger plan afoot? John thought worriedly. The sudden appearance of the Red Viper in the north and the Tyrells sending Garland Tyrell to foster in Winterfell under Eddard's care cannot be a coincidence as he initially imagined. Both the Martells and Tyrells were there in Winterfell, and he feared what those two former Targaryen loyalists were plotting. Reading more deeply into the disappearance of the alchemists, he was sure there was a powerful enemy with a huge reservoir of resources to facilitate their escape. Did the Tyrells and Martells form a secret pact? Are they trying to break House Stark from the alliance that saw the crowning of Robert Baratheon? To what end are their plans progressing? Are they looking to restore Viserys Targaryen to the Iron Throne, or are they merely hoping to cause chaos among the allied great houses? These were the questions that took root in his mind, and he suspected there were no easy answers. He suddenly cast a curious look at the Master of Whispers, hoping to get another perspective. What do you think about this, Lord Varys? He suddenly asked, surprising the SSC eunuch going by the raised eyebrows. I suspect either Lady Olenna is under the assumption that Haryon Stark's magic must come from this supposed blood relation to Jaehaerys Velaryon or... John looked at the Master of Whispers with renewed interest. Or it is a ploy to make us act rashly. I mean, who cares whether the Starks carry the blood of Jaehaerys Velaryon or not? The dance happened more than a century ago. What difference will it make, my lord? Varys asked, shrugging dismissively. John was reminded of the fact that Varys remains an SSC man through and through. Perhaps in Essos, blood matters very little, but in Westeros, blood ties matter a lot to the lords of Westeros. After all, the lords of Westeros were not known for their impeccable reasoning and common sense. XXXXXX. My lord, we are ever so grateful for our rescue. You've not just saved our lives but also saved the Order of Alchemists from a most assured end at the tip of the executioner's blade. We are forever in your debt. Grandmaster Haleen bowed his head with his forehead touching the floor in reverence, his balding head shining under the torch's light. So long as we live, we'll not forget this day and what you did for us, my lord. You are indeed a blessing from the gods, said Wisdom Politer. Harry had to strain his ears to make sense of what Wisdom Politer was saying as the man was an old fossil with no teeth to speak of. Poaching a few alchemists had always been a plan he was nursing in his mind. The rapidly deteriorating situation in the capital, however, forced his hand, and Marwyn was the one who helped him realize the alchemists were a treasure. He had assumed the alchemists were better informed chemists who manipulated different substances to yield almost magical results. But Marwyn firmly disagreed as the Archmaester had apparently kept extensive contact with the Alchemist Guild and held them in high regard. According to Marwyn, the alchemists were extremely well learned when it came to elements, but they were also gifted in magical spells. The Archmaester believes the alchemists were remnants of the Valyrian freehold, much diminished in their capabilities since the doom and the fall of the dragons but still very much a part of Valyria's might. It'd be a crime to let them rot in a cell or get executed when they could contribute much to my goals. Harry thought. Your appreciation is noted, Grandmaster Helene. However, I also bear bad news regarding your order. You're now fugitives running from the crown. A return to your old posts is almost impossible as things stand, said Harry, noting that there were no surprised faces among the wisdoms of the order. We know, my lord. If we had stayed, we'd have been judged harshly for the actions of our long-dead members. The Iron Throne cannot assign blame to anyone else, and the likes of Grandmaster Pycelle would love to see our heads on spikes. Grandmaster Helene admitted with a pained look in his brown eyes. I've come to know from Archmaester Marwyn that you and your fellow wisdoms are a treasure trove of knowledge when it comes to elements and their interactions. He thinks highly of your order and your abilities when it comes to pyromancy. After speaking in length with Archmaester Marwyn, I find myself intrigued by your magical affinity. It is my hope that we can learn from each other and pursue the long, mysterious path of discovery in magic and alchemy. We'd be honored to be part of this great journey, my lord. Grandmaster Helene said happily. A few minutes later, Harry watched as the last of the alchemists settled in the quarters of his castle without disturbing the castle's inhabitants. The whole poaching mission was now a complete success, and he only had to worry about keeping a lid on the fact that the alchemists were under his protection. But Harry didn't think it was going to be a difficult task. He had allocated an entire tower for the alchemists to settle, and he would ward it away from the eyes of any curious parties, namely his Dornish guests. Not that he'd have to worry on that front for long. Prince Oberyn had already informed him of his need to leave for Essos on some business. That should lead the alchemists to go about their business more openly. Besides, he didn't have much use for the alchemists in the immediate future. They could spend the coming weeks in their tower arranging their records and books as well as integrate themselves into the alchemy department he was planning to incorporate into his wizarding school. He shook those thoughts away when Marwyn returned after settling the affairs of the alchemists. They're very impressed by your magic. Wisdom Politer was singing praises of your magic about how you hid the airship with an invisibility spell. I think you just replaced House Targaryen's position in their minds, said Marwyn, an amused smile on his face. It was so simple to break them out. The only difficult part was the disillusion charm to hide the airship and explain the plan and convince the alchemists to come along. Harry shrugged. Now that we have the alchemists, we need to pick up the pace with the plans to find children with magical affinity. I do believe I have got an idea on how we should proceed on that front, said Harry, looking thoughtfully at the raven sitting inconspicuously on the window side. XXXXX. A golden stag stood with a visible miniature storm surrounding its antlers over a defeated and bleeding golden lion with hooves pressed down on its throat. The lion let out a pitiful groan before it breathed its last, succumbing to its fate. Another groan attracted the eyes of the victorious stag and found a wounded crowned stag not far away from the lion. A wolf was howling in the distance, and a falcon flew in the sky, letting out a mournful cry at the state of the wounded stag. The crown fell off its antlers and rolled on the ground until it came to a stop before the golden stag with a miniature storm around its antlers. The falcon suddenly landed and bowed its head before the golden stag. Many more creatures emerged from land, sky, and water, bowing before the golden stag. The golden stag suddenly smacked the crown with its legs, making the piece of gold ornament fly up and fall on the stag's antlers. All the creatures began chorusing as one. King Stannis! King Stannis! King Stannis! Stannis woke up with a gasp in his bed. He could hear the turbulent sound of the waves outside smacking into the shores of Storm's End. He let out a relieved sigh before he sat up in his bed. The same dream again. Stannis thought with a frown, his ears still ringing with the chants hailing him as king. The crown is yours, Storm King, the winds whispered in his ears, startling him. The old gods had shown him a vision where he sat on the Iron Throne at Dragonstone. He had seen the destruction of the Great September of Baelor in his dreams long before he knew about its destruction from the Raven. It was per their instruction that he planted the weirwood sapling in the God's Wood of the Red Keep. But the dreams of the fallen golden stag, that was new. It all started when he came to Storm's End and met that boy. Stannis climbed out of his bed and dressed in clothes befitting his station before he stepped out of his room. He walked the halls of his ancestors deep in thought. He didn't know what the old gods were showing him. Oh, he understood there would be a battle between a stag and a lion. It could mean his brother was fighting with his lady wife, which was nothing new. After all, it was a common occurrence in the Red Keep, and nothing had changed in that daily routine since moving to Storm's End. But it could also mean House Lannister and House Baratheon could end up fighting a war. He was not sure of the exact reason for something like that to happen. The old gods were not clear on the visions. Their whispers were faint as if a faint echo in a howling storm. Their power is greatly diminished far away from the island of Dragonstone. Stannis thought grimly. But not for long. My lord. A guard came toward him and quietly whispered the message in his ears, making him smile. He nodded at the guard before he changed his course to the shoreline. There, a small boat was waiting for him carrying Sir Davos Seaworth. Sir Davos. You have what I need. I do, my lord. Davos nodded, taking out a clay pot with a sapling of the weirwood tree. Watered it with clean drinking water just as you ordered. Not a leaf fell in the voyage. Good. Come, Sir Davos. You must see the God's Wood of Storm's End. It is perhaps much older than the castle of my ancestors. I'm not much of a man of the gods, my lord. Davos muttered. I assure you the old gods don't care. Come. The gods look favorably upon those who aid them in their time of need. Stannis insisted. The God's Wood of Storm's End was old as Westeros. But it lacked a heart tree, just like all Andal-dominated lands. Stannis had heard the stories 1,000 times. The Durandons who ruled the Stormlands before Aegon's conquest were first men. They repelled the Andals and their armies with their mighty armies. 7 times, the Andals attacked, and 7 times, their armies broke before the Storm King. The 8th time, they came as guests, offering gifts and marriages. The Storm Kings turned their backs on their gods for gold and whores. The heart tree that stood tall for thousands of years in this God's Wood was cut down, and with it, the roots of first men were cut away from the Stormlands. Not anymore. Let the new roots seep in deep into the ground, and the old gods shall rise again. And with the old gods, the kingdom of first men shall be reborn with a new king. Stannis thought as he planted the sapling. The air suddenly changed as he poured water around the sapling. The whispers came to him from the wind. He turned around sharply, startling Davos, who stood beside him. His eyes widened as he saw Edric Storm standing some 5 feet away from him. The whispers carried by the wind became ever more apparent. The key, the boy is the key. The boy is the key, said the wind. The boy is the key? The key for what? Stannis muttered as he looked at the boy who reminded him so much of a younger Robert with clear blue eyes and hair as black as night. Lions walk in the garb of stags, the winds whispered to him, and he suddenly saw what the old gods were trying to show him all this time. Everything fell into place as his eyes widened in realization. My lord? Lord Stannis. Stannis shook himself out of the stupor to find Davos shaking him by the shoulder. My lord. Are you all right? Sir Davos asked worriedly. I'm perfectly all right, Sir Davos. I want you to go to Dragonstone and gather men, loyal men. Tell Sir Axel to gather the best of knights and to prepare Dragonstone for war. When the Raven arrives from Storm's End, I want those men in King's Landing. I want the royal fleet to take full control of the gullet. Ravens must be sent to my bannermen. Have them gather at Dragonstone. Stannis issued order after order while an increasingly confused and scared Davos watched everything with an open mouth. My lord. Are you sure? Davos asked hesitantly. Yes, Sir Davos. I've never been more certain in my life. War is coming, and I intend to win it. Stannis said, his eyes shining with steely resolve and every word oozing with conviction. Chapter 59, A Storm of Swords P1. Chapter text. You know what I'd miss the most when you leave on the morrow? Harry asked as he jumped back from a sweeping strike aimed at taking his legs from underneath him by Nymeria. What? Getting beaten up by a girl? Nymeria asked with a growl as she swiped and jabbed persistently with her spear, poking holes into the defenses created by her opponent. No. Your charming personality and these wonderful talks we regularly have before I lay you low into the ground like this, said Harry as he deflected a few of Nymeria's jabs, but suddenly, he managed to trap her spear using his sword and arm guard. He quickly forced her spear into the ground, and Harry managed to put his foot on it. Predictably, Nymeria went for her dagger fastened on her hip and slashed, aiming for his heel. He somersaulted over her, leaving his sword, but in the air, he freed his dagger from his waist. When his feet touched the ground, he quickly caught Nymeria by her hair and pulled her down with his dagger poised at her neck. So, who's getting beaten up by whom? Harry asked cheekily. Nymeria scowled before she smoothed out her expression and took on a coy smile on her lips. If you wanted a view down my dress, you could have said so, Lord Stark. You need not have been so forceful. Nymerian winked suavely. Nice try, you wily snake. Harry scoffed, increasing the pressure he was exerting on the dagger so that its tip dug in a little into Nymeria's skin. Humph. You're a spoilsport. Nymeria complained, seeing as her natural charms were not working in distracting Harry. You've to say the magic words to get up. Harry insisted when she looked at him with doe eyes. Fine. Nymeria let out a sigh of disappointment. I forfeit. You should have led with that instead of your usual tricks, said Harry, removing the dagger and giving her space to climb to her legs. Nymeria lay there flat on the ground before she did a perfect kick-up, landing gracefully on her feet. Harry was slightly distracted as her stunt did interesting things to several parts of her body. You're staring. Nymeria teased. You're no longer engaged in combat with me. I can stare all I want. Harry said shamelessly, eyeing her when she laughed before his eyes again went back to staring at her upper body. You're doing it again. Nymeria teased. Harry just shrugged as he remained immune to her attempts to push his buttons. She was the one intent on trying to get a reaction out of him using her body. He just happened to appreciate the view whenever outside of their bouts contrary to Nymeria's intentions. That was her problem, not his. Oh, I'm going to miss this banter between you two. It's like watching one of those Norvosi plays. At least, I can leave knowing that I managed to impart some valuable lessons into your head, Harry and Stark, said Oberyn, smirking proudly. You taught him too much, father. He was a cute little wolf cub when I first met him. Now, he thinks too much of himself, said Nymeria, dusting off the sand from her breeches. Really? I think you remain the same flying sand who screamed her heart out for the whole castle to hear. Harry japed. Wah. You. Nymeria lunged at him with her bare hands, leading to a lot of grappling on the sandy floor. The next day the whole castle was assembled outside to see off Prince Oberyn and his Dornish party. You've been a splendid addition to the castle and an entertaining guest, Prince Oberyn. I also thank you for the valuable lessons you imparted. No. Thank you. Thanks to you, I touched the clouds, a privilege only dragon riders could claim. Not to mention the wonders of magic that you showed me should last me a lifetime of warm memories about this place. Oberyn embraced Harry and patted him on his head. Don't slack on your training. A good swordsman never stops training, and a good soldier never stops preparing for war. There is no war. Harry pointed out. Maesters claim peacetime comes after war. Those who believe peacetime is for feasts and debauchery will lose the next war. Peacetime is the time when men prepare for the next war. Keep that in mind, young Stark. Peace is an illusion mentioned in history books written by victors over the blood of their defeated enemies. Oberyn said, his tone turning a tad serious before his carefree smile was back in place. I'll be missing our training sessions and friendly banter, Harry and Stark. Though peculiar and annoying as you can be, I consider you a friend. Nymeria leaned in and hugged him while whispering into his ears, it's a shame that you are so young. When you grow up a little more, find me in Dorne. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer someday. Harry nodded, keeping their banter on even ground. Nymeria smiled at him coyly. You should visit Sun's Pair. My cousin Arianne will like you. What is there not to like? Harry asked, raising his chin superciliously. Nymeria giggled, shaking her head before climbing on her horse. The Dornish party rode away on their horses with an escort from his guard detail. He didn't want the trouble that'd fall upon him and his family if a prince of Dorne somehow winded up dead while traveling in the north. The situation in the south was already precarious enough. Maester Marwyn. Come, he called for the Archmaester once the Dornish party disappeared in the distance. My lord. Any word from the south about the capital? Harry asked, keeping his true worries confined to his mind. He had not shared the strange meeting he had inside the Dragonmont with anyone else. In fact, he'd like to keep it that way. There was no point in bringing up some quasi-divine entities into his daily troubles. He got the feeling it was going to crop up anyway eventually, and he was putting off that particular can of worms into the future as far as possible. Perhaps, the old gods would settle down after some initial shenanigans and go back to whatever godly thing they were supposed to do. Nothing good, my lord. The Citadel is not happy about my self-appointment as the Maester of Avalon. They're showing it by being petty and sharing their usual knowledge of events transpiring in the capital. Nonetheless, I happen to have a good relationship with many maesters working in the Crownlands. They tell me the situation is dire. Dire as in no hope dire or just irrecoverable dire? Harry asked. The small folk from the city are fleeing. They are, of course, flocking to the closest safe havens, which happen to be nearby castles like Roshby, Duskendale, Hayford, Antlers and many other locations throughout the Crownlands. Some have even taken to migrating to the Reach and perhaps in time to the Riverlands as well. That's quite a lot. Harry admitted. It is, I'm afraid. It seems the people of King's Landing feel the city will no longer be the capital city of the Seven Kingdoms. They feel King Robert has abandoned them, said Marwyn, rubbing his beard with a troubled look on his face. Has he? Harry asked with a frown. In a sense, yes. The king has shifted himself, his family, and the royal court to Storm's End. While the small folk in King's Landing are grappling with the loss of crops and livelihood, His Grace seems to be having the time of his life by throwing balls, feasts, and tourneys in Storm's End. There is some serious discontent among the Crownland lords as they are saddled with the burden of accommodating the fleeing small folk from King's Landing. Harry's frown only deepened. He didn't have any stake in the Baratheon dynasty, but King Robert seemed to be a reasonable man, which was profoundly beneficial on occasion. He hardly saw any tyrannical tendencies in the Baratheon king, and that was a plus in his books despite the man's frivolous spending of gold and unhealthy trysts outside his marriage bed. If some sort of power struggle happens and the Baratheon dynasty falls, the replacement on the Iron Throne might not necessarily be a considerate ruler in sync with his interests. Maybe even a regency could be established for Joffrey Baratheon should King Robert get deposed. He could see the Lannisters making a play for the control of the throne, or even one of Robert's brothers should they gather more support. The natural succession laws of the Iron Throne had become redundant with the overthrow of House Targaryen. The flimsy claim Robert Baratheon raised for his right to sit on the throne would not stand for long. Sooner or later, someone with more power will go for the throne. The cycle will continue until a dynasty manages to hold on to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms long enough to forge some traditional bonds over the succession. Economic and political instability was not exactly good news for a place like Avalon or even the North, where much of the economy was not as active as compared to the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Harry was not surprised that the most attractive and lucrative profession in the North was hunting and brewery. It was to be expected, of course. The people of the North could not live without good furs that could ward against the biting cold and ale to drown in their sorrows. Most northern families have a skewered diet, almost completely dependent on meat. The harvests were hard to come by thanks to a hostile climate, and those few harvests that got some yields were squirreled away in castles. The commoners hardly get any say, and they tend to suffer the brunt of any decisions taken by the lords of the North. Old men of the North leave their families when winter arrives on their doorsteps. They wander among the snowy plains of the North, becoming food for shadow cats so that the young in their family survive the winter. There was even a saying in the North that spoke volumes of the true state of the largest kingdom of Westeros. The snows take the old in winter while war takes the young in summer. The only advantage, as far as he could see from the North's prominent profession, was that it gave the North a surplus of highly competent soldiers in times of war. But having good warriors to throw into the bloodbath of war was not exactly an attractive prospect in Harry's eyes. That was why he focused on investing in diversifying the human resources of Avalon. There were other ways of maintaining the martial culture of the North rather than depending on the current system. Therefore, as a first step to demolishing hunger in Avalon and increasing nutritional intake, he introduced rationing for the poorest households. So far, only a handful of families could avail the benefits of rationing because of the lagging survey process that identifies poor households near Avalon. Forming the guilds was a crucial step in collecting data about people settling in Avalon, their professions, and the income they generated. He was also hoping to develop the guilds as a platform for trade disputes, quality management, wealth generation, quick transfer of knowledge, and as a means of increasing productivity. Has the survey made any strident gains? Harry asked, knowing the difficulties the surveyors were facing in the field. I'm afraid not, my lord. The population of Avalon is less but growing. We lack enough literate men for the surveys to gain traction. Prince Oberyn has left Avalon. There is no more need for the alchemists to hide in their tower. We could use them as surveyors as a temporary measure. Harry suggested. They won't be happy, but they'll follow your orders. Marwyn mused aloud. Speaking of the alchemists, they have a request, my lord. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow. What do they want? Some of the alchemists have family back in the capital. They inquired whether it'd be possible to have their family resettle here in the North. Harry was thoughtful for a moment. He could understand their concerns, but at the same time, he didn't have the resources to pull off a stunt like that without raising red flags in the capital. No doubt, the families of the absconding alchemists were most likely kept under watch. I'll consider it, Harry said reluctantly. Tell them to formulate a list of their family members. I need detailed descriptions and their place of residence. Not an iota of information should be left out. XXXXXX. Edric Storm had never felt like an outsider in Storm's End except for now. When he had learned from Sir Courtenay Penrose that his father, the king, was travelling to Storm's End with the royal family and court of King's Landing, he was so excited to meet his father, the Demon of the Trident. His father was the man who laid low the last dragon at the Trident in a battle that had all the bards sing songs on his father's prowess. Edric aspired to be a warrior like his father, and that was why he cherished the gift of a small warmer he received on his name's day from his kingly father. He was there when his father rode into the castle on his black horse with a golden antlered crown atop his brow. His father was the epitome of a warrior and king, and he was happy that he would get to meet the man every bard in the Stormlands sings songs of tribute. However, it didn't take long for Edric to realize that his father was not interested in seeing him. He had tried so many times, but the guards and knights surrounding his father always sent him away, calling him names. His last desperate act was to gain the friendship of his half-brother, but that plan left him in his current state. Edric whimpered, touching the sore spot on his cheek where Boros Blount struck him on the orders of the queen. Bastards like you dare to speak to my son. Joffrey is the crown prince of the Seven Kingdoms. You don't deserve to look upon my son, much less speak to him, the queen shouted at him. Tears gathered in his eyes as he felt many eyes being trained on him. He could not understand why he was not even allowed to speak to his half-brother. I just wanted to speak to my brother, he whimpered. My Joff is not your brother, you silly child. You are nothing but a mistake born of sin from my idiotic husband's flings. Haven't your whore of a mother taught you anything, bastard? Don't call my mother mean names. Edric cried. You dare to order me around, bastard? Sir Boros, the bastard, has yet to learn his lesson. The queen smirked cruelly at him. He closed his eyes when the king's guard knight raised his hand to strike him again, but the blow never came. When he opened his eyes, he saw the knight's arm was stopped by his uncle. It was not his Uncle Renly but Uncle Stannis. You dare to strike a child carrying Baratheon blood in Storm's End? Stannis growled coldly. The Queen. Edric watched wide-eyed as his uncle Stannis punched the Kingsguard knight square in the jaw. The knight crumbled down with a pained shout. What is the meaning of this? Sir Boros was acting on my orders. I'll have your head for this, the Queen let out a shrill scream. Edric shrank back in fright at the scary look on the Queen's face. Do what you must. Stannis said coldly before stomping hard on the Sir Boros face against the wall, which made the Kingsguard knight let out a pained howl and proceeded to fall unconscious. Edric was hauled out of the corridor by his uncle while the Queen continued to scream threats at them both. You need not fear, nephew. Nothing will happen to you. Edric had never considered his older uncle a warm man like Uncle Renly. But today, he truly felt warmth as he clung to his uncle's arm even though his cheek was throbbing in pain. Later that day, he was getting treated by Maester Jurin for his injury when the doors to Maester's chambers were pushed open by his younger uncle Renly. Edric. What happened? Renly gasped at the sight of his nephew in bed with his cheek being treated with oil. He was received with the hospitality of our dear Queen. Stannis said blandly. Brother. Word has been spreading that you attacked Sir Boros Blount of the Kingsguard, said Renly, hoping that his brother would explain the situation, but as usual, Stannis merely scoffed before standing up. I should have taken the man's head for striking a child carrying Baratheon blood in Storm's End. Sir Boros is alive because I'm not the Lord of Storm's End, said Stannis before moving past Renly to leave the Maester's chambers. Sir Boros did this? Renly asked with wide eyes, looking at the injured Edric. Why did he strike you, nephew? Edric remained silently on the bed as the Maester worked on his wound, unable to make up the words. He could not say that he desperately wanted to speak to his father, and the only way he saw was through befriending Prince Joffrey. Boy, if you wanted to speak with your father, you should have asked one of us to take you to Robert, said Stannis, who paused at the doorstep, looking intently at Edric, making him squirm. You didn't have to beg the Queen or Prince Joffrey. Is that why Sir Boros struck you, nephew? Renly asked, a rare look of rage on his face. Seeing Edric nod, Renly became more enraged. I'll have that knight expelled from Storm's End for this. Renly growled. Do you wish to see the king, nephew? Stannis suddenly asked, making Edric look from Stannis to his uncle Renly. Say the word, nephew. We'll present you before Robert. Renly said earnestly. Not just presenting him is enough, said Stannis, coming to stand beside Renly. Robert has turned a blind eye to the child for too long. I think it is time our brother notices there are other things than horse and wine in Storm's End, don't you think? Oh. Renly was pleasantly surprised to see a glint of defiant spirit in his brother's eyes. Maybe having a child of his own has changed Stannis in more ways than I imagined. Renly thought. I'm curious to know what kind of plan you are formulating in that head of yours, brother. Renly asked, chuckling lightheartedly. If you must know, Stannis proceeded to lead Renly out of the Maester's chambers while speaking in a lower tone. Edric watched his two uncles concoct plans to have him get an audience with his father. A warm fuzzy feeling settled in him that made him grin. I'm not alone. I'm not an outsider in Storm's End, he thought happily. Chapter 60, A Storm of Swords P2. Chapter text. Stannis discreetly eyed some of his men dispersed among the lickspittles gathered in Storm's End while Robert held court. As usual, his brother was deep in his cups, regaling the court with one of his war stories. This time it was the story of Robert's stay in a whorehouse while the Battle of Bells was about to begin. He wondered why the gods modeled his brother to have not an ounce of shame or tact. Robert was the king of the Seven Kingdoms, yet his brother showed no interest in ruling them. No wonder the lords of Westeros considered his brother a brute and a simpleton. He could see the disrespect in the eyes of these courtiers as they lapped up the war stories of his brother. These lickspittles and flatterers surrounded his brother to enjoy the excesses of his brother's court, which had unfortunately continued unimpeded despite the disaster that befell the capital city. In some deep corner of his mind, he wondered whether his brother realized the courtiers were only laughing and feigning interest in his war stories out of their self-interest. While he considered his brother a frivolous person, Robert was not an idiot. His brother might lack tact and a sense of duty, but he was no simpleton. Stannis believed his brother understood those surrounding him were not his friends, but it was just that his brother didn't care so long as he could pretend nothing was amiss. His brother lacked the will to rule and reign as a king. In his mind, Robert lives to enjoy the pleasures of life like drinking, feasting, wenching and battles. Just this morning, before coming to court, Stannis was faced with a moral crisis as he knew what he was about to do would break his brother. He was reminded of a young Robert who used to run around this castle as a young child. He fondly remembered the times he desperately tried to gain his older brother's attention and engage in the ridiculous pranks they played inside the castle. There were a lot of fond memories, but nothing could hold back the resentment in his mind. Even to this day, Robert never even inquired about the health of Shireen. To this day, not a word of comfort was offered by his brother, and that one act gave Stannis all the conviction he needed to go through with what was coming. Renly suddenly walked into the court dressed in a fine blue doublet and black breeches. Stannis noted his little brother's obsession with dressing up in sharp, colorful fabrics. Even now, he could make out a wide assortment of colors on Renly's cloak. Is that cloak painted in the likeness of a rainbow? Stannis thought incredulously before shaking his head. At least, Renly had the presence of mind to make sure Edric Storm was dressed in the colors of House Baratheon, black and gold. He had better things to do today than think about the idiocies Renly was up to. His attention instead switched to the black-haired boy following closely behind Renly. His wife had often cursed her miscarriages on the actions of Robert, who had sullied his marriage bed with Delaena Florent. And yet, he found it ironic that the fruit of that union would pave the way for his ascension to the Iron Throne. He saw Renly look at him with a mischievous smile as if they were about to commit some great prank on Robert. In a sense, Renly is not wrong. Stannis thought amusedly. Your Grace. Renly fell on a knee and bowed before Robert, sitting on the ancient throne of Storm Kings of old. Edric Storm also followed suit, mimicking his uncle in quick order. Renly. Stand. You're not here for the seat, are you? Robert asked with a guffaw. Don't worry, brother. You may keep enjoying the comfort of the throne of our ancestors. Renly smirked. It'd be remiss of me not to treat my brother and king with the best Storm's End has to offer. Ha! Come and join me up here, brother. I was telling Lord Buckler about my time spent near Stony September. Those were good times, you know. I was a hot-headed fool who was smarting from a beating from Randall Tarley's men at Ashford. I had to run with the tail between my legs after Ashford. Robert took a deep swig from his wine cup before slamming the silver cup on the table and asking for more wine. Retreat, Your Grace. It was a retreat from Ashford. Lord Ralph Buckler said tacitly. Bah! It was no retreat. It was a rout. Tarley is owed the credit he is owed. He gave us a good fight. Marcher lords are not like the rest of those wusses from the Reach. They are good warriors, and I'll not hear any disrespect to the man in my presence. Tarley might have fought for those sister-fucking mad cunts, but he has honor. Robert growled, isn't that right, Sir Barristan? Of course, Your Grace. Sir Barristan concurred before falling silent with nary a movement. I'm sure your war stories are undoubtedly entertaining, brother, but I was hoping we could hold a contest of strength. Renly smoothly cut in, gaining Robert's attention. A contest of strength? What do you propose? Robert asked eagerly. We've all heard tales of your warmer. You claim only those of your blood can pick up the hammer. Let's put that to the test, shall we? Renly challenged. When Robert eagerly agreed and began challenging those present in the court to pick up God's grief, Stannis knew the time had come. He slowly walked among the courtiers and found one of his loyal men. Inform the Queen that the King demands her presence and that of Prince Joffrey in the court. Should she ask, tell her it pertains to Sir Meryn Trant's actions last day. Yes, my lord. Stannis watched the servant scurrying away and waited patiently. His eyes trailed over to Robert and Renly, who were goading many knights and lords of the Stormlands to lift God's grief. As usual, the magic in the Valyrian steel warmer refused to budge to anyone other than Robert. Strangely, he found some morbid fascination in watching the lords of Westeros making a fool of themselves in the court. His eyes strayed to the corridor outside the doorway of the throne room, looking for Cersei and her bastard child. As time passed, he worried Cersei would choose not to appear before the court, but to his relief, he saw the Queen and her bastard brat being escorted by the Kingslayer and Trant. He was quick to position himself to Renly's side. It's time, he whispered discreetly to his younger brother. Renly nodded and immediately trotted out front and center before the whole court. Oh! Are you going to attempt to lift the hammer, Renly? Robert asked eagerly, his eyes alight with humor. I would, but I'd like to yield the floor to someone who has a better chance at lifting this hammer, said Renly before gesturing to Edric to come forward. Stannis watched a flash of understanding pass through Robert's eyes as Edric reached out and grasped the handle of God's grief with his tiny hand. He supposed even his brother's wine-addled mind could not ignore the glaring Baratheon traits like blue eyes and black hair, not to mention the pointed ears common among those of Florent descent. Before the eyes of the whole court, Edric Storm easily lifted God's grief, plunging the entire court into stunned silence. The warmer of his brother was an object of great amusement and interest for the court of Storm's End. Many believed the hammer's existence was proof that a new era of Stormland domination in Westeros had come as envisioned by the Storm Kings of old. So, to see the immovable hammer of his brother getting easily picked up by a child of 7 namesdays piqued quite a lot of interest. Well, it seems the hammer recognizes your blood, Your Grace. Renly happily said with a flourish. I give you Edric Storm, your son, and my nephew. Robert laughed heartily and quite loudly acknowledged Edric Storm by climbing down from the throne and clapping the boy on his shoulder merrily. The court also followed suit in congratulating the boy after noticing Robert was quite happy with his bastard son being presented in such a manner. By this time, Stannis noted the arrival of Cersei and her bastard. He quickly signaled his men scattered among the court before making his move. He walked to the center of the court and patted his bastard nephew on the head, showing a little bit of affection before the court. Who else in this court can challenge Edric's strength? Stannis challenged, knowing full well that strength had little to do with lifting God's grief. Prince Joffrey. At first, the chanting was minimal, but it quickly gained popularity in the court as more and more people took up the chant. Prince Joffrey! Prince Joffrey! Prince Joffrey! The throne room of Storm's End shook with the cries of men calling forth their prince's name. The fervor behind the chant only soared when most of the court noticed the presence of Cersei and Joffrey. It seems the lords have spoken, Your Grace. The men want their prince to lift God's grief and display his Baratheon heritage. Stannis said to Robert, who was enjoying the court's reaction. Well, what are we waiting for then? Joffrey. Come here, lad. Robert called eagerly, gesturing at the crown prince. Stannis watched with some healthy amount of amusement as Joffrey ran excitedly over to Robert before Cersei could keep her son away. Edric set God's grief on the floor and moved back a pace, giving room for Joffrey. He watched Cersei trying desperately to dissuade Joffrey, but the boy eagerly wrapped his fingers around the hammer's handle and pulled. God's grief remained on the floor without moving an inch. He watched in elation as Joffrey tried again and again to lift the hammer, but all those attempts failed. Why is he not able to pick up God's grief? Robert asked, aghast at the sight of his heir unable to budge the hammer while his younger base-born son had easily lifted the hammer. The court was no longer filled with excited yells but with confused whispers. He could see Joffrey sweating profusely as the boy continued to face failure in his task, which further inflamed the whispers in the court. Bastard! The prince is a bastard! Someone in the court loudly shouted, making Stannis smirk. His men scattered around the court shouted from all corners accusing Joffrey of bastardy, and the court took that accusation to heart. Some even openly began accusing Cersei Lannister of cuckolding the king. A bold few even began calling Cersei whore, making Stannis amused. He supposed the fault lay entirely with the Lannister harlot. The stupid woman had been insulting the Storm Lords every chance she got ever since coming to Storm's End. You whore! Robert thundered. Stannis became guarded when he saw Jaime Lannister and Meryn Trant unsheath their swords to defend Cersei Lannister. Stannis followed suit by drawing his sword while keeping a close watch on the Lannister guards and Tywin's creatures in the court. He needn't have bothered as Robert surged forward with a roar, taking God's grief into his hand while pushing Joffrey aside. What happened next stunned everyone in the court. Robert swung God's grief with a shout while the Kingslayer attempted to deflect the hammer. There was a strange sound that disturbed his ears as the Kingslayer's sword warped under the force of Robert's blow. It was not just the sword that suffered under Robert's strength. The Kingslayer's arm was twisted at an odd angle. Stannis could see the utter surprise written on the Kingslayer's face as the Kingsguard knight gaped at his arm in stunned silence. The false knight's golden sword lay broken on the ground in pieces beyond repair. It took a moment for the Kingslayer to comprehend what happened, and when he did, the false knight screamed in pain, looking with horrified eyes at his mangled limb. Robert didn't wait a moment to smash the Kingslayer straight on the chest plate with God's grief. The court watched with wide eyes as Jaime Lannister soared through the air and smashed headfirst against a pillar before getting knocked out cold. Stannis could see a small stream of blood on the corner of the Kingslayer's mouth. He hoped the false knight was not dead. A dead Jaime Lannister was not exactly conducive to his plans for the future. Stannis acted fast by catching Meryn Trant's sword with the edge of his sword before pushing it away to the side, leaving the Kingsguard knight wide open. Robert didn't waste a moment smashing the knight's head in with his hammer. A sickening crunch could be heard as Trant's skull caved in, splashing blood and gore on the floor. Some of that blood covered Cersei Lannister from head to toe, turning her golden dress into blood red. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms screamed for all to hear as blood and pieces of Tarnt's brain got stuck on her face and hair. Shut the fuck up, you whore! Robert smashed his fist straight into the right cheek of the Queen, rendering her unconscious before she hit the floor. I want these Lannister cunts in a cell. I want this whores and her bastards' heads on spikes. I want them all dead. Robert roared madly, driven by rage. At one point, Robert looked like he was about to do the deed with his own hands, but Stannis quickly intervened by catching Robert's arm. Release me this instant if you don't want your head to cave in, brother. Robert growled. I'll have her head crushed with my bare hands. You are the king of the Seven Kingdoms. If you start killing women and children without a trial, you're no better than the Mad King. We'll interrogate Cersei. We'll find everything we ought to know, and then we'll make her admit to everything before the whole court. Then you can have her head. Stannis growled back, keeping a tight hold on his brother's arm despite seeing the fury burning in his brother's eyes. They maintained the stare for a few moments until Robert shook his head and backed down. Sir Barristan, Sir Moore, Sir Aerys. Escort my brother to his chambers. His grace needs some rest. Stannis ordered, and the Kingsguard knights, who were so far useless, snapped into action. Bah! I don't need any rest. What I need is her head and her spawn's head. You'll get your justice, brother. Stannis assured his kingly brother. For now, be calm. Let me handle this matter. I want their heads, Stannis. You hear me? I want their heads and the cock of the bastard who fucked the whore. I'll have their heads. Robert raged even as the 2 Kingsguard knights escorted him away. What are we supposed to do with them? Renly asked, looking at the fallen Lannisters and the dead Kingsguard knight. Stannis gritted his teeth, seeing the blatant ignorance of his younger brother once again proving Renly was not at all suited to become the Lord of Storm's End or the Lords Paramount of the Stormlands. I'll have to correct this mistake when I become king. It's obvious Maester Jurin and Sir Courtenay Penrose have failed to educate my brother properly. Stannis thought before shouldering the responsibility as the Lord of Storm's End in place of his incompetent brother. XXXX. Cersei shivered as a cold wind blew into her cell through the small opening high above her head, carrying a significant amount of rainwater. Lightning split the sky, lighting up her dark cell, and thunder shook the tower where she was held as a prisoner. She could feel her bones rattle as the sky continued to show its fury as the storm raged outside in full force. 2 days had passed ever since she got incarcerated in this ungodly tower. Ever since she regained her wits after that day in court, she never managed to sleep, thanks to the storm raging outside the castle. In the night, the storms would keep her awake, while in the mornings, her husband's men would question her. So far, she had managed to hold on to her secrets and her sanity, but the question remained for how long. She knew the chances of her escaping this unscathed were slim to none. If she was in King's Landing, she could have made some arrangements and facilitated her children's escape at the very least. Here, at the heart of the Stormlands, she was powerless and friendless. Her only allies in Storm's End were the men she brought and 2 Kingsguard knights. Sir Meryn Trant had already died before her eyes, and Sir Preston Greenfield was thrown into a cell not long after she regained her wits. Her ladies-in-waiting were useless gossip women, and even they were most likely under watch with guards watching their every move. My only hope was getting the word out to father. Cersei pursed her lips at the thought. What was to become of her? What was to become of her children and Jaime? All of this could have been avoided if that blasted Stark boy hadn't forged that ungodly hammer for her oafish husband. Her little lions would have ascended the Iron Throne in time, as was their right. She cursed that insufferable family of wolves. That accursed family was always there to destroy her dreams and wishes at every corner. First, it was that plain shrew called Lyanna Stark who took Prince Rhaegar's attention when it should have been on her. She had rejoiced when the wolf bitch met her end in some stupid tower in Dorne. Then came her marriage to Robert, and she was the happiest when the crown of Westeros graced her brow. She was the queen of the 7 kingdoms, and she thought she was the happiest woman in Westeros. But all that happiness shattered like a fallen Myrish glass when her husband called out the name of the dead Stark bitch in their marriage bed. Even in death, the wolf bitch was taking what should have been rightly hers. Therefore, her fears were not unfounded when the Stark boy gave that insufferable hammer to her husband. She knew it was going to be her undoing long before she even learned of the magic that was in the hammer. The Starks were barbarians, and they were out to get her. She suspected the Starks were the ones to curse her mother somehow and gave birth to the little monster, her Valonqar. Yes. It all made sense now. The Starks must have used their ungodly demonic magic to make her life full of misery. The wolf bitch must have used her vile magic on poor Rhaegar and twisted him just as she destroyed Robert into a lovesick oaf. The Starks were now out to get her children killed. They were out to kill her and her precious Jaime. She could not let that happen. She could not bear to see golden shrouds covering her babies. Something must be done, and she needed to escape somehow with her poor Joffrey and Myrcella. Your Grace. A tender whisper reached her ears, making her look around in wonder. Your Grace. Are you awake? The voice came again, and she found the sound came from outside the door of her cell. I am. She whispered back, hoping against hope that the guard was not some creep hoping to take advantage of her. Your Grace. I'm about to slowly open the cell door. I'm about to help you escape, but you've got to do exactly as I say lest the guards in the castle find us. Can you do that? I can. Cersei's voice broke as happiness bloomed and hope bloomed in her heart. I can, she said more firmly as she gathered herself. What about my children? What about Jaime? She asked desperately. Already taken care of, Your Grace. They'll be waiting by the shore. We'll have to hurry if we are to escape the guards' notice. Then see me to freedom. Riches beyond your imagination are yours should you help me and my family escape. A Lannister always pays her debts. The door swung open, and she saw a plain-looking man enter. Come, Your Grace. We need to make haste. What is your name? She asked as the guard helped her to her feet. Varen, Your Grace, said her savior. I'll remember the name. Cersei promised. As Varen promised, she was led through the castle through several small passages that were left unguarded in most cases. It also helped that their footsteps were covered by the booming sound of thunder and rain. Somehow, they managed to traverse the castle undetected and reach the shore. She found her Myrcella being carried by a man, but there was no one else. Where is? I'm sorry, your grace. We had to split Sir Jaime and the prince and lead them along another route. This way, we can make sure at least one group reaches Casterly Rock. No. I must see my Joffrey. Bring him to me. Cersei demanded. Before she could say anything else, she was put in a chokehold and forced to drink some liquid. Slowly her vision started to blur, and her legs felt heavy. She fell on the sandy floor as darkness claimed her. XXXX. Good work, Sir Davos. The men you sent are highly competent. Stannis praised, eyeing the small rowboat that was being pushed into the sea by his men. They were old pirate colleagues of mine. They'll get the job done quietly, and they'll most likely get rewarded by Lord Tywin, said Davos. Do they know who hired them? Stannis asked. Not at all. I made sure to use a false name, my lord. Good. You've done well, Sir Davos. Stannis patted the loyal knight on his shoulder. I hope his grace won't be mad at you, my lord. Davos said tentatively. He won't. He gave the security of the castle to Renly in a bid to slight me as I didn't allow him to just kill the Lannister whore and her bastards. Stannis scoffed. My brother's thick head has served me well these days. There was a comfortable silence between the two, except for the sound of crashing tides and thunder shaking the sky. There will be war, my lord. Lord Tywin would no doubt begin to prepare his army once he learns what happened. Davos warned. The man would have chosen to perhaps delay the war by involving Jon Arryn somehow. That's why I decided to release the whore and her bastard daughter. She'll be enough to rile up the old lion to come outside of his precious rock. We still hold the Kingslayer and the bastard Joffrey Waters. Stannis smirked as he enjoyed the feeling of success he was enjoying right now. The lords of the Narrow Sea sworn to Dragonstone have gathered in the castle as you ordered. Davos reported. Good. We'll leave on the morrow. I shall meet the lords in King's Landing and explain everything personally, said Stannis. Ravens have already flown to our allies in the Stormlands and Crownlands. Soon, we'll have ravens sent to the Riverlands, the Vale of Arryn and the north. There will be a war, Sir Davos, and for once, the gods are on my side. My lord, what about the king? Davos asked, a touch perturbed at seeing a cruel glint in Stannis' eyes. Stannis shrugged as he knew nothing of what was going on inside his brother's head. He doubted even the gods knew what was going through the wine-addled mind of his brother. He supposed it'd be like the Ironborn rebellion all over again. Robert would come at the last moment to hog all the glory while he meticulously planned and coordinated with their allies to beat back the Ironborn. This time he didn't particularly mind if that was the case. He was not seeking glory or recognition. Only one image remained in his mind, the Iron Throne. Only one chant reverberated in his ears. King Stannis. King Stannis. King Stannis. XXXX. Eddard gulped worriedly as he read the Raven from Storm's End. At first, he had hoped Robert was merely japing. But the royal seal and the seriousness of the message in the parchment made him confront the truth that the Seven Kingdoms were once more about to see war inside its shores. This time there were no mad dragons, nor were there any reaving Ironborn threatening the hard-earned peace. Instead, it was the greedy lions of the west who were threatening the stability of the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard shook his head and cursed the House of Lannister for plunging the realm into bloodshed. He'd have preferred not to interfere in the matters of the south, but he could see there was no other choice. His son's magic played some part in the downfall of the former queen. If the Raven from Storm's End was to be believed, then his friend, the king, was calling all the banners to put the heads of the absconding former queen on a spike. There was some good news. The Kingslayer and Cersei's bastard son remained imprisoned in Storm's End. Without Joffrey, the old lion will not be able to garner much support outside the Westerlands. Eddard thought. Eddard let out a tired sigh before handing back the parchment to Maester Luwin. My lord. Maester Luwin looked at him expectantly. Call the banners. But before anything else, I want to have a word with Haryon. I've to make sure his magic remains true, and there is no chance of some misunderstanding with Robert's hammer. As you will, my lord. I shall send a raven to Avalon right now. Maester Luwin bowed. Eddard leaned back into his chair and watched Maester Luwin rush away in a hurry. War, he realized, was not going to leave him be. Once again, he'd have to take the field and traverse a rocky path between life and death. Only at the end of the path would he know whether the path leads him to the safety of his home or ruin. Old gods help me. Help us all. Eddard whispered, closing his eyes, already dreading the depravity and cruelty that awaited him in the battles yet to be fought. Chapter 61, The Old Ways. Chapter text. That horse of yours is fast on its legs. Where did you get it? Asked Robb after carefully climbing down from his horse and handing over the reins to a nearby guard. Sweetie is a gift from Lady Dustin. Lady Barbary was quite pleased with gaining some strawberry plants in her castle when I visited Barrowden. I'm told she acquired the taste after Domeric Bolton sent a few of the berries from the Vale, said Harry. Theon guffawed upon hearing that. You named your horse Sweetie? Theon asked, holding his ribs amidst peals of laughter. You must be stupid. Even Rob and John were snickering. Garland was smirking at him, his eyes alight with amusement. Hey! I didn't pick the name. The horse won't respond to any other name. Trust me, I've tried, said Harry, shooting them an unimpressed look when they continued to laugh at his expense. Harry looked between the four troublemakers, not at all liking their attitude. He turned to his trusted new horse, patting her on her neck. Hey, sweetie! Make them eat dirt! Harry whispered before clapping her on her side. Sweetie neighed happily before kicking out with her hind legs with force and precision that'd make any grown horse jealous. He saw globs of mud shooting inside Greyjoy's mouth, forcing the little Kraken to shut his big mouth. John looked like he had grown a beard, thanks to the mud clinging to his face, while Rob was struggling to get the dirt from his nose and eyes. Garland, on the other hand, had the presence of mind to duck, but that made his hair muddy. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Harry laughed at the plight of his siblings and Theon. You show 'em, sweetie. Harry had to duck as Rob slung mud at him. It should not have been physically possible for him to react that fast, thanks to his proximity to Rob. But the ritual he had been doing showed results by increasing his speed and agility. Ha! You missed. Harry smirked. Not entirely, said Rob, looking a tad green. Harry frowned and saw the mud sticking to Jory's armor plate behind him. He cracked up, seeing the look of shock on Jory Cassell's face. He could also see his father frowning from a distance. With a thought, the elder wand materialized in his right hand. A quick cleaning charm swept away the mud from Jory's armor, which made Jory send him a grateful smile. Enough playing around. Lord Stark is waiting for y'all. Come, said Jory. Hey, clean us. John, Theon, Garland, and Rob cried in protest when they noticed Harry was following Jory without using magic on them. I'll consider it if you apologize to my horse, said Harry, folding his hands and staring them down. 3 sets of stubborn stares were the answer he got, and so they followed Jory downhill to the place where the Lord of Winterfell was waiting for them. Along the way, he shared an amused smile with Jory as Rob, John, Garland, and Theon toiled to get the mud off their bodies to no avail. When they finally reached their destination, the Lord of Winterfell was not alone. There were 3 men bound in chains with fear shining in their eyes. Harry looked at the cold, emotionless face of his father, the grim looks on the guards, and then the block being carried by the guards to their location. Harry looked around and found a heart tree nearby with a frowning face looking upon them all. He could even make out the pentagram carved just above the face of the weirwood tree. Oh! An execution! Harry realized. Why are you 4 covered in mud? Eddard asked, frowning at John, Theon, Garland, and Rob. Without saying anything, the 4 troublemakers just pointed at Harry, who just shrugged under the scrutinizing stare of his father. They insulted my horse. Harry shrugged. Eddard opened his mouth to say something, then shut it with an audible snap. Just clean yourselves. We'll talk about this later when we return home. Eddard warned, eyeing each of them sharply, donning the tone and face of the Lord of Winterfell. The placid nature of Eddard Stark was nowhere to be found, and, in its place, there was only a cold firmness that earned the Lord of Winterfell the moniker the Quiet Wolf. Harry looked from the grim shade seen in his father's eyes and the firmness he could see in many of the men's faces. His eyes once again went back to the chained prisoners and the block of wood, which on a closer look, turned out to be a block of ironwood. Suddenly Harry felt a chill in the air, and he doubted the warming charms he applied on his clothes faded away. No. This chill was quite familiar, and he was dragged back into the memories he had tried so hard to suppress. A broken world with nothing but death came to the forefront of his mind. Standing here, he could feel the stench of death in the air. It was as if a dark force was cloaking him and eerily reminding him of the stench that encompassed his former home. It was not a feeling he liked to be reminded of in any circumstance, as it triggered old instincts he had locked away in the dark corners of his mind. They were a quarter of a mile east of Wintertown near a small farming village. Harry was under the impression that this whole excursion into the countryside was just a routine visit, but he supposed this was anything but a visit. They were about to witness an execution. He was not the only one to come to this conclusion. What did they do? Garland quietly asked, looking at Jory. They were caught working for an SSE slaver. Jory answered and did not elaborate further despite the insistence of John and Rob. Harry, on the other hand, connected the dots. He knew his father had been hunting for the people responsible for sending those tongueless children into Winterfell. Even he had at one point sought out the sick fucks who mutilated children and sent them into the north for spy work. His little investigation had not revealed much, mostly because the children were unable to speak and only capable of writing in a foreign dialect. He didn't really have the time to spare to learn a whole new dialect, so he passed on everything he found out to Maester Luwin, and that was the extent of his involvement. 2 guards brought forth one of the prisoners and forced the man to his knees. They forced his head down on the ironwood block despite the prisoner's struggle. The struggle only increased when the Lord of Winterfell unsheathed the ancestral blade of House Stark. The great sword Ice had been in possession of House Stark for thousands of years. No one knows exactly when the blade came into their possession or who bought it from the Valyrians. There were very few records that survived the test of time, primarily thanks to war or even plain old neglect. The precious few that survived never mentioned anything about how Ice came into the possession of House Stark. It was a shame such records were lost. It'd have been quite interesting to learn how the old First Men Kingdoms interacted with the Valyrian freehold. He was brought out of his musings as his father started speaking after stabbing the tip of Ice into the ground. You've been found guilty of aiding SSC slavers in transporting mutilated children and spreading them in the north. You've been found guilty of enabling foreign powers to plant spies in the north. You've been found guilty of reaping profits from the slave trade and bribing port officials of White Harbor. You've violated the sacred laws of the old gods and betrayed your people, lord and king. By the laws of gods and men established by the kings of the Seven Kingdoms, the punishment for your crimes is death. Eddard declared coldly. Do you have any last words? The prisoner only whimpered pitifully and asked for forgiveness. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But there was no mercy in Eddard's eyes. In the name of Robert of House Baratheon, I sentence you to die. Eddard whispered before swinging Ice. With a distinct thud, the head of the prisoner hit the ground. The headless body tried to thrash around, but the men holding the limbs of the dead prisoner managed to arrest any needless movement. Nonetheless, the blood pooling around the ironwood block was a gory sight, as was the headless body of the prisoner. Harry was reminded of some of the gory scenes from the war in his home world as muggles and wizards alike turned animalistic during the height of the war. Dismembered bodies were a common sight in most nations as muggles and wizards were forced to rely on cruder weapons to fight the war. Wizards were becoming weak in their magic while muggles were running out of bullets for their guns, which forced them both to rely on melee weapons. This was one of the reasons why he had an aversion to training with a sword in the earlier days. If he was to enter a battlefield, then he had no inhibition to go for the kill, but he liked to keep it clean and as painless as possible. Using magic seemed a much more refined way of killing rather than using melee weapons, which generated some primal instincts that he disliked. Despite that aversion becoming far more significant as seconds passed by, Harry stayed firmly grounded and watched as his father executed the last two prisoners the same way. To distract himself from the twitching headless bodies and blood pooling on the ground, he focused on Ice. The thrum of dark magic the sword was pulsing out as new blood touched the blade was quite fascinating to observe. It was his first time seeing Ice in action, and it was far better than he expected. The Valyrians and their deep knowledge of sacrificial rituals were indeed something to behold. Even the wizards back home were no match for the Valyrian sorcerers when it came to enchantments. The Valyrian sorcerers had found a way to construct certain rituals that extracted the power of a soul and transferred it into metal. That was the source of self-replenishing magic that kept the edge of all Valyrian steel weapons. In some ways, the Valyrians were far worse than any number of Dark Lords in the recorded history of the magical world. Their brazen way of messing with the souls of so many people must have annoyed a lot of divine beings enough to warrant an event like doom. After all, the Valyrian Dragonlords were said to be closer to gods. The gods might not have been happy with getting more competition and decided to snuff out the freehold before it was too late. Harry was suddenly jolted out of his thoughts when his father stood before him with the bloodied ancestral sword of House Stark in hand. Our way is the older way. The blood of the first men flows in the veins of the Starks, and we hold to the belief that the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. If you would take a man's life, you owe it to him to look into his eyes and hear his final words. If you cannot bear to do that, then perhaps the man does not deserve to die, said Eddard, eyeing all of them keenly. It is a terrible thing to take another life. It changes you in ways you may not like or even think. So, when you take the sword, keep this lesson in mind. The sword in your hand is not just for protecting you but to take the lives of those who stand against you. Wield it with care. Harry carefully thought over his father's words and found a certain wisdom hiding in those words. So, he nodded in understanding when his father looked at him. Come, we must return to Winterfell. There are certain things that you boys should learn, said Eddard. The return journey was a somber affair, and the only one happy in their group was Fenris, running circles around Harry's horse. Initially, it was quite difficult for the horses to behave in the presence of Fenris, but they were slowly coming around and adjusting to the company of his wolfish familiar. Only when all 5 of them were safely inside the solar of the Lord of Winterfell did they finally learn about the situation developing in the south. Will you be going south, father? Asked Robb. As soon as the lords gather their men and meet us here, said Eddard. Has there been any word from Highgarden, my lord? Garland asked. No, not yet. I'll let you know the moment a raven comes from your family. Eddard promised. Do you think this is going to be a long war, my lord? Lord Tywin must know he has no chance at victory, said Garland. If only it were that simple. Eddard sighed. Now, enough of this morbid topic. Return to your lessons with Maester Luwin. Harry alone stayed back in his father's solar while everyone else filtered out. Are you sure the magic in Robert's hammer is working as intended? Eddard asked. I'm sure. If Prince Joffrey has failed to lift the hammer, he does not carry King Robert's blood in his veins. Harry said confidently. Eddard shook his head and rubbed his eyes tiredly. My lord. A raven came from Avalon. Maester Luwin suddenly appeared in the doorway of the solar, gaining their attention. XXXXXX. So, there is to be another war. Marwyn mused aloud, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I never thought another one would come so soon after the Greyjoy rebellion. Oh, trust me. No one did. Harry grouched as he hated the fact that more Northmen were going to fight in some stupid war which meant more youngsters in the north were going to lose their lives. Now, enough chit-chat. Tell me about the situation with the Mormonts. Last I saw my father, he was frothing at the mouth after reading your raven, said Harry as he was kept in the dark about what exactly happened. A week back, a fishing boat found 2 men from the sea. At first, the fishermen thought they were survivors of some shipwreck, but it turns out the 2 men jumped from a slave ship. Upon interrogating further, the men revealed they were sold off to some SSE slaver by Lord Yoram Mormont. Harry couldn't help but be surprised to hear this. He had met the Lord of Bear Islands a few years back, and the man didn't seem to exude malice of any sort. Are you sure? Harry asked. Could it be that these 2 men are lying? I do not know, my lord. That's why I sent the raven to Lord Stark. This matter needs to be treated delicately, said Marwyn. You don't say. Harry muttered. It was a scandal waiting to happen at the worst possible moment. Where are these men we rescued? They are being escorted to Winterfell as we speak. I thought it'd be prudent to send the men to Winterfell as only Lord Stark can sit in judgment of a fellow Northern Lord. Harry frowned at Marwyn's answer. You said there was something else important that you needed to discuss. I gather this is not the important matter you mentioned using the raven, right? No, my lord. The 2 survivors from the sea were not the only visitors to grace the halls of Avalon in your absence, said Marwyn before leading Harry down to the cells in the dungeons. Harry found 3 men chained inside separate cells, all of them folding up in fetal positions. Who are they? Harry asked, frowning at the prisoners. Paid assassins from Essos. They were sent to kill you. The wards acted against them, and they were falling ill whenever they set foot inside the walls of the castle. Assassins? Are they faceless men? Harry asked with a bit of interest. I doubt that, my lord. Faceless men tend to work alone. They don't travel in a group. Have you found out who sent them? Harry asked, staring at the 3 assassins with a twitching eye as their incessant groaning was fast becoming an irritation for him. Unfortunately, no. They are surprisingly loyal to their client. Harry focused on the wards using his power ring and lifted the curse that made the assassins suffer continuous nausea. The effect was quite palpable as the 3 prisoners suddenly stopped groaning in pain and regained some color to their skin. I see. Harry nodded, his eyes narrowing at the 3 muggles before him. No matter the world, the muggles were always the same. They cannot tolerate those blessed with magic thriving openly in the world. You've made your choice. I admire your bravery. Harry said coldly as he summoned the death stick into his hand. Avada Kedavra. A sickly green light struck one of the prisoners, snuffing out the assassin's life in an instant. The man slumped down as if a puppet cut from its strings. It was quick, clean, and, most importantly, it was painless. The other 2 prisoners tried to nudge their friend to wake up to no avail. He won't wake up. He's dead. He was lucky because he was gifted a painless death. The same couldn't be said for you 2. No, wait. We'll talk. Just don't kill us. We'll tell you anything that you want to know. Harry eyed the 2 begging prisoners coldly. Tell me who hired you and why. It was Magister Elix Aureler of Myr. He is suffering losses in Bravos because of your cheaper glass. He wants to put a stop to the glass coming from the north. Harry raised an eyebrow and turned to the other prisoner. Your friend has been useful. But I don't see any use in keeping you alive, said Harry, spinning his wand between his fingers. Wait. I can be useful, many more Magisters in Myr want you dead. I can give you their names. They'll be sending assassins after you when they realize you are not dead. Well, aren't you a peach? Go on, then. Let's hear these names you have for us. Harry folded his hands while Marwyn quickly scribbled down the names the assassin gave them. When Harry was sure there was nothing much the prisoners could contribute, the green light of the killing curse lightened up the cell once more. Burn these corpses to ashes. Order the guards to regularly scout the nearby settlements. I want all travelers monitored, especially those with foreign accents. Harry ordered. Marwyn agreed readily. Harry cast one last look at the 3 dead muggles before he turned his back and left the dungeons. There were other matters he needed to attend to, like the preparation for the ritual. There were only 2 more days before the full moon, and he wanted to make sure all the preparation was in order for the rebirth of dragons. XXXXXX. Surely, Mother, this is an opportunity like no other. This is our chance to ingrain ourselves into King Robert's good graces. Mace said giddily. how he celebrated when word reached Highgarden about the infidelity of the queen. Even now, he could barely hold himself down instead of jumping around in his castle at the misfortune that was befalling House Lannister. House Lannister was one of the most powerful noble houses in the south, thanks to their gold and marriage into royalty. King Robert didn't look favorably upon the Reach because they sided with the dragons during the rebellion. But now, the Lannisters had given them an opportunity to gain favor with the king, and he would not waste it. Yes, Mace. This is an opportunity like no other. At the same time, Tywin Lannister will rightly see us as a threat. If the armies of the Reach come together as a single force, it'll threaten Casterly Rock and Lanny Sport. I believe Lord Tywin will strike at us first to deny King Robert the support of the Reach. Olenna mused aloud. Then what do you recommend we do, Mother? Mace asked eagerly. Call the banners, Mace. We must reinforce the ocean road with our army and alert the Redwyne fleet as well. Meanwhile, we must send messengers to King Robert, promising him our swords. Invite the Baratheons to Highgarden for an invasion into the Westerlands. Mace's eyes gleamed positively as he thought of the prospect of an invasion into Westerlands. Even the Gardener Kings had failed to subjugate the Lions of the West. He couldn't help but be merry by the thought that he'd be the first Lord of Highgarden to bring the proud lions to their knees. Yes, he could see it now. The glory that he'd bring to his house would no doubt get him some approval from his mother. I told you, Mace. The Stark boy is going to bring great changes to Westeros, said Olenna, laughing at the misfortune of the Lannisters. Yes, Mother. I remember. Now that King Robert has set aside his wife, who will be the next queen? Mace wondered, earning a faint look of approval from Olenna. You are thinking in the right direction, my son. We must immediately contact the Starry September. We must see to it that King Robert will have no trouble from the faith in setting his wife aside. I will have the Maester write to Hightower. Mace said, wondering who'd become the new queen. He cursed his luck as there were no maidens in his house. There was his Marjorie, but he dismissed that thought immediately. His daughter was still a child. He let out a disappointed sigh. It'd have been mightily convenient if Marjorie was the firstborn. Mace thought disappointedly. Chapter 62, Rebirth of Dragons. Chapter text. Has there been any word about the whereabouts of Cersei? Jenna asked worriedly. I'm afraid not. All we know is that Cersei escaped Storm's End with Myrcella by sea. We don't know who helped her or where she is going. Hopefully, whoever is helping her is bringing her to Lanny Sport. Kevin answered as truthfully as he could while keeping silent on another possibility. It was entirely possible that Cersei and Princess Myrcella could be kept hostages in Essos or a sailing pirate ship for ransom. No such demands have been made so far, but the possibility still exists. It was an unfortunate reality, and his brother was aware of the uncertainty regarding Cersei's survival. The only reason Tywin had refused to act so far was because of the war looming on the horizon. If they get distracted and chase after Cersei, they'd end up diverting valuable resources from the battlefronts. They were already strapped for gold as they had spent millions of gold dragons on that accursed Stark boy who was nothing but trouble. Perhaps Cersei was right to be wary of House Stark, he thought. Kevin could only shake his head at the thought of agreeing with Cersei. How was he supposed to know something like this was being planned by the Starks? He'd have never assumed Eddard Stark capable of such underhanded tactics to steal the throne from them. And to think he spent a fortune on the High Septon on behalf of the Stark boy. Kevin sighed while holding his head. It was a bad investment of gold and political favors. Kevin could only curse himself for not seeing the treachery that was carefully masqueraded in the form of a Valyrian weapon. The thought made him sit up straight and eye the sword secured on his brother's hip, who had so far been silent while staring into the fire. He wondered what sort of curse the Stark boy set on the sword. Perhaps, it'd be better to keep the sword far away from the rock just to be on the safe side. He made a mental note to broach the subject with Tywin once they were in a private setting. He didn't want to alarm others with his suspicions when they were already worried about the impending conflict. What about Jaime? Is there any word from him? Jenna asked, wiping sweat from her forehead. Unfortunately, no. There were rumors that he managed to escape, but all our spies have confirmed Jaime and Prince Joffrey are held prisoner in Storm's End. Tygett informed them as he was the one in charge of their informants. We should immediately gather the banners, my lord. We must strike at the Baratheons before they gather their armies, said Sir Harry Swift. Kevin eyed his good father with a touch of disappointment. How exactly are we to strike at the Baratheons, Sir? Leagues of Reachland lies in between us. Tygett mocked, making the Knight of Cornfield sputter embarrassedly. Sir Swift might not be entirely wrong to suggest we must attack, my lord. We must attack, but not at the Baratheons. We must take Highgarden as fast as possible. We must not allow the Reach Lords to gather their army. We must burn their fields and deny the Baratheons the grain, men, and gold of the Reach. Sir Adam Marbrand suggested. Kevin eyed the Knight of Ashmark, appreciating the sound advice the knight gave. That was the most sensible action they could take other than resolving the issue without bloodshed. He still believed he could somehow reach an agreement with Lord Arryn and avoid war. After all, King Robert was acting on the belief that his hammer was somehow correct to judge Prince Joffrey as not his son. In all the history of the Seven Kingdoms, not once had magic been used to determine the parenthood of children. Let me travel to King's Landing and meet with Jon Arryn. Surely, the Lord of the Vale sees the folly in allowing a hammer to judge Prince Joffrey's parenthood. Surely, the old falcon can see King Robert is overreacting. Kevin suggested, not liking the prospect of a war, especially one that'd see them with no allies. His suggestion was not well received by anyone at the table, making everyone at the table squabble. Enough! Tywin thundered, forcing everyone to stay silent. They have my son and grandson. Our house is being shamed with these vile accusations against my daughter while you all are squabbling like children instead of giving me sound counsel. Tywin turned his green eyes on them all, making them bow their heads. Leave. All of you. Tywin ordered. Kevin, stay. Kevin sat at his seat and stared into his hands while the rest of this impromptu council disbanded on the order of his older brother. The last to leave was Jenna, who gave him a pointed stare before she took her leave. The moment the door to the chamber slammed shut behind his sister, Kevin immediately stared at Tywin, knowing what was most likely going through his brother's mind. You cannot mean to go to war, Tywin. We must. Our name is being dragged through the mud. From Dorne to the Wall, they are laughing at us, mocking the Lannister name. I'll not have anyone tarnish our name, brother. If I do not respond, they'll mock us more and think us weak. Tywin said coldly, his mind set on a course of action that Kevin feared would be the undoing of House Lannister. If we go to war, the rest of the kingdoms will turn against us. What will we even fight for? Prince Joffrey is in Robert's custody, and only the gods know the whereabouts of Myrcella. We have no clear goal in this war, while Robert Baratheon's allies are waiting to pounce on us. We are surrounded from all sides on land, and we lack a fleet to dominate the seas. I see no other alternative other than negotiate a peaceful settlement with Lord Arryn. Kevin desperately said, hoping Tywin would see the folly of pursuing war. Yes, you're right, Kevin. But tell me. What if Lord Arryn rejects our overtures of peace? If we don't strike now, we allow our enemies to gather their armies against us. Tywin said firmly, once again turning his back and staring into the fire. It was at this moment Kevin realized his brother had already made up his mind. There was no chance he could move his brother from a decision. That much he knew. Kevin let out a sigh and stood beside his older brother as he had always done. Tywin had never led their family astray. He had to believe in Tywin and hope for the best despite the enemies arrayed against them on the battlefield. So, where shall we strike? The capital or the Reach? The capital will give us legitimacy and force the Baratheons to rush at us to defend the Iron Throne. Attacking the Reach should knock out the Tyrells and the largest regional army from our borders. Kevin asked. He saw Tywin go into deep thought before resolve gathered in his brother's eyes. Sir Adam was right to suggest we attack the Reach. We must defeat them before they can gather in greater numbers and take hostages from their principal houses. We'll assimilate their armies, grain, and gold to our strength before we strike at the next target. The next target? Kevin frowned. King's Landing, he asked curiously. No, Tywin looked at him with his cold green eyes, and in the light of the fire, he saw his brother's green eyes turning gold. We'll be attacking the Riverlands. We'll teach those Starks a painful lesson for daring to challenge us. XXXX. Dany felt a sense of relief and safety inside the manse of Magister Vagar Tarmarin. No place in the world would give her the safety of her former home in the Bravesea coastlands, but that home was gone just like Sir Willem Darry. Just thinking about the old knight brought tears to her eyes. With Sir Darry's passing, she and Viserys were thrown out into the street with very few possessions to their name. With the last few silver in Viserys' possession, they managed to travel to Enrovos, running away from the usurper's assassins. In Norvos, Viserys appealed to many wealthy nobles to give them shelter in exchange for great rewards when they reclaimed the Iron Throne. In the beginning, there was some interest among the Norvosi noblefolk and merchants alike who entertained her brother. Some even offered them shelter out of respect and gratitude to Targaryen kings and princes of old. She learned more about her fallen family from some of the merchants who spoke fondly of King Aegon V or even her grandsire Jaehaerys II. It was said King Aegon V's court was friendly to the merchant folk from all cities and cultures, while Jaehaerys II put an end to the pirate menace of the Stepstones. It was good to know some people thought fondly of her family, even so far from King's Landing. It gave her hope that her brother was right to claim the people of Westeros were praying for their health and waiting for their return to dethrone the usurper. But all that goodwill didn't last long because of Viserys. In Norvos, they came to learn of one Haryon Stark, the second son of Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell. The Norvosi spoke of the great magical power of this Stark who supposedly unearthed the secrets to Valyrian steel. Some claimed the Valyrian gods entrusted their secrets to Haryon Stark, which her brother fiercely contested. It became an issue that had set off her brother's temper, leading to somehow offending their hosts, which resulted in their stay getting short. It reached a point where anyone of importance began to shut their doors on their faces because of her brother's temper. At one point, Viserys tried to ignore the matter of the Starks gaining the secrets of Valyrian steel, but more and more rumors began to take the city by storm. There was talk of the Iron Bank selling off a Valyrian steel sword made by Haryon Stark at the staggering price of some 4 million gold dragons. The rumors didn't stop there. There were rumors of great feats of magical power that spread in the city such that it became a daily routine for her to hear something new every month about Haryon Stark. Unlike her brother, she loved to hear more of these rumors because she learned more about home. The breaking point, however, came when rumors of dragons reached her brother's ears. If the rumors were to be trusted, Haryon Stark made some dragons out of his magic that allowed him to fly. She could not even conceive how someone would go about making dragons out of magic when all the dragons were dead. She made the mistake of asking her brother that very same question, which predictably did not go well for her. She woke the dragon and earned herself a painful beating that left scars on her legs. It took her brother a few days to calm down, and when he did, he decided to leave the safety of Norvos. That was how they ended up in the free city of Myr. How long their stay would continue was entirely dependent on her brother. Personally speaking, she was hoping she could stay longer in Myr as it was a city of elegance and beauty. You have our thanks, Magister Vigor. When I ascend the throne, I'll not forget those who helped me. You will be rewarded most generously with great riches beyond your imagination, Magister. Viserys boasted. That is good to know, Prince Viserys. The recent tidings in Westeros suggest the gods seem to favor House Targaryen, as Robert Baratheon has met some misfortune of late, said Magister Vigor, his beady eyes holding some mirth, but with the grey beard covering most of the Magister's face, Dany couldn't be sure. Nonetheless, she was happy to accept a plate full of rare berries, most of which she had never seen, from the Magister's servant. She chanced a taste of one pink-colored berry, and her mouth was filled with the sweet rich juice of the berry. She was only far too happy to pick out the pink berries from the silver platter most eagerly, despite the disapproving look Viserys sent her way. The fact that her brother was not admonishing her spoke volumes of the good mood her brother was in. Mayhaps the woes of the accursed usurper put her brother in a good mood. If that was the case, she prayed the gods took pity on her by heaping more trouble on the usurper. Truly, Magister? We have been bereft of any new developments in my kingdom. Tell me, what misfortune has fallen on the head of the usurper? Have the people risen against him and raised the Targaryen banners? Viserys asked most eagerly, his amethyst eyes sparkling with glee while leaning forward in his cushioned chair. One would hope so, my prince. But not yet. However, the sailors inform me the capital is in shambles. The Great September, built by the pious King Baelor the Blessed, has fallen, killing the High Septon and many faithful amidst their prayer. The September's fall was followed by a devastating wave from the sea that swept away King's Landing's ports and ships. I'm told the loss of life and destruction was massive. Dany looked at the Magister with wide eyes upon hearing the fate of their capital city. She looked at her brother to see Viserys positively glowing at the misfortune that befell the capital city. She wondered momentarily why her brother would celebrate any tragedy visited on the capital of their father's kingdom. Weren't the people of the Seven Kingdoms their staunchest supporters? Dany thought confusedly. Maybe, only the supporters of the usurper suffered. Dany mused, going back to happily munching on the berries. This is good news, Magister Vigor. Is it possible that the usurper or his dogs met his end in the capital? Viserys asked eagerly, happily accepting a chalice of green nectar wine, a famed local delicacy of the free city of Myr, offered by the squinty-eyed Magister. I'm afraid not, Prince Viserys. It is said that Robert Baratheon fled his city in favor of his ancestral castle of Storm's End while his hand held the city together in these trying times. Some of the sailors from Dusk and Dale say the commoners are fleeing the city by the thousands. Dany jerked her head as she heard Viserys laugh so loud. She looked at her brother with wide eyes, seeing the genuine laughter on her brother's face. Her brother had laughed in the past as well, but it had always been faked after the passing of Sir Derry. Her brother only laughed to please their hosts, and it was always a fake one. But this laughter was genuine. You see, Dany. What have I told you about the Iron Throne? It'll only allow a true dragon to sit. Anyone else will get cursed because the Iron Throne was forged from the flames of Balerion the Black Dread. Viserys said happily, grinning from ear to ear. Dany couldn't help but smile at her brother's happiness. She supposed it was nice to have something happening to warrant a laugh from her brother. Maybe, we can return home. Dany said hopefully, looking into her brother's eyes, which shined with happiness and with a tenderness that her brother had been lacking recently. In due time, Princess Daenerys. Robert Baratheon still has many allies. Magister Vigor cautioned them, making Dany nod demurely. The usurper's dogs. They'll suffer the most for betraying my father when I retake the throne. Viserys promised, his face darkening with rage, making Dany hide her face behind a curtain of her silver hair. Fear not, my prince. You are not the only one with a grudge against Robert Baratheon's allies. In Myr, you'll find many magisters eager to see the fall of the Starks, for you see, we pride ourselves in our roots in old Valeria. Since the time of the freehold's dominion over our city, we mermen were the greatest makers of glass, lace, mirrors and carpets. Magister Vagar said with a sweeping gesture oozing great pride in his city folk. It burns me to see uncouth barbarians like the northerners gaining the knowledge of glass making and metals. Surely, they must be punished, my prince, for stealing the great works of Valeria. They'll be punished, Magister. Viserys promised, finishing the wine quickly. I'll have their heads lined up on the walls of the Red Keep when I retake my throne. Very good, my prince. Here in Myr, I shall introduce you to influential magisters and merchants who will doubtlessly support your claim to see the Starks laid low. If you consent, I shall arrange a ball to let you mingle with these magisters. Do it, Magister Vagar. The sooner I claim the Iron Throne, the faster we can have the Starks and the Lannisters pay for their crimes. I'll be most honored to host the ball, my prince. Magister Vagar smirked, pouring more wine into Viserys' cup. Dany watched as her brother got drunk as the night progressed. She just hoped the Magister's words were not a jest. She longed for the home Viserys and Sir Darry fought for and promised. Mayhaps, brother will smile more at home, she thought. XXXX. Aim. Lose. Harry watched from a comfortable position by the window of one of the towers on his castle's wall as the ballista fired a bolt into the sea. He tracked the bolt's trajectory with a telescope and clicked his tongue when the bolt veered off target, striking the sea water. A second later, the water exploded outwards as the bolt released the blasting charm carved on its bolt head upon contact. A miss. Reload and engage the target. Silos Pool ordered. The men manning the ballista began swiveling the mounted weapon while the other two men carefully armed the ballista. Target in sight, SER. The soldier controlling the trigger declared after taking aim. Aim. Lose. Silos yelled. Harry went back to tracking the bolt once again. Once again, the bolt failed to strike the target. Harry let out a grunt of disappointment as he watched the small fishing boat remain floating despite the violent explosion beside it, blowing the boat further away from the coast. Your feats of magic are great, my lord, but if you don't have men with good aim, it'll do us no good. Marwyn commented. They'll learn with practice. Besides, the ballista's primary purpose is to attack enemy ships housing siege engines. Since ships will be much bigger in size compared with the boat down there, the men will have a better chance of striking the target. Silos Pool claimed, the harsh taskmaster of the archery range sighed as another bolt missed the target by a wider margin. Enough. Harry ordered, putting a stop to the field testing of the ballista. Use normal bolts if you must instead of the rune-enhanced bolts. There are only so few in our armory. Silos nodded before going about replacing the rune-enhanced bolts from the ballista. Harry eyed the men for a moment before he climbed down the flight of stairs, content to leave the testing in Silos Pool's capable hands. So, what do you think? Harry asked, eyeing Marwyn sideways. The weapon is impressive, but perhaps there is some magic that can enhance its aiming and releasing force. Marwyn suggested. Perhaps, a mounted telescope might give proper aim to the men. Harry suggested, thinking of the sniper guns of his old world. That's a brilliant idea, my lord. I'd have suggested it'd be too costly, but since you are the one spell forging the glass, the cost is not an issue. Marwyn muttered thoughtfully. The problems I foresee will be training the men, arranging sufficient stocks of the telescope and altering the current design of the ballista to accommodate the mounting of another device. Silos shall oversee the training. The man is a good archer, said Harry. A good archer may not necessarily make one a good trainer or a castellan. Are you sure it was wise to name Silos Pool as the castellan of Avalon? Vayen Pool was far better, in my opinion. Vayen Pool is the castellan of Winterfell. Father only agreed to send the man to build up the household and position the guards in the castle. It was always a temporary arrangement. Harry shook his head as he, too, would have preferred to hold on to Vayen Pool. Besides, I've known Silos most of my life. He trained me in Winterfell. He's a capable man. As you say, my lord. Marwyn dipped his head and let the matter drop. How are the Forrester siblings doing? Harry asked suddenly. They are doing far better than I thought. They are very good at numbers than their letters. What about their magic? Harry looked at the old maester curiously. Joseph Snow does not show much potential other than his affinity with animals. Even your dire wolf is calmer around the boy. A warg. Harry frowned, as he had seen the same thing happen with his siblings. Fenris never allowed anyone to pet him except Harry and his siblings. Possibly. His sister Elsera on the other hand. Marwyn trailed off thoughtfully before shaking his head. She's something else. I can feel her magic as a tangible force. She lacks control over that power, but she is the most magically gifted creature I have ever set my eyes on after you, my lord. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment before deciding to get into a hands-on approach with the natural-born children of Gregor Forrester. The only reason he had so far kept them at a distance was because of his focus on the Dragonstone issue and the ritual to restoring the dragons. "I'll sit with them and take over their magical education myself after the dragons settle in," said Harry, reaching the base of the Wardstone Tower. "Meanwhile, keep everyone away from the tower tonight. I'll not be available till tomorrow morning." "I understand, my lord." Marwyn bowed low as Harry climbed the steps into the tower with the door closing firmly shut behind him. At the very top floor of the tower, he found his trusted Valkyrie prepping the room for the ritual. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he joined them most eagerly. When night finally came, Harry finished warding the tower to withstand even a superstorm. The stone floor was painted with concentric circles and runes connecting them neatly to channel magical power in ways pertinent to his design. Anya, Adela, and Kyla stood outside the runic circles with a large cylinder by their side. "All right. Anya, you may begin," Harry said, commencing the ritual. On his signal, Anya, aided by her fellow sisters, slowly poured the water in the container into the neat grooves they carved into the floor. The water slowly flowed through the channels until, finally, the grooves were filled to the brim. After making sure there was no spillage, Kyla and Adela activated the runes on the tower. The roof of the tower lit up with runes and folded in on itself, exposing the ritual chamber to the silver light of the supermoon. The air came to a standstill for a moment before the runes started to activate, absorbing the moonlight. The green glow of the runes changed into silver white as they transitioned into moon runes. The magic absorbed by the runes began extracting and combining with the magic in the 5 ice crystals Harry placed in small circles on the floor. The crystals turned into dust, and the magical power was absorbed into the water. That was when Harry activated the runes near his feet by touching the tip of his wand against the floor. The water saturated with the power and magic of the moon from the ice crystals transmuted into a silver opaque fluid. The silver fluid jumped out of the channel of its own accord and began to fill up 2 separate vessels containing the 2 dragon eggs. Harry lit up a fire beneath the vessel carrying the fire dragon egg while he used an ice spell on the other vessel carrying the ice dragon egg. The fire dragon egg ended up surrounded by boiling silver fluid, while the ice dragon egg became encased in a crystallized form of the silver fluid. The runes on the floor continued to draw dense magical energy into the 2 eggs while the moonlight continued to shine down on the 2 eggs. "Now, the waiting game begins," Harry thought, sitting down on the floor while keeping his eyes wide open. Hours passed with only the magical fire beneath the fire dragon egg making any sort of noise. Harry was nearly ready to close his eyes and take a quick nap when the icy shell around the ice dragon egg cracked with a distinct chipping sound. Harry sat up straight and focused on the ice dragon egg. He was immediately forced to put a shield around himself and his Valkyrie as the ice dragon egg exploded outwards in a shower of ice pellets. The ice pellets harmlessly impinged on his shield and dissolved into dust, but the whole room was covered in a misty fog by that time. Even the magical flame he created was snuffed out. But he didn't dare move as he heard the beating of wings. Harry banished the fog with a flick of his wand, and he saw a small ice dragon looking at him with small icy blue eyes. The little dragon tilted its head to the side and blinked confusedly. "Hello. You are safe." Harry switched to Parseltongue. The small ice dragon continued to eye him curiously without moving an inch. An idea popped into his head, and Harry fished out another ice dragon crystal from his pocket. Slowly placing it on the floor, Harry stepped back a few paces. The ice dragon hesitantly put its right hind leg forward and then looked at him. Harry stayed perfectly still, but he kept a tight grip on his wand. The hatchling slowly moved closer, taking small cautious steps until, finally, it nudged the crystal with its snout. The hatchling sniffed around the crystal a few times until, finally, it just curled around the crystal. Seeing the dragon making itself comfortable, Harry slowly moved forward and reached out with his hand. He touched the hatchling behind its neck. The dragon was cold, but it was not an unbearable cold. Harry scratched the blue scales of the hatchling expecting the dragon to find some comfort in his actions, but the hatchling just stared at him unamused. "It's going to be hard to please you, hey," Harry muttered. So, he waved his wand and conjured a block of ice which garnered a reaction from the hatchling. The ice dragon crawled forward and spread its small wings wide, and tried to climb over the ice with his claws. Harry snickered, watching the feeble attempts by the ice dragon to scale the block of ice with its claws and hind legs. At the same time, he heard a trill coming from the other vessel. His eyes widened as he set his sights on a pair of yellow eyes peeking at him from the vessel. The little fire dragon crawled out of the vessel with some effort and spread its bronze-colored wings while letting out a screech. At the same time, the ice dragon managed to climb atop the block of ice he conjured and let out a challenging screech as well. Harry looked between the 2 dragons, and he realized the 2 opposing elemental magic were instinctually making the dragons perceive the other as a challenge. Interesting. Probably a defense mechanism ingrained in their genetics. Harry thought, studying the 2 dragons proudly spreading their wings and sizing each other up. Chapter 63, The Battle of North March. Chapter text. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears making Mathis Rowan look up from the latest raven he got from Highgarden. There was nothing new in the Raven except urging him to abandon fields and small folk under his protection and march to Highgarden with due haste. As if I'm going to obey that stupid order. Mathis thought with a scoff. He was no coward to run away from the battlefield like the fat flower of Highgarden. He was a Rowan, and that name means something in the Reach. His family was born from the seed of Garth Greenhand. For thousands of years, his ancestors had fought and bled for the Gardener Kings to establish the borders of the Reach. His family had a long history of keeping the Kings of the Rock in check at the borders of the Reach. Many lions had thought themselves to set their greedy paws on the Gardener lands, but House Rowan was there to give a proper beating to the lions. My lord. Sir Ricard Rowan rushed into his solar unceremoniously. He would have chastised if it was anyone else, but Sir Ricard was his kin, however distant the relation might be. Sir Ricard. You have something for me. My lord. It's the Lannisters. They've crossed the border. Our border patrols were attacked, and the survivors are just streaming in. Calm down, Sir. We knew they'd try something like this sooner or later. Mathis admonished his knightly kin for losing composure. Did any of the men notice where the Lannister forces came from? The Lannisters, they were east of the river, my lord. Mathis growled in frustration upon hearing that. That's no good, Sir. I want to know whether they rode down from Silverhill or crossed the ocean road and rode along the Red Lake to reach us, said Mathis. We don't know, my lord. The men say they saw lion banners and the banners of 3 dogs in the field. Entire villages along the border were burned to the ground. It was a slaughter. 3 dogs. Mathis frowned in thought. My lord. 3 dogs in a yellow field. 'Tis the banner of House Clegane, said Maester Orm, walking into his solar. A raven just came from Cold Moat, my lord. Lord Webber claims there is an army of Westerlanders 2,000 strong riding down from Silverhill. Possibly more. Send a raven back to Lord Webber. Order him to stand down and hold Cold Moat at all costs until reinforcements arrive. You plan to ride out, my lord? Sir Ricard asked, his boyish face creasing with worry. Aye, but not alone. Maester, send a raven to Old Oak. Tell Lord Oakhart that the Lannisters have ridden from Silverhill and begun their assault. Ask him to spare any reinforcements if he can, said Mathis. My lord. There is a strong chance this could be a distraction. What if Lord Tywin's true aim is Old Oak? Asked Maester Orm. With the ocean road in his control, Lord Tywin could even threaten Old Town. That's true, but I don't think the Old Lion is aiming at Old Oak. Nonetheless, dispatch riders and ravens to Highgarden, Bitterbridge, Cider Hall, Long Table, Brightwater Keep and Old Town. What'll you be doing, my lord? Sir Ricard asked. I'll be rooting those Westerlanders from my land. Prepare the horses, Sir Ricard. I'll not suffer any Western lions in my lands. Mathis rode out from Golden Grove with more than half of his mounted forces. The raven from Highgarden warning him to shore up the defences had worked to his advantage, but he was still not prepared to arm all his men with steel in their hands. Therefore, he focused on his mounted forces. He had very little foot with him, and not surprisingly, they were lagging behind his mounted forces. Instead of going straight to Cold Moat, he took a slight detour by travelling further west. There was a reason he chose to ride farther away from the seat of House Webber. Cold Moat was a strong castle surrounded by sturdy walls and a moat. The Lannisters, no matter their numbers, were not going to easily defeat the defences of Cold Moat. Therefore, he suspected the lions were targeting Standfast, the seat of House Osgrey. There was another reason he suspected the Lannisters were not sieging Cold Moat. While he did not doubt the loyalty of House Webber, he also did not forget Lord Tywin's grandmother was Rohan Webber. If his memory served him right, Lord Tywin spent some of his formative years in Cold Moat and had cultivated strong relations with House Webber. He wouldn't put it past the old lion to know the weaknesses of Cold Moat. After bunking down a few miles from Standfast, he sent out scouts to scout ahead and see whether his hunch was correct. A few minutes later, the scouts returned, and with them came the confirmation of his worst fears. The Lannisters were merely making the ruckus at Cold Moat as a distraction while the real fight was at Standfast. I should not have asked the Webbers to retreat into their castle. Mathis muttered after mounting his horse once more and leading his men against the Lannister forces attacking Standfast. He shook his head and focused on the battle ahead. The scouts tell us Lord Osmond Osgrey has his back against Standfast and steadily retreating to the castle. If we can circle around the hill ahead, we can take the Lannisters by surprise. Sir Ricard suggested. No. There is a small stream ahead that connects to the moat of Cold Mat. It'll slow us down too much if we cross the stream. Mathis disagreed. Lord Osgrey can hold off the assault for a time, can he not, my lord? Maybe he can, or maybe he can't. I know Standfast cannot properly defend itself as it has no walls, said Mathis, but he also saw the wisdom in covering all grounds. The Lannisters surely must have a camp close by if they were launching a full-scale attack on Standfast. Have a few of our men cross the stream and scout ahead for the Lannister camp, he ordered in the end. Some of his men split off from the main host to cross the stream while he led the bulk of his men towards Standfast as fast as his horses could run. When they finally reached Standfast, it was evening, and the sunlight was starting to dim. Blow the horns. Let House Osgry know we are coming to their rescue. Mathis ordered. As the horns blew twice, he arranged his army. He pushed all the archers to the left flank under the command of one of his household knights. The horses on his right flank were under the command of Sir Ricard, and Mathis took command of the centre. When the horns finished sounding out their arrival, he gave the order for the charge. Halfway through their charge, Sir Ricard split off from the main host and charged straight into the Lannister lines, giving the Osgry men some much-needed breathing room. Mathis, on the other hand, moved the remaining me to reinforce the Osgrys. His archers rained arrows on the Lannister army while he led the charge, breaking the centre of the Lannister army. He cut through Westerland soldiers one after the other. Any peasant foolish enough to challenge him in the field was quickly sent into the stranger's grasp. Surrounded by some of the finest knights of the Reach, Mathis cut through the Lannister centre with his eye on the Lannister standard, fluttering in the wind further ahead. Blood was everywhere, and his blade was shining with the red liquid. But he was only more resolute in ending this battle in his favour. Mathis swatted away a spear that came close to his shoulder with his shield and put his sword straight through the skull of the soldier's skull. Pulling it back, he was quickly engaged in a bout of steel with a knight on horseback. He parried the knight's sword and tried to bury his sword through the neck of the knight, but he missed it as his sword only grazed the knight's helmet. The knight didn't remain idle and tried to smack him down from the horse with his shield. It was by luck he managed to keep his hold on the reins of his horse and moved away from the knight's reach. Moving further away from the mystery knight, he went back to cutting down Lannister men on the ground. Slowly but surely, he could feel himself getting out of breath as the battle raged. I'm not as young as I'd like. Mathis thought with a bit of worry. Suddenly, horns blared from the Lannister side. At first, he was a little confused, but soon he realized the Lannister army was withdrawing. They're breaking off. They're retreating, he heard someone shout in jubilation. But the man was right. Mathis could see the Lannister soldiers were disengaging from the battle. He immediately turned his horse around and waded through the battlefield. Archers! Archers! He shouted as he finally managed to arrive behind the defensive lines. Taking command of a company of archers, he had them move forward and bleed the fleeing Lannister army as much as possible. My lord! Should we not give chase? Sir Ricard asked. Sir Ricard was drenched in blood and atop a new horse. Mathis looked at the knight with an appreciative look for showing his mettle in the first serious battle the knight had fought. It seemed I was not wrong to give command of the cavalry to Sir Ricard. But he has much to learn, he thought. No. We have the higher ground. We'll hold our position and increase the defences of Standfast. We'll make our move only when we know the number of our enemies and whom we are fighting. Shall I arrange for the scouts, my lord? Sir Ricard asked. Aye. That'd be best. We need to find the lion's lair as fast as possible. Still, Mathis was a little bit annoyed that he didn't find a large Lannister army as he expected. This one was perhaps 1,000 strong, but that was no great number for assaulting the borders of the Reach. In the following days, the Lannisters sent small token forces that served as a nuisance more than any threat to their position. Mathis was pretty baffled why the Lannisters were behaving so oddly, but on the third day, he found out the crafty old lion had planned for them. But by then, it was too late as the entire north march was cut off by the wily Lannisters trapping his army inside an unfavorable position. XXXXXXXX. Jon Arryn rubbed his head as he sat inside the small council chambers all on his own, thinking about the dark future ahead of the Seven Kingdoms. The days ahead were not going to be easy, and he knew more than anyone else that this war would weaken the Baratheon dynasty. Losing the Lannisters as allies would spell doom for Robert's prospects of holding the Iron Throne. For now, the last Targaryens were unable to cross the narrow sea, but if this war wages on for too long, then it'd only take a few ambitious lords to ferry the Targaryen children to Westeros. When that happens, everything will fall apart. It was for this reason he had tried all he could to avert war. He had sent raven after raven to Robert and Lord Tywin, asking them to exercise caution instead of plunging the realm into war. But both men were adamant about settling his matter on the battlefield, spilling rivers of blood. Till now, he had not made any moves to call the banners of the Vale, but he'd soon have to follow as many Reach lords have declared for Robert. He was just waiting to see where Tywin Lannister would strike. At least he didn't have to worry about King's Landing. Stannis had sent his men from Dragonstone and took control of the city in Robert's name. Stannis' actions probably saved many lives, as Lannister men in the capital wouldn't have surrendered that easily without prompt action from the Prince of Dragonstone. But it gave no relief for him when he was confronted with the fact that there was no way to safely dispose of the wildfire caches that were unearthed from around the city. All of those wildfire pots were buried outside the city, far away from any settlements. It was a risk to leave the wildfire pots anywhere, but without the alchemists, he didn't have men with the expertise to neutralize the substance. The Citadel had promised to dispatch some maesters to tackle the wildfire problem, but the war would undoubtedly create a hindrance to that plan. With no other option, John had resorted to assigning men to guard the site where the wildfire pots were buried. It was no ideal solution, but no other option was available in the current scenario. The door to the council chamber opened, and a familiar smell of perfume entered his nostrils. Lord Varys. Lord Hand. I've word from the Reach. Oh? Do go on. John waved his hand invitingly. The Lannister army has poured through the Reach borders. They attacked the North March region, my lord. John let out a disappointed sigh and leaned back into his chair. And? How is it looking? He asked. 'Tis not good, my lord. The lords of North March fought bravely, but they were outmaneuvered by Lord Tywin. Lord Tywin has trapped the bulk of forces from the houses Osgry, Rowan and Weber in North March by destroying the dam on Chequy Water. As a result, the lands of Osgry and Weber are flooded. I believe Lord Tywin has also commanded Lord Serret to break all dams and canals in Silver Hill, thereby increasing the water flow in Lower Mander passing through North March. I believe we can expect the entire North March region to stay out of any fights with the Westerlands until they can mitigate the flood somehow. John could only gape at the Master of Whispers. But then, he remembered Lord Tywin was intimately familiar with the lands of North March and the Reach thanks to his blood ties with House Weber. If the North March is flooded, then the Lannisters are also unable to march on Highgarden. Unless, John trailed off as he realized what was being planned by the Old Lion. What about the Ocean Road? Has House Oakhart called their banners? Asked John. Lord Tywin commands the army marching through the Ocean Road, Lord Hand. It'll take a week at least for Lord Lannister to reach Old Oak. Who was leading the attack on North March? John asked anxiously. It was Sir Tygett Lannister, my lord. Lord Mathis Rowan defeated Sir Tygett's host at Standfast, but it was only a distraction. Varys said, a tittering smile on his face that made John seriously consider throwing something at the bald spymaster's head. What about Robert? John instead asked. His Grace has marched the Storm Lords to Ashford. The Tyrells are marshalling all their men at Highgarden, and Old Town is on high alert. The Tyrells are not reinforcing their northern lords? John asked with a thoughtful frown. They are not, my lord. Varys nodded. I suspect Mace Tyrell wishes to march with his Grace. All things considered, that's not a bad idea. John thought. Has there been any word from Dorne? I'm afraid not, my lord. Perhaps we can expect a raven from Sun's Pair. Prince Doran is a cautious man. I doubt he'd do anything that'd benefit Lord Tywin for obvious reasons, said Varys with a simpering smile. Let's hope that's the case. John muttered under his breath as he knew how unpredictable Dornishmen could become. Nonetheless, he had sent out a raven to Sun's Pair explaining the circumstances behind the current animosity between House Lannister and Baratheon. He worded it in such a way that they might get the chance to exact vengeance on House Lannister. A sudden knock on the door, and it was revealed to be his young squire. Hugh. What is the matter? My lord. Lord Stannis Baratheon has arrived at the city gates. He is no mere lord. In the absence of any true-born children, his Grace's heir is Prince Stannis Baratheon, the Prince of Dragonstone, said Varys. John eyed the spymaster at the interruption, but he agreed with the spider's assessment. Invite Prince Stannis to the small council chambers. John ordered. By the time Stannis reached the small council chambers, the remaining members of the small council were in attendance. There was Peter Baelish, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Varys sitting in the council with him. But Stannis didn't come alone into the dismal council chambers. Full-plated knights accompanied the Prince of Dragonstone into the council chambers. Prince Stannis. What is the meaning of this? John protested as the knights unsheathed their swords while they surrounded the small council. Sir Axel. Take the Grand Maester into custody. Throw him into the black cells. Stannis commanded. Wah! My lord? What is this? I'm but a loyal servant of King Robert, Pycelle stuttered out protests as he was forced up by his grey robe by the Baratheon knights. Shut up, you old cretin. You serve no one except the Old Lion. This council does not need Tywin's chief spy in it. Stannis growled. The knights manhandled the old maester out of the council chambers despite Jon's protests. What is the meaning of this, Stannis? You cannot just imprison the Grand Maester on a whim. Jon protested. I've not acted on whim, Lord Arryn. I've been authorized by His Grace to take command of the Crownland forces and ensure the safety of his capital in his absence by any means necessary. Still, to act so brazenly against Grand Maester Pycelle. My Lord Hand. We must consider the possibility that the Grand Maester might have been the one to warn Lord Tywin of what transpired in Storm's End. I'd say Prince Stannis' actions are prudent considering the situation of the city. Varys jumped in unexpectedly, announcing his support for Stannis. I suppose, it is necessary to be cautious. Jon said, looking unsure where this was going. Lord Arryn. Have you called your banners? No. Then do so, my lord. I suspect the Riverlands would undoubtedly get embroiled in the war at some point. I shall focus on gathering the lords of the Crownlands and guard the Gold Road against any Lannister aggression. I hope I can depend on the Knights of the Vale to defend the Riverlands. I suppose it cannot be helped. I'll send the Raven to the Vale Lords. Jon muttered, his shoulders slumping in defeat as he thought of all the young ones who'd soon be robbed of their lives in this unnecessary war, just like his kin in the last war. What about the North? As I understand it, we are in this war thanks to Lord Stark's son. Baelish peeked up. Eddard has called his banners. It takes time for the Northerners to gather, and I'm told they are in the midst of a harvest. It might take a while for the Northern army to cross the neck, said Jon. Are we not going to discuss the matter of Lord Stark's son, my lords? His Grace is waging this war on the premise that his magical hammer refuses to budge despite Prince Joffrey's efforts. Shouldn't we discuss the matter of magic deciding someone's ancestry before anything else, said Varys. I concur with Lord Varys. How can we know for sure the magic in the hammer was not set in that specific way to deny access to Prince Joffrey? Are you accusing the Starks, Lord Baelish? Jon asked incredulously. No, my lord. But I find it odd that everyone is perfectly happy to let a hammer judge the ancestry of Prince Joffrey. If we are to fight a war against Queen Cersei's family and accuse her of cuckolding the king, I think it is reasonable to inquire for more proof. Perhaps, the Citadel could investigate the matter more thoroughly. Baelish proposed. There is no need, Lord Baelish. Maester Cresson of Dragonstone has already supplied my brother with other evidence to prove Cersei Lannister's crime. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children, is a book written by Maester Melian. It contains the traits of those possessing Baratheon blood. All Baratheons that followed Orys Baratheon had blue eyes and black hair. This trait never skipped the children in any marriages, including past marriages between a Baratheon and Lannister. If that's not proof enough, the appearance of Maya Stone, Edric Storm as well as the many bastards sired by my brother the king are living proof. Jon looked at Peter Baelish and Varys to see whether they had anything to say after that long-winded explanation from the king's brother. Both men were silent as a grave. If this council seeks the veracity of my claims, I'm sure a copy of the book is available in the library of the Red Keep. It was by using this book as evidence my brother, the king declared the children Joffrey and Myrcella as bastards of Cersei Lannister. It is henceforth my brother's wish that Joffrey and Myrcella are henceforth be called Joffrey Waters and Myrcella Waters, said Stannis, taking a sealed parchment with the king's seal and handing it over to Jon Arryn. We are questioning the former queen's retinue and the king's slayer to see whether we can find who fathered Cersei's bastards. Jon broke the seal and saw the declaration written by Robert and the royal seal at the bottom of the parchment. I shall make copies of the declaration and send it to all the major lords of the Seven Kingdoms, said Jon, letting out a sigh. He supposed there was no coming back from this act now that Robert had officially voided the legitimacy of Joffrey and Myrcella. I suppose we ought to discuss the steps to secure the city. Please take your seat, Prince Stannis. This ought to be a long meeting. Jon said tiredly, thinking whether it was a better idea to retire after this war. Jon was just about ready to give up after trying his best to keep the city together after the wildfire fiasco and the devastation that wrecked the city after a series of unfortunate events. Perhaps, he ought to have a talk with Robert to bring Northerners and Rivermen into the small council. Without Lannister support, Robert needed his natural allies more than ever to dissuade Targaryen loyalists from threatening the king's peace. Chapter 64, We Kill Them All. Chapter text. Patrice Oakheart looked at the burnt smoking remains of the farming village with a sense of dread and anger. The wanton destruction and barbarity shown by the Lannister army were beyond inhumane. The worst part was that he could not help but take some responsibility for the loss of life that was before his eyes. If I had only sent more men to escort the small folk away from the village a little early, hundreds would have lived. Patrice thought grimly, looking on with horror at the butchery the Lannisters unleashed. Do not blame yourself, my lord. You did everything you could in the situation, said Sir Alistair Redmayne. Patrice just shook his head and turned his horse away, not wanting to look upon the failure of his duty. Are there any survivors? He asked once his sons Gwaine and Desmond returned to his side on their horses. None, father. Gwaine said grimly. Those monsters spared no one. Not even children. Patrice could hear a slight inflection in his younger son's voice. It was only natural to feel so strongly, especially when his younger son had just had a newborn daughter before this blasted war came to their lands. The Lannisters didn't make it easy either, as his most veteran soldiers and knights were horror-struck at the depravity and butchering the Westermob had wreaked on their lands. Perhaps, there are survivors who escaped the slaughter. The survivors might have fled to the shores or deep into the woods. Desmond said, looking far worse compared to his younger brother. Patrice knew the reason. It was his eldest son who found the well full of dismembered bodies of the men of the village. The women were strewn across the village in barns and houses with their bodies violated. It was as if hell had come to these lands. He wondered whether this was the same fate that befell King's Landing a decade ago. Ride back to the camp and get some rest. You look like you've not slept for days, Desmond said. Patrice, knowing his eldest son had been chasing Gregor Clegane across the countryside. "No, father. It's an order, Desmond. You'll return to Old Oak and take some rest. While you're there, you'll review the preparations of Old Oak for a long siege with Maester Omer," he said sharply, leaving no room for discussion. "You're dismissed." He watched his eldest son ride off after letting out a huff of protest. "Father, your brother is too soft-hearted for this kind of battle. He is a good man, but out of the goodness of his heart, he has extended our men far out of the reach of our supply lines by chasing Clegane." Patrice snapped, making his younger son shut his mouth with an audible click. "We are fighting this war to Lord Tywin's design thanks to your brother. The Old Lion wants to weaken the forces mustering at Old Oak so he can overwhelm us there and take the ocean road." "What are you saying, father?" Gwaine asked tentatively. "We retreat to our lines. We prioritize holding the ocean road and denying the Lannister army taking control of our castle. But there are 5 more villages we couldn't evacuate. If we retreat, we leave them to the tender mercies of House Lannister." Gwaine protested. "We don't have the men to spare, and even if we did, I sense a trap is being set by the lions." Patrice grimaced, giving the orders to retreat after burying the dead in the village. He knew he was sentencing the rest of the countryside to Lannister cruelty, but war seldom gives good choices. A few days later, refugees began streaming in with stories of murder, rape, and butchery. Word spread quickly among the men, and the clamor for taking the fight to the Lannisters only became stronger. But Patrice exercised caution and refused to give up the advantage by being goaded into a trap. His caution stemmed from the fact that the scouts he sent forth so far had not found the Lannister camp, which deprived them of knowing the disposition of the Lannister army. The lords of Northmarch getting bogged down by the flood also played a crucial part in his decision to pull back his army and defend Old Oak rather than ride out to face the enemy in the field. Patrice sat alone in his tent, staring intently at the map sprawled out on his desk. He had marked all the villages the Lannister army had attacked in the past week and constructed a reasonable timeline. He was hoping he could find a place that'd facilitate the Lannisters to camp out and strike at these villages and withdraw in quick order. The flaps of his tent were suddenly thrown open as Sir Alistair Redmayne walked in with haste holding a piece of parchment in his hand. "My lord, word from Old Oak has arrived. Lord Alistair Florent has sent a 5,000-strong army under his son's command to protect Old Oak and Ocean Road." Sir Alistair reported with a happy grin on his trusted captain of guard's face. Relief flooded Patrice's mind as he read through the message written by Maester Omer. "It seems we'll need to make preparations to accommodate Lord Aelkine Florent in our camp," he muttered. "By your leave, I shall see to the preparations, my lord," Sir Alistair offered. He was about to nod, but a guard suddenly entered his tent unannounced. "Forgive me, my lord, sir. The scouts have returned, and they found the Lannister camp." His eyes widened as he realized the opportunity that was presenting itself. With additional troops to hold the ocean road on their way and his scouts pinpointing the Lannister camp, he could push back the Lannister army. "Sir Alistair, have the scouts mark the positions on the map. I'll also need to know the strength of the enemy we are to face and call forth my son." The preparations from there on out were fast-paced. The chances of the Lannister army relocating their camp were too much to ignore. He rightly feared the Lannister army was mustering a larger host, and if that was the case, he needed to deal a blow to the Lannister army and boost the morale of his men. He wondered what his youngest son was doing. Aerys was a competent knight, and he hoped his son was serving the king ably in the King's Guard. "At least I'll be meeting Aerys soon enough," Patrice thought. XXXX. Sir Gawain of Old Oak felt like he could kill 1,000 Lannisters and would feel not a thing after having witnessed the cruelty of the Lions of the West. He supposed he shouldn't have expected anything less from the family that butchered the wife and children of Prince Rhaegar. Still, there was something to be gained for the Lannisters in butchering the family of Prince Rhaegar. He could not see what benefit the Lannisters was hoping to achieve here by slaughtering defenseless small folk. If it was to piss him off and the men accompanying him, then the Lions had succeeded in their objective. "Sire, the archers are in position," Goran informed him, looking at him most eagerly with wide brown eyes for orders. Gawain looked at the sky to see the light was slowly dimming. If they waited any longer, they'd be attacking the Lannister camp in low visibility. His father's orders were to attack the enemy camp at night, but he wanted these murderers to live and breathe in fear as he rained death down on them. "Kill the lookouts and have a contingent of horses ride in to draw out these Lannister scum. We'll bleed them dry in our soil," he ordered, earning a vicious smirk from Goran, who nodded his head and went about to communicate his order to the men. The archers began the initial assault by taking out the lookouts posted around the Lannister camp. The Lannister men became aware of their presence and began to gather, especially after a contingent of mounted knights loudly charged into the Lannister camp. The ruckus of the battle attracted more and more Lannister men to come out of their tents, and that was when he gave the signal for his troops to move in from the flanks. Archers led the attack from the forefront by raining fresh salvos of arrows on the unsuspecting Lannister men in the camp. Not everyone in the Lannister camp was armored, and that left the enemy suffering mortal wounds from his archers. Closely following his archers were the infantry troops that clashed with the hastily put up defensive lines of the Lannister army. As the battle raged on in the camp, Gawain held back the bulk of his forces, comprising of his horses, for the opportune moment to strike. The light from the sun dimmed further, and finally, he saw the huge behemoth of a man that was Gregor Clegane take the field. Tywin's attack dog. You'll meet your end here. Gawain muttered as he mounted his horse and took a spear into his hand. My fellow knights. Today we put an end to killers of women and children. Today we shall introduce them to the steel of our swords. Today we'll bring them to the stranger. Gawain raised his spear and let out a shout taken up by the men as they surged with bloodlust. Together they rode down from the shade of the trees into the camp. The clapping of the collective hoofs of their horses was akin to rumbling thunder from the heavens. Gawain could feel his heart hammering in his body as he held the spear at ready. This is a righteous war. This is a righteous war. This is a righteous war. Gawain kept muttering inside his helmet as he drew closer to the Lannister men. His horse slammed into a soldier who looked like he was just shitting his pants while Gawain stabbed his spear through the neck of an unsuspecting Lannister soldier. His spear broke in his hand, and he was forced to unsheath his sword after he regained some semblance of control over his horse. He trotted the horse forward and sliced through the back of the neck of a Lannister soldier. He hacked and slashed through the Lannister men, steadily gaining ground against the Mountain, who was swinging his massive sword like a battering ram. He saw an opportunity when the Mountain turned his back and began fighting three men. Urging his horse forward, Gawain surged ahead, gaining speed. He raised his sword, eager to claim the glory of felling the Mountain, but Clegane turned at the last moment, and what happened next was not something he properly saw. He was flying away from his horse for some reason, and with a painful crash, he fell to the ground. He was breathing heavily, and there were black spots in his vision. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were getting clouded by blood pooling into them from his head. He quickly pulled his helmet away from his head and wiped the blood away. A bestial growl alerted him to the fact that he was in danger. Gawain rolled forward on instinct, and that saved his life as a massive sword slammed into his previous position. Turning around, he saw the behemoth figure of Gregor Clegane marching toward him with a murderous look. He scrambled back in fear as the giant came towards him. Out of nowhere, his friend Goran came to his rescue. But he watched with horror as Goran fell flat on the ground from a single punch from Clegane. Then the giant man stomped with a bellow on Goran's head with all his might. Gawain heard a sickening crack as his friend's head was crushed under the massive boot of the Mountain. Gawain breathed hard as he became consumed by rage. With a mighty roar, he climbed to his feet, raising his sword to take the head of the monster standing before him. He threw a few quick jabs at Clegane, but the man was very good with his footwork despite his massive size. Letting out a frustrated yell, he went for an overhead slash against Clegane's shoulder, but the Mountain was faster. He was forced to defend himself as Clegane surged forward with a speed that took him by surprise. The Mountain's massive great sword came at him with a force and speed that made him freeze in indecision. And that indecision cost him as the great sword struck his long sword with a force that made his sword bite into the chainmail on his shoulder. Ah! Gawain screamed as he could feel sharp steel biting into his bones. Chafing under the pain, he saw the giant head of Gregor Clegane coming towards him in full force, and then he knew no more. XXXX. Adam Marbrand was a man loyal to the Lannisters. All that he learned and all that he enjoyed was owed to Lord Tywin from the moment he served as a page in his younger years. His family had always enjoyed closer ties with the Lannisters of the Rock. Their loyalty was proven true when Lord Tywin called his banners to crush the Raintarbeck rebellion. Ever since then, House Marbrand had enjoyed far closer ties with the Rock. That was not the only reason he was adamant about seeing the Lannisters win this war. Jaime was his childhood friend, and he'd see Lord Tywin's eldest son get released from captivity. Sir Adam. The men are ready, said Sir Flemont Brax. Adam nodded at the black-haired knight. He mounted his horse and slowly trotted forward, observing his 5,000-strong mounted cavalry. Our orders from Lord Tywin are simple. We ride fast on our horses and take Bitterbridge in Lord Tywin's name. As you might have noticed, we won't be depending on our supplies to fight this war. We'll have to forage from the ripe fields of the Reach and their wealthy castles. Any riches that we take will be shared equally amongst the men. Our goal is Bitterbridge, and anything between us and our goal is the enemy. Sir Adam unsheathed his sword, raising it high in the air. What do we do with our enemy? He shouted at the top of his lungs. We kill them all, the men shouted back, thrusting their swords high in the air. What do we do with our enemy? We kill them all. Good. Because they'll be looking to kill you lot as well. So, let's kill the fuckers first. Sir Adam turned his horse around and charged down the hill, parting away from the Gold Road and the main host as planned. The thundering of hooves boomed in his ears as his men followed his lead. The banners of golden lions fluttered in the wind as they rode down from the hills into the plains of the Reach. He threw his eyes further east, where he could see another large host of some 4,000 mounted men riding along the Gold Road. This second host was led by Sir Kevin Lannister and Lord Roland Craig Hall. Their goal was to take Tumbleton and then join him while they marched further west against Robert Baratheon's host. It was a bold plan. Lord Tywin's plan depended on their ability to quietly and quickly take Tumbleton and Bitterbridge while Lord Tywin drew the Baratheon host into the Ocean Road. If the war was to end in favour of House Lannister, then Robert Baratheon was to be taken captive. With the Baratheon king their captive, they can negotiate with Lord Arryn and force Prince Joffrey's early ascension with a regency council ruling till the prince attains his majority. He just hoped everything went according to plan as the other kingdoms were slowly but surely mustering their armies. If the gods were in favour, then Jaerion Lannister's peace overture with House Tully would end up working in their favour. XXXXXXXX. So, what do you think? Harry asked Marwyn, who was sporting glassy eyes while looking at the two dragons sitting in two corners of the room minding their food bowls. For the ice dragon, he had given a bunch of pineapples which the Vegan dragon was all too happy to munch on heartily. It's quite fascinating, my lord. Maester Marwyn mumbled, never taking his eyes off the fire dragon, which was gorging itself on a cooked piece of lamb. I have never heard of a dragon with 4 limbs. I know ice dragons have 4 limbs. Perhaps, using the ice dragon crystals has changed the fundamental nature of the fire dragon. Harry theorized, scrutinizing the fire dragon. Simply fascinating. Marwyn breathed out, slowly reaching his hand towards the fire dragon that was focused on the meat in the bowl. At the last moment, the fire dragon let out a displeased screech and breathed out a plume of fire toward Marwyn. Harry hastily put up a shield that kept the old maester safe from dragon fire. Well, that was close. Harry muttered, while Marwyn backpedaled after the hatchling's reaction. I think he is just shy. Harry looked between the two dragons and sighed. Both dragons were not as friendly as he had hoped. He had thought the dragons would take a liking to him since he was the one to hatch them. Maybe, they'll just need time to adjust. Harry thought. He restored the wards in the room and left the dragons to spend their time in peace. He gathered he'd let the two dragons separated by the protective wards until they finished their meal before confining them to their respective dimensions in the magical trunk. A raven came from Winterfell. Lord Stark has issued orders declaring Lord Yoram Mormont to be a slaver. He is travelling from Winterfell to Bear Islands to take Mormont's head. Harry frowned. Without hearing his side. The accounts of the survivors we found must have been convincing. Lord Rhyswell also found a few survivors. They also blamed Lord Mormont as the culprit who sold them to a slave ship from Essos. I don't understand. What are slave ships of Essos doing here? Why are they so bold to come on this side of Westeros? I've received word from Hightower that the Ironborn are engaged in slave trade once again to stabilize their finances after the war, said Marwyn. I see. So, the Iron Islands are giving these slave ships port facilities in return for coin. And King Robert and the royal fleet is otherwise engaged. I'm afraid so, my lord. Harry let out a grunt as he stared at the sea. Down below the shores of his castles, the works on ships and ports were going ahead despite the many hindrances coming his way. Tell the men to speed up on their work with the ships. Before this month ends, I at least want 2 ships to my name. Harry ordered. I shall convey your wishes to the workers, my lord. If there is something that needs my attention, I'll be with Elsera. I promise to teach her to charge the sun runes, said Harry, walking away while Marwyn looked out towards the sea where men were toiling away at the shipyard. Nothing was certain, but Avalon might just escape the demands of the war in the south. If it does, then there was a chance the shipyard might get finished in time. One could only hope in these trying times. Chapter 65, The Stark of Winterfell. Chapter text. The city was slumbering under the veil of darkness provided by the advent of night. There were distant rumbles in the sky announcing the chance of a rainy night. Deep beneath the Red Keep, a man shrouded in darkness walked through the secret tunnels with nary a footstep in the deafening silence of the night, except for the burning candle that was held in the man's hand. The man came to a halt as he reached a gate. He tapped it 3 times, the sound carrying into the dark tunnel ahead. The candle light flickered as a gust of wind glided into the tunnel before abruptly cutting off. Another light flickered into being in the distance, and soon a set of footsteps echoed in the otherwise silent part of the Red Keep. The 2 candle light drew ever closer in the darkness. Soon, they were inside a chamber filled with smooth black bones of great creatures of power. Both men took stock of the giant, snarling visages of the Targaryen dragons of old. Magnificent, aren't they? Asked Varys, throwing his hood back, marveling at the giant skulls that adorned the chamber. Sure. But I implore you, my oldest friend, to dispense with the theatrics. It's in poor taste, given the situation, said Illyrio Mopetus, throwing his hood down the back of his neck and taking a deep breath. Theatrics is a part of who I am. A good street juggler is a master of theatrics. You are hardly one nowadays. Illyrio pointed out, rubbing the stubble on his chin. You're the master of whispers serving in the small council of King Robert Baratheon, the first of his name. I do a different sort of juggling in the royal court, but juggling nonetheless. Besides, the city has been awfully dull lately. Some theatrics among friends is warranted in times like these. Varys tittered. A serene silence fell between the two old friends as they quietly enjoyed the relics of House Targaryen's power in a bygone era. The narrow sea is ripe with hearsay. The stag and the lion are at war. You did not fall prey to hearsay of fools and sailors. Varys swiftly finished, to Illyrio's displeasure. Why? Why would you let this happen? You know we were nowhere ready for a war, said Illyrio, setting his candle beneath the behemoth skull of a dragon. You assume I have a hold over the lords of Westeros to stop them from making stupid mistakes. You think too highly of my abilities, my friend. Varys shook his head. On the contrary, I know exactly what you are capable of, old friend. Illyrio scoffed. Come now. You are the greatest juggler of all. You managed to make Ares dance and jump through hooves. Don't tell me you are unable to handle a measly stag. Ares was half mad. I need only to leave enough breadcrumbs for the man to turn against his own flesh and blood. Robert Baratheon is not like that. Besides, it is already out of my hands. Cersei Lannister made the mistake of not keeping her bastard by her side. Varys sighed disappointedly, knowing that years of planning had gone to waste with a war this soon between the lions and stags. You nor I could have never foreseen the emergence of the Black Wolf and through him the ever-soaring fortunes of House Stark in the north. I believe we must rethink our strategy if we are to pursue the restoration of the dragons on the Iron Throne. Varys said after a moment of silence. Illyrio looked into the vacant eyes of the dragon skull before him in deep thought. What are you thinking? Asked Varys. I think we need more allies than we previously thought. We need to tie the north to our cause. Varys raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. Your suggestion has merit, but words are wind. House Stark remains one of the staunchest supporters of House Baratheon. How exactly do you intend to shift their loyalty to our young Griff? Varys asked with a raised eyebrow. Not directly. We'll need to bring the Martells into the fold for my plan to work. The Martells? Varys looked incredulous at the very notion. Yes. Aegon must be revealed to them as soon as possible, said Illyrio, looking thoughtfully while rubbing his stubble. You do realize a secret remains a secret only when fewer people are in the know. I'm not the only one to hold spies in Dorne. All it would take is a single mistake, and we'll lose our advantage. Varys warned, looking at his old friend in concern. Then we'll have to make sure there are no mistakes. Illyrio said firmly. Varys stared at his old friend for a long while, but the Pento Sea Magister didn't change his mind. I suppose I can make certain arrangements to shield Sunspear from spies for Aegon's arrival. Varys said reluctantly. However, that still leaves the issue of binding House Stark to our plans. How exactly do you suppose the Starks can be enticed to support Aegon? Marriage. Our Aegon is most suitable to marry a Stark of Winterfell, is he not? I believe Lord Stark has a daughter who could become a good queen for Aegon, or a marriage between House Martell and Stark should do the deed. Varys scoffed loudly. You're so terribly misinformed of Westerosi matters, my friend. Lord Eddard won't make any move that threatens his friend's position in the south. Varys said with a certainty that made Illyrio frown. Then Lord Stark shall be removed quietly. Who knows? The Lannisters might end up doing us a favor should the war claim the Honorable Lord Stark. Varys opened his mouth to refute his friend, but he paused as the scenario laid out by Illyrio was plausible. If Lord Eddard met his end in this war, there was a slight possibility that the Starks could be brought into the fold. For sure, he was aware Lord Stark's early passing would mean a regency for young Robb Stark. He doubted the Northern Lords would accept the rule of a Southerner like Lady Catelyn at the helm of Winterfell. If his memory served him right, no woman had ever ruled Winterfell. Even if the Tullus put pressure on the Iron Throne for a regency under Lady Catelyn, he could see the Northern Lords taking matters into their own hands. The possibilities were endless, but too many unknown elements at work made the whole plot unattractive to him. On the other hand, the Starks were already well acquainted with Oberyn Martell. The Red Viper had lived with the Starks for a year and taught Haryon Stark in the training yard. I'll have to give this much thought, my friend. I cannot make such decisions on the spur of the moment. Varys eventually said. I'd say you should hurry in deciding, Varys. We are not the only ones with dragon pieces on the board. There are strange rumblings from Myr surrounding the Beggar King. Viserys is a spiteful idiot with no sense of tact. Trust me. I'm keeping the two dragons under watch. Varys waved away Illyrio's concern. I should hope so. Meanwhile, I shall make necessary arrangements to bring word to Connington. I think it's time the young Griff learns of his destiny. Varys just nodded, wiping away a stray sweat that built up right above his brow. They discussed several other matters, like the war in the Reach and the developments in Myr surrounding the last Targaryens, in some detail before cutting their conversation short just shy of the hour of the wolf. Varys retraced his footsteps along the secret passages beneath the Red Keep, with many thoughts swirling around in his head. He was aware that one wrong step would undo everything and jeopardize his position in court. To this day, he was able to keep his head, thanks to King Robert. The Stag King was disinterested in ruling the kingdoms, and the king often tended to wield the power of the Iron Throne sparingly. Lord Arryn was also a mild-mannered ruler ideally suited for peacetime, allowing him to function smoothly. But he was aware this was no longer peacetime, and Stannis Baratheon had amassed near absolute control of King's Landing. The younger brother of the king was a dangerous man, a just man, but also a dangerous one in Varys' eyes. There was nothing more terrible than a truly just man. Varys thought, shivering at the very thought of the cold, dispassionate, judging eyes of Stannis Baratheon. The capital was very dangerous for jugglers like him, and he knew Stannis was all the more dangerous, especially considering some of the whispers he was hearing from Dragonstone. He had never considered Stannis Baratheon a godly man, but Dragonstone was fast becoming a ripe ground for religious fanaticism. The only reason he had kept such whispers from reaching the ears of the small council was that he saw an opportunity to sow discord among the Baratheon brothers. If he played the long game, he could orchestrate a confrontation between the Baratheon dynasty and the faith of the Seven. It was a distant possibility, but one he was unwilling to discard so easily. When he finally reached his quarters, he was met with two of his little birds waiting in a dark corner. "Come now. Don't be shy. What new songs have you heard?" Varys tittered behind his sleeve. The spry little informants of his passed him a roll of parchment before scurrying away quietly into the dark. Varys chuckled amusedly at their antics. Opening the scroll, he began reading the contents of the parchment, which wiped his smile right away, and, in its place, a thoughtful frown adorned his face. This does not look good for Robert Baratheon. Jon Arryn needs to be informed. Varys thought grimly. XXXX. Jon Arryn was quite happy at the moment. He knew it wouldn't last for long, but he was fortunate enough to see Stannis Baratheon smile. He silently conveyed his thanks to the Seven, knowing that the news brought forward by Sir Davos Seaworth was not just a cause for celebration for Stannis but for the whole realm. "Please accept my heartfelt compliments, my prince. A son of yours by Lady Sellis in these trying times is surely a good sign from the gods, old and new." Jon congratulated the young man. What he didn't say aloud was that his relief and happiness stemmed in part from the fact that the Baratheon succession was now secure. With Robert declaring Joffrey and Myrcella as bastards, the Prince of Dragonstone became the natural heir of the king. With Stannis having a son, the succession was secured for 2 generations in the absence of any heirs born of Robert's body. "Thank you, Lord Arryn." Stannis nodded gracefully. Lady Sellis laboured for many hours, and Maester Cresson was rightly worried as she went into labour 2 months early. But Lady Sellis was brave, and I suppose the healing water from the healing springs of the old gods also helped. Sir Davos said, making Jon frown. "Healing springs?" he asked curiously. He saw Sir Davos look stricken for a moment and looked at Stannis hesitantly. Seeing the Lord of Dragonstone was not showing any protest, Sir Davos elaborated. My lord. Lord Haryon Stark made them on his visit to the island. The waters have been blessed by the old gods and the young lord's magic. All ailments disappear when people drink the water from the springs." Jon was a little surprised to hear this, as he had not heard any such rumors from Dragonstone. For a moment, he went into deep thought. He could not help but think of his own wife and the succession of his seat, the Eyrie. He was bereft of an heir of his blood. All his immediate blood relations were taken by the stranger before their time. Sure, he had some relatives in Gulltown, and young Harold was his kin. But his thoughts went to his young wife and the many miscarriages she suffered. "Perhaps, I should consider paying a visit to this healing water," Jon thought. He had seen the power of the old gods with his own eyes, and he had never been so scared in his life. The Seven were stubbornly silent despite years of prayers, and at one point, he had stopped bothering after seeing the passing of his family. He had come to realize that the gods were mysterious and cared not for the perils of lesser men. Therefore, he had learned to live with silent, uncaring gods for decades. But he saw with his own eyes the old gods act against the Septons who tried to burn their abode. Deep inside him, he realized a part of him hoped there was a divine power that was just, righteous, and loving. He yearned for such a divine power. He could submit his worries, hopes and dreams at the altar of faith. He wished he could do that for a long while, but he had always known the gods would meet him with more silence. The door of the small council chambers swung open, making Jon jolt out of his thoughts. It was none other than Lord Varys, and Jon immediately tried to regain his composure. "I was not aware there was a small council meeting, my lords," said the spider. "There wasn't," he replied. "I was just having a small conversation with Prince Stannis and offering my best wishes for his newborn son." "Ah! My best wishes to the young one, my lord. I hope you convey my good wishes to Lady Sellis as well," Varys said, bowing his head low to the waist. "Thank you, Lord Varys. I assume you have some other reason for your presence," Stannis observed. "I'm afraid so, my prince," said Varys, but kept his silence while looking pointedly at Sir Davos Seaworth. "Ah, my apologies. My lords, my prince." The Onion Knight made a quick retreat from the chamber. "I've heard songs from my little birds in the Reach. Tumbleton and Bitterbridge have fallen to the Lannister army." Varys declared the moment the door shut behind the Onion Knight. What? Jon was shocked. My Lord Hand. I'm afraid Lord Tywin was purposefully distracting his grace to march his way to Highgarden and then to Old Oak. Varys said a tad grimly. How? How could we have missed this? Jon asked with disbelief. Lord Tywin's army was brutal. They killed everything that moved in their path. According to my little birds, Sir Kevan led a host against Tumbleton, while Sir Adam Marbrand led another host against Bitterbridge. Sir Amory Lorch and Sandor Clegane were unleashed on the unsuspecting Reachmen. Their brutality and speed ensured word did not spread far of their movements. The silence that prevailed in the small council chambers was thick. Jon rightly understood Stannis was most upset because the Crown had charged Lord Giles Roshby to watch the Gold Road. Lord Roshby has failed his task. Either he is an incompetent idiot or a traitor to the Crown. Stannis said coldly, gritting his teeth. We'll not be accusing anyone of treason without evidence. Jon admonished the younger Baratheon, who just grunted noncommittally. Now, I'll make the arrangements to inform his grace about another army riding towards him. What else can you tell us about this host, Lord Varys? I assume you have some information about the disposition of this army. Jon looked imploringly at the Master of Whispers, and the man didn't disappoint. Both Sir Kevan's host and Sir Adam Marbrand's host are filled with mounted men. They have very few spearmen and archers in their hosts. They have a combined strength of 9,000 at most and 8,000 at the least. Banners of Lannister, Banefort, Lyddon, Marbrand, Plum, Esteron, and Greenfield were sighted among the two hosts. Varys reported diligently. We'll have to respond to this aggression. The Westermen cannot be allowed to do as they please in the Reach. Jon said resolutely. On the contrary, Lord Arryn. I believe they must be left alone, and we must turn our sights on the Westerlands. Stannis said after a moment of thought. No doubt Sir Kevan hopes to draw out our armies from the city and fight them in a place of their choosing. I'm less inclined to act as the Lannisters expect of me. What are you suggesting, Prince Stannis? Jon asked as he was aware his fighting days were over. He could hardly put on his armor, much less fight on a battlefield in his old age. I believe we must consider an invasion into the heart of the Westerlands through the Gold Road and put pressure on Casterly Rock. If the Riverlanders also comply and invade through Lion's Tooth. Jon couldn't help but chuckle at Stannis' grand plan. He was reminded of Robert's bull-headed nature in this instance. It seemed the Baratheon brothers are not so different as they believe. He thought amusedly. You disagree, Lord Arryn. Stannis frowned in displeasure. Invading the Westerlands through the Gold Road is a sordid affair, my prince. The passes are narrow and hilly. Not to mention no one in centuries has invaded the Westerlands with a large army through the Gold Road. We will be leading our army into the Lion's Den with no foreknowledge of the terrain. We'll be at a huge disadvantage. Then what do you suggest, Lord Hand? Stannis asked with gritted teeth. We reinforce the city and focus on invading through the Riverlands. The River Lords fought many battles against the Westermen in the past. They know the passes well, and we could start by taking Golden Tooth. I've already sent for Sir Brynden Tully to take command of some knights and chart a strategy to invade Lord Tywin's territory, said Jon. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but my little birds tell me that Jaerion Lannister is travelling to Riverrun to negotiate peace with the Tullys. It seems Lord Tywin wants desperately to keep the Riverlands out of the war, said Varys, a simpering smile on his face when Stannis looked at the spider sharply. And you could not have told me this earlier. Stannis looked coldly at the Master of Whispers. My lord, I'm but a man, not a sorcerer. I cannot promise you miracles. It takes time for word to travel from the Westerlands, and the war will only delay it further. Varys defended himself. Lord Varys is right. We must rather focus on the Riverlands and foiling Jaerion Lannister's overtures for peace or neutrality with the River Lords, said Jon. How exactly are we to do that? Asked Stannis with a raised eyebrow. I'll have to go and meet the River Lords. It'll also help me to gather the Knights of the Vale to my side as they march down the Bloody Gate. I suppose that seems to be a reasonable proposition. What about the North? Have there been any word from Lord Stark? Asked Stannis. The North seem to be going through an internal turmoil of sorts, and it involves House Hightower and House Mormont. It seemed Lord Yoram Mormont mismanaged his house's wealth in a bid to accommodate his Hightower wife's lavish spending. He turned to engage in the slave trade to cover his spending, which put him at odds with the rest of the North. Last I heard, Lord Stark had ridden out from Winterfell to put Lord Mormont's head on a spike. I see. Stannis looked unimpressed. On a lighter note, banners have gathered at Winterfell faster as a result of this affair. Lady Stark is also said to be hosting the Lords of the North as they arrive at Winterfell. Varys reported, which was not something Jon was ignorant about. Winterfell had long ago conveyed the troubles in the north. Jon would not begrudge Eddard for taking necessary action against Mormont, even if it delayed the northern army from marching south. I'm interested in knowing whether Lord Stark intends to take Haryon Stark along when he marches his army south. The Stark boy's magic will be a boon, and not to mention that airship of his can come in handy in the war. Stannis commented. Jon was also curious to know. After all, Haryon Stark was now 11 days old. The boy could serve as a page in the camp, and that strange flying contraption Stannis was talking about sounded like something quite useful for moving troops anonymously. He hoped Eddard brought his second son with him. This whole mess started because of the boy's magic. It might as well do some good in ending this useless war far sooner and with less bloodshed. There is another delicate matter that needs your attention, my lords. It concerns the new patrons of Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen. Jon barely held back a groan upon hearing that. He had all but forgotten about the Targaryen children. What about them? Stannis asked in a reserved manner. They're being hosted and entertained by some of the more prominent magisters of Myr. It's also worth mentioning that Myr recently sent cutthroats after Haryon Stark. XXXXXXXX. Ow. Stop that, Bran. Ow. Stop it, I say. Harry tried his best to keep his hair out of the reach of his little brother, who was committed to pulling it right out of his scalp. Bran just giggled and continued his assault on his hair, showing no mercy. You know, you should have listened to me and given me what I wanted. Sansa said, sticking out her tongue at him as she walked towards the door carrying a bundle of fresh clothes in her hand. You asked me for Fenris so that you can use him to intimidate some poor girls in Wintertown. Harry said blandly. Since you didn't, you get to watch Bran while Jane and I enjoy some lemon cakes, said Sansa, snottily turning up her nose and making her exit in quick order. You should discipline her, said Harry, looking at his mother, who was down with a cold, lying in her bed under a pile of warm blankets. You are one to talk about discipline, Harryon. Catelyn whispered from under the blankets. Harry opened his mouth to argue but thought better of it at the last moment. He looked thoughtful for a moment before eyeing his mother curiously. Is that why you don't want me to go with Father south? He asked curiously. He was pretty surprised to learn that Robb, Theon, and Garland were allowed to go south with his father for the war. To be fair, Robb was going to be his father's cupbearer, Theon was going to be a page, and Garland was going as a squire for Sir Jory Castle. He was quite happy to be left out of going south and engaging in some stupid war that did not interest him. Sure, he was rooting for King Robert to win, but not enough to directly contribute to the war. He had his fair share of war and was quite happy to let others fight in the field. Besides, his energy and resources were better spent in the north preparing for the long night. But that doesn't mean he was a bit annoyed when the Lord of Winterfell called him before the whole court of Winterfell and assigned him the prestigious position of the Stark of Winterfell. The Stark of Winterfell. What does that even mean? Harry asked aloud while simultaneously letting out an annoyed sigh. He could even see a sliver of a smile on his mother's face at his annoyance. This is not a matter of joking, mother. What does my position exactly entail? Can I order the servants to my whim? You already do that. Catelyn pointed out. Well, can I order around the guards to my whim? I challenge you to show me any guard that disobeys the Black Wolf. Harry was now scowling. Well, can I make decisions that pertain to the castle's defenses and such? Catelyn only looked at him pointedly. I guess I've already done that before when I rebuilt the astronomy tower on a whim, Harry muttered. The Stark of Winterfell is the heir to the castle, Harryon. Your father and brother are going to war, and you are his chosen heir. If the North found itself in peril, the lords of the North would look upon you to protect them and lead them as a Stark. That is what it means to be a Stark of Winterfell. Catelyn explained slowly, her hands reaching out and pinching her son's cheek. It is a position of great responsibility. Now, keep an eye on your siblings and let your mother get some rest. I suppose I should, ow. Bran once again tugged his hair sharply. I think it's time that you and I have a serious talk about boundaries, little brother. Harry growled, but Bran just looked at him with an innocent look. As he took Bran out of his mother's chambers, he wondered whether his father managed to capture Yoram Mormont. He had offered his heirship for his father, but his father rather took a contingent of soldiers along with Robb, Theon, and Garland with him on the trip to Bear Island. It was a shame, though. He so wanted to visit the island. Perhaps, some other time, he thought. Chapter 66, A Dance of Lions and Stags P1. Chapter text. Patrice looked at the prone form of his youngest son with nothing but sorrow in his heart. The Silent Sisters had cleaned the body from head to toe, but his son would never smile, that'd make any maiden blush, his son would not jape with his friends, and his son wouldn't be there by his side in the hunts. He reached out and patted the boyish face of Gwaine one last time. You were brave, my son. Patrice muttered, adjusting the oak-heart cloak that covered his son's body. His son was quite unlucky. The men had managed to storm the Lannister camp and chase them away, but his son had the misfortune of facing the mountain all alone. His brave son had managed to hold on to his life for a while, but he bled out before the maester could close his wound. The men sang about Gwaine's bravery, but words could not bring his son back to life. He felt the wind rustle as another presence joined him by his side. My lord. The scouts have spotted enemy banners. Sir Alistair Redmayne reported gravely. How far away, he asked, not taking his eyes off his son's closed eyes. A mile and a half. The scouts just came back with the word. The Florents have finished digging the trenches. They are busy covering them. Sir Desmond has taken command of the archers and standing ready at the wall. Sir Alistair reported. I see. Has the oil been prepared? What about the ballista and windlasses? Patrice asked quietly. Everything is ready, my lord. Has there been any word from Highgarden? Patrice asked. I'm afraid not, my lord. Sir Alistair shook his head. So, we'll have to hold out for as long as we can while the Lannisters put Old Oak under a grueling siege, he said grimly. Aye, my lord. It looks to be that way. Sir Alistair looked pained in admitting that. Letting out a sigh, Patrice removed himself from Gwain's side. Do we know the numbers of the enemy? Patrice asked, walking along a drawbridge that let him cross into one of the towers that overlooked the parts of the castle's north side. I'm afraid not, my lord. But some of the scouts claim they saw fires coming from further east. They suspect there is another Lannister army apart from the main host. It could be the Lannister army that was attacking North March. Patrice said with a thoughtful frown. Could be. Sir Alistair nodded, but he had his doubts. But why are they separated from the main force? Patrice asked, looking thoughtful. It could be a distraction set up to confuse our scouts. Maybe Lord Tywin wants us to think he has a larger army than we think. I suppose we'll know soon enough. Patrice muttered. Then the wait began, and it was a long wait. The Lannister army seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, but Patrice was not complaining. The tardiness of the lions was an opportunity for him. He sent out a company of knights to hunt down any enemy scouts searching for traps while he had trusted men plant caltrops in select areas as a welcoming present for the Lannisters. They waited and waited and waited some more until finally, the lookouts planted on the towers signaled them sighting the enemy banners. Signal the men to open the canals, he ordered. Aye, my lord. Sir Alistair quickly managed to send the orders, and the signals were sent to the men stationed at the canals. The water from the lower Mander that flowed through the channels was directed into the fields surrounding Old Oak. The water would destroy the crops in the fields, but it also forced the Lannisters to use the ocean road to transport the entirety of their army. It'd mean the Lannister army would have no other choice but to force Old Oak to surrender if they wanted to move further south. Of course, the Lannister army could march around them by sticking close to the shores, but he doubted Lord Tywin would wish for his forces to fall prey to the forces of House Hewitt and Serry stationed along the shores. He supposed it'd depend on who was commanding the Lannister army. He certainly hoped Gregor Clegane was among the Lannister army. It'd not do for his son's killer to go unpunished in this war. If he could not do the deed, then hopefully, a stray arrow or a spear could bring down the mountain that rides. He didn't mind the way Clegane would grace the strangers' halls, but so long as it happened, he'd be a happy man. He took notice when red and gold banners began to emerge in the distance along Ocean Road. The Lannister army was dragging 3 wooden towers along, making their intentions clear for the day. So, that's what kept them back till now. Patrice muttered. He supposed the Lannister army took its time to march to his castle to cover their retreat in the safety of darkness, making it difficult for his men to pursue. That was probably why they chose to siege in the evening. My lord, the watchers in the towers counted 60 banners among the Lannister army. Sir Alistair reported once the knight returned to his side. So, they are 6,000 strong. It can't be certain. If we assume 100 men follow a banner, then, Sir Alistair trailed off, looking uncertainly at his liege lord. We'll make that assumption, said Patrice. Send word to all commanders. Aye, my lord. Sir Alistair once again left his side, leaving him with a few men keeping diligent watch over the curtain wall. For once, he wished his ancestors had the foresight to build a second and third wall inside the curtain wall modeled after Highgarden. Perhaps, when the war was over, he could call for the builders and plan another wall outside the existing curtain wall of his castle. It's done, my lord. Sir Alistair reported, and not a moment later, the Lannister army charged the walls. Lannister men raised their shields and tentatively moved forward, mindful of the range of his archers. The archers on the wall under his son's command waited for the Lannister men to enter their range before releasing a volley of arrows. Patrice took up his Myrish far eyes to observe a few Lannister men go down in a shower of blood. Some had minor injuries but most managed to shield themselves from the barrage of arrows. More and more lines began to form among the Lannister side, and braved the barrage of arrows sent forth from the wall under Desmond's command. Soon, the Lannister men began running across the field in a bid to evade the arrows of his archers and reach the base of the curtain wall as quickly as possible. The screams of men on the battlefield echoed loud and clear. Patrice looked back, seeing the reserve men under his command sweat not because of the heat but at the prospect of battle that lay ahead. The enemy down below at the base of the wall must have switched to crossbows because he saw a few archers on his wall fall. My lord, look! The siege towers are moving. Sir Alistair pointed out. Patrice stared into the distance, and sure enough, he could see 2 siege towers moving into the battlefield. Only 2. One is kept back in reserve, he noted. Pull the archers a few paces and have the men throw stones at the enemy below. The towers will give cover for the Lannister men. Have the archers switch to flaming arrows. Patrice ordered. Aye, my lord. Sir Alistair went away with the orders. Patrice continued to watch the progress of his men and the Lannister army. When he saw more Lannister men run into the field with ladders in hand ahead of their siege towers, he knew what the enemy was planning. He immediately ordered his reserve men to guard the towers along the curtain wall, thereby increasing the protection of ballistas and windlasses housed in the towers. Lord Oakhart. Patrice found Lord Aelkine to be an easygoing man compared to Lord Alistair Florent. Lord Florent. I suppose we ought to give the Lannisters a warm greeting with steel, the young Florent said. Once the siege towers are closed, you may hunt the lions at your leisure, Lord Florent. But I have one request. Oh, what is it, Lord Oakhart? Aelkine asked curiously. If you happen to come across Gregor Clegane, try to bring me his head. Of course, my lord. I'll make sure Sir Gawain is avenged. Aelkine promised. Patrice watched the heir of Brightwater keep leave with a gaggle of knights and sighed. The Florent knight reminded him too much of his dearly departed son. He shook his head and kept his eyes on the battlefield. His archers were peppering the siege towers with fiery arrows, but the wooden construct did not catch fire, making him frown. He once again took his far eyes and observed the siege towers more closely. The glare from the sun by accident showed him there was some sort of glazing on the wooden construct. His eyes widened as he belatedly realized the siege tower was drenched with water to resist catching flame. Very clever but foolish as well, he muttered as he saw a Lannister man slip on a wooden pole and fall on the ground from a height. One of the siege towers went straight for the gatehouse, and he knew the enemy was looking to either burn the gate or use a ram under the safety of the siege tower. You boy! Go and order the garrison near the gatehouse to pour hot oil down those fuckers. He ordered. He watched the boy scurry away with great speed to pass on his order. He patiently waited and watched as the 2 siege towers steadily gained ground. He began tapping his foot impatiently as his eyes turned to the brattices near the gatehouse. He let out a relieved sigh when he saw the garrison carry 2 pots along the wall walk towards the gatehouse. The archers kept their barrage of arrows against the siege tower to give cover for the garrison. As per his order, the garrison successfully poured down a pot full of hot pitcher oil down through the holes in the brattices. The renewed screams of men begging for mercy from beyond the wall made him smile. That's right, you fucking lions. We Reachmen know a thing or two of real war while you lot only know to kill babies and little girls, he thought with some satisfaction. Give the order for the crossbowmen stationed near the arrow slits of the towers. They are free to engage the enemy. Patrice gave his men another order. He had ordered the men inside all the towers to hold back their attack until they were given orders, as he wanted the Lannister men to feel a false sense of security. Now, his towers would have the advantage as the men down below would not expect the blots of death raining from the arrow slits. The battle raged on, and more men died on both sides. From the looks of it, Patrice was sure more dead was mounting on the Lannister side. It was to be expected as castles often tend to have the upper hand in a siege, initially. He supposed it all depended on the resolve of the enemy trying to get inside the walls of his home. If the Lannisters could persist and throw more men for a long time against his castle's defenses, then there'd be cause to fear defeat. It won't come to that. Old Oak shall defy the lions as it has always done. Patrice thought firmly, assured of his men's ability to hold the castle. My lord. The tower. Sir Alistair pointed at the siege tower, which swung open at the top and the men atop threw a makeshift wooden bridge to the wall walk. Bring that tower down, Sir Alistair. Use the ballista and bring it down now, he shouted. Patrice also sent word to Lord Aelkine and his men to be ready near a secret passage. He watched the garrison along the wall walk stand their ground bravely and fight tooth and nail to deny the enemy any ground on the wall. Archers were being quickly replaced by crossbowmen, spearmen, and swordsmen as the fighting was fast turning into a close-quarter fight. His attention was shifted promptly as a ballista was fired from one of the towers. The bolt with a thick rope tied at its one end punched through the siege tower with force. The men in the tower surrounding him shouted elatedly as they watched this happen, but Patrice was not ready to celebrate. Bring it down! Bring it down! Bring it down, he kept muttering through gritted teeth as he looked on the battle most eagerly. The weights were thrown down, and the windlass worked its magic by giving a fast tug on the bolt pulling the siege tower on its side. He let out a shout of joy, watching the siege tower fall with a thundering crash, hopefully killing and entrapping hundreds of Lannister men. Burn it down! Bring whale oil to the walls! Patrice shouted at his men. Go, you lazy bums, go! Burn those fucking lions down! It didn't take long for Patrice to see a yellow glow from the other side of the curtain wall, making him grin from ear to ear. He could smell victory, but he wanted maximum damage to be dealt to the Lannister army so that he could trim down the enemy numbers. Send word to Lord Aelkine that he is free to hunt down the lions, he ordered with some satisfaction. The renewed screams coming from the Lannister army were quite enjoyable to his ears. His men at the wall let out a collective whoop of joy as they brought down the second siege tower as well, making the Lannisters abandon the field. The fleeing Lannister men were jeered and mocked by the garrison manning the wall while archers took positions behind the crenellated walls and began shooting down the fleeing enemy. Cheers of victory rang out in the castle when Lord Aelkine and his company of men returned with bloodied swords and a few blonde-haired prisoners. Only time would tell whether they managed to capture someone important from the Lannister army. After all, Patrice was quite curious to learn all about the disposition of the Lannister armies that had crossed into the borders of the Reach and what plans were made by the Old Lion. Should we send an emissary to the Lannister camp to give them leave to collect their dead? Sir Alliser asked tentatively after seeing the Lannister army retreating well beyond the range of their archers. No, Patrice immediately answered, shaking his head furiously. Throw their dead into the remains of those siege towers and have them burned. These butchers do not deserve a proper burial. Let the flames take them to the seven hells for what they've done to our lands and people. For good measure, he ordered the archers on the wall to kill anything that moves that comes into their range, even if there was someone under the white flag. That night the men had every reason to be merry, but Patrice could not afford to join in the merriment. He was, after all, a father who lost his son to the ravages of the war. Therefore, Patrice stood alone at the encampment on the castle wall where leal men sworn to his house were keeping watch. Down below, he could see the flames turn the last of the dead from the Lannister army turn to ash and smoke. Young men die while old men live to bury them. Patrice thought grimly, his eyes straying to the September where his son's body was interned, as were the braves who lost their lives defending the castle. Letting out a sigh, he went back to staring ahead into the black abyss that was the night sky. It was cloudy, and he could see flashes of light in the distance, signs of rain clouds gathering in the night sky. He hoped there was no rain tonight as his men were busy building siege engines inside the castle. If he looked north, he could see tiny lights in the distance coming from the Lannister camp. He wondered what was going through the commanders of the Lannister army and what sort of plans they were concocting in their tents. It was a shame he had no spies in the Lannister camp. My lord. His musings were cut short with the arrival of Sir Alliser Redmayne. Allister. Has the interrogation borne fruit? He asked, rubbing his grey beard tiredly. It has, my lord. We captured some distant cousins of the Kingslayer, but the real haul was from the prisoners of Lord Aelkine. He captured Sir Daemon Lannister. Patrice could only frown as the name didn't particularly mean much to him. Who? Sir Daemon is the older half-brother of Stafford Lannister and the late Lady Joanna Lannister. So, we have Tywin Lannister's good brother. And you think that's something to boast about? Patrice asked angrily, making Sir Alliser take a step back. Do you think Tywin Lannister cares for some unknown half-brother of his dead wife while his son and grandson languish in the cells of Storm's End? Patrice snarled. No. No, my lord. Sir Alliser stuttered out. Then don't pretend to think we have somehow won today. The battle is just starting. Patrice said, looking out into the night, knowing that the peace of the night would be broken by dawn when the killing started anew. XXXX. I'm sure you'll not be bored to tears in Winterfell, Harrion. After all, you have the most prestigious position as the Stark of Winterfell. Garland patted him on the shoulder while Theon and Robb chuckled at his expense. Sure. Don't do a shoddy job of polishing armors and filling wine cups, you three. Wouldn't want the Northern Army to be thrown into disarray thanks to you lot. Harry snarked back, leaving Jon to guffaw and Sansa to giggle. When I return, I'll see you in the training yard, Stark. We'll see whether you are funny then. Garland had the last word as he climbed aboard his horse and rode away with Sir Roderick. Robb hugged him for nearly 5 minutes, after which his twin was forced to climb on his horse and slowly trot away. Harrion. Eddard knelt so that he was level with his son. You're the Stark of Winterfell now. Listen to Maester Luwin's advice, and do not cause trouble for your mother. When have I caused trouble? Harry squinted his eyes at his father. Eddard just looked at him and then looked at the army that was marching out of Winterfell, making his point quite clear. Hey, the Lannister woman is the reason why. I know. Just watch over your brothers and sisters while I'm gone. You're the man of the house now. Eddard muttered, pressing a kiss to Harry's forehead. I've enchanted as many weapons and armors as I could. It should give the men an edge in battle. Harry muttered. Eddard smiled but said nothing before moving to Jon, Sansa, Arya, and Bran to say his goodbyes. The entirety of Winterfell and Wintertown was assembled outside to see off the men marching off to war. There was strong dissent among the northern lords in participating in a war that had nothing to do with them. Harry had managed to glean that many of the northern lords were all for turning a blind eye to the happenings of the south. But his father had persisted in his attempts to woo the northern lords to follow him once again to the south. The whole issue with Yoram Mormont seems to have taken all the air from the sails of the northern lords, and his father, being a loyal friend of King Robert, used the incident to guilt-trip the lords of the north to fight the dance of stags and lions as the maesters were calling it. I'm surprised father managed to bring those troublesome lot to his way of thinking. All the shouting, huffing, and puffing inside the castle made me think a fight was going to break out in the last couple of days. Harry said to Maester Luwin once they were safely back inside his father's solar. Lord Stark convinced his fellow lords it'd blemish the North's prestige if they were to ignore the king's call to arms, especially after Mormont brought shame to the North by engaging in slavery. Said Maester Luwin, collapsing into a chair opposite Harry. Has there been any word on the absconding Lord Mormont and his Hightower wife? Harry asked curiously. Most likely, they are on a ship trying to sail around Dorne without getting caught by the Red Wine fleet. The most likely destination is one of the free cities of Essos. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. All right. Send a raven to Hightower and Arbor about the absconding couple. With the war in the south, the Red Wine fleet would be patrolling the Sunset Seas to the best of their abilities. They could come across the couple if they are lucky. I shall draft the letter immediately. Maester Luwin nodded before fishing out several sheets of parchment and placing them on the table for Harry's attention. Now, there are some petitioners from House Tallheart about possibly lowering the tariffs on lumber. I've prepared a list of tariffs we currently impose on certain trees. Harry sat up straight and kept his ears on full alert as he listened to Maester Luwin. The downside of his stellar performance in managing Avalon was that he was saddled with some of the administrative work by a mutual agreement between his father, Vayan Poole, and Maester Luwin. The three men called it preparing him for the lordship of Avalon and as the future advisor to Robb. He suspected his father purposefully left him a mountain of work to keep him buried under a mountain of paperwork and grievances of the northern lords, merchants, and small folk. Harry prided himself on being a demigod of bureaucracy. He was all too happy to wade into the muddy waters and make something out of it, come heaven or hell. If he could clean up the astronomically incompetent British Ministry of Magic within a few years, then the North was a piece of Sansa's favourite lemon cake. Speaking of which, he was getting quite hungry, and Harry supposed he wouldn't say no to one lemon cake. Chapter 67, Dance of Lions and Stags P2. Chapter text. Fires raged across the battlefield as men fought, shedding blood and tears. The dead pile up on either side of the curtain wall of old oak. Patrice Oakheart looked on at the grim reality of war. No matter the preparations or resolve, war has always had the effect of breaking even the hardest of men. Even the most honorable lot turn to depravity when war knocks on their doorstep. Therefore, he was not surprised to see the finest knights of the Reach, the most chivalrous of knights in the Seven Kingdoms, turn to wanton cruelty. He watched coldly as the men under his command dragged the captured Lannister soldiers from the siege, getting pulled through the paved ground, beaten, and bruised. He didn't put a stop to his men when Lannister men cried for mercy, nor did he stop the brutality when Lannister men were hung, beheaded, or even when their limbs got chopped off by overzealous men consumed by their bloodlust. Shall I intervene and put a stop to it, my lord? Sir Alistair asked him as the men down below began cheering and shouting obscenities at the new prisoners they captured in the evening after they beat back the Lannisters for the 5th time. No. The men have lost friends and family in this siege and the invasion. Let them be for now. We'll need them filled with bloodlust on the morrow. Patrice muttered before turning his eyes to the Lannister camp in the distance. My lord. Let me take the watch tonight. You're tired. Please take rest. Sir Alistair insisted. Even if Patrice wanted to protest, he knew he was tired in body and soul. He was in no condition to keep watch for the whole night. The strain of the command was creeping in, especially after the grueling siege Old Oak was facing in the last few days. All right. Patrice muttered as he relieved himself from his post and charged his trusted captain of the guards to take command of the defences. As he climbed down from his post at the tower, he was greeted by his men warmly. He exchanged some pleasantries with them before retiring to his quarters. After having a warm bath, he sent for dinner and invited Lord Aelkine Florent and his eldest son Desmond to attend. He even sent for the lesser lords like Ball, Cockshaw, and Graceford as they were loyal bannermen. It wouldn't be wise to slight the lords supporting him while the Lannister army was at his gates. The old lion was a wily foe and knew he had to be careful, as Lord Tywin's gold tended to have the power to make enemies into friends. Welcome, my lords. I'm afraid the spread is not as rich as one would expect. Patrice said. Indeed, the dinner table was sparsely filled with delicacies that'd attract the refined tastes of the nobility of the Reach. There was bread, pork, tomato sauce, beef, and very little apple pie. There was wine, however. He had to take his oldest cask of Arbor Gold for the occasion. But he ensured the wine was watered down as he didn't want the lords or his son inebriated on the morrow. On the contrary, this is a fine spread considering the Lannister army is sieging us, my lord, said Lord Aelkine. Lord Florent speaks true. This is a fine spread, my lord, said Lord Owen Ball. I said Lord Harry's Graceford. You needn't have bothered, my lord. With the passing of brave Gwaine and all, Lord Alan Cockshaw said, trailing off with a pained look. Patrice was reminded that his son had served as a squire under Lord Cockshaw. He supposed he was not the only one who grieved for his son. It was a nice sentiment. While his son's body did not remain, Gwaine lived in the hearts of those who knew and loved him. Gwaine would not wish for his family to grieve for him for days without end. He lived his life to the fullest and died an honourable death while discharging his duties as a knight of the Reach, said Desmond. Patrice was surprised to see that level of firmness from his eldest son. None grieved as hard as Desmond when word of Gwain's passing reached them. He supposed the ravages of the war hardened his son. Sir Gawain was a fine knight. He died as a warrior with a sword in hand. Brave till his last breath. Lord Aelkine took to his feet, raising his wine cup. To Sir Gawain. May he be welcomed by the warrior in the heavens, for he had died for the noblest of causes. To Gawain. They all raised their cups to toast the dearly departed Gawain Oakhart. The rest of the dinner passed without much fanfare as their topic of discussion turned to the defences of the castle and the word that recently filtered in from further north about House Crane of the Red Lake. Some refugees spoke of a great battle being fought on the shores of the Red Lake between House Crane and the Lannister army. It was still being determined who won, but they hoped House Crane would not easily surrender to the Lions. As one of the principal houses of the North March, House Crane guards some of the most fertile farmlands in the Reach, and most importantly, they hold the channels that drew water from the lower Mander into the fields close to Old Oak. The canals continued to spill water into the farmlands east of Old Oak, muddying the fields and roads and making it harder for the Lannister army to go around his castle. So, it should mean House Crane had not been beaten and stood firm against the Lannister assault. Patrice hoped the Highgarden would send reinforcements as Old Oak was under a grueling siege. He did not see the resolve of the Lannisters shifting despite their losses the last few days. From interrogating the prisoners, Patrice knew Tygett Lannister was commanding the Lannister army facing him. He also knew the Lannister army was not at full strength, but that could change any day. The prisoners he took indicated that a second host was marching down the ocean road from Lannisport under Stafford Lannister's command. Therefore, it was with a heavy heart that Patrice went to bed that night. He prayed the second host never reaches Old Oak before the royal host or even the reinforcements from Highgarden. He was forced to wake up when he heard bells being tolled inside the castle. He was wide awake, threw open the door, and ran for the battlements as men ran around him, hastily taking up their weapons and rushing to their posts. He ran straight for his overwatch tower. He climbed the flight of stairs inside the tower as fast as his legs could carry until he finally managed to reach the top. He was out of breath and sweating galleons, but the sheer urgency of the situation allowed him to overcome such simple snags. Patrice immediately used his Myrish far eyes and searched the battlefield for enemy movements. In the distance, he could see some activity but could not confirm whether the Lannister army was making a move because of the darkness. The first light had yet to appear, and there was fog, making it nearly impossible to confirm. He didn't know why the guards would toll the bells if there were no apparent signs of the enemy attack. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Signal the men to arm the trebuchets. Patrice ordered. Using a combination of drums and horns, his tower conveyed the orders to the men in charge of the siege engines. He didn't have to wait long as the men let loose 2 salvos of flaming stones into the enemy lines. The dark skies lit up as 2 bright balls of fire streaked across the battlefield and struck straight into enemy lines. Patrice observed the 2 sites where the fireballs hit the ground, but nothing moved behind the enemy lines. "My lord! Sir Alistair!" Patrice was taken aback as the captain of the guards rushed into his watchtower. "My lord! We are being attacked from the south," Sir Alistair reported after catching his breath. "What? That's impossible." Patrice shook his head, refusing to believe the Lannister army somehow managed to slip past their notice around the castle. "It's true, my lord. I've already diverted the men to the wall walk to the southern side of the curtain wall. But it's only a temporary measure. We need you there, my lord," said Sir Alistair. Patrice didn't want to believe it, but Sir Alistair was a knight he trusted. He couldn't fathom how the Lannister army managed to circle his castle and attack from the south without alerting the scouts he had stationed along all the major passes. He was under no misconception that opening the canals and flooding the fields would stop the Lannister army's advancement. But he was sure it'd delay many men from crossing to the other side. That delay was all he needed to send out his cavalry and ride them down into the muddy waters of the Reach and destroy them. However, the Lannisters somehow thwarted him and gained a momentary advantage. "This cannot be allowed to stand. Find my son and have him take command of this tower. The defences of the north wall are his responsibility, and you shall assist him." "As you wish, my lord." Sir Alistair nodded. With that matter resolved, Patrice immediately set out to the southern wall. On the way, he collected additional troops from Lords Gracefort and Ball. He left Lord Aelkine in charge of the defences in the north with his son, as the Florent heir was already familiar with the command structure and defences of the wall. The Florent knights were exceptionally gifted when it came to riding out from the secret entrance and breaking the Lannister siege or even riding down the fleeing Lannister army. Most prisoners they took from the Lannister army were thanks to Lord Aelkine and his knights. He did not see any reason to pull the man from his excellent work so far at the north wall without a cause. Besides, having Lord Aelkine with his son and Sir Alistair at the north wall left him with less worry should the Lannister army attack the north wall while they distract him at the south wall. When he finally managed to make it to the southern part of the curtain wall, the whole castle shook with a huge booming sound echoing inside the castle walls. "My lord, look!" Lord Harry's Graceford pointed at the sky further north as an orange glow could be seen coming from outside the wall. "Siege engines!" Lord Owen Ball muttered, a little bit of fear in his sound. "Do not worry, my lord. Old Oak may not have multiple walls, but our one curtain wall is 20 feet thick. The lions are welcome to try their best to test my wall, but it'll hold strong against their siege engines," Patrice said, confident that his ancestral castle could withstand the siege engines. Instead of worrying about what might happen at the north wall, he focused his efforts on the southern wall. He immediately ran over to a tower and climbed the flight of stairs until he reached the very top and set himself on the turret. "Lord Graceford, I suggest you take up command of the siege engines and wait for my signal," Patrice ordered. The red-haired man nodded and immediately set off from the turret after one look into the distance, where little spots of light could be seen moving in the dark. "Lord Ball, I hope you're comfortable taking command of the reserve soldiers and waiting for my signal at the gates. I'll need you and your men if we are to chase away the Lannister army after throwing them back from the wall." "As you wish, my lord." "What'll you do?" "I'll take command of the wall." "Go, my lord. Should I need your assistance, I'll call for you." Lord Owen Ball nodded and sprinted down the stairs as fast as possible. Patrice walked the battlements, shouting orders and placing archers along the crenellated wall walk. He also oversaw the movement of essential supplies for the archers and crossbowmen to throw back the enemy. The supply depots in the castle were taking time to divert crucial supplies like helmets and armor as they prioritized arming the men with bows, crossbows, arrows, and bolts. Patrice knew there would be a cost to pay for that shortcoming, but he could do nothing to pick up the pacing of arming his men. Even he had foregone armor and a helmet in his rush to take command of the southern wall. There was no more time, and they had to defend the castle with what they had. "Archers! Lose!" Patrice shouted. The first volley they sent out were flaming arrows that not only had the intended effect of putting some fear in the enemy but also increased the visibility of his men. He ordered another fresh salvo of fire arrows to rain down on the enemy soldiers rushing towards his castle with screams in their throats. He saw Lannister men go down with painful screams as fiery arrows punched through their flesh and bones. Volley after volley rained down on the enemy, but their resolve held firm. The ground below was now littered with little spots of flames thanks to the flaming arrows, which had the added effect of visibility. It made the job of the archers much easier in targeting the enemy. As the battlefield became more visible, Patrice saw the enemy trying their best to put ladders against the castle walls. But try as they might, he was determined to see not one Lannister soldier climb his wall. When the first light shined down on the battlefield after hours from the renewed assault on Old Oak, the Lannister army was nowhere near its objective of setting its foot on the wall. Patrice looked down from his tower as Lannister soldiers bravely and foolishly tried their best to scale the wall, but it was 50 feet high. No matter the bravery of Lannister men, climbing a wall that high was no easy task. Without a siege tower, it was nigh impossible to scale the curtain wall of Old Oak. Fortunately, Patrice saw no siege tower in the enemy's possession. This gave the advantage to his archers who masterfully hid behind merlons and fell many Lannister men in the field. When Lannister men tried to use the ram against his gates, they were swiftly felled by stones being dropped on their heads through brattices. As the southern gate of his castle was not protected by bronze plating like the northern gate, a fire could do more damage to the door even though the wood used was ironwood. Therefore, he forbade the use of pitcher oil and instead used boiling water to dislodge the enemy from the gatehouse. "My lord, a message from Sir Alistair." Lord Desmond and Aelkine managed to beat back the enemy. The siege engines destroyed the siege towers of the enemy. There were huge casualties on the Lannister side. He says the Lannister army is in full retreat. He seeks your permission to ride out and rout the enemy from their camp, my lord, the messenger managed to spill out in one breath. There was a roar of approval from his men at the wall who were fortunate enough to hear the good news. "Keep your eyes on the enemy. We've not won yet." Patrice barked out sharply, forcing his men to go back to defending the castle, but word quickly spread regarding the victory, making men renew their efforts to throw out the invaders. Turning back to the messenger, Patrice saw the eager look on the soldier's face. "No. We cannot afford to attack the Lannister camp without knowing their strength and defenses. Tell Sir Alistair to stand down," Patrice ordered. But my lord. We have them on the run," the young man sputtered indignantly. "Do what you are told to do, boy. Tell the men to stand down." "That's an order," Patrice snapped, making the messenger fling and nod fearfully. A loud horn suddenly blared from the south, gaining Patrice's attention. At first, he thought the horn was being blown from the Lannister side, and they were making a retreat, but when he looked with his far eyes, he saw a black banner in the distance. His eyes widened when he saw many more banners, some were very familiar to his eyes. He saw the golden rose of House Tyrell, the lone tower of House Hightower, the red fox of House Florent and many more such banners. There were even banners of black and white swans of House Swan, 3 brass buckles of House Buckler, yellow wheatstalks of House Selmy and many more. He revisited the black banner, and there in the field he saw the crowned stag fluttering proudly in the wind. "You boy! Tell Sir Alistair to gather anyone who wants to kill some Lannisters to come here. The king has come to our rescue. Spread the word, now," he shouted. The shouts of joy let out by his men as the Baratheon army pounced on the lions from their rear shook the sky. It was a bloodbath, and Patrice saw no reason not to bloody his sword. So, he opened the gates and led his men out in a charge, crushing the trapped Lannister army with nowhere to go. "No prisoners! Kill the bastards! Kill them all!" Patrice shouted as he charged ahead, eager to see justice done, for he could see the banner of 3 dogs near the Lannister lion. XXXXXXXX. Robert Baratheon never felt as alive as in this moment. He was a drunkard and a whoremonger, but he was not born for that pointed chair. He knew that more than anyone else. The throne suited him ill. He had said so many times to Jon Arryn. He thrived most on a battlefield where he could care less, for all the pompousness and fakery of the court bothered him not. Only luck and skill mattered on the battlefield, that was where he truly thrived and lived. Nothing else could excite him as such in the world except for his precious Lyanna, but the dragons took her from him. He caved in the dragon prince's chest at the trident for her, and he killed Rhaegar again 1,000 times in his dreams. It'd never bring Lyanna back. Therefore, it was the battlefield for him. He was wedded to it like a newly married groom. And like all newlyweds, he tried to please the battlefield. Robert swung God's grief with full force. The hammer weighed little in his hand, but the blow crushed a Lannister man's head like a smashed egg. Blood and brain matter was everywhere, making Robert laugh. He moved on to the next victim and swung. This time his hammer struck the chest of a knight who tried to engage him. The knight coughed up blood and was blown away from his horse with armor punched in under the mighty power of God's grief. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Robert laughed maniacally as he was unstoppable on the battlefield. He smashed and killed his way through the Lannister army, ignoring what was happening around him. With God's grief in his hand, he felt like a god. He spun the hammer around by the leather holder at the end of the handle and smacked away anyone that dared to challenge him. Shields splintered and swords shattered under his blows, and soon he was drenched in the blood of his enemies. He roared out in challenge, asking for the men to give him a good fight, but the wimps of the Lannister army turned tail and ran. "Cowards! Come and fight me! Come and die by my hands!" Robert roared, his limbs filled with unholy strength, and he was most eager to bloody his hammer some more. Only one man didn't run, and Robert laughed at seeing this. He recognized the giant rushing towards him with a massive sword in hand. Robert jumped down from his horse and went straight for Gregor Clegane, screaming eagerly despite the protests from Sir Barry Stand and Sir Aerys Oakhart. Robert ducked under the swinging sword of Clegane and smacked the knight on his back with God's grief. A sickening crack was heard despite the screams and clash of steel all around Robert. Clegane fell forward with a pained cry, but Robert didn't take this opportunity to finish off the giant knight. Instead, he waited for Tywin's mad dog to climb back to his feet. He also noticed the men were forming a circle around the two of them as men watched this bout most eagerly. When Clegane climbed to his feet and rushed at Robert, he swatted away the giant man's sword with a simple swing of God's grief, leaving Clegane wide open. He smashed the knight's knee, making the man scream to the heavens in pain. Clegane keeled over and fell to a knee, clutching his ruined knee and screaming his throat out. Robert didn't wait around this time and smashed his hammer against the giant's sword arm. Another sickening crack could be heard, and Clegane screamed some more. "I should have had you killed like Ned wanted. But Tywin fucking Lannister saved your hide back then. Now, you get what you deserve, you sick fuck." Robert snarled, spinning God's grief in his hands. With his 2 hands on God's grief, he swung hard. Clegane's head cracked open like a watermelon and sprayed its contents all over the ground. The giant knight fell to the ground with a thud, never to rise again. The men screamed and shouted, celebrating the death of Clegane and his victory. "Robert! Robert! Robert! Robert!" the crowd chanted. Robert basked in the glory and enjoyed the adoration of the crowd. "Your Grace! Welcome to Old Oak. You'll find my castle most accommodating. What shall I prepare for your liking?" Lord Patrice Oakhart shouted over the celebrations. "More Lannisters to kill would be to my liking, my lord," Robert said, making his men laugh and celebrate all the rowdier. "I can arrange for that, your Grace. We have the Lannisters on the run on the northern side of the castle. Should your Grace wish it, I'll happily open the gates, and we could rout the Lannister army," Lord Oakhart offered. "Then lead the way, Lord Oakhart. Let's hunt some lions," Robert shouted, making his men respond in kind as they were most eager to fight some more. Robert led the charge out of the northern gate of Old Oak, and the might of the demon of the trident swept away the Lannister army. XXXXXXXX. "My prince. The men are ready," Sir Davos reported. Stannis need not look at his trusted knight's face to see the former smuggler was having second thoughts. "You disapprove of my decision?" Stannis observed. Taking the Crownland army to fight in the Reach would leave the capital undefended. You're also His Grace's heir as the Prince of Dragonstone. Should something happen to you, Sir Davos trailed off. Jonaran had the same concerns. Nothing will happen to me. And even if something were to happen, my son, Stefan, shall become the Prince of Dragonstone and Robert's heir, said Stannis, climbing his horse and making himself comfortable on the saddle. The defences of the capital. I take only half of the Crownland forces. I'm sure you can defend the city with half the numbers. Besides, Lord Aron's efforts are best spent on rallying the river lords to our cause, said Stannis. I shall convey your wishes, my prince. Sir Davos said with a sigh. Good. Now keep the fleet at the ready. I doubt the royal fleet will be challenged at the Gullet, but Tywin might hire sell sails for his cause. I shall keep my ears open for any word of such from my old contacts, my prince, said Davos. Good. Stannis nodded, donning his helmet and riding ahead of the assembled army. Men. We ride today to put an end to the lions invading the Reach. Now, who's with me? Excited yells and shouting were the answer he earned from the Crownland army. Then let's go kill some lions. Stannis punched his fist in the air and galloped away on his horse with the army closely following him. While riding ahead into the Reach through the Rose Road, he turned his head and eyed the giant weirwood tree that had sprung up in the Red Keep. The red leaves of the tree could be seen standing tall on Aegon's Hill. He hoped the old gods were not wrong and he'd have everything he wanted towards the end of this war. The tree he planted, becoming a giant weirwood tree over a few months, was a good omen in his eyes. He did not have any personal ambition for a crown, but now that he had a son, he was more than happy to accept the kingship of the Seven Kingdoms. With the hope of sitting on the Iron Throne, Stannis rode ahead on his horse, picking up speed. He could feel it in his bones. His time had come to reign as king. He only needs to wait a little bit longer. Chapter 68, The Sun's Son. Chapter text. Doran supposed there was ample reason to celebrate, considering the war between the stags and the lions was reaching its precipice. The last he heard from his neighbors, the Reach was getting the same treatment the Riverlands had been enjoying since the Andal invasions. The Riverlands had always been the battlefield whenever a major war was waged in Westeros. But now, battles were being waged all over the Reach, turning the fertile farmlands of one of the most prosperous kingdoms of Westeros into burned-out wastelands. He supposed he should be overjoyed at the Lannister action, but that joy was only short-lived. Even as he watched his people dance and drink to their heart's content because of the war, he didn't feel much happiness in his mind. He smiled and acted merry while facing the lords and ladies of Dorne because it was expected of him. It was Tywin Lannister and his dogs he wanted to suffer for the crimes against his dear sister and her children. He certainly did not enjoy the fact that the Lannister army was cutting a bloody swath through the Reach. The war just happened to pit some of his strongest rivals against each other. The one good thing he looked forward to in this war was the weakening of the Baratheon dynasty. He felt like this was the turning point in the short reign of Robert Baratheon. Perhaps, it's time to reach out to Viserys. Doran thought. It'd not do if the young prince forgets his duty and what is owed to House Martell. My prince. Doran kept his musings to a corner of his mind as he smiled at Lord Franklin Fowler, Anders Euronwood and Lady Delaney Allyrion. My lords, my lady. Please, come and sit. Doran welcomed them cordially while Aaron Hota, his trusted guard, pulled up the seats for his fellow Dornish nobility to join him. This is a lavish ball the likes of which Dorne has not seen in a decade, said Lady Delaney, while servants brought bowls of peeled red oranges for his guests to enjoy. When enemies weaken themselves out of their violation, there is cause for celebration, isn't that so, my prince? Anders Euronwood laughed. Doran grinned and merely nodded at Lord Euronwood. Speaking of which, what are your plans, my prince? Indeed, this is a unique opportunity to exact Dorne's vengeance on the lions. Lord Franklin said. Involving ourselves now will only make us useful fodder for Robert Baratheon's armies. He'll throw us at the lions and use us for his benefit, said Doran in a calm and even tone. He could see the disappointment on the faces of his fellow Dornishmen as clear as day. However, that doesn't mean we'll stay put in this war. As Lord Franklin rightly said, this is a unique opportunity to exact Dorne's vengeance on the lions. Doran added, brightening up the faces of his fellow Dornishmen. So, you have a plan. How can we aid our prince? Lord Franklin Fowler asked eagerly. Muster your strengths, my lords, as I gather our fleet to our shores. While the stags and lions burn the lands in their war, we shall deliver the killing blow at the lion's lair. Doran calmly said. Lanny Sport. Lord Anders breathed out with wide eyes. You mean to strike at Lanny Sport? I mean to strike at the Lannister where it'll hurt them the most, said Doran. That's a bold tactic, my prince. Lord Franklin observed. Fortune favors the bold, or so I'm told. Doran commented. You'll have our full support, my prince. Princess Elia was dear to many of us. She'll be avenged. Lady Delaney said fiercely, her onyx eyes firm and shining with resolve. A sudden commotion in his feast hall made Doran look up. His eyes immediately searched for his daughter, as Ariane was usually the culprit for most of the troubles in Sun's pair. To his surprise, he found her in the company of one Sir Damon Sand dancing on the floor, far removed from any trouble. Then his eyes fell on his brother, briefly widening Doran's eyes. What's he doing here? He is supposed to be in Tyrosh. Doran thought. He watched his younger brother wade through the merry guests greeting old friends and acquaintances. Elaria Sand joined at his brother's hip until she met her father, Lord Harmonular, among the guests. Oberyn alone came towards him, leaving Elaria with her father. Doran merely raised an eyebrow questioningly when his brother just smiled at him in greeting. My lords, my lady. I'm afraid I'll have to steal my brother away for a few moments. It was a long journey from Essos, and I'm afraid we siblings have quite some stories to share, said Oberyn, an easy smile on his face. After greeting and engaging in small talk with Lords Fowler, Euronwood and Lady Alyrian, Oberyn took charge of his wheelchair and moved Doran out of the ballroom. Tell me, brother, why have you abandoned your post in Tyrosh? I thought you were preparing to buy passage into the free city of Myr. Doran asked once they were safely inside his solar, away from prying eyes. While I was in Tyrosh, I was approached by a child carrying a message from the Master of Whispers of Robert Baratheon, said Oberyn. Varys. Doran said, sitting up straight in his wheelchair, now far more interested as he realized Oberyn was not visiting Sunspair on a whim. What did he have to say? He gave me a location of a small house on the city's outskirts and asked me to meet a man who goes by the name of Griff and his son, the young Griff. Doran was now flummoxed as he had never heard of this Griff or young Griff. For a moment, he wondered whether Robert Baratheon's Master of Whispers went mad after years of serving the Mad King and the chaos unfolding in the capital. From all the news that had filtered into Dorne, King's Landing was now a cursed city, and everyone was fleeing it like their lives depended on it. What did you find, brother? Doran asked. The future, brother. Our sister didn't depart this world without leaving something behind. Her legacy endures. Oberyn said softly, walking back and opening the door of his solar and whispering something to the guard stationed outside. I don't understand, Oberyn. What are you talking about? Doran asked, frowning at his younger sibling. I believe we might have to reevaluate our plans with Viserys Targaryen, said Oberyn. Doran could only stare at his brother in utter bewilderment. His brother was the only person who knew and supported the plan he built around Viserys Targaryen as the centerpiece. If Oberyn believed the plan had to be rethought, he was left with nothing to confront the Baratheon dynasty. While the Lannister blood in the Baratheon dynasty was all but cut off thanks to recent events, he was not going to suspend the plan to unseat Robert Baratheon from the Iron Throne. The man still stepped over the bloodied corpses of his dear sister and her children. He'd never forgive the usurper for spitting on his sister and her children and then went about marrying Tywin's daughter. So long as he lived, he'd never allow a Baratheon to hold on to the Iron Throne. You don't need to look worried, brother. I'm not suggesting that we should accept Robert Baratheon's reign. Then what are you saying, brother? Doran asked. I'm saying Arianne necessarily does not need to become queen to place Martell blood on the Iron Throne. Doran was confused but didn't get to question his brother further as someone knocked on the door. He watched confusedly as Oberyn opened the door and invited a strange man with blue hair, a blue beard, and a child of Valyrian descent into his solar. Oberyn, is this one of your secret paramours from Essos? Doran asked with some healthy amount of dread. Even if Dorne was tolerant of many sexual deviancies, the nobles of Dorne tended to have a poor outlook on their princes taking foreign lovers into Sunspair. He had known it firsthand with his wife, but at least Melario was his lawful wedded wife. This, colorful man was unacceptable in Dorne, even if his brother was well known for his tastes. No, brother, said Oberyn, laughing heartily while the blue-haired man looked repulsed. Doran calmed a little bit upon seeing this. Then who's this? Asked Doran, looking at the strange man and the silver-haired child near the man who looked more confused than anyone in the room. I'd not fault you for not recognizing me, Prince Doran. Often, I myself find it hard to accept that I'm the same man who became the Hand of the King. Doran eyed the man more closely, and that was when he saw the similarity but could not twist his mind around the fact. John Connington. But how? You were dead. A ruse concocted by the spider to keep the usurper's attention away so that I may raise Rhaegar's son safely in the Free Cities, said the former Lord of Griffin's Roost. Rhaegar's son. Doran froze, looking at both men inquisitively. Yes, brother. As I said, Elia's legacy endures. She endures through her son. Said Oberyn, moving to the side and pushing the silver-haired boy close to his desk and thereby Doran getting a good look at the boy. It was as if he was looking at young Rhaegar except for the eyes. The boy's eyes looked more blue than purple, but that could have been the light in the room playing tricks. This is our nephew, he asked in disbelief, staring at his brother to see whether it was a jest. But Oberyn just smiled at him and nodded. Aegon, he whispered, reaching out with trembling hands and touching the young lad's cheek. The young boy just grinned, and for a moment, he was taken aback by his childhood and saw his smiling sister in the boy's place. But the memory was fleeting, and it passed just as it came. A stray tear fell from his eyes as he had nearly forgotten his sister's smile. Eli's son is alive, he whispered confusedly, overcome with emotions he couldn't quickly grasp or control. Yes, Prince Doran. Young Aegon was smuggled away from King's Landing by Varys, who switched young Aegon with a tanner's son. Tywin's brute never realized the switch and smashed the babe's head on his master's orders. Lord Varys kept young Aegon safe with a friend of his and later entrusted him to me so that young Aegon receives proper training to reclaim his birthright. Eli's son is alive. Doran breathed out, hardly believing this miracle. He is. And with him, the Targaryen dynasty lives on. Long live Aegon the sixth of his name, the King of Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. Jon Connington proclaimed. Doran looked at his brother, and Oberyn nodded at him. Their plans had to be changed. Arianne need not marry Viserys with Aegon alive and ready to reclaim the Iron Throne. But first, he had to be sure the boy was Eli's son, not a mummer's farce concocted by the Spider and Connington to trick Dorne into fighting the usurper. And for that, he needed to know what happened during the sack of King's Landing. He looked at his brother again, and an idea slowly formed in his mind. XXXXXXXX. Jon Arryn could only let out a frustrated groan as he set aside the message he received from Riverrun. Hoster Tully was again playing them all and keeping the Riverlands in an advantageous position. The man wanted something from the crown, and the elder Tully knew this was the best time to get what he wanted. This time around, he was not going to accommodate the whims of Hoster Tully's ego. Robert was now the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. If the Tullys refused to answer the call of their king, then they'll be dealt with just like any traitorous house, depending on the nature of their involvement in this war. Besides, he did not need Hoster Tully to rally the Riverlands to Robert's side. His eyes strayed to the two other parchments on his table. One was from his trusted Valamon, and the other was from the loyal Northmen. The Knights of the Vale had crossed the Bloody Gate and crossed into the Riverlands. At best, it would be a day or two before they reached the crossroads inn. The Northern Army, on the other hand, was still crossing into the Riverlands through the Neck. A good portion of their host had already crossed over, thanks to Ned's foresight to expand the King's Road that stretches north of the Neck last year. The Neck, on the other hand, remains a difficult terrain for supply carts to traverse, and therefore he could understand the time it was taking for the northern host to cross over into the Riverlands proper. But Ned had already reached out to him, saying that he had sent a force of 5,000 men ahead under Lord Ryswell's command into the Riverlands to gather the River Lords in Robert's name. Jon was sure that houses Blackwood, Bracken, Piper, Vance, and Moodin had pledged support when he reached out to them. He was quite surprised to learn that Bracken and Blackwood were on the same side in this situation, which would have amused him if the situation wasn't this precarious. The fact that Tywin chose to invade the Reach and break out in open rebellion against the Iron Throne would diminish the throne's power in the coming days. Even if Robert wins the war, the Seven Kingdoms will have an enormous power imbalance. Without Tywin's backing, the stability of the Baratheon dynasty would be in jeopardy, directly leading to more rebellions and challenges to the Iron Throne's power. He was not ignorant of the threats hiding in plain sight. The complete silence from Dorne bothered him more than the grumblings the Master of Whispers brought to him from the Crownland Lords. It was one of the primary reasons he didn't dismiss Stannis' idea of leading the Crownland Lords against the Lannister army. Rather than let the Crownland Lords sit back and plot, he felt it was better if their energies were better spent against the Lannisters. Perhaps, there was room for some minor lordships and land grants in the Westerlands once the rebelling Lannisters were put down for good. He was prepared to buy it out for stability if loyalty could not be enforced through oaths and honor. If the price of having no conflict was some land grants, few knighthoods, and lordships, then he was all too willing to pay that price. Shaking his head, Jon leaned back and sighed. In some ways, he was grateful Robert's hammer revealed the crimes of Cersei this early. If Tywin's daughter had managed to pull the wool over their eyes for many years to come, then who knows what could have happened. Jon was more than aware that he was getting old day after day. He was not long for this world. Should he perish, he knew Eddard would be the most likely candidate to replace him. He doubted Robert would name Stannis as Hand of the King even though the younger Baratheon was more than ready to shoulder the responsibilities the office demands. Should Eddard accept, then the Iron Throne would no doubt become far more powerful, with the strength of House Stark binding the Baratheon dynasty to the Iron Throne. He sat up straight at the thought. A Stark and a Baratheon union would quell all thoughts of rebellion as the Iron Throne would gain a powerful ally. But Eddard is already a trusted friend and an ally to Robert. The realm needs to see the binding of the friendship through blood. Jon muttered. The only problem was that Robert lacked any male heirs for any marriage to bind the two houses through blood. However, the idea still had its merits. It's not as if Robert could not marry and have heirs in the future. There was also the possibility that Renly could marry Sansa Stark in a few years after Eddard's daughter reached a marriable age. The thoughts of marriage inevitably led Jon to the troublesome prospect of finding a queen for Robert. The sad fact was that he couldn't find anyone with the same prospects as Cersei Lannister offered to the fledgling Baratheon dynasty. With Cersei came the entire Westerlands, the gold, and the power of House Lannister. There was no other woman that could offer Robert so much. The only possible match that could come close right now would be Arianne Martell, but a Dornish queen would also bring many problems with her. Not to mention, it was most likely impossible to forge such a union. He doubted Prince Doran and Oberyn Martell would accept the match, and if they did, he'd be extremely suspicious. A sudden knock on the door brought him out of his musings. "My lord. Lord Varys is here to see you." Hugh, his trusted squire, said, putting his head inside the room. "Send him through, Hugh." Jon said, placing a book over the many parchments he received from Maester Oliver, who took charge of the ravens with Pycelle languishing in the black cells. "My lord hand. I bring songs from Old Oak," said Varys, making Jon sit up straight in interest. "Is it favorable?" he asked eagerly. "It's my lord." Lord Oakheart repelled the Lannister army each time they tried to breach his walls. Then the king arrived at the helm of the royal army and smashed the Lannister army, sieging Old Oak. Tygett Lannister met his end at the end of his grace's hammer, and so did Sir Gregor Clegane. Varys reported diligently. Jon let out a relieved sigh at the news. It was as if a weight was lifted off his shoulders. "Very good. This is excellent news, Lord Varys," Jon said with palpable relief. "Of course, my lord. Perhaps, it might be to our advantage that we spread the word of Sir Gregor's demise at the hands of his grace," Varys suggested, smiling thinly. "Dorne might start to engage with us more openly after the recent events." Jon nodded thoughtfully, thinking of another letter he would draft and send to Sunspear after this meeting. Like the Crownlanders, he hoped the ire of Dorne could be redirected at the Lannisters and hopefully reconcile the bad blood between the Southernmost Kingdom and the Baratheon dynasty. He held no notions that Dorne would ever be a friend of the Baratheon dynasty right away, but he hoped this was the beginning of that journey. A Baratheon princess marrying into House Martell could be a more stable rapprochement in the future. The door to his office chambers opened again. This time, it was Maester Oliver. "Lord Hand." "A raven came from Sunspear," said the young maester who was 20 namesdays junior of Pycelle. He immediately broke House Martell's seal and read the message's contents. "It seems Prince Doran is sending his younger brother as an emissary of Dorne to King's Landing," Jon said aloud, setting aside the parchment on his table. The frown on the faces of the two men standing in his office spoke volumes of what they thought of the matter. "That seems odd," Varys slowly said. "Perhaps, Prince Doran is hoping to glean the particulars of the war aims of his grace." "Perhaps," Jon trailed off but didn't share his thoughts on the matter. "Shall I make the arrangements for Prince Oberyn's arrival, Lord Hand?" asked Maester Oliver. "Please do," Jon said, dismissing the young maester. Once the door closed and left Jon alone with the Master of Whispers, his face became grave. "This is not good. Prince Oberyn is not known for his level-headedness in the Seven Kingdoms. He'll be looking to exact vengeance on House Lannister and anyone who had a part in his sister's murder," said Jon, looking a bit green at the very thought. "I could convey what happened and blame it all on Sir Amory Lorch and Sir Gregor Clegane," Varys offered. "No. It's obvious that the Martells hold Lord Tywin responsible. I'd have you speak the truth, but take care not to antagonize the prince, my lord. Greater men have fallen prey to the bite of the Red Viper," Jon warned. "Perhaps the Red Viper would make an exception and spare the messenger." Varys tittered, hiding his face behind a long sleeve. XXXXXXXX. Harry threw a piece of meat high in the air, and it was snatched right off before it could hit the ground by Fenris. The Black Wolf let out a low growl that made the guards in the training yard jump as his trusted companion noisily gorged himself on the tasty flesh of a wild bull. He watched Fenris finish the meat in a few seconds and eyed him most eagerly, with his tail wagging impatiently. "I suppose you've earned the full bucket, you big bad wolf." Harry petted his familiar by rubbing Fenris' head before presenting the bucket full of meat. Fenris let out a pleased howl before eagerly putting his head into the bucket and enjoying the rare meat to his heart's content. Harry chuckled, seeing the happiness of his wolf. His eyes went to the small burned patch of fur on Fenris' shoulder, where the fire dragon snorted out a stream of fire. For some reason, the fire dragon had taken up a liking to Fenris even if the dragon refused to let Harry anywhere near him. He supposed the fire dragon liked to sleep on Fenris' back because of the warm fur. Or, it was because the fire dragon was a big softy and wanted to cuddle into the natural warmth provided by Fenris. For this reason, he had taken to calling the fire dragon Cuddles. By the angry looks and the many attempts to turn him into a burned crisp, Harry knew the fire dragon did not like that name. But that was not going to stop him from calling the dragon Cuddles. Despite that, he was happy Cuddles managed to form a friendship of sorts with Fenris. Though, how long that'd last was a curious case. Cuddles would only grow bigger, and the fire dragon was already as big as a cat. Now, the ice dragon, on the other hand, was far more accepting of his attempts to befriend it. To his surprise, the ice dragon even responded cordially so far to the name he assigned, Winter. "Harry, are you going to join me anytime soon?" John shouted at him from the archery range. This kid. He got nothing but training in his mind. Harry shook his head at the thought. I'm coming. He shouted back. He pushed a sliver of magical energy into his power ring, and his hands were squeaky clean. He was about to pick up a bow when Maester Lewin entered the training yard. Harry in. A company of men and women approaches Hunter's Gate. They fly the banners of the Black Bear, said Maester Lewin. House Mormont. Harry frowned. Why are they here? Possibly for a petition to suspend Lord Eddard's verdict regarding the reparation owed to the families of the victims affected by Sir Yora's actions. Maester Lewin mused aloud. That'd be highly irregular, isn't that so, Maester? Harry asked. I'm afraid so. Harry looked thoughtfully off into the distance. If he got the gist of the situation right, House Mormont was ordered to pay a significant sum of reparations to the survivors his men fished out from the sea and the families of the victims who were unfortunately not with them in the Bear Islands. Sir Yora's actions had seen to it that either those poachers and thieves were sold off in Essos as slaves or they jumped ships and died in the sea. He'd have attained the lands and the castle of House Mormont for sheer incompetence if it were up to him. Instead, his father had shown mercy and allowed Sir Yora's aunt and her daughters to inherit Mormont Keep. Lady Maege Mormont now ruled the Bear Islands, and by Maester Lewin's and his mother's word, the woman was of a right sort. But that doesn't excuse her ignorance of a crime of this scale. Allow them entry. I'll hear them out. Harry eventually said. He hoped Lady Maege Mormont was not about to waste his time. Chapter 69, Troublesome Bears and Flowers. Chapter text. Harry sat at the high table with Maester Lewin to his right and his mother to his left. His little brother Bran was happily sitting on his mother's lap, looking around in wonder at the colorful banners that adorned the halls of Winterfell. The grey dire wolf was there, but his black dire wolf banner was also present, decorating Winterfell's halls in varying colors of grey, yellow, and black. His trusted familiar Fenris was lying at the foot of the table, lazily eyeing the gathered crowd in the hall. Should Fenris stand on his legs, his snout would tower over the table. The massive form of his dire wolf friend was quite helpful in exerting a touch of intimidation in the court of Winterfell. Often, the petitioners in the court would forget his position and personal power owing to his young age and appearance. In such instances, Fenris' presence had become an advantage. A stout older woman with grey hair walked through the hall's opened oak doors, accompanied by a much younger woman by her side in the lead and a gaggle of men and women closely following the two. The two women were dressed in black breeches and leather armor with bear pelts hanging loosely over their shoulders. Harry could see a glint of metal on the younger woman's shoulders. He suspected it was chainmail, or perhaps it was a metal guard of some sort for her shoulders. Lord Stark. The older woman fell to a knee in the middle of the hall and bowed low. The younger woman followed next, and the rest quickly fell to their knees. Welcome, Lady Mormont. I was not expecting a visit from the head of House Mormont, but the lords and ladies of the north are always welcome to share the warmth of the halls of Winterfell. Harry said amicably. We thank you, my lord. Lady Mormont climbed to her feet. This is my eldest daughter Daisy Mormont. Harry nodded at the comely-looking woman who had flowing black hair that reached beyond her shoulder and expressive black eyes. Unlike her mother, Daisy Mormont was slender-looking and nearly 6 feet tall. There was a certain gracefulness for Daisy Mormont that was palpable to Harry. It was almost as if Harry's eyes widened slightly as his magical senses went haywire when he concentrated on Daisy Mormont. There was a tingling sensation on his skin that set him on edge. Try as he might, he could not discern whether his magic was sensing danger or an unknown pool of magical energy from the younger Mormont. This needs to be studied in detail. Harry thought, his eyes occasionally straying to Daisy Mormont while keeping his attention on the petition put forth by Maege Mormont. When the Lady of Mormont Keep expressed her request to him in the open court of Winterfell, Harry exchanged a look with Maester Lewin that screamed, I told you so. Maege Mormont wanted to suspend his father's punishment on House Mormont. Even if Harry was afforded the power to give some respite to House Mormont, he didn't feel like giving one simply because of the crime involved. My lady, you ask too much of House Stark. Harry thundered from his seat, staring a tad angrily at the Mormont women. Your nephew and former lord of Bear Islands engaged in slavery, a crime that demands the death penalty. Yoram Mormont ran away when my father traveled to Bear Islands to exact justice. His actions have not only shamed your house but also shamed the north. It also caused the northern army to march late when our king called his banners. Despite all that, you'd ask House Stark to suspend the sentence of reparations to the affected families for the period of 5 years. My lord, the actions of my nephew are unforgivable. If not for the sin of kinslaying, I'd have smashed my mace on my nephew's head and ended his life. But please understand my nephew spent frivolously in pursuit of keeping his Hightower wife live a life of luxury that cleaned out our coffers. Even if I wanted to, I could not pay the reparations for the affected families and victims because our coffers are empty. Maege Mormont admitted shamefully. Surely, House Mormont have valuables and goods that could raise enough gold and silver to pay off the amount of the reparations fixed by Lord Eddard. Maester Lewin suggested. I'm afraid we do not possess much after my nephew ruined our house, Maester. Maege Mormont admitted, her eyes downcast as whispers in the court grew ever louder. Some were openly jeering and insulting the Lady of Bear Islands. Silence! I'll not have guests of House Stark be insulted, no matter the cause. Harry shouted, asserting his control over the court once more, which was now a common occurrence. The Northerners were a rowdy bunch. It was an inborn trait common amongst his people to always be against authority in whatever way possible. In the short time he had held court, he came to respect his father more for holding the court seamlessly and the rowdier versions of the Northern lords together. Even his words were not enough, the threatening snarl Fenris let out quieted down the court to his desire. "You're doing well," Maester Luwin said to him with an approving smile. "You possess something of great value that can settle the debt you are owed, Lady Mormont. I believe your houses possess a Valyrian steel sword. I'm sure the sword would yield you enough gold to settle your debts and restore the finances of House Mormont," Catelyn said, looking coldly down at the two Mormont women who squirmed under the frosty glare and the suggestion of the Lady of Winterfell. "My lady, Longclaw has been in our family for generations. Selling it is akin to spitting on the sacrifices of our ancestors," Maege Mormont said, horror written all over her face. "And yet, you're comfortable living with the stain of consorting with slavers? Your house has put the entirety of the North to shame, my lady. We are now the laughing stock in the South simply because you could not even place your nephew under arrest after committing such heinous crimes on our soil." Harry snapped coldly. "And you'd have me revoke the punishment confirmed by my father, the Warden of the North? I think not." Harry was on his feet and walked around the high table to stare indifferently at the two Mormont women. "Winterfell will not tolerate any action by our bannermen straying from the age-old traditions of the First Men. Slavery is not our way. We follow the old ways here in the North. House Mormont will pay the reparations imposed on it within the given time, else winter will come for them," Harry declared, accompanied by a low growl from Fenris that made his message clear. "The court will take a short recess before continuing with the rest of the petitions." Harry retired to his father's solar, but not before he whispered specific instructions to Maester Luwin away from other prying eyes. He waited patiently on his father's chair with the large red oak table holding a delicious-looking cake the cooks made because it was Sansa's 7th namesday. He cut the cake into 3 equal parts and distributed it across 3 plates. By the time he was done, Maester Luwin had come into the solar with Maege and Daisy Mormont in tow. The two women were suitably flummoxed for getting a personal invite after the hostility they faced in the court. "Come sit. Have some cake," he offered the plates and the silverware to the two women. The two women exchanged a baffled look but took their seats and accepted the cake rather numbly. Their disbelief was plain to see, and Harry couldn't fault them. He nodded at Maester Luwin, and the old maester discreetly pulled out of the solar with the door closing behind his back. "As the Stark of Winterfell, I cannot help you in any manner. It'd compromise my father's edicts and Winterfell's authority. However, I can help your house as the Lord of Avalon by loaning you the gold and silver you need to tide over the present difficulties," said Harry, brightening the faces of the two Mormonts. "However, I need several things from you in return. Are you interested?" "My lord, House Mormont would be most grateful for your aid." "How may we serve you?" Maege asked, dipping her head in deference. Harry smiled at Lady Mormont and told the woman what he wanted from the Bear Islands. After all, his budding fleet needed port facilities if he was to develop a vibrant ice industry to prop up the economic activity in the region. It also helps that a military outpost could be set up close to the wall. If he planned it right, the ice industry could end up making the entire North rich. It was one of the reasons why he was pursuing mundane solutions to export ice rather than using magic to create and export it to the warm lands of the Sunset Sea. He suspected he could leverage his excellent relationship with Prince Oberyn to export ice to Dorne and perhaps distant lands like the Summer Isles or the many free cities of Essos. Simply shipping boatloads of ice would be useless if there was no local technology to store it safely. This was why he had charged the alchemists to create ice houses in Avalon, and they had come through after months of hard work. He had already ordered the construction of an ice house in Winterfell, and soon, it spread to all corners of the known world just like a Valonian glass. XXXX. Randall Tarley camped outside the walls of Appleton with a sizable army under his command. While King Robert had ridden off to rout the Lannister army along the Ocean Road, he was charged with the duty to repel the Lannister army invading the Reach from the Rose Road. He chose this castle to contain the Lannister host because it was sitting on the Rose Road atop a hill guarding the path towards Highgarden. The castle was built to break a besieging army with its many gatehouses and sturdy walls. Not that he thought the castle would play any substantial role in the battle that was about to take place. His scouts had informed him that the Lannister army had very few foot soldiers in their host. Most of the foot was even formed out of the defeated houses of the Reach like Footley, Caswell, Bridges and several petty knights and landed knights in the northeast regions of the Reach. He suspected they'd break at the first sign of trouble, and the Lannisters would get easily rooted in the chaos. If it was not for House Tyrell calling all the banners of the Reach to gather at Highgarden, this folly could have been averted. The Lannisters would have dared not launch an invasion from the Gold Road into the Reach if they knew the castles and fields were unprotected. There was no point in dwelling on what might have been when the battle was about to start. His scouts had already encountered several Lannister spies scouting the land in the last few days. The Lannisters would have no choice but to engage him in battle, as he had seen to it that they'd have no other choice if they intended to attack the rear of King Robert's host. He had made sure to block all ways around Appleton with pockets of men. Sir John Fossoway protects the castle of New Barrel along with the Fossoways of Cider Hall. Another host of 3,000 men was waiting farther back from New Barrel under the command of Lord Alan Roxton. Should the Fossoways get overwhelmed by the Lannister army, Lord Roxton would ride in and smash the Lannister army outside the walls of New Barrel. With these two mighty forces, the southern side of Appleton was well guarded. To the north of Appleton ran the Mander, making it near impossible for the Lannister army to cross over. Even if they somehow managed to make a run to the north of Appleton, a force of 2,000 men and 800 horses was waiting under the command of Lord Gillian Swan to greet the lions with the sturdy steel of Stormlands. Under these circumstances, Randall was certain the Lannister army would have no choice but to tackle him head-on. Should Sir Kevin go after New Barrel or circumvent Appleton through the north side, then Randall could effortlessly chase after the Lannister army and put an end to them between Highgarden and Appleton. Lord Tarley. He found Sir Leo Constane riding towards him with a gaggle of knights accompanying the young knight of the Three Towers. Sir Constane. Any word on the enemy movements? He asked. No further movements to report, my lord. The last sighting put the Lannister army 5 miles away, riding a moderate pace along the Rose Road. Randall became thoughtful and exchanged a concerned look with Sir Andrew Ashford. Send our scouts to New Barrel. We need to know whether Lannister forces attacked them. Randall ordered. Aye, my lord. Sir Andrew nodded and rode off, presumably to send the scouts right away. While the Knight of Ashford was arranging the scouts, he tracked down the Maester of Appleton to see whether any ravens had arrived from New Barrel or some of their allies. To his displeasure, there was only a single raven, and that was from Highgarden inquiring about the status of the Lannister army. The day passed without much fanfare, but very early morning, he was roused from his sleep by Lord Waymar Appleton. My lord. The Lannister army attacked New Barrel. We just received the raven from Sir John Fossoway. Randall was immediately on his feet, ready to act. But he did not have all the information, so he waited for the scouts to return. The scouts he sent only returned by afternoon. By then, his army was armed and ready for anything. According to the scouts, the Lannisters sent only a token force of 800 men against New Barrel. The Fossoways were able to repel the enemy and chase them away from the castle. Lord Fossoway chose to pull back his forces instead of chasing the lions and was supposedly entrenching himself in his castle. While some among his war council blamed Sir John Fossoway for cowardice, he approved the man's methods. It was apparent that the Lannisters wanted the Fossoways to chase them and fight the battle on their terms. Perhaps, we should have charged the Red Apples to command the army at New Barrel. They would have smashed the lions today, said Sir Garth Tyrell, his tongue slurred towards the end thanks to the gallons of wine the gluttonous buffoon had consumed. If he disliked Mace Tyrell, the man's uncle Garth Tyrell was someone he hated with a passion. Garth Tyrell was fat, weak, provided no valuable contribution and finally, a simpleton the likes of which he could not tolerate on a battlefield. By comparison, he liked Mace Tyrell better. At least the fat flower was a likable lord outside the battlefield. The uncle of Mace Tyrell, on the other hand, was a simpleton even in peacetime. He wondered why this buffoon was sent forth by his liege lord to this front. Was it to torment him? If so, it was working. Taking a deep breath, he ignored the man in favor of eyeing Lord Appleton. Send a raven to New Barrel asking the Fossoways to hold their castle. They are not to move from their position. Should they fall, we'll be forced to send men to guard all the roads south of Appleton. Randall ordered. It'll be done, my lord. The young lord nodded. So, we're going to attack the wee lions, eh? The battle will be won for the songs. Sir Garth proclaimed and proceeded to mindlessly mutter about some stupid songs and whatnot the man supposedly heard recently. The man's 2 bastard sons filled the wine cup diligently. Randall just shook his head and looked at Lord Andrew Ashford and Sir Leo Constane. We'll be holding our position. We have the advantage of the higher ground and a castle at our backs. We'll wait for Sir Kevin Lannister to make his move. Randall said firmly, making the knights and the lords nod their agreement. Then his eyes strayed to the idiot drinking himself into a stupor in the war council. An idea slowly came to his mind to get rid of the nuisance detrimental to preparing the men to face the lions in the open field. It was a cruel thing to do, but he'd instead save his men from idiotic Tyrells rather than send them off to fight in the vain hope that Garth Tyrell would sleep soundly in the camp with a wine-addled mind when they were fighting the good battle. While we give the lions to prepare, I suggest we send a token force against the Lannister camp to test their defenses and to keep them on their toes. Now, who'll lead this most important task? Randall asked, waiting for the inevitable. I'll do it. The glory of battling the lions should be mine. Sir Garth declared. I see. Then you'll have the command of your men, my lord. Remember that you are only expected to engage the enemy in a small skirmish to ascertain their strength and intimidate them. Another aim should be to let the enemy chase after you so that we may set certain traps to shave off their numbers. I understand, Lord Tarley. I'll teach those lions a lesson they'll never. Garth Tyrell slowly snored towards the end as the man fell asleep amid his show of bravado. Randall's eyes twitched with irritation at the disrespect shown by Garth Tyrell. A moment later, the tent was flooded with a foul smell just as Garth Tyrell farted. His nose twitched as the awful smell invaded his nostrils. I suppose now I know why they call the man Garth the Gross. Randall thought. However, he was happy that Garth Tyrell was responsible for leading the attack on the Lannister camp. Should the Seven be kind, he'd be rid of the gluttonous idiot, making it easier for him to discipline the remaining men. He remembered the incident that took place a few nights back. Sir Garth Tyrell threw a feast and organized a horse riding contest that saw several men dead and quite a few severely injured because all those idiots were drunk out of their minds. Randall would not tolerate such brazen stupidity while commanding the army. He could not take severe action against Garth Tyrell because the man was the brother of his liege lord. But he was no longer willing to tolerate the man. One less Tyrell was not a significant loss for the Reach in his mind. Chapter 70, The Spider and the Red Viper. Chapter text. It had taken so much planning and maneuvering on Varys' part to get where he was now. His plot with little Aegon was the most dangerous trick he had ever played, and he was yet to see the fruits of that labor. In truth, he was not beholden to the Targaryens to see them sit on the Iron Throne in perpetuity. That was not the reason why he saved little Aegon from a gruesome fate. Neither did he feel any sort of sympathy for the little babe or his frail mother, the Princess of Dorne. Elia Martell was a lovable woman, but to Varys, she was just like any other millions of women inhabiting this strange land called Westeros. And yet, he had saved her son just as he promised when the Lannister army was outside the gates of the Red Keep. He could have hidden out in the tunnels by his lonesome and waited out Lord Tywin's butchery, but he had taken away the young Prince Aegon with him to the tunnels. Together, he and the young babe survived the butchery of lions. To this day, he does not know what truly came over him to save the child. It was a random act from his side which was illogical and dangerous. At that moment, he realized that his fate was intrinsically and irrevocably tied to this foreign land called the Seven Kingdoms. While the blood of the innocent was being spilled in the city, he was holding the future of the Seven Kingdoms in his hand. There was a choice before him that night. He could drop the child, and the fate of Westeros would have been so predictable. Robert Baratheon would reign with no one to contest his claim save for the Targaryens in Dragonstone. But he made a choice to hold the child close to his heart, and for the first time in many years, he cried and laughed that night. He cried because he understood that a former street urchin was holding the fate of an entire continent in his hands. He laughed because of the absurdity of it all. When the night passed, and dawn came come morning, Varys was committed to restoring dragon banners to the Red Keep. He had made the decision to stay in Westeros and die in this strange land that became his home, all thanks to House Targaryen. He thought it was only right that the king to sit on the Iron Throne be a worthy one. So began his plans to raise Aegon far away in Essos, where the young child could grow into a worthy king. He only became certain of his decision to restore the crown to Aegon Targaryen after watching the disaster that was Robert Baratheon up close. Even the Mad King was far better than the loathsome drunkard of a king Westeros was saddled with. At least, the Mad King's proclivities were confined to the Red Keep. Robert Baratheon's lackluster attitude to ruling the kingdoms was not only creating irreparable fissures in the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms but also weakening the Iron Throne in ways unseen. In his opinion, Robert Baratheon managed to hold the kingdoms together because of three men, Tywin Lannister, Jon Arryn, and Eddard Stark. It was brilliant of Jon Arryn to have Robert take Cersei Lannister as his wife, thereby tying the new Baratheon dynasty to House Lannister. Jon Arryn served as the hand of the king, and Eddard Stark's friendship with the king ensured the Northern Army would march for the Baratheon banner. This strength was unbreakable, and it showed in the Greyjoy rebellion. The ease with which Robert Baratheon crushed the Ironborn was almost awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, that victory was not to last, as House Baratheon was now at war with House Lannister. Both the great houses were going to emerge powerless in the aftermath of this war. Robert Baratheon's reputation would be irreparable once the lords of Westeros made peace and returned to their homes. Even now, the capital city was being destroyed thanks to the war and the tragedy that befell it before war broke out between the Stags and the Lions. It was now only a matter of time before King's Landing became a city only in name. He suspected Duskendale would emerge as the bustling city of trade in the Crownlands in the aftermath of this war. The Hand was trying his best to keep the city together, but it was not going to work. The capital was going to fail within a handful of years. And when it does, all the vultures would surround the Iron Throne and pick at the carcass. Perhaps, House Stark could pull the Baratheons out of the hole they dug themselves in, but he was not going to allow it. That was why he considered this meeting very important. Varys looked at the infamous Red Viper disembarking from the galley with his paramour Ellaria Sand attached to his hip. He could hardly see any change in the Dornish prince. The prince was tall, lithe, and strong, making him a dangerous foe on the battlefield. The Red Viper was a master spearman and, most importantly, a master of poisons. Prince Oberyn. I hope your journey to the capital was comfortable. Varys dipped his head as a show of respect. Indeed. There was no shortage of comfort in my journey. Oberyn smirked, pressing a kiss to his paramour's neck, earning a giggle from Ellaria Sand. Lady Ellaria. You're as beautiful as the rumors say. I hope you'll find our city to your liking, said Very, nodding at the black-haired woman. I thank you, Lord Varys. However, I must admit I'm a bit disappointed, said Ellaria. Oh. Varys raised a curious eyebrow. Yes. You see, when they called you the spider, I assumed you had 8 legs and 8 eyes. It's quite disappointing to see that is not the case. I'm afraid my remaining legs and eyes are very much in pursuit of whispers, my lady. Very tittered. Oberyn laughed aloud. Ha! A man with humor in this cesspool of a city. Then again, you're not exactly a man, are you? Oberyn looked intently at the Master of Whispers with a glint of amusement in his black beady eyes. You're right, my prince. I'd be a eunuch. Do you happen to know how I became a eunuch? Varys asked, tilting his head to the side. I'm afraid not. I'm most eager to know. Then please follow me into the Red Keep, my prince, my lady. I shall regale you with my life's tale along the way. I'm sure it'll be most illuminating, said Varys, a happy grin on his face as he always loved to explain how he emerged from the fires of tragedy. After all, it was an inspiring tale. XXXXXXXX. Oberyn rode inside a carriage with a healthy escort surrounding him courtesy of Jon Arryn. The city was still the shit-stained city he remembered, but most parts of it were now ghosted. The people were flooding into the Crownlands, if he was not mistaken. The city was falling apart at an unprecedented rate. Not even the infamous Targaryen civil war had broken King's Landing like this. It made him all the happier as he saw House Baratheon's downfall with his own eyes. Now, it'd be much better if he were to watch the downfall of the Lions as well. That was why he was here on his brother's command, to negotiate with Lord Arryn and to keep up appearances. The city is in shambles. Has Lord Arryn washed his hands off the city? Oberyn asked as they neared the outer gates of the Red Keep. Lord Arryn has done his best to hold the city together in these trying times, my prince. But the war has demanded our resources be spent elsewhere, said Varys. You could have simply said the royal treasury is empty. Oberyn deadpanned. The Master of Whispers merely smiled, refusing to divulge anything more. But the man might as well have told him everything in that simpering smile. Soon, they breached the walls of the Red Keep, and the wheelhouse came to a stop. When he climbed out of the wheelhouse, he was greeted by none other than the hand of the king. Prince Oberyn. On behalf of His Grace, Robert I of his name, I welcome you into the Red Keep, said Jon Arryn. The servants came forth and offered him, as well as his entourage, bread and salt. You must be exhausted from your long journey. Your quarters are ready for you. You may rest your body and mind, and come morning, we shall perhaps address some serious issues to your liking. Jon Arryn offered. That's acceptable. Oberyn replied with an easy grin. Come, Lord Varys. I'm most eager to hear more of your story in Essos. I don't like a story that's half finished. Oberyn stared at the eunuch pointedly so that the man would know what he meant. Of course, Prince Oberyn. I never realized my life was such an interesting story. Perhaps, you might like my trysts when I joined a local playhouse as a juggler. Indeed, I would. I'd hear the rest of the story over some wine, said Oberyn, following Varys into the Red Keep. An hour later, Oberyn was sitting alone in a chamber with Varys sitting across from him. His chalice was drained of wine, but Varys had yet to touch the fine beverage. Tell me another tale, Lord Varys, said Oberyn, draining the last few drops of his wine. What tale would that be, my prince? Varys asked. The tale of a mother and her 2 children should suffice, said Oberyn. Isn't that a tale you already know? I had assumed so until I met the young Griff, said Oberyn, looking intently at the spider. I see. Varys eyed Oberyn for a long moment before starting the narration of a story that was heart-wrenching, gruesome, and certainly something that no brother should hear. For a long moment, Oberyn remained silent after Varys narrated the story of the Lannister butchery and what his poor sister endured. He had learned much from years of rumors and hearsay, but this was the account of the Master of Whispers, who was in the Red Keep at the time of his sister's murder. So, Gregor Clegane was the one to rape and kill Elia? Oberyn asked. I'm afraid so, my prince. Amory Lorch then killed my niece Rhaenys. By stabbing her 100 times. Varys said unkindly. All on the orders of Lord Tywin Lannister. Oberyn bit out through gritted teeth. Obviously. Varys said, shrugging his shoulders. And I'm to believe you smuggled out Aegon from King's Landing? Oberyn asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Varys nodded. Tell me why you did not help Elia and Rhaenys. Oberyn asked, leaning forward with his dark eyes glinting dangerously. For the simple reason that I'm a foreigner with no great resources. I had no loyalty from the men surrounding me, and I could not call great resources to my service while the Lannisters were cutting a bloody swathe through the city. I could save only myself and anything that I could carry in my hands. Very couldn't help but sigh as that was the hard truth. If I had more time, perhaps I could have found a double to impersonate Princess Rhaenys. Although that would have been a challenge as the young princess took after her mother rather than her father in appearance. Oberyn remained silent and stared at the Master of Whispers keenly for any hint of deceit. I advised the king to deny the Lannister army entry into the city. He ignored my warnings in favor of advice from Grand Maester Pycelle, who insisted Lord Tywin was his Grace's friend here to help. From there on out, I had little to no time to act. On the one hand, there were the guards of the Red Keep loyal to King Aerys, and on the other, there were Lannister men hunting down all loyalists. Varys said, his eyes looking far away. I'm no great warrior or a dashing knight in shining armor, my prince. I did what I could that day. Even today, I marvel at the plot's success in taking little Aegon and placing the tanner's son in the crib. Then why have you kept Aegon far away from us? Why did you deny us the knowledge of Elyas' son's survival? Oberyn asked. Because men are not infallible, Prince Oberyn. We all make mistakes at some point. I gave King Robert an enemy in the form of Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen to hunt across Essos. That doesn't mean I could have always fooled the stags and lions. The fewer people knew about the prince, the better it was for his safety. I had Jon Connington fake his death before the man was given charge of Prince Aegon. Until then, the boy was brought up in the manse of my old friend Illyrio Mopedus of Pentos, far away from those who'd do him harm. Oberyn took a deep breath at the end of the long-winded tale. He was still not sure whether he wanted to believe Varys' tale. Sadly, there was no way to confirm whether Aegon was truly his nephew. Doran was convinced Aegon was Elyas' son, as the boy does look a lot like Rhaegar. The boy had all the looks of a Valyrian, but most of the free cities like Volantis, Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh hold innumerable people with Valyrian looks. Yet, that does not make them a Targaryen. It was a sad day for House Martell when he could not even recognize his sister's son. He had only fleetingly met the child when Elia gave birth to the boy. He and Arianne had visited young Aegon in the Red Keep. At that time, there were greater concerns plaguing his mind, and he had not given much thought to anything else. Never had he thought at that time, the threat to the Targaryen dynasty would come from Rhaegar. Oberyn sighed and leaned back in his chair. There was no point in scrutinizing the Master of Whispers needlessly. So far, the spider had not shown any nefarious intentions except for the fact that the man used to be a servant of the Mad King. You've saved my nephew, Lord Varys. Ask anything of House Martell, and should it be within our power, we shall make it happen, said Oberyn. I'll hold you to that promise, Prince Oberyn. For now, let's talk about what our future moves shall be. XXXXXXXX. You've done well in pacifying House Tully and House Frey, said Tywin, staring out into the sea and showing his back to Geryon. Yes, I have, by selling off Cyrena and Miriel to Frey and Tully. Geryon replied morosely. They had the advantage in this negotiation. But soon, that won't matter, said Tywin. Won't matter? Geryon asked incredulously. Have you not heard, Tywin? We lost at Old Oak. Robert Baratheon crushed our army and killed our brother. As we speak, he marches along the ocean road to put Casterly Rock on a siege. Tygett lost his life because he refused to obey orders. He was ordered to withdraw the army back to the borders when it became clear our brother was incapable of taking Old Oak. Tywin thundered, turning on Geryon with his green eyes ablaze with fury. Instead of obeying my command, he stubbornly threw himself and the men against the walls of a competent enemy. His death is the result of his stupidity. And who forced our brother to do that? I know of the messages you sent to our brother. You called him a failure repeatedly, which made Tygett try harder and harder. His death is on you, Tywin. Geryon growled back, not willing to bow out of this situation. I spoke only the truth. He failed to take Old Oak as he boasted. You'd remember, brother, that I was planning to give the command of our army to Adam Marbrand. Tygett was the one who insisted on taking command of the forces attacking the Reach from the North March and Ocean Road. Tywin growled back. His death is his own doing. I do not have the luxury of holding everyone's hand in this war when my son, daughter, and grandchildren are in danger. Geryon backed down a little as he knew his brother was bothered by the implications should they lose the war. Jaime and Joffrey were still prisoners in Storm's End. While rumors of Cersei's and Myrcella's escape circulated to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, no one knows their whereabouts. Even after months of waging the war, no one had reached out to them for the ransom. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down as he knew Tywin grieved in his own way for Tygett. This was the time Tywin needed him the most, especially with Kevan away in the Reach. Has there been any word about Cersei and Myrcella? Geryon asked. No, Tywin said in a clipped tone, going back to staring into the sea. The Red Wine fleet must have spooked whoever helped Cersei and Myrcella escape. They must have moored at one of the free cities, most probably in Lys, said Tyrion, wading into the conversation, startling Geryon. What? Tyrion asked, looking at his uncle, who was staring at him in surprise. When did you? Oh, I've been here for quite a while. As it happens, uncle, there are advantages in being the littlest Lannister. Tyrion smirked. Geryon couldn't help but laugh at his nephew's wit. He reached out and patted Tyrion's shoulder. This is no time for your japes, Tyrion. Leave. Tywin commanded. Now, wait just a moment, brother. Tyrion brings up a valid point. With war breaking out in Westeros, the rescuers of Cersei and Myrcella might not have been able to sail around the patrols of the Red Wine Fleet. As Tyrion said, they must have taken refuge in one of the free cities, said Geryon. Tywin didn't say anything, which meant his brother was considering the possibility other than thinking the Baratheons were lying or something untoward happened to Cersei and Myrcella. If that's the case, we need to bring them back as soon as possible, said Tywin. I'll go and seek out my niece and her daughter. We'll have to rescue her before the stags become aware of their location, said Geryon. But how'll you go, uncle? I doubt the Redwynes, Hightowers, or the Dornish would allow any of our ships passage through the sea. Tyrion pointed out. Tyrion is right. I'll have to take a ship from the Riverlands under disguise. I can arrange for the ransom to be paid with the aid of SSC banks. We have many friends in the free cities, said Geryon, looking curiously at Tywin for his opinion. Very well. Tywin eventually said after an extended moment of silence. But you'll be doing something more while you're in Essos. What's that, brother? Geryon asked curiously. Tywin turned around with his eyes as cold as a northern winter. You'll be reaching out to the Golden Company. Tell them, House Lannister has a contract for them. Chapter 71, The Battle of Appleton. Chapter text. You were right, Lord Tarly. The Lannister army has nowhere to go without confronting us, said Sir Leo Constane, his eyes trained on the horizon from where the sound of hooves and marching men could be heard as if it was a distant thunder. A lion is more dangerous when it is cornered. Sir Andrew Ashford commented. Sir Ashford speaks true. Let's make sure we put an end to the lions today. Randall said firmly. Return to your posts and wait for my command. The two knights nodded at him before riding off into his army's left and right flanks. Are you sure we need to expose our men outside the walls of Appleton, my lord? We still have time to pull back the men behind our walls. Lord Waymar Appleton anxiously suggested, his brown eyes darting across the fields, looking increasingly nervous with each passing minute. Randall looked at the young Lord of Appleton out of the corner of his eyes. The man's father was a brave man who lost his life at the Battle of Ashford during the rebellion. Unfortunately, the son was not as brave as the father. Randall thought, letting out a sigh. But that didn't bother him as much as the continued existence of Garth Tyrell. He didn't know why the Seven were testing him with Garth Tyrell's continued existence. He had at least managed to keep the portly Tyrell away by keeping the man drunk out of his stupor. If everything went according to plan, Garth Tyrell would be sleeping soundly inside the safety of Appleton's walls by the time the battle was finished. It was a shame that Garth Tyrell did not meet his end while leading an attack on the Lannister camp. The men who had ridden with Garth Tyrell claimed the man had turned tail and rode away on his horse before the battle even began. At least, the sworn knights of House Tyrell had the presence of mind to follow his instructions and pull back their men after a quick engagement with the enemy camp. When Garth Tyrell returned to Appleton, his men called the man a coward in the open. This had upset Garth the Gross, and the man spent the rest of his days drinking wine, which made things easier for Rendell. My lord. Lion banners in the distance. Lord Appleton pointed to the east, where the Rose Road stretched into the horizon. Randall grinned upon seeing the red and gold banners of the Lannister army. The long wait was coming to an end, which made him happy. Lord Waymar. You should go and take charge of the archers on the wall. Randall said to the young lord, who promptly ran back into the safety of the castle walls. Randall trotted his horse forward and slowly moved between the lines of men, ensuring everything was in order. When he was satisfied, he returned to his post and signaled for the horns to be blown. Randall immediately looked at Sir Hyle Hunt as the war horns blew 2 times, who understood what he needed to do. As the Lannister army was moving, Randall could see the Lannisters meant to attach his left flank just as he wanted. He intentionally kept his left flank loosely consolidated to tempt his enemies. He watched as Sir Hyle gathered a group of men with pikes and sent them off to the left flank while a substantial portion of the Lannister cavalry had ridden off to engage his left flank. It's done, my lord. Sir Hyle reported, returning to stand by his side. Randall just nodded and waited for the enemy to crash into his left flank. He was sure the lions would be accommodated properly by his men. The ground trembled under the sturdy horses of the west, and the ears of men were filled with the thundering sound of the horses riding across the plain. But the Reachmen stood their ground as they were confident of their victory, as their commander was the only man who led them to defeat Robert Baratheon in the field during the rebellion. Sound the signal for the archers. Randall shouted as he watched the Lannister army coming inside the range of his archers. The criers blew the horns, and the archers on the walls of Appleton knocked their arrows and let them fly in quick order. The arrows began claiming the lives of Lannister's soldiers trying to attack his left flank. The archers were ordered to concentrate there and leave the center of his army unguarded from the cover of archers. As the Lannister army drew ever closer to his center, Randyll ordered his men to move. The center of his army ever so slightly bulged inwards, and then the Lannister army crashed into his center with a thunderous sound. Then the killing began. Men screamed, and horses cried in pain as the two sides slaughtered each other with steel in their hands. "My lord! The center! We need the archers!" Sir Hyle said, looking rather pale as the knight watched the slaughter. "Not yet." Randyll whispered coldly, keeping his eye on the Lannister army as it was still in a position to maneuver away. On the other hand, his left flank was becoming the death kennel for the Lannister knights. The pikemen he employed were quite efficient in blunting out the surviving Lannister horses as they charged the lines. Most of them even fell into a most painful death thanks to the deep trenches he had the men dug out on the left flank and hidden away as a friendly greeting for the horses of the Lannister army. The left flank of his army was not only standing strong under the command of Sir Andrew Ashford, but it was also cutting down the size of the Lannister army at a fast pace. He could see Lannister knights trying their best to break through his center, but his numerically superior army held firm. The battle was not dissolving into a melee of sorts, with even mounted knights taking to the ground in a bid to kill as many as they could while freely moving around. The battle raged on for hours, and Randyll carefully maneuvered the center of his army to draw the Lannister men further in, making sure to stretch the enemy. "Sound the signal for Sir Leo Costain. The time for our right flank to move has come," Randyll ordered. He also sent the signal for archers to thin out the enemy at the center, and then his army's right flank extended outwards, bustling with knights. Sir Costain led the charge atop his horse, leading a company of knights and infantrymen to smash into the Lannister lines. Randyll watched with some satisfaction as Sir Constain's company began to take down the banners of burning orange trees one by one. The banners of House Marbrand. "I hope there are enough of them to take hostages when this battle is done. They'd be useful in tightening the noose around the old lion's throat," Randyll thought. Suddenly, two horns were heard blowing from further east, making Randyll look to the Rose Road with some trepidation. But his fears of another Lannister army were unfounded. Instead, the banners he saw in the distance made him smile. Flying high in the air was the crowned golden stag in a black field. Baratheon banners. "How did the royal army at the back of the Lannister army without our knowledge?" Sir Hyle asked in wonder and some excitement. "I suspect that is not King Robert's army," Randyll muttered, unsheathing his sword that was secured on his belt. "Come, men. Let's make sure these lions get a proper ending. Let's not give all the glory to House Baratheon. For the Reach! For the Reach!" the men roared, filled with vigor and ready to kill those who were invading their lands. Randyll raised his sword high, gathering some cavalry to his side, and rode into the panicking center of the Lannister army. With a fresh army on their back and a superior army on their front, the Lannister army disintegrated. The men tried to flee, but there was nowhere to flee because the Reachmen had maneuvered themselves in a way that trapped much of the Lannister army within their lines. Those that managed to escape the army formation designed by Randyll Tarly fell prey to the Crownland army led by Prince Stannis Baratheon. XXXXXXXX. Stannis Baratheon felt like he could fight 100 wars and win them all after routing the Lannister army. It was not the first time he had tasted victory on a battlefield, but this one was special. While he considered holding Storm's End for a year without yielding the castle to the Tyrells, and the slew of victories he won against the Ironborn were noteworthy, beating House Lannister in the field would hold a special place in his heart. He felt like this victory was an omen of sorts. It felt like he was only going to soar from here on out, which was a sentiment he could appreciate as he could feel he was getting closer to ascending the Iron Throne. His sense of victory only became more pronounced when he walked outside the walls of Appleton, where the battle had been fought. The ground was drenched with the blood of his enemies. Dismembered bodies of his enemies were strewn around the field while the Silent Sisters worked diligently to remove the dead from the field. Stannis walked, observing the battlefield and the bodies drenched in mud and blood. Along his path, Stannis came across a muddy banner of House Lannister stained with blood, fluttering on a wooden pole. "The Golden Lions of the West." Stannis snorted derisively. He caught the lone fluttering banner with his hand and pulled it down. Stannis watched the piece of cloth sink into the ground, weighed down by the blood and mud. "My prince." Stannis found Lord Waymar Appleton and Sir Axel Florent approaching him with a grin on their faces. "Lord Appleton." "My prince. Sir Ashford has returned with prisoners. We've captured Sir Kevin," Lord Waymar reported merrily. "Finally," Stannis muttered, his shoulders relaxing at the news of Sir Kevin's capture. Lord Tywin's brother had escaped the field riding north at a fast pace. They had sent men after Kevin Lannister when it became certain Tywin's brother had managed to escape the encirclement. Their greatest fear was Sir Kevin somehow managing to cross the Mander and safely retreat into the Westerlands. Stannis was quite relieved that did not happen, as he had a feeling Robert would blame him for Sir Kevin's escape. After all, he had yet to see any sort of reprieve from his brother when it came to the last Targaryen's escaping Dragonstone, even though it was not his fault. To this day, Robert holds him responsible for their escape, and he doesn't fancy adding Lord Tywin's brother to that list. Fortunately, the gods were on his side. Stannis walked into the tent of Randyll Tarly with Sir Axel Florent and Lord Waymar Appleton closely following him. Prince Stannis. Randyll Tarly dipped his head. Lord Tarly. It seems your men caught a lion. Stannis said, staring coldly at the blonde-haired man who had his hands chained to a pole of the tent. The credit rightly belongs to Lord Gillian Swan, my prince. Lord Swan had sent patrols along the banks of the Mander to see whether any Lannister was trying to cross the river. My men chased Sir Kevin and his company straight into Lord Swan's patrol. Lord Tarly reported truthfully. I see. Where is Lord Swan? Stannis asked, his eyes searching for Lord Gillian inside the tent. I'm afraid Lord Swan is not present in Appleton, Your Grace. I had thought it prudent to keep Lord Swan and his forces to guard the north side of Appleton and patrol the Mander to prevent the enemy from going around the castle, said Lord Tarly. Stannis couldn't help but frown when he heard that. For a moment, he suspected Lord Tarly purposefully kept Lord Swan away from Appleton to hog all the glory for the Reachmen. However, the results spoke for themselves, and therefore he chose not to raise the issue. Nonetheless, your services to House Baratheon will not be forgotten, Lord Randyll. Stannis tactfully said, knowing that it was important not to make unnecessary enemies if he was to enjoy the fruits of his ambition. Lord Tarly bowed low in appreciation, and Stannis was back to stare at his captured nemesis in the form of Kevan Lannister. With Sir Kevin's capture, surely Lord Tywin would surrender and end the war. Lord Appleton said with hope. Stannis couldn't help but scoff. If Lord Tywin wanted to surrender, he'd have already done so when he learned that Jaime Lannister remains a prisoner in Storm's End. Stannis said. He bent down on his knees so that he was level with Sir Kevin's eyes. Tell me, Sir. Has Cersei Lannister and her bastard daughter arrived at Casterly Rock? Stannis asked, but Sir Kevin remained tight-lipped. Answer the prince's query, Sir. Your cause is lost, as well as the war. There is no point in further defiance, said Lord Tarly, frowning at the defiant Lannister knight. Our cause or the war is not lost so long as Tywin breathes. You may enjoy this momentary victory. But Tywin has overcome greater odds, said Sir Kevin, his fiery green eyes holding strong faith in his brother's capabilities. After saying his piece, the Lannister knight refused to say anything else, leaving the gathered lords and knights frustrated. But Stannis was not as annoyed as the rest of his allies. Because he already knew Cersei Lannister had not reached Casterly Rock, as he had checked with Varys before he rode off from King's Landing. There was a chance that the Master of Whispers was unaware of Cersei's arrival at Casterly Rock. However, the chances of Cersei slipping past the Redwyne fleet was slim. Pakester Redwyne had assured Jon Arryn that no ship was getting past the patrolling ships of the Redwyne fleet. Considering Varys' assurance that Cersei never reached Casterly Rock and Pakester Redwyne assuring the Crown all ships were prohibited from sailing around the Reach, he could only conclude that Cersei Lannister and Myrcella Waters never managed to reach their destination. This raised the question, where exactly was Cersei Lannister? XXXXXXXX. Captain Rowellow couldn't help but curse his luck. He had thought he was committing to a job of delivering the Lannister Queen to Lannisport with none the wiser. The Lannisters, being the great lords they are, would reward him and his crew with a mountain of gold in return for his services. That was the plan when he was offered the opportunity to help Cersei Lannister and her brat escape from Storm's End. He wouldn't have agreed to help Cersei Lannister escape if he wasn't assured of safe passage into the massive castle of Storm's End. He came to know about the job from a crew member of Salador San's fleet. When he learned that the Lysane pirate captain was considering doing the job and stood to make a fortune, he couldn't help but jump in and seize the opportunity. Looking back, he realized he was too stupid and rash to wade into Westerosi politics. He hadn't thought the Redwyne fleet would go on full alert and blockade the western seas from all shipping. And now, even the Dornish fleet was patrolling the summer sea, making it nigh impossible to sail into Lannisport. He had already tried to evade the Redwyne fleet thrice, but his ship was chased out of the Redwyne Straits each time. He'd have made a fourth attempt but got word that the Dornish fleet was being gathered. It spooked him to know that he'd get caught up between two large fleets, and he was not brave enough to test his luck against the Dornish and Redwyne fleets. Therefore, he sailed his boat, the Blue Maiden, out of the summer sea into the safety of the Stepstones. But there was one problem. He had wasted months on the sea hoping to gain a mountain of Lannister gold. Yet, all he had to show for was a 4-namesday-old child and an uppity headache of a woman who was now the former queen of the Seven Kingdoms. If the present situation continues, it won't be long before his crew turn on him. He'd be a useless pirate if there were nothing to share with his men. Sooner or later, word would spread of the former queen in his custody, and the Iron Throne would be after his hide. Rowellow drank deep from his cup and drained the last drops of ale in a single pass. He knew there was only one way he could salvage the situation. If he could not claim Lannister gold by delivering Cersei Lannister and her brat to Lannisport, he might as well sell the woman off at a fancy brothel in Liss. He knew there were some special brothels that served only the richest magisters of the free cities. They'd spend a lot of silver to buy a woman like Cersei Lannister, as she was a unique specimen in the trade. He supposed magisters and wealthy merchants would be lining up in Liss to get a taste of the Westerosi queen. Raulo suddenly sat up straight with excitement as the idea gained more traction in his mind. He salivated at the profits he could gain by selling off a voluptuous woman like Cersei Lannister to a brothel in Liss. Obviously, it'd not amount to the gold he'd have gotten from House Lannister, but he was in a desperate situation. He was in desperate need of a refit of the Blue Maiden. Should fortune favored him, he was also hoping to add another ship to his name. However, he couldn't jump headfirst into another bad position. He would keep the child Myrcella in his custody as a shield should the Lannisters somehow crawl back to prominence. By all accounts he heard so far, the Westerosi king was winning the war against House Lannister. Should King Robert Baratheon win, House Lannister would get destroyed or diminished in power. If the latter were to happen, he'd have to keep the girl Myrcella as a hostage to shield himself from any hostile action from the Lannisters. Maybe, he could even sell the child to House Lannister for a small fortune. Raulo thought over the plan in his mind and found it sound. Now, he just had to present his plan in a way that'd not spook the Westerosi queen of his true intentions. Dale, he shouted at the door. Captain! The door suddenly swung open with his trusted servant dipping his pea-sized head into his cabin. Bring me that Westerosi woman into me cabin. Aye, Captain. Dale nodded, immediately leaving after closing his cabin door. Raulo didn't have to wait long as the Lannister woman gracefully walked into his cabin after a few minutes. He had to admit that Cersei Lannister was a beauty unlike any he had ever seen. He'd say the Lannister queen was the most beautiful woman on either side of the narrow sea. The woman was dressed in fine green silk with gold trimmings. His eyes immediately went to the full round breasts of the Lannister woman. The gold and green dress was not hiding those round orbs' size or beauty. Then the full red lips always beckoned any red-blooded man to claim it with no mind to the price that had to be paid. The green striking eyes always made any man or woman lose themselves as they were more beautiful than even the famed emerald gems of Norvos. Then finally, the Lannister queen was blessed with a long golden mane gleaming bright yellow as if it was woven out of the gold mined out of Casterly rock itself. Shaking himself out of his stupor, he couldn't help but wonder what the woman was thinking, prancing around his ship dressed in these fine silks. It was a small wonder that his men hadn't forced themselves on the Lannister queen on this long voyage. Even he had been tempted to visit the woman's cabin and enjoy the woman from dusk till dawn. Only the promise of gold made him lock up the temptation bubbling within and even keep the men of his crew to behave respectfully with the threat of his sword. I don't have to care about that now, do I? Raulo thought to himself as he enjoyed the beauty of the woman standing before him. He eyed the barrel of wine that was safely stored in his private trunk. It was one of the stronger versions of the Dornish Red he had liberated from a merchant ship a few years back. He had kept it stowed away for an occasion of great importance. He supposed having the Queen of Westeros warm his bed was a great occasion as any. Please sit, Your Grace. I believe I've some news to share about our destination. But first, shall I serve you wine? Raulo offered, knowing full well that the wine was strong enough to lower the inhibitions of the Lannister queen if she managed to consume enough quantities. I doubt you've anything that fits my tastes, Captain Raulo. Cersei scrunched up her nose in distaste. But after months of suffering the stale food and ale, I suppose even the lowest of wines you peasants drink might compare better. Your Grace will find that you'd enjoy what I've to offer. Raulo said, keeping a smile on his face even though he was tempted just to smack the woman for her uppity attitude. However, he disregarded such thoughts as he knew he'd be the one laughing in the end. He decided to give a befitting answer to the Lannister woman in his bed. He was not going to let her leave his bed anytime soon. After all, he had a few months' worth of abuse and vitriol to pay back. Chapter 72, A Wolf's Dilemma, Warning, Lemon. Chapter Text. Harry studied the design of the new ship that was specifically designed to traverse the treacherous sea lanes of the Bay of Ice around the icebergs of the area. He planned to take the ice from this region and transport it to all corners of the known world when he had a huge fleet under his command. He looked at the specifications of the naval ram that was proposed to be built into the ship for breaking away the ice obstacles in the sea. It was supposed to be built with ironwood, and Harry planned to add some magical augmentation to the ship once the construction started. I suppose I'll call it Icebreaker. Harry thought. However, Harry was not that impressed with the ironwood ram. While ironwood lasted long in seawater, it decayed like any other wood. He had the idea to create a metallic ram for the proposed icebreaker ships. It'd be purely experimental, and if it performs better than the ironwood ram model, then the future icebreakers could house a metallic ram. There were other reasons he was going to such lengths to collect ice when he could easily fish it from the lakes and rivers in the north. Reason 1, the perilous journey to the Bay of Ice, like sailing along the lengths of the ice river and the gorge, would give his sailors some much-needed experience as they flirt with the danger of the wildling attacks and nature. Reason 2, the consecutive sea voyages would help the North develop more naval technological advancements that had become quite useful in sea battles. He was also hoping to incorporate the magnetic compass and the ram into his war galleys. Hunting for ice along the shores of the lands of always winter was going to make his sailors more experienced in their work. Reason 3. The shores beyond the wall need to be explored if the war with the others forces him to plan a strike at their strongholds. It was not clear whether the others had the ability to attack from water bodies. In case they have that ability, then the need to dominate the Bay of Ice with his fleet was paramount. The frozen shore and the regions close to the Shadow Tower were strategically vital should the war with the others escalate into long attrition. He also planned to establish several hidden outposts along the shores for supplies in case the war demanded it. Reason 4. The need for landing armies and, if need be, rescue operations were also a capability that he needed to explore. He had the airships under his command, but it was better to have an alternate method just in case. Reason 5. He was planning to modify his ships with a propeller powered by magical runes and charms. The Bay of Ice sounds to be one of the most isolated places in the known world to carry out mock battles, weapons experimentation and, most importantly, accurately mapping all the vital shipping lanes as well as shores. Harry made some side notes in his diary about adding the metallic ram. Perhaps, it could even be spell-forged metal cast into the likeness of a ram fitted at the underwater portion of the bow of the ship. If he could field more propeller power ships, all fleets in Westeros and Essos would become useless against the might of his fleet. He was not planning to launch a naval invasion against other political entities, but it was better to be prepared for such an eventuality. The present situation with House Lannister stands as a testament highlighting the need for a fleet for the North. In his mind, he saw the need for 2 fleets. The Sunset Sea and the Narrow Sea would need more northern ships in them if the North were supposed to project its strength and grow further. With more trade, it was only natural that there would be more threats. The realignment of economic interests had always spelt the start of wars between nations. Harry was not expecting anything less when the North corners certain key markets in Essos and Westeros. He had already seen a bunch of no-good assassins sent after him by some no-good magisters of Myr. He was expecting more from those slavers. In fact, it had been eerily silent on their front. After all, he quite liked killing off unthinking muggles and their servants. It was an acquired taste that was hard to leave him anytime soon. There was a knock on the door, gaining his attention. Harry set aside his diary and took up the parchments that contained several petitions from landed knights, lesser lords, the Night's Watch and even lords from the great houses of the North. "Come in," Harry said, dipping the quill in the ink pot and putting his signature on the bottom of a petition granting fresh rations for the Night's Watch from Winterfell's granary. The door to his office swung open, and it was none other than Maester Luwin. "Don't tell me you have more petitions handed to you," Harry said hopefully. "I don't, my lord." Maester Luwin smiled, which made Harry relieved. He had enough work with all the assortment of petitions he was receiving from the small folk and the nobility of the North. "That's good. Are you here for the star charts of Proxima Galaxy?" Harry asked curiously, as that was the only interesting thing he did once he took over the Stark of Winterfell post. It was even an accidental find made by Sansa. His little sister had grown frustrated with him because of his lack of time in teaching her magic tricks with runes, and therefore she took it upon herself to mess with his telescopes in the astronomy tower. One thing led to another, and Sansa somehow traced out a distant galaxy almost 300 million light-years away. Exactly how that happened remained a mystery as his telescopes were difficult for a child to operate. Harry suspected his sister's magic was undergoing a transformation of sorts. He was keeping an eye on the changes he was bringing to his siblings because of magic's revival and his own resurrection of the lost magical languages. That'd be an interesting topic of discussion, but no. "I've received a raven from the Bear Islands. Lady Mormont expresses her profound gratitude and says the victims were suitably compensated as Lord Eddard ordered." "I see." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "That's good. Is that all it says?" "The surveyors you sent have taken note of the facilities in the Bear Islands. They've identified a good spot for the harbour you have in mind. Lady Mormont has given her blessings for the land to be taken for the harbour," Maester Luwin reported. That's good. There is also another matter," Maester Luwin said, a tad hesitantly, which caught Harry's attention. "What's it?" Harry asked, frowning at the older man. "Lord Manderley has caught an SSC merchant ship that had veered off from the permitted course facilitating illegal boarding of foreign citizens into the north a few miles away from White Harbour." "Illegal migration?" Harry asked, a little bit surprised. Harry was frankly astounded that something like illegal migration would happen, especially in the north. The harsh climate of the north had always been a factor in keeping the north isolated and writing it off as a place for families to migrate. Perhaps, there were foreigners in the north hiding out here, escaping the local justice systems of their former homes. The vastness of the north had certain advantages, but the obvious disadvantage was the difficulty in policing the settlements. It was one of the reasons why he kept a registry of citizens when Avalon began receiving a huge influx of immigrants from the nearby lands. I'm afraid that's not the only thing Lord Manderley discovered after interrogating the ship's captain and crew. Maester Lewin cut himself short, looking very hesitant to say further. Out with it, Maester Lewin. You might as well finish the rest. Harry prodded, nodding encouragingly at the old maester. You should not act rashly or needlessly fear, my lord. It seems Lord Manderley unearthed a conspiracy to have you assassinated by interrogating the ship's captain. The Myrish glassmakers hired the services of assassins from the House of the Undying of Karth. The House of the Undying? Never heard of it. I thought Karth was famous for its spices, not assassins. Harry frowned thoughtfully. The city of Karth is a gateway between the Free Cities, Westeros, and Slavers Bay. They trade in precious gems, silk, and spices but also have warlocks centered around the House of the Undying. The warlocks are said to be great practitioners of magic, but their power has waned over the years after the death of the last of the Targaryen dragons. Even so, they are feared all over in Essos and Westeros. Ah! I think I remember reading about them now. Is this the bunch of fools who drink some magic potion turning blueskin to use magic? Harry asked curiously. I wouldn't term it exactly like that but essentially, yes. Maester Lewin coughed behind his palm, but Harry picked up on the snort of laughter the old maester was trying to hide. How many of these assassins have landed on our shores? Harry asked. Lord Manderley claims there are 3, but we cannot trust that number. The warlocks are trained assassins. The captain of the ship may not necessarily know the true number. Maester Lewin said anxiously. I suppose we'll need to increase the security in Winterfell. I'll also order the guards to routinely inspect the inns nearby for word of any strange travelers. Send word to other northern houses as well. We cannot rule out the possibility that they might be here to target someone else while using me as a distraction. I'll do that right away, my lord. Harry waved his hand dismissively. He watched Maester Lewin leave calmly. When the door was closed shut, Harry immediately jumped out of his seat and celebrated the news with a dance. Thank you, my Myrish friends. Thank you. Harry jubilantly crowed as he danced around in his room in excitement. He was bored out of his mind, stuck with resolving petitions and holding court. For the first few weeks, it was fun as he was engaged in a lot of decision-making that revolved around infrastructure projects like widening the King's Road, building up a better road network into the settlements of the mountain clans and overseeing the next crop planting after the harvest was done. But as time passed, the exciting stuff was swept aside by boring complaints, border disputes, labor disputes, encroachments, and the usual politicking between the northern houses. While he had taken on the duties with vigor, he missed Avalon and all the exciting experimentation that he could engage with his students. He was even looking forward to studying Elsera Snow's unique magical powers when disaster struck in the form of a war in the south. Because of the war, he was forced to spend all his time in Winterfell without anything exciting going on in his life. I suppose the warlocks of Karth might hold information on the Golden Empire of Yeti, the Five Forts, the Valyrian Peninsula and even some of the mysteries surrounding the apocalyptic event known as the Long Night. Harry thought. He stopped dancing as a thoughtful expression came on his face. There was a chance that the awakening of magic in Westeros also affected the warlocks. In that case, there was a need to get better prepared to capture a bunch of magical assassins. While he doubted these warlocks were anything but weak charlatans, it was better to be prepared. He was in such high spirits for the rest of the day that he decided to take up Sansa and Arya on their demand to teach them more rune-based magic. XXXXX warning, Lemon begins XXXXX. Cersei bit her lips as a trail of fiery kisses was being rained on her back, slowly climbing up her spine all the way to her shoulders and then her neck. She could feel the hot breath of the pirate captain on her skin, stirring her insides with pleasure. Captain Rowello began using his teeth against her skin, drawing moans from Cersei as he settled against her ear with his lips nibbling on her earlobe. She could feel Rowello pawing at her ass and pushing her leg to the side. Closing her eyes, she imagined it was Jaime pressing down on her back. Cersei let out a long, drawn-out moan as she felt herself getting full with Rowello plowing her insides with his cock. She tried her hardest to imagine it was Jaime, but in her mind, she knew her twin was either languishing in a cell or escaping from her brute of a husband. She hoped with all her heart Joffrey and Jaime escaped the clutches of Robert. She hoped her father would crush her oafish husband and his heathen dogs. All those thoughts and worries about her family fled her mind as Rowello picked up the pace, and there was nothing she could do but scream and moan as her body burned with passion. She couldn't remember all the details of the first time she shared bed with Captain Rowello as she was drunk out of her mind. But she remembered the second, third, fourth, and fifth times quite clearly. After spending a whole night in Rowello's bed, the pirate captain was under the impression that she belonged in his bed from there on out. She didn't protest because she was aware Captain Rowello had the advantage. The pirate scum could turn his ship around and sell her and Marcella off to her brutish husband. Such an outcome was intolerable for her interests and her continued existence. Therefore, she welcomed the pirate captain into her cabin with open arms. Within one night of vigorous fucking, she gleaned some of the pirate's intentions towards her and her daughter. The man wanted to leave her at Liss. From that statement, Circe realized she and her daughter were in danger. It was then that she made the decision to seduce the captain and make him dance to her whim. She had thought it'd be a difficult task, but the pirate was an idiot. It took her only 2 nights to make the pirate believe it'd be a better idea to sail for Tyrosh. The reason was quite simple. She conveniently let it slip after one night of passion that her father had extensive contacts in Tyrosh, and she knew some of those wealthy magisters who'd reward the pirate for safely transporting her and her daughter. It was true she knew some of the magisters of Tyrosh by name as she had interacted with some of them in Casterly Rock and King's Landing. But, there was a chance those magisters could easily hand her over to Robert. It was a risk she had to take if she was to survive. She knew for certain she could not stay on a pirate ship for too long. A cry escaped her lips as Raulo became more frenzied as he slammed against her ass repeatedly with great force. Their flesh clapped against each other, creating a steady music in the cabin. Circe had to bite into the pillow to arrest herself from screaming her heart out as the pirate captain became more vigorous in fucking her. She heard the pirate let out a growl, and in the next moment, she was pulled up from the bed. By the time she blinked, Circe was sitting facing the pirate with her legs wide open. Raulo looked like a crazed beast, and he didn't waste a moment to sheath himself inside her again. She felt her ass getting groped harshly as Raulo slammed into her again, making her release boundless cries inside the cabin. Her tits rubbed against the skin of Raulo, her nipples hard as a rock. "Raulo," she whispered throatily. "Harder. Faster." The pirate captain slapped her bottom in excitement and picked up the pace. Raulo's grunts and moans mixed with her pleasure-filled moans. As the captain enthusiastically plowed her insides, Circe had to throw her arms around Raulo's neck for support. She could feel she was getting closer to completion and enjoying this position quite well. She didn't voice her approval, instead, she showed it by slamming repeatedly along his length, accompanied by loud cries. Circe threw her head back and screamed in joy as she came around Raulo's cock at a hard thrust from the man. She continued to rock her hips against the pirate captain as she rode down from her high. Her hair was dancing behind her back, and she could feel her hair getting sticky to her sweat-glistering body. Though she was just about ready to curl up in her bed, Captain Raulo was hardly finished with her for the night. The pirate captain took hold of her hair at the back of her neck and pulled her back, making her groan in pain. "I'm not done enjoying you yet, my queen." Raulo growled, his grip tightening on her ass cheeks. Circe was carried by Raulo out of her bed, who had a vice grip on her ass, slamming her back against the wooden wall of her cabin. She had no choice but to wrap her legs around the captain's waist for support. She felt raised as high as possible against the wall, and in the next moment, Raulo slammed into her warm core again with a force that knocked the air out of her lungs. A muffled yelp escaped her throat as Raulo slammed his lips against hers while he invaded her with rapid smooth movements. Circe felt her toes curl as Raulo dragged his lips downward along her chin, then her neck, until finally, he littered a trail of fiery kisses all along the fine contours of her breasts. She tried to squirm as Raulo took one of her nipples into his mouth, but she had nowhere to go. She could only gasp and moan as she tightened around the pirate's cock at the rough treatment he was dishing out on her tits. One of Raulo's hands was pawing at her other breast, heightening her pleasure. She didn't know how long she stayed that way against the wooden wall, but she felt the telltale signs of its end when she heard a feral growl from Raulo. She let out a gasp when Raulo suddenly pulled out and began spraying his seed against her belly. She couldn't help but shiver as she reached her climax for a second time. Exhausted with their carnal activities, they fell into the bed in a tangle of limbs. XXXXX lemon ends XXXXX. Circe struggled to catch her breath after a vigorous session of lovemaking with Raulo. She tried to roll over and set herself against her bed, but the pirate captain had other plans. He held onto her body by her hips and made her lay on his body. "I wish to enjoy your warmth, my queen," Raulo whispered into her ears. Once again, she wished it was Jamie lying beneath her and whispering sweet nothings against her ear. Unfortunately, that was not the case. But Raulo was a good lover. She enjoyed her time with him on the ship despite the reasons behind it. Closing her eyes, she tried to purge her mind of the pleasure that was pervading her body. It was a difficult task, but she managed it somehow since her and Marcella's lives depended on it. It was the same way she managed to convince the pirate captain to take her Tyrosh, where a hefty reward awaited him. "I think I'll have Magister Vihigre arrange an additional ship for you, Captain." Circe purred seductively into Raulo's ear. "Oh. Why? You already promised me 2 ships and 2 chests full of gold and silver," said Raulo, tracing circles with his fingers on her naked back. "With 1 more ship for you to crew and refit, you'll stay a little longer in Tyrosh. I believe I can secure accommodations for you in a manse with me, my brave captain. My bed would be less warm without you in it." Circe whispered coyly, her nails scraping the skin of the pirate while her legs rubbed against the ensnared pirate's legs. Raulo captured her lips in a kiss. "I think," his lips gained vigor as they battled for dominance. "I'd like that, my queen." Cersei let out a giggle as she nuzzled into the crook of the neck of the pirate. Her green eyes gained a dangerous glint as she thought of her success in ensnaring her captor into the trap she was setting. "I'd be warming the bed with you, dear captain. But it'd be with your blood." Cersei thought vindicatively, her eyes slowly closing as exhaustion seeped into her body. XXXXXX. Eddard observed the silhouette of the castle of House Lefford called the Golden Tooth. It was not a massive castle by any means, but he knew it was going to be a bloody affair to take it from Lord Leo Lefford. It'd be a tough siege as he could see there was no way a large army could siege the castle sitting atop such a rocky hill without bleeding men in the thousands. Despite the difficulty, he had no choice but to ensure the castle fell into his command should the combined Northern and Riverland armies invade the Westerlands. "As I said, not an easy task to accomplish," Lord Tytos Blackwood commented, coming to his side and observing the castle that was sitting safely high in the hills guarding the King's Road. "I hate to agree with the Blackwood, but by the seven, the man is right. We must find a way around the Golden Tooth or hope Lord Lefford somehow surrenders the castle without a fight," said Lord Jonos Bracken, exchanging a less than friendly look with this fellow river lord. Eddard was aware of the infamous rivalry between House Blackwood and Bracken. He was, however, heartened to see that the two lords answered the call of their king even when their liege lord refused to honor the call. He hoped the two lords continue their support as he needed them to lead the Riverland lords in the absence of his good father. "I've already sent some of my best scouts to search for alternate routes around Golden Tooth. Perhaps you could find some of the better scouts from the Riverlands, as we Northmen are unfamiliar with the terrain. Leave that to me, Lord Stark. I have some good scouts that we can use," John Bracken said. "Good." Eddard sighed in relief. "Do either of you think Lord Lefford would surrender if we offer generous terms?" "How generous?" Tytos Blackwood asked with a frown. "Lord Arryn has charged me to offer an expansion of Lefford holdings in return for swearing allegiance to his grace's cause in this war," Eddard said honestly, as he hoped the river lords would have a better opinion of Lord Leo Lefford. "I doubt Lord Lefford would accept anything that'd put him at odds with Lord Tywin. The lordlings of the Westerlands fear Lord Tywin, and they know the cost of defying the lions means the death of their entire family," said Jonos Bracken. "Lord Jonos speaks true. Appealing to Lord Leo's duty to his king would not move the man. I'd suggest that you offer him protection, my lord," Lord Tytos Blackwood suggested. "Protection? Isn't the protection guaranteed as our army faces off against Lord Tywin?" Eddard frowned. Eddard watched Lord Blackwood and Bracken exchange a long look between them. "I'm speaking of an alliance, my lord. Lord Leo Lefford has one daughter who is also his heir. Her name is Alice Anne Lefford," Lord Bracken explained. "Should you offer a marriage alliance to Lord Lefford, he'd be more amenable to help us. If his daughter's inheritance is protected by marriage to a great house of West Eros, Lord Lefford would be less inclined to throw in his lot with Lord Tywin," Lord Blackwood commented, agreeing with Lord Bracken. Eddard looked between the two lords with wide eyes. "You mean to say I must buy Lord Lefford's allegiance by promising him a marriage pact with my heir?" Eddard asked incredulously. "It helped to convince Lord Lefford to join us against his liege lord. House Stark is a great house and far out of reach of Lord Tywin. A man like Lord Lefford would always look to ensure his daughter's future before anything else. As a father of two daughters yourself, I'm sure you also feel the same," Lord Stark said. Lord Tytos Blackwood. Eddard was thoughtful for a moment as he weighed the opinions of the two river lords in his mind. "You've given me much to think about, my lords. I shall take your advice into consideration before I send any emissaries to talk terms with Lord Lefford," Eddard eventually said before retiring to his tent. He could not help but wonder whether it was worth promising Robb or even Harrien for Lord Lefford's daughter to secure passage into the Westerlands. He hoped the scouts return with an alternate route, as he'd be left with two difficult choices. Chapter 73, A Cloak for a Wolf. Chapter text. Eddard stared at the map of the Westerlands with some trepidation. The scouts he had sent forth had returned empty-handed. It was a huge disappointment and a blow to the planned invasion into the Westerlands. Scouts the river lords had sent forth were still searching for an alternate route. Should the old gods be merciful, the scouts would return with good news. If not, he'd have to choose either a siege or approach Lord Lefford with a marriage proposal. The problem was that a siege on Golden Tooth would delay the advance of the northern army into the Westerlands. It'd also be a bloody affair with thousands of his men dead in the field. If he could help it, Eddard thought to avoid any needless deaths. The second option was untenable for him or his bannermen. The northern lords would be rather cross with him if he betrothed his heir to the daughter of a southern lord of little importance. He had already received many betrothal offers for Robb and Harrien from houses Karstark, Cerwyn, Ryswell, Manderley, Tallhart, Forrester, and even some of the mountain clans. If he were to promise Lord Lefford that his daughter could become the Lady of Winterfell or Avalon, he'd be attracting the ire of his bannermen. There was already discontent amongst his men for involving the North in what they considered southern affairs. They wanted the North to return to isolation, similar to the times before Cregan Stark. Eddard was not ignorant of the attractiveness of the idea. The north was now largely independent of the southernmost kingdoms. His people no longer depended solely on the riverlands, the Vale, or the Reach for grain. The northern mountains, Deepwood Motte, Winterfell, and White Harbour, produced enough grain to feed the north. With the yield of Dustin and Risswell lands added in, they had more than enough to store away for the winter or even trade away to foreign merchants. The last report he read from Lord Wyman Manderley suggested that northern grain was sought after by Pentosea and Bravesea merchants for their cheap price. The winds of change unleashed by his son were turning the north into a better place for his people. While the north was reaping those benefits, Eddard was aware that the rise of the north did not sit well with all their neighbours. The most affected were the river lords. It was one of the reasons why several houses of the Riverlands refused to join him in battle. The Freys, Mollisters, Mouton, Went, the Vances of Etrentat, and Wayfarer's Rest have all ignored the king's call. At the same time, houses Bracken, Blackwood, Ryger, Piper, and Derry have all pledged their support in the invasion of the Westerlands. Considering the fact that houses Derry and Ryger were staunch Targaryen loyalists during the rebellion, Eddard considered their support a good sign for Robert's rule. That doesn't mean he considered the cold shoulder their old allies were showing hadn't impacted his or Robert's standing in any manner. His own bannermen were discontent with the attitude of his wife's family. House Tully holds paramountcy over the river lords. The open defiance showed by his good father had enraged some of his northern lords like Glover and Umber. Not a day goes by without Lords Umber and Glover asking him repeatedly to march back into the north and leave the southern problems to the southern lords. He'd have preferred not to meddle in the affairs of the southern kingdoms, but the duty to his king and honor of House Stark was at stake. He swore he'd defend his king, and that was a vow he'd not break callously. He sat up straight and looked at the entrance of his tent when his ears picked up footsteps closing in. His tent flaps parted, and Eddard saw his son step inside, making him let out a quiet sigh of relief. For a moment, he feared it was Lord Umber or Glover coming to him with their appeals to abandon the war front. Rob. Eddard nodded at his son, who walked further into his tent to stand beside him. Are you going to offer terms to Lord Lefford? Rob asked, not taking his eyes away from the map. Yes. Sometimes, a battle can be avoided through dialogue, said Eddard, squeezing his son's shoulder. Remember this lesson, Rob. Not all issues can be solved with steel. Sometimes, words are far more effective than steel in war. Is it true that we can't breach Golden Tooth? Is it an impenetrable castle? Asked Rob, frowning at the map. No castle is unbreachable, Rob. It's just that an army commander must decide whether it is worth the price of sacrificing thousands of men to take a castle when there are other alternatives. Does that mean you'd offer to make Lord Lefford's daughter the Lady of Avalon? Rob asked, making Eddard look at his son with wide eyes. Where did you hear that? Eddard asked forcefully, staring down at his son with an intensity that made Rob shrink back. I heard it, Rob stuttered anxiously. But before Eddard could make Rob say anything coherent, Sir Mark Piper barged into his tent brimming with excitement. Lord Stark, you have to see this. I've found something amazing. Did the scouts return with a way around Golden Tooth? Eddard asked hopefully. I'm afraid our scouts have not returned. But, this will be much more satisfying for you, my lord. That, I assure you, said Mark Piper, beckoning him outside the tent. Eddard decided to indulge the young knight and followed the heir of Pink Maiden outside of the tent, with Rob closely following him. When Eddard finally stepped out of his tent, he could not see anything out of the ordinary. He was about to ask Sir Mark what the man was on about when his ears picked up on the sound of riding horses from the east of their camp. Is someone coming? Eddard muttered, looking to the edge of his camp. Don't worry, my lord. We have some more friends coming over from the Riverlands joining our fight against the lions, said Sir Mark, the young knight's blue eyes alight with excitement. Eddard realized the cause of Sir Mark's excitement when he saw the banners of House Tully approaching his camp. On the front of the column was his good brother Ed Muir and his wife's uncle Brynden. Ed Muir was wearing gleaming steel armor fashioned out in the likeness of fish scales, while the black fish had donned a black armor with the same design. Sir Ed Muir, Sir Brynden. I did not expect to see you two here after Lord Tully decided to stay out of the war. My father is a complicated man, my lord. He has his reasons to ask us to stay put, and we have our reasons to disobey him. Ed Muir smirked, climbing down from his horse. Family, duty, and honor are the words of House Tully. Family comes first before anything else. Lord Stark, will not let you ride alone into the lion's den. Besides, I hear young Rob is also with you. Where is he, by the way? Brynden asked, climbing down from his horse. Eddard couldn't help but smile at the two Tully men. Come. Let me introduce you two to my eldest. Eddard invited them in, relieved that something was going his way in this blasted war. He supposed it was a good omen as any. XXXXXX. So, you two defied Lord Hoster's wishes by riding here taking a portion of House Tully's sworn men, said Eddard, looking at his wife's brother and uncle with concern. Should I be concerned Lord Hoster holds me or Cat responsible? Oh, he'd be holding the both of us responsible for a long time, said Edmure dismissively. Father will forgive us in time. What can we do to help, Lord Eddard? I've sent scouts for a way around Golden Tooth. The natural defences of the castle will prove to be a hindrance in a siege. Our best chance lies in finding a way around the castle and accessing the King's Road from the other side. Eddard explained. I see. Sir Brynden muttered thoughtfully. It's a good strategy. But the scouts have to deliver you an alternate route wide enough for your army to safely cross the hills of Westerlands for your strategy to work. I know. The scouts I sent have already returned empty-handed. I've also asked some river lords to send some of their best scouts. Perhaps, they'll succeed where my scouts failed, said Eddard. In that case, we need to persuade Lord Lefford to side with us over House Lannister, said Edmure. I'm told it won't be easy to convince Lord Leo Lefford to turn against his liege lord. Tywin Lannister's fearsome reputation holds much sway among the lords of the Westerlands. Eddard said morosely. I think you'll be surprised how cooperative Lord Lefford can be when he hears of Prince Stannis' victory over Sir Kevan Lannister in the Reach. Sir Brynden said with a vindictive smile. Eddard looked at the two Tullus with wide eyes. Is it true? He asked hopefully. It is, Lord Stark. Sir Brynden nodded firmly. Word came from King's Landing about Prince Stannis' great victory over the Lannister army attacking the Reach. It's said Lord Randyll Tarly trapped the Lannister army led by Sir Kevan Lannister and Sir Adam Marbrand outside the walls of Appleton. Prince Stannis led a Crownland host and took the Lannister army from their back. It was a rout. Sir Kevan was taken prisoner as well as many valuable hostages from the Westerlands. This changes things. Lord Lefford might be more amenable to accept the king's peace. Eddard said excitedly at the prospect of peace and a quick end to this war. Mayhaps, if the gods were kind, Lord Tywin would be amenable to surrender and end this war. Eddard thought. At that moment, messengers from Lord Bracken and Blackwood arrived regarding the findings of their scouts. The men could not find a path around Golden Tooth, which made it crucial to secure the allegiance of Lord Lefford. With no other choice left, Eddard sent messengers to Lord Lefford, inviting the man to his tent to talk peace. He was pleasantly surprised Lord Lefford readily agreed to meet, which was a good sign. He thought the Lord of Golden Tooth would insist on the meeting inside the man's castle. Yet, nothing of the sort happened. It took them only a few hours to prepare, and soon they were hosting Lord Lefford and an assortment of knights the Lord of Golden Tooth brought forth for the meeting. To allay any fears of Lord Lefford and his companions, Eddard ensured proper guest rites were observed by offering bread and salt to his guests. When the traditions were appropriately observed, Eddard convened the meeting in his tent in the presence of all the principal lords of the North and the Riverlands. Lord Lefford. I shall speak freely and not bore you with empty words. You know why we are here. King Robert has declared that House Lannister is in open rebellion, and he will see justice served on House Lannister for their crimes. I'm honor bound to aid my king in this war, as are you. I'd request your cooperation in this matter. I'm also honor bound to serve my liege lord, Lord Stark. Do not imply I'm without honor, said Lord Lefford. You have your oaths to Lord Tywin. But tell me, my lord. Shouldn't adultery be punished? Cersei Lannister has tried to pass off her bastards as the king's children. Isn't King Robert justified in throwing the Lannisters behind bars for this betrayal? Even the Citadel has confirmed the validity of Joffrey's and Myrcella's illegitimacy. Eddard argued fiercely in favor of his friend. Come now, Lord Leo. You know as well as I do that Lord Tywin will lose this war. The Stormlands, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, the Reach, the Vale, and the North have assembled against the Lions. Even Lord Tywin, as powerful and rich as he is, cannot withstand the combined might of the Crown and Four Kingdoms. Tiddos Blackwood reminded the Westermen. It's only a matter of time before the Martells also come for the blood of Tywin Lannister. Face the reality, Lord Lefford. House Lannister's days are numbered. Lord Bracken said. I hear you all, my lords. But understand my position. As you say, it might be true that King Robert may triumph over the Old Lion. Even if that's the case, what's stopping the next Lord Lannister from exacting their vengeance upon my family? I have no sons to lead my men into battle. If I were to open the gates of Golden Tooth for your armies, my daughter's life would be in jeopardy. Lord Lefford said anxiously. Eddard could not argue against the man's worries. He could not promise Robert would attain the castle and lands of House Lannister. That'd be the ideal punishment for their crimes, and he'd argue for it should the opportunity arise. But he could not give his word that'd happen and thereby assure Lord Lefford's safety from any future Lannister retribution. Surely, you worry too much, Lord Lefford. If Tywin falls, the rest of the Lannisters would be weakened. They won't dare to raise a finger against you under King Robert's reign. That is assuming any Lannisters would remain to rule from Casterly Rock when the war is won, said Edmure. You do not understand House Lannister, Sir Edmure. Lord Tywin has instilled in them his brutality. You all saw what they did when they sacked King's Landing. The Lannister army sacked the city by Lord Tywin's order. They even killed Princess Elia and her children. Should I turn my cloak, they won't hesitate to do the same to me and my daughter. Lord Lefort said fearfully, his brown eyes holding nothing but fear in them. By now, Eddard realized Lord Lefort would be of little help. The man feared House Lannister more than the army camped outside his walls. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised to see Lord Lefort fearing House Lannister despite most of the Seven Kingdoms being arrayed against them. His eyes strayed to Robb, who was holding a jug full of wine at the tent's corner. He thought of the idea Lord Bracken and Blackwood suggested. Eddard was troubled with what was happening, and then an idea struck his mind. There was merit to the advice Lords Bracken and Blackwood provided him a few days back. But a Stark marrying Lord Lefort's daughter would not secure the safety of House Lefort because House Stark of Winterfell and Avalon were hundreds of leagues away from Golden Tooth. The simplest and most helpful solution would be Lord Lefort tying his family to a powerful great house closer to his castle. I have a solution to your worries, Lord Lefort. You need not face the wrath of House Lannister alone in the future. What if you and your daughter are protected by not one but 3 great houses of Westeros? Eddard spoke up, plunging the tent into silence as all eyes turned on him. What do you mean, Lord Stark? Leo Lefort asked, his confused green eyes trained on him with a smudge of hopeful glint. Sir Edmure Tully is the son of Lord Hoster Tully, the Lord Paramount of the Trident. He is also the brother of my wife, the Lady of Winterfell. He remains unmarried to this day. He has proven his mettle in many tourneys, earned his knighthood through good deeds, and stayed true to his vows as a knight to this day. Eddard said, keeping his eyes firmly on Lord Lefort as he could see the look of utter confusion coming from his good brother. I propose you betroth your daughter, Lady Alice-Anne Lefort, to Sir Edmure Tully. In time, Lady Alice-Anne shall become the Lady of Riverrun and aunt to my children. As the Lady of Riverrun, your daughter also becomes good sister to Lady Lisa Oren and aunt to the future heirs of Aerie. Should Golden Tooth be ever threatened by anyone, 3 great houses with the backing of the entirety of the North, the Vale and the Riverlands shall come to your aid. Now, wait just a minute. Who's marrying who? Edmure spluttered, looking between a beaming Lord Lefort and a northern lord who was consciously trying to avoid looking at the confused heir of Riverrun. Eddard hated these games, and that was why he preferred to stay in the North, where men didn't play games with words. He knew how to play these games of the South as Lord Oren raised him, but he detested it passionately. If he could help it, he'd not force his children to play these detestable games of the South. That was why he suggested Edmure's name instead of offering his own sons as viable candidates for the hand of Lady Alice-Anne Lefort. The game was detestable, but as long as it secured his children's future, he was willing to play it despite how intolerable he found it. Now, it was a matter of convincing Edmure to go through with his plan. He doubted it'd be that difficult. Lord Lefort seemed happy enough, and that was half the battle won. XXXXXX. Harry keenly observed the script drawn on the parchment and then looked at the eager eyes of his little sister. So, what do you think? Sansa asked eagerly, with Arya also looking at him with an impatient look by her side. Harry grunted and went back to staring at the runic script his sisters had brought to him for inspection. Harry supposed he shouldn't have been surprised by Sansa's exemplary skill in the subject of runes. Ever since he had shown the fireworks runestone on a harvest feast, Sansa was obsessed with learning runes. He was forced to write up lessons and exercises that allowed Sansa to expand upon her capabilities regarding the subject of runes. He was sure Sansa only became more skilled when she started teaching Arya most of what she learned. I think this runic cluster should work as you intended. Harry eventually said, after studying the runes closely and finding no fault in them. Yay! Sansa shouted excitedly, scaring a few small birds hanging around in the godswood to fly away in fright. Sansa and Arya hugged each other happily as it was collaborative work between the two. So, we can start the work on the runestone, right? Sansa asked excitedly. Have you learned to shield your carved runes from the disintegration of the stone? Harry asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow at his sister. No, but... Have you learned to hide your rune schemes so they won't be subject to theft? Harry's voice cut across, not allowing his sister to argue. No, Sansa said disappointedly. Then, you're not ready to make a runestone. Not yet. This is splendid work, you two. But you are not ready to make runestones, said Harry. Harry watched his 2 sisters take their leave from the godswood with their shoulders down in disappointment. He could only shake his head at the genius of his 2 sisters when it came to magical arts. He had it on good authority that his sisters were natural wargs going by their stories of strange dreams where they occasionally see many of Winterfell's towers from a higher vantage point or even from the view of horses or hunting dogs. He was holding back on giving them proper instructions till they reached the age of 11, but as days went by, he did not see much logic in waiting that long. In his old world, 11 was the age when magic sort of settled down and flowed in streamline through a young wizard's body. But here, he could see Sansa's and Arya's, to a certain extent, achieved a stable magical aura which should have been impossible for a typical young wizard. Sansa was just 8 years old, while Arya was just on the cusp of reaching 6 years old. Yet, their magical auras were stabilizing much faster than he imagined possible. Harry was beginning to wonder whether the rise of old gods was also empowering the first men in ways unseen in the continent in the last 4,000 years or so. Harry picked up a random red leaf from the floor of the god's wood. He could feel an echo of magical energy, not there a few years back. Every blade of grass in the north was getting magically saturated in ways that were unseen. He had no idea what the consequences would be with magical energy teeming in every animate and inanimate thing in the north. He had tried to establish contact with the old gods through the weirwood trees, but they've so far ignored him. Maybe, they're a bit touchy because I called them magical leeches in the past. Harry thought with some amusement. Harry sat up straight when his senses went haywire for a moment. At first, he assumed the wards around Winterfell were triggered or something, but a minute passed, and he realized something was changing inside him. His magical energy was fluctuating and condensing into itself for some odd reason. He could feel his magical power withdrawing from his skin and gathering at the base of his spine for some odd reason. It was an odd phenomenon as magical energy only coils around at the base of the spine of a wizard in their sleep, never when they were awake. Yet, it is happening too. Harry didn't get to finish the thought as he felt magical energy surging out in the form of uncontrollable waves. He didn't feel it was threatening in any way, but it was as if his magic was trying to assert itself on the fabric of reality itself in preparation for something. Before Harry could discern adequately what was happening, he got distracted by a voice in the god's wood. Harry! To his surprise, it was none other than Jon who was walking into the god's wood. Then, he remembered that he was supposed to join Jon for training in the archery range. When Jon finally managed to find him, Harry's hands were glowing with a bright silver light. What's happening? Jon asked fearfully, seeing the strange light in his brother's arms. Harry was not in a condition to speak, as he was overwhelmed by the dense magical power manifesting outside as glittering silver light. The energy in his arms reached a peak, and then it died down, leaving a feather-light material in his arms. Hey! So that's what happened. Harry muttered as his eyes traced the thin silvery fabric of the invisibility cloak. What's that? Jon asked curiously. Harry ignored his brother as he became thoughtful for a moment. He summoned the Elder Wand into his hand with a will of his mind. The Resurrection Stone was already comfortably sitting on his power ring encased in shards of ice dragon crystals. With all 3 Deathly Hallows in his possession, Harry realized his body was now at the peak of his power. It also meant that he was now strong enough to wield magic without the aid of the Elder Wand or his power ring. Harry waved his free hand in the general direction of the heart tree of the god's wood, vanishing all the dry leaves piling up beneath a humongous tree with a thought. That felt surprisingly easy. Harry muttered to himself, looking thoughtfully at his left arm. I'll have to experiment on this further with other spells. Harryan! Why are you screaming? Harry frowned at his brother. Are you trying to make me go deaf? Why am I? You. Just what is happening? What was that silver light? What's with that silver cloth on your hands? And why are you looking at me like that? Jon fired off question after question, looking like he was about to pop a blood vessel or something. Harry climbed to his feet and patted his brother's shoulder to comfort the troubled kid. Don't you worry your little head about anything, brother. Everything is under control, said Harry before walking away, leaving a stunned Jon behind. Wait. Was that the old gods? Or was it, Jon suddenly became afraid and whispered, was it the ghost of the builder? Harry got the urge to laugh, but he forced up a severe expression on his face and looked down on Jon in the most snobbish way possible. I'd have told you, but then I'd have to kill you. The way Jon's face became pale white, and his grey eyes shifted around in fear was quite funny. He hoped Jon never let go of his fear of ghosts. It was one sure way of keeping his brother on his toes. Chapter 74, The Undying. Chapter text. Darrow Ahadra stared unblinkingly at the massive castle from a safe distance. The veil of the night kept the castle shrouded in darkness, but his sight was not the only sense in perceiving the world. Years of training to become a warlock of the House of Undying had gifted him with senses beyond compare. His ability to perceive magic was the greatest among his fellow warlocks, which was why he was chosen for this particular mission. What do you see, Darrow? Asked Kreia, a fellow warlock from Karth. It is most fascinating. The castle is surrounded by protective magic, the likes of which I've never encountered. There is a great source of magic inside the walls of that castle. Darrow said, his eyes never leaving the giant silhouette of the castle and its many tall towers. So, Warlock Pietpri's warnings were not without merit. Kreia mused aloud. Darrow stopped himself from scoffing at the mention of that weak fool Pietpri. The man was a subpar warlock living off the name of his ancestors and overly relying on the shade of evening for even a spark of magic. One of the reasons for the decadence of the House of the Undying was legacy warlocks like Pietpri, who kept warlocks outside the bloodlines of former warlocks from positions of power in their ancient order. Many great warlocks had left the order to join the many pyromancer guilds and even some of the shadow orders of Asai. No, it was not. Come, we'll need to circle the castle to see whether there are any weaknesses to the magic woven around the walls. Darrow muttered. Maybe we should have brought Brox, Nephthys, and Willow. That way, we could cover more ground. Kreia muttered. Darrow scoffed at the prospect of those two useless self-proclaimed warlocks. In his eyes, they were nothing but waste. He suspected Piet-Pri sent those three morons with him as an insult. One of these days, he would leave the House of the Undying. Perhaps, his services could be better served in the Red Temple or a pyromancer guild in Mir. If the mission succeeded, he supposed he'd gain more contracts from the wealthy merchants and magisters of Mir. Mayhaps, he could even leave Karth and take up residence in Mir. There were ample opportunities for him to gain a lot of contracts if he was to settle in Mir. Once this mission is over, I'll get in touch with some old friends. I've had enough of getting sidelined by worthless fools like Piet-Pri. Darrow thought, walking in the dark, studying the magical protections of Winterfell. It was quite fascinating as he studied the magic surrounding the castle from different positions of the outer wall. Try as he might, he could not find the source of magic protecting the castle because it felt like the whole castle was imbued with magic. Usually, magical protections always had a point of origin, but he could not discern the source powering the protection of this castle. The strange part was that he could not understand how the magical protections functioned. What was the magic protecting? Was it merely the castle or something more specific inside the castle? Just how exactly does the magical protection function? Does it act against intruders or ensnare intruders in traps like the protections in the House of the Undying? Many such questions haunted Darrow's mind, but the answers eluded him. There is no other option. I'll need to use it. Darrow thought grimly, displeased that his natural talents were not enough to breach the protections around the castle. He picked up a small vial from his belt in the dark. He opened the lid of the vial and took 3 drops of the evening shade into his mouth with his eyes closed. Darrow frowned as the foul elixir made its way down his throat. Many of the warlocks of the House of the Undying had overused the potion, rendering them useless without the elixir. Even after the warlocks of the Ancient Order had become blue from head to toe, they refused to give up their over-reliance on the potion. Despite the dislike I have for the elixir, in certain situations, it is useful. Darrow thought, securing the vial back on his belt. As the potion entered his body, he could feel his senses heighten. Darrow could feel his magic rising beneath his skin, heightening his natural powers. When he opened his eyes, an explosion of colors greeted his eyes as he looked at the castle. What the? Darrow muttered, gaping at the massive shroud of magical energy covering the castle stretching out for miles. He gulped as he saw threads of intricate magic woven around the castle and across vast tracts of land outside the castle. We need to leave now. Darrow said as he noticed that he had unknowingly walked past several layers of magic whose intent he could not wholly discern. Did you not hear what I just said, Kreia? We need to, Darrow trailed off as he finally noted the absence of his companion. Only the sound of crickets and flies greeted him as he looked for his colleague. Kreia, Darrow breathed, looking around in panic, but he could only see darkness around him. Even the moon was shrouded under the clouds, making Darrow's heart beat faster as fear settled in. Seeing no other option, he ran, taking care not to attract the attention of the guards patrolling the wall or manning the towers of Winterfell. He didn't dare to look back or search for Kreia. His priority was now to ensure his survival. He tried to blend into the darkness and move as swiftly as the wind. Darrow didn't know how long it took, but he finally reached the hiding spot where he and Kreia were observing the castle. He was slightly out of breath and quickly dived onto the ground to avoid notice from any hostiles. He kept his eye on the magical protections surrounding the castle and for any sign of his missing companion. This mission is not going to be easy. Darrow muttered. Nothing worthwhile happens easily. Darrow suddenly looked up at the voice, and froze in fright as he saw a boy floating a few feet above him on a carpet, of all things. Wah! Darrow never got to say anything else as he suddenly felt all his limbs freeze in place. Now, let's see what I've got. I hope you are more interested than your friend here, said the boy, pointing a stick to the side. Darrow couldn't move his head, but he could move his eyes. He followed the stick with his eyes and found Kreia hanging upside down on a tree branch. He saw all that clearly as the moon emerged from the dark clouds, bathing the immediate surroundings in the moonlight. But all that skipped his notice the moment his eyes connected with a pair of stormy grey eyes. He saw visions of the forests of Qohor, the Dothraki Sea, the Shadowlands, the Bone Mountains, the horrors he saw in the Smoking Sea, and then the southern lands along the shores of the Jade Sea where ancient cities dwelt. The last vision that lingered in his mind was the 5 forts, and after that, he found himself staring at the boy sitting on a flying carpet. He felt like he got stabbed behind his eyes. You are well-traveled and more interesting than your friend. Oh, I almost forgot. Please accept my warm greetings. You shall be my treasured guest in Winterfell, the grey-eyed boy said, and then a flash of red light filled his vision before darkness consumed him whole. When he finally regained his bearings, Darrow found himself in a dark room with chains binding him to a wall. He tried to move his hand, but it barely moved as the chains were as heavy as an elephant for some reason. There was a dull light from a small opening on the prison door, which allowed him to see Kreia bound in chains across from him on the wall in a similar fashion. Darrow used all his strength to lift his limbs, but the chains were unnaturally heavy. It refused to so much as budge an inch from the wall, making it impossible for him to move. After repeated attempts, he was out of breath, which left his muscles strained and weak. There is some kind of magic on the chains, Darrow deduced, taking deep breaths after his failed attempts to break out of the chains. Darrow gritted his teeth as he had no choice but to use his magic against the chains. But the problem was that he was not in a position to use his magic effectively. He had no idea where he was or what sort of guard detail was outside the cell. At the same time, he was not confident whether he'd get a chance to escape. It was likely that he'd get executed for trespassing into Winterfell. Not to mention that blasted devil child was terrible news. He was almost certain the Stark boy, his target, was now his captor. The terrifying display of magical power the Stark boy had displayed the last time was enough for Darrow to see that this was a mission beyond his capabilities. He doubted even the most powerful of the Faceless Men could take on the Stark boy. He was even starting to realize with growing horror that Haryon Stark, his target for this mission, might not even be a child of man. Perhaps, some mighty spirit or demon had taken over the child's body. Darrow thought with fear. It explained the terrible power he had witnessed. He had traveled far and wide across Essos and never had encountered magic as potent and powerful as he had from Haryon Stark. With this premonition in his mind, Darrow summoned as much magic as he could into his fingertips and used it on the chains binding him to the wall. At first, he tried to layer his magic on the chains, but the chain repelled all his attempts to subvert it to his will. There is definitely powerful magic on these chains, Darrow muttered after failing to take control of the chains. But he was not willing to admit defeat yet. Darrow closed his eyes and pulled on the inner fire that slept within his soul. He braced himself as he called forth that sacred power that powered the soul and the body. He could feel his magical presence strengthen, and in the next moment, his fingers glowed with unnatural heat. It was the soul flame, one of the most potent flames in the known world and the greatest defense against shadow creatures and demons. The spell was only supposed to be used sparingly, but he had no choice. He had a feeling that normal pyromancy spells would not break away these chains. To his relief, the soul fire he managed to conjure on his fingers managed to eat through whatever magic was bound to the chains. Fascinating. You continue to impress me, Warlock Darrow Ahedras. Darrow was startled at the sound coming from inside the cell, but he could not see anyone other than Kreia. He couldn't help but gape as Haryon Stark materialized before him all of a sudden out of thin air as if the child was covered in a veil of invisibility. Wah! How? Darrow stuttered in fear as he looked into the eerily glowing grey eyes of the Stark boy with immense power. Using your soul to fuel and shape your magic into a fire-natured spell. This is quite impressive. You're becoming quite an interesting individual, Darrow. You. Release me this instant. Darrow demanded. You'll attract the wrath of the House of the Undying. Going by your memories, anyone the House of the Undying would send here would be far weaker than you. Haryon said mockingly. You saw my memories. You saw my mind. Darren gasped, shaking with fear at the terrifying power the child was displaying. You are like an open book to me, little warlock. Haryon mocked. But I digress. Your friend was not of much great use. He seems to depend on casting petty illusions. Parlor tricks that might impress a crowd of donkeys. Haryon scoffed. But you have traveled to distant lands and battled beasts of darkness. You are an interesting man, warlock. What do you want? Darrow asked, shaking with fear as he felt the overwhelming aura of power blanket the whole room. To make matters worse, Darrow felt his magic collapsing in on itself as the Stark boy pressed his thumb on his forehead and began hissing like a snake. I want your total allegiance. Darrow heard the Stark boy mutter, and once again, he felt his vision get clouded by darkness. XXXXXX. Harry closed the door behind him, leaving the warlocks he captured surrounded in the darkness of Winterfell's dungeons. 3 more warlocks were bunkering down in the woods a few miles east of Winterfell. He'd deal with them come morning. Keep some of your best men outside the cell, Alan. And make sure they know not to interact with the prisoners. Harry ordered, handing over the key to the cell to Alan, who was now in charge of the household guards in the absence of Jory. As you command, Lord Haryon. Alan bowed before assigning additional guards to ensure the warlocks were kept safely behind bars. Harry walked back to his chamber while the castle guards did their duty. His family remained blissfully unaware, and that was how he preferred. If they are warlocks of the House of the Undying, then it'll not be wise to keep them together and in a cell. As much as I'm loath to suggest, there is no better option than relieving them of their heads. They are too dangerous to be left alive, Haryon said Maester Luwin, who joined him in traversing the hallways of the castle. You overestimate their strength, Maester Lewin. They have magic but use it for tricks and sleight of hand. I'll start fearing them when pigs learn to fly. Harry said, waving away the concerns of Maester Lewin. If you are not executing them, what are you going to do with them? Asked Maester Lewin, a frown on his face indicating that he was not particularly happy with the warlocks living in the bowels of Winterfell. I intend to learn more about their order in the distant lands of Essos. They hold many secrets of distant lands and obscure magic in their minds. I wish to learn them. There is also my wish to send a message to their patrons. And in time, should they learn to cooperate with me, I shall make use of them and their knowledge for my benefit. You intend to use them as assassins? Maester Lewin asked incredulously. You'd dishonor yourself and your house with such actions, Harryan. Honor is an abstract concept, Maester Lewin. In warfare, all methods to victory are honorable. You are not at war, Harryan. Maester Lewin said with a troubled look. No. Not yet. Harry muttered, knowing that it was always necessary to prepare for the eventuality of war. With the number of assassins coming after his head increasing, it was only a matter of time before his enemies in the Free Cities looked to other avenues to take him on. If more assassins failed in their tasks, he had no doubt his enemies would look to hire armies or enemies with access to armies. Besides, he'd not spill magical blood if he could avoid it. His kind was already a rare breed in Westeros. He'd not thin the numbers further by spilling magical blood needlessly. Maester Lewin. Send a raven to Lord Manderley, thanking him for his diligence. Tell him we have captured the assassins. Invite him and his family to Winterfell for a small feast to express my appreciation for his timely warning. Harry ordered. A feast? That can be arranged. If there is a feast, it'd be better to invite other northern houses as well, not to give any offense. Harry thought briefly before giving his assent to the idea. He only wanted Lord Manderley here to discuss the possibility of sending a strong message to these disgruntled magisters of Myr. But he could roll with a few more northern lords in his home. Perhaps, this could be beneficial in its own way. Has there been any word from father? Has he put Golden Tooth on siege? Harry asked. I'm afraid no raven have come from the south, my lord. Harry grunted. I suppose we'll know soon enough. XXXXXX. Jon Arryn was relieved to hear the developments coming from the Riverlands. He could rest easy knowing that another setback had struck the Lannister cause. Are you sure this is accurate, Lord Varys? Jon asked, looking at the bald spymaster sitting to his left in the small council chamber. I am, Lord Hand. Lord Eddard has negotiated passage for the combined host of the North and the Riverlands. It seemed Lord Lefford was convinced House Lannister's days are numbered, said Varys. I wonder what price Lord Lefford asked for this generosity. Lord Baelish mused aloud. Jon was also curious to learn of Lord Lefford's sudden turnaround. The Lord of Golden Tooth had been refusing all overtures till now. It seems Lord Eddard brokered a betrothal for Lord Lefford's only daughter and heir with Sir Edmure Tully. It was more than enough for Lord Leo Lefford to strike his banners and join the king's side. Varys reported. Truly? I thought Lord Tully was keeping his Riverrun out of the war. How come Lord Eddard convinced Lord Lefford of this betrothal? Asked Lord Baelish. It seems Sir Edmure and Sir Brynden do not share Lord Hoster's views about the war. They have led a considerable host from the Riverlands in support of Lord Stark. My little birds tell me they've joined the Northern Lords and the rest of the loyal River Lords to invade the Westerlands. I see. Jon said, refusing to comment anything else on the matter. Few people knew that Lord Hoster was physically weak, and they had come to an arrangement of sorts regarding the succession of Harrenhal. It was the reason House Tully was openly in the field. For now, he held on to the royal proclamation of granting Harrenhal to House Tully in the event of Lady Went's passing until the war was won. He exchanged a look with Lord Horton Redford, the newly made Master of Laws, as they knew the negotiations that happened in the shadows. The succession of Harrenhal was a tough decision to make because, historically, the Iron Throne had been the one to decide that lordship. But Hoster was adamant about getting control over Harrenhal, and Jon was inclined to give it to Hoster as all the other kingdoms followed the word of their lords paramount. The second and perhaps the most important of demands from Hoster Tully was to ensure the succession of Casterly Rock and Lanny Sport never fell into the hands of Tywin's sister and her children by Sir Emmon Frey. This was far more difficult to ensure as war tends to throw all plans on its head. Regardless, he had promised to make sure the Freys don't gain the upper hand should Robert decide to make any changes to the succession of Casterly Rock and Lanny Sport. This is indeed good news for his Grace's planned invasion. The Lannisters have no choice but to split their attention with Lord Stark invading the Westerlands from Golden Tooth. Lord Horton commented. Indeed. I suppose it's now time for the Vale to join the fray. Jon said, looking at Varys. Send word to Lord Royce. He may start marching through the Gold Road. That should further make Lord Tywin see his position untenable. I shall pass on the message, Lord Hand. Varys dipped his head. What about the Dornish? Have they kept their word? I've been getting many complaints from merchants from both sides of the narrow sea about the Dornish fleet disrupting the trade, said Lord Baelish. Jon quietly sighed as he knew what the Dornish were doing. They were using the pretense of war to disrupt shipping to the Reach. The Marcher lords had refused passage of the Dornish army through their lands as grudges were aplenty. They'll join the Redwyne fleet to siege Lannisport, said Jon, and that was all he would say about the Dornish. Some of the demands Prince Oberyn made were quite outlandish and far out of his power. Yet, he had given some concessions for the stability of the Seven Kingdoms. The most adamant demand of House Martell was the betrothal of Princess Arianne to Haryon Stark. He had remained noncommittal to such flagrant demands as he was hardly the person of authority to make such agreements on behalf of House Stark. Then there were the frankly horrifying demands of House Martell getting to kill all Lannisters as revenge for the murder of Princess Elia Martell and her children. Leave the matters of the Dornish aside. We'll revisit them another day. Tell me more about your efforts to restore law and order in the city, Lord Redford, said Jon, redirecting the meeting to more local matters far closer to King's Landing. After all, it was equally important to ensure the capital was restored and functioning when the king returned from the war. It was now only a matter of time for House Baratheon to secure victory over House Lannister. The lions were on their last leg. XXXX. I cannot thank you enough for convincing father to let me come with you, uncle, said Tyrion happily, looking around at the harbour's rows and rows of inns and ale houses. Geryon smiled at his littlest nephew as he, too, enjoyed the peace of salt pans. Compared to the wailing and dreadful faces back home because of the war, the salty scent of the harbour was heaven. The harbour was bustling with activity as grain, fish, and many wares exchanged hands between the merchants. The town was flush with traders selling their wares to foreign and local merchants alike. Eastward from the port lay the Bay of Crabs, its waters shimmering blue and, if rumours were to be true, ripe with red crabs and white pearls. Further east lay their destination and the task his brother entrusted him. Uncle, look. I can see the crabs. It was none other than his daughter, Joy Hill, calling for Tyrion's attention. Go, nephew. Keep her company. She'll be as excited as you, and you could regale with her stories as I have done for you. Geryon nodded encouragingly at Tyrion. He doesn't know, does he? Bryony whispered as she stood by his side. He eyed the mother of his daughter out of the corner of his eyes. No. Let it remain that way, he whispered back. The raven-haired woman nodded and fell silent beside him. Their ship slowly moved away from the harbour, sailing to the east. It was now his duty to protect the son of his brother. Tywin was the one who insisted that he take Tyrion to Essos. His brother rightly feared all his children would suffer should Robert Baratheon come out of this war victorious. Under such circumstances, Tywin wanted at least one of his children to survive. Perhaps, Tywin sees the situation for what it is. Without some miracle happening, this war is lost. Geryon thought. Geryon sighed tiredly, turning away from the shores of Westeros. All the battle and death were behind him as he drew ever closer to the east, where the free city of Bravos lay in wait. What waited for them on the shores of the Braavosea was unknown, but staying in Westeros would only invite the wrath of Robert Baratheon and a storm of swords. He looked at his daughter, his woman, and his nephew. He supposed he could start anew in Essos should Westeros become hostile to a Lannister. Once he met with the Iron Bank accountants, he could revive the trade networks House Lannister had built over the centuries. First, he'd have to secure their finances, and after that, he could look for Cersei and Myrcella and secure their safety. The rest would be in the hands of the gods. May the Seven shine fortune on us all. Geryon prayed, looking east where a land of hope awaited him. Chapter 75, The Master of Death. Chapter text. Stannis. 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 Baratheon. 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 It was amidst the loud chorus of his name and that of his house from the men of the royal camp that he rode in atop his horse. For whatever reason, Robert had decided to camp at Old Oak instead of moving up the ocean road and launching the invasion of the Westerlands. He was not unhappy with the decision of his kingly brother. It meant he had a chance to lead the attack against the Lions. There was also the strategic significance of scouting ahead and allowing the Lannisters to lose allies in this war as the forces of the North, Riverlands, and the Vale invaded the Westerlands. Tarly. 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 The men switched to another name to call out in a chorus as the men saw the red huntsman painted on a green banner in the camp. Stannis eyed the Tarly men filling the camp as he disembarked from his horse. At least the man did something to earn praise, he thought, looking at the many golden rose banners fluttering in the camp. Stannis scowled at the rose banners in the camp. He could already imagine what those good-for-nothing Tyrells were doing in the camp. No doubt, they were singing praises to his brother and showering him with wine and horse to gain his brother's favor. Prince Stannis, welcome to Old Oak. Stannis looked at the Lord of Old Oak, who came to welcome him with an assortment of knights. Lord Oakhart. Stannis nodded at the brown-haired man. He didn't know much about the Oakharts except that they were the lords of Old Oak, and Aerys Oakhart served as a knight of the King's Guard. According to Sir Barristan, the young Oakhart knight was someone of character deserving of the white cloak. He also remembered that Sir Baristan had high praises for the knight for his skill with the sword. He supposed the Oakharts were of a different breed from the usual reachmen he had come to know. Perhaps, that's why Old Oak managed to stand strong before the Lannisters and repel their attempts to claim the castle. Stannis thought. Please accept the bread and salt, my lord. With the 7 as witnesses, I welcome you to Old Oak. Lord Patrice Oakhart offered him a plate of bread and salt. After observing the necessary customs that granted him the guest rights, Stannis followed Lord Oakhart into the halls of Old Oak accompanied by the Crownland lords, the Narrow Sea lords and some Reach lords. The scene he saw in the feast hall of Old Oak was not out of the ordinary. It was everything he expected and more. He saw his kingly brother sitting at the head of the high table with a fat jug of wine in one hand while the other was occupied by groping the ass of a serving wench with no shame. Stannis felt shame and anger as his older brother brought more shame to House Baratheon. If only I were the eldest of Lord Steffon Baratheon's sons. Stannis thought morosely. Undoubtedly, his brother was a well-accomplished warrior on the field of battle. But there was no end to the depravities and vices displayed by his brother out in the open, bringing nothing but shame to House Baratheon. Even now, his brother had no sense of propriety or mind to where he was or what he was doing in front of the lords of Westeros. His brother was further demeaning the Iron Throne and the House of Baratheon. Unfortunately, I'll have to bear these insults, for I'm the younger while the elder inherits all the power. This has been the way of the world. Stannis thought with gritted teeth. Your Grace. Stannis knelt on one knee a few feet away from the table. Ah, welcome, brother. I heard you won a great victory against those blonde cunts. Robert bellowed out from his seat, his tongue slurring towards the end because of the wine. We did, Your Grace. Lord Tarly held the lines dissuading the Lannister army from maneuvering as I led the Crown's army to put an end to the Lannister army. I'm also happy to report that Bitterbridge and Tumbleton have been liberated from the Lannister garrison. Great news. Great news, indeed. In no time, we'll have Tywin Lannister and his whorish daughter kneel at my feet. I'll have their heads crushed with God's grief. Robert shouted gleefully, slurping down a mouthful of wine in one swig. There is also something else, Your Grace. While we won a great victory at Appleton, we have also taken prisoners from the defeated Lannister army, said Stannis, keeping his fury contained as he watched his elder brother dip his hand under a serving girl's skirt. Then bring them forth. Let me see these blonde cunts whom you've taken as prisoners. Robert gritted out, pulling the serving wench into his lap and hands now becoming far more pervasive. Stannis could only grit his teeth at the disrespect shown in full display at the court. Nonetheless, he signaled his men to bring the prisoners. It didn't take long for the men to escort the enemy prisoners tied in chains to be escorted into the court. But Stannis felt like each second was a day as he watched his elder brother shamelessly indulge in the pleasures of the flesh before the eyes of the assembled lords. He could feel the countless eyes watching his brother with disgust. The clinking of chains filled the court, only to be drowned out by the throaty moans of the serving wench who was now sitting on his brother's lap. Stannis fisted his fingers, his hands shaking with anger as his brother's hands were now openly groping the woman, without any shame, with lords and knights across the realm as witnesses. He could only avert his eyes as Robert continued to shame their house. For a brief moment, he could understand why a woman like Cersei Lannister would cuckold his brother. He could almost sympathize with the woman if she was not the queen or Robert was not his brother. Stannis eyed the chained prisoners escorted into the hall, and the men forced them to their knees before the king. Your Grace, I present Sir Kevan Lannister and Sir Adam Marbrand to you. They led the attack on the Reach in Lord Tywin's name, said Stannis, pushing the two men forward. Robert grunted but otherwise remained disinterested. Instead, Robert was focused on the poor lass sitting on his lap. We've also taken several knights as prisoners like Sir Jason Lynette, Sir Furley Prester, Sir Desmond Doggett and Sir Dennis Liddon. Stannis continued to say, only to earn another lusty moan from his elder sibling, who was now tearing away the serving wench's clothes. Robert. Stannis snarled, unable to take any more of this insult to the good name of his house. Wah! Robert looked a tad startled, looking at Stannis with sleepy wine-addled eyes. These are the prisoners we took of some import from the Lannister army that invaded the Reach. What do you want to do with them? They are traitors to the crown. Do with them as you like, Stannis. Now, leave me be. I need to enjoy this one. Robert muttered, letting out a dark chuckle, picking up the serving wench by her thighs as if she weighed nothing and carried her away, possibly to his chambers. Stannis growled in frustration as he watched his whoremonger brother waddle away with the serving girl in his arms. Pfft! Ha 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 ha! So, this is the famed demon of the trident. A whoremonger and a dullard. Sir Adam Marbrand mocked, smirking at the retreating back of Robert Baratheon. Stannis glared at the back of the knight's head coldly. Lord Oakhart. Stannis called to the Reachman. Yes, my prince. Are the ropes in the Reach sturdy enough for a bootlicker of Lord Tywin? Stannis asked, stopping Marbrand's mocking laughter. The Knight of Ashmark turned to look at Stannis with fear shining in his eyes. Yes, my prince. More than strong enough. Lord Patrice said slowly. Sir Adam Marbrand. In the name of Robert of House Baratheon, the first of his name, the King of Andals, the Royner, and the First Men, I find you guilty of treason against the crown. With the powers vested in me as the Prince of Dragonstone, I sentence you to die for raising your sword in rebellion against your king and murdering countless loyal subjects of the crown in your failed invasion of the Reach. Stannis declared loud and clear, making sure everyone in the hall could hear him. Hang him, said Stannis, nodding at Lord Oakhart. No, wait. You cannot do that. Sir Adam screamed as the Oakhart men dragged him away through the floor. On the contrary, you'll find that I can. Stannis glared coldly at the struggling knight. No. I demand a trial by combat. Let the gods decide my fate. Sir Adam Marbrand shouted, forcing the men to stop dragging the Westerman knight. Demand? Traitors do not get to make demands. Stannis thundered. In one swoop, Stannis unsheathed his sword from the scabbard. Cow-you-oog. Whatever Sir Adam Marbrand was about to say was lost in a bloody gurgle as Stannis stabbed his castle-forged steel straight through the open mouth of the Knight of the Ashmark, cutting through teeth and the roof of the knight's mouth. Stannis could see his sword had gone all the way through the mouth to the other side, spilling the knight's blood on the feast hall's floor. He swiftly dragged back his sword with one clean tug, spilling more blood, which pooled around the dead knight. The silence in the hall was deafening. Your crimes were not against the gods for them to judge you. It was against the people of the Reach and your king. And for that, my judgment is more than enough. Stannis declared. Stannis flicked the blood away from his sword and called for his squire, Daven Seaworth. Handing over his bloodied sword, Stannis addressed the lords and knights assembled in the hall, watching the spectacle that unfolded before their eyes. There has been enough feasting and celebrations. Feasts and tourneys won't win the war against House Lannister. I shall hold a war council to discuss our next moves. Lords Florent, Oakhart, Tarley, Ashford, Merryweather, Appleton, Fossoway, Bulwer, Tyrell, and Peake. I shall expect you all within the hour, said Stannis before taking his leave to gather the Crownland lords and Storm lords for the war council. XXXXXX. Hoster repeatedly coughed into his hands, straining his lungs. When it was over, he was quite relieved to find no trace of blood in his mouth. That's a relief. Hoster thought, hauling himself out of his bed with some effort and settling into a chair nearby the window of his chambers overlooking the red fork that stretched out for miles to the east. He could feel that his years amongst the living were numbered. If he looked closely enough, he could see a raft in the distance that was waiting for him. Hoster was sure it was his wife, patiently waiting for him to come to her side on a funeral raft of his own. It won't be long before I join you. Hoster thought, staring at the raft. He blinked, and in the next moment, the raft disappeared from his sight. He searched for the raft up and down across the stream of the river, but he could not find any raft. He could only see the rocky cliffs, oak trees, and chestnut trees that covered the northern shores of the Red Fork. Another bout of coughing overcame him, but it was not as painful as the last time. He forlornly looked at the chair where his precious daughter used to sit and read him stories. Such a dutiful daughter. Hoster thought. But the daughter he loved the most was nowhere to be seen. It was expected, of course. After all, his daughter was now the Lady of Winterfell and the mother of 5 healthy children. Oh, how proud he was of his daughter for birthing such strong children. There was even talk amongst the castle servants that the gods blessed his beloved cat. The small folk now believed that the gods blessed his daughter to bring prosperity wherever she lived. Hoster would have dismissed it outright as superstitious nonsense made up by unthinking peasants and beggars. But ever since his daughter stepped into Winterfell, House Stark had steadily grown more prosperous and powerful. The last rumors that had filtered in from the north suggested that his grandson had built a grand castle the likes of which that had put Highgarden to shame and beauty, Casterly Rock in terms of its riches and Harrenhal in its grandeur. His grandson, Harrion Stark, was supposedly building a fleet at Sea Dragon Point as well, which means, the Ironborn would have a strong contender to wrest the seas from their control. There were other rumors that graced the halls of Riverrun that frankly left him at a loss for words. Tales of flying ships, flying carpets, and some magical tower that can see the vast secrets of the sky and the stars. Then there was the greatest of all rumors that he was so intimately familiar with, which turned out to be not so good for the interests of House Tully. His grandson was somehow blessed with the same legendary prowess as Garth Greenhand. At first, he had not given much attention to such rumors, but when the North stopped buying grain and other essential crops, the merchants suffered, and in turn, his coffers suffered. As months went by, his coffers only showed more losses than the expected returns compared to other years. It confirmed the rumors that the North was now host to several bountiful farmlands thanks to his grandson. Not to mention, his grandson was already renowned for his mastery over steel, as the lad had somehow, by the grace of gods old and new, managed to unearth the secrets of Valyrian steel. Hoster couldn't help but scowl at the reminder that his daughter refused to foster his grandson at Riverrun. Not that he thought Kat would ever send off a child from her side. He had known Kat would never willingly part with a child of her body. As a daughter who grew up feeling the absence of a mother and acted as a mother should with her younger siblings, Hoster was confident his daughter would not part with her children if she had a say in the matter. The scathing letter she wrote to him had only amused him. Although, he was hoping his daughter would travel the King's Road and come home to shout at him in his solar. He was rather disappointed he didn't get to see his daughter. Perhaps, I should be more forthcoming with my intentions, as Brynden often says. Hoster thought. A knock on the door cut through his musings. My lord. Are you awake? Hoster could hear Maester Veeman's voice filtering through the door. Come in, Maester, he said, keeping his eyes on the door as it swung open. A head of pearl-white hair poked into his room. My lord. Are you feeling any discomfort? I have with me a watered-down pint of the milk of the poppy. Maester Veeman offered, the creases on Veeman's face becoming pronounced in worry. I'm feeling better, but I'll have the medicine within my reach should I need it, said Hoster. Maester Veeman slipped into his room and placed a small vial of liquid near his bedside table. There is one other matter, my lord. Oh. Go on. Sir Brynden sent a messenger. The lad arrived last night. I didn't bother you with the messenger because you felt ill last night. Hoster just nodded. What did my brother's message say? Ed Muir and Sir Brynden has safely reached Lord Stark's camp. He also writes that Lord Stark managed to negotiate passage for his army with Lord Leo Lefford. Did he now? Hoster asked, a touch impressed that his good son managed to woo Lord Lefford to stand against Lord Tywin. Yes, my lord. He also says Lord Stark arranged a betrothal between Ed Muir and Alice Ann Lefford. Maester Veeman said hesitantly. Hoster could only stare incomprehensively at Maester Veeman for a moment. I think I misheard you, Veeman. Did you just say my son is now betrothed to Lord Lefford's daughter? Hoster asked incredulously. I'm afraid so, my lord. According to Sir Brendan's message, Lord Stark had to promise Lady Alysanne's protection and claim on Golden Tooth to secure the passage through the river road. Hoster opened his mouth to say something but paused and became thoughtful momentarily. He had been trying to get his son betrothed to a good lady of proper standing for some time. But the boy had stubbornly refused to entertain any of his suggestions. Ed Muir had remained unwed all these years because of his ill health. He could not properly enforce his will on his headstrong son. But now, Ed Muir somehow ended up betrothed to Alice Ann Lefford. He barely held back a grin at the news. So, Lord Stark promised Ed Muir would marry Lord Lefford's daughter. Did Ed Muir accept this proposal? He asked tentatively. I believe so, my lord. Sir Brendan's message alluded to Ed Muir's acquiescence on the matter. Maester Veeman reported. I need to know for sure. Send a messenger to my brother. Meanwhile, open a correspondence with Lord Lefford. Hoster said, considering taking advantage of this boon that conveniently fell into his lap. While he'd have preferred Ed Muir to have taken a wife from the Riverlands, he was not unhappy with a Lefford becoming the Lady of Riverrun. The Leffords were rich thanks to their gold mines and an ancient house of good repute. It was also to his advantage that Alice Ann Lefford was Lord Leo Lefford's sole heir. It'd mean that his son would, in effect, gain the lordship of 2 powerful seats. I'll have to ensure the Lannisters won't survive this war to see another sunrise. If they survive this war, they'll focus on Golden Tooth and work to remove Alice Ann Lefford from claiming that seat. Hoster thought. Veeman. My lord. Veeman looked at him with his pale green eyes full of curiosity. A raven must be sent to King's Landing addressing Lord Arryn. House Lannister must not be allowed to hold Casterly Rock after this rebellion is put down. XXXX. Harry had been preparing for this day since the Resurrection Stone was restored to his possession. He had been putting it off because he was waiting to turn 11 to construct proper occlumency shields around his mind and for his magic to strengthen. The appearance of the invisibility cloak after his body reached 11 years of age was the last indicator that he should go ahead with his plan. Some of the most potent wards were protecting his room in Winterfell, which should be powerful enough to keep unwanted attention from beings that live beyond the mortal plane. Harry looked at the black stone sitting comfortably on his power ring. Nowadays, the ring and the stone were acting as magical foci, and with his magical strength restored to a greater height, he found it easier to shape wandless magic with the ring. All right. It's time, Harry thought. Closing his eyes, he visualized a ghostly form and whispered the name Ignotus Peveril while turning the stone 3 times in his hand. He could feel the air shift in the room as another powerful presence materialized near Harry. I never imagined someone would ever manage to travel to this world with all 3 Hallows in their possession. I suppose those gifted with magic in their souls are born to break the bounds of destiny and even death. Isn't that right, Harry Potter, Master of Death? Harry opened his eyes to see a far more solid form of an old man with a bald head, white eyebrows, and pitch-black eyes. Ignotus Peveril, the first king. Harry breathed out, looking at his ancestor with some awe. Indeed. Well met, Harry Potter. Or is it Harryan Stark? Either name would suffice, said Harry. Names tend to have little meaning when death eludes you, isn't it? You have my deepest sympathies, my child. Ignotus Peveril looked at him with deep anguish, which only set Harry on edge. He felt the answers he would get to his questions would not be to his liking. Chapter 76, The Revenge of a Lioness. Chapter text. You know about my circumstances. How? Harry asked, looking at the shade of his illustrious ancestor. That's such a silly question, young one. You summoned me using the resurrection stone, connecting your thoughts and magic to pull my spirit from beyond the veil of death. So long as your magic and mind are connected to the stone, I know everything you know. I see. Harry muttered. Why ask questions to the answers you already know, young Stark? Isn't that why you refuse to call on the spirits of your family or friends? You fear what they'll see in your mind. You fear they'll see the real you. Harry couldn't help but blanch at the words of Ignotus. It took him a moment to regain his bearings as he was suddenly thrust into some uncomfortable memories he thought he had long suppressed. He couldn't help but sneak a look at the resurrection stone, his mind filling with the temptation to summon the shades of his wife, children, parents, and even Sirius. It'll only take 3 turns, a voice whispered in his mind, tempting him to commit the deed. Harry gulped as the temptation became unbearable, but Harry managed to tear his eyes away from the resurrection stone after taking a deep breath. He screwed his eyes shut and imagined the smiling faces of the family he had lost. When he opened his eyes, the temptation to disturb the eternal peace his family was enjoying had passed. I see. You have a strong heart to not misuse the power of the stone. No wonder the Hallows chose your soul as their host. When the heart is strong enough, the soul transcends the eternal veil of death between the worlds. Ignotus said. Harry stared at the ghost critically. You tempted me to summon my loved ones. Why? Harry asked, his magic flaring up as a visible aura, converging on the spirit with the intent of doing harm. Oh. Ignotus looked impressed as Harry's magical power managed to press down on his spectral form. You've even managed to bend the stone to your will enough to impose your will upon spirits. You're certainly more interesting, Harry Stark. You didn't answer my question, Ignotus Peveril. Harry gritted out, imposing his magic on the spirit and pressuring the spirit into a confined space. I needed to know whether the protections my brothers and I placed on the Hallows remained intact. We could not have allowed the Hallows to fall into the hands of a maniac who'd destroy himself and become the puppet of a malevolent force looking to devour worlds and the spirit realm. You're talking about the Great Other, aren't you? Harry asked, easing his power a little bit. Yes. He is known as the Great Other in this world, but I knew him as Balor, a mad spirit bent on devouring life so that he could assert himself in the spirit plane, said Ignotus, feeling a tad more comfortable as the pressure on him eased a little bit. Why? What is Balor's connection to the Hallows? Harry asked. You already know some of the answers to that query, young one. Since the dawn of man arrived in our world, our actions have shaped the world, but our dreams have shaped the spirit world. From our collective dreams, beings of extraordinary power were born to protect us, to fight wars that we could not, to help those we could not, and to give hope so that we may forget the tragedy of existence. These beings, however, became disenchanted as they became the instrument of destruction as men fought with each other. The conflict between different tribes of men led to the conflict of different spirits. Eventually, it led to a permanent state of war between the spirits for dominance over the spirit realm, their birthplace. What does that have to do with the Hallows? Harry asked, bored by the long-winded story mode Peveril was on. Balor was one of the few who nearly managed to take control of the spirit realm. He devoured all those who stood against him, assimilating their power into his own and strengthening his one power in the process. His power grew so much that he was feared across the many cultures of Earth. The Nordic tribes called him Nidhogg, the devourer of all life from Yggdrasil. The Egyptians called him Apep, the harbinger of chaos and the serpent of the Nile. But I knew him as Balor, the one who consumes all souls of those fallen in battle, both mortal and immortal. Balor devoured souls? Like the Dementors? Harry asked curiously. Yes and no. The souls trapped in a Dementor can still reach the spirit realm for the eternal sleep after the creature dies. But the souls consumed by Balor dissolve into his being, becoming fuel to his power. Harry remained pensive as he frowned at his ancestor. You said Balor also consumed immortal souls. Why? Why was he after the spirit realm? I don't understand your question, child. Ignotus looked at him with a frown. Balor was already a spirit and an immortal being. What else did he want other than eternal life? Harry asked. Ignotus stared long and hard at Harry, mulling over the question before deciding to answer anyway. Balor was dissatisfied with the nature of existence. He wanted to consume all life and reshape everything in his image. Human thought influenced the spirit realm more than the spirits themselves. He wanted that to change. He wanted his will to shape all forms of conscious thought. With his will imposed on the dreamscape, he can exert total control and bring peace to all conflict. I take it you stopped him from accomplishing this task? Harry said after a long interval of silence. Yes. And yet, his prediction came to pass. Mankind brought forth the end of all life on earth. Ignotus said airily. So, he is a prophet as well. Harry snarked. Not much of a prophet when his prediction was the death of something. Every beginning has an end. Ignotus shrugged. So, you somehow defeated Balor and banished him here, to this world. Then you followed him here and bound him beyond the wall. You give me too much credit, young one. It took a lot of sacrifice and effort from other spirits and wizards to strip Balor of his power and banish him to these lands. Ignotus said, shaking his head. Tell me how you defeated Balor. What is his connection to the Hallows? How did you travel to Westeros? What do you know about the old gods and other deities of this world? That's a lot of questions. Ignotus said tiredly. Don't worry. Take your time to answer them in as much detail as possible. I've got a lot of time on my hands, said Harry, taking a seat on the floor and staring pointedly at the ghost of Ignotus Peveril. All right, then. Ignotus sighed and then launched into his explanation. Harry sat at the high table with his mother to his right side. Sansa was seated to his left side, taking a spoonful of a slice of the lemon cake she liked so much. Arya and Bran were sitting next to his mother, forced to behave as the Lady of Winterfell watched over them like a hawk. Jon's seat lay vacant beside Maester Luwin, who was sitting beside Sansa. Harry's eyes went straight to Jon, who was animatedly talking to Asher Forrester, who had accompanied Lord Gregor Forrester to take part in the feast he threw to celebrate the capture of assassins. Almost all the major houses of the north had sent representatives except for a few. Lady Dustin had refused to attend, but many of her Ryswell kin were in attendance. House Bolton was absent, as well as House Mormont. The former had an excuse, as the last two Boltons were in the south fighting the war. The latter, on the other hand, had no such excuse. Other northern houses were represented by distant cousins or young sons and daughters. In House Manderley's case, the portly Lord of White Harbour had brought his granddaughters to Winterfell and several distant relatives. It was a shame the Mormonts had not come for some reason. He was planning to have a chat with Mormonts and Manderleys about strengthening the coastal installations on either side of the wall. In the wake of certain revelations from Ignotus Peveril, Harry wanted to expedite the preparations made at the wall. For that to happen, he needed the sea lanes wide open to both sides of the wall. At least, Eastwatch by the Sea hosts some galleys and some infrastructure for expansion. Westwatch by the bridge, the westernmost outpost of the Night's Watch, remains unmanned to this day. According to Maester Luwin, the outpost guarding the gorge was abandoned since Durin II's reign. It used to be a supply depot of the wall and acted as a landing post for troops from the Bear Islands and other coastal towns during wildling invasions. A bridge connected to the tower across the gorge allowed the Brothers of the Night's Watch to cross the river and take the wildling armies from their backs should they attack the wall. The bridge and the castle allowed the Night's Watch to contain the wildlings and denied them to sail around the wall using the gorge. Both castles must be restored and expanded before it's too late. Maybe, I shouldn't wait for the port in Bear Islands to be finished. Harry decided, looking thoughtfully at the few Iron Bank representatives and some of the courtiers of the Sea Lord in the feast hall. Harry considered that it was his luck that the Sea Lord had decided to commission a Valyrian steel sword. He didn't completely understand all the details, but the Sea Lord had decided to partake in the bidding conducted in the Iron Bank and decided to outbid several SSC magisters and merchants. After the Tyrells won the bid for a sword, the next winners in the next 6-month breaks were all won by wealthy SSC. The last Valyrian weapon he had forged was a double-headed axe for the Archon of Tyrosh. Perhaps, the Bravasi felt like they were being one-upped by the Tyroshi. Harry thought, knowing the rivalry between Bravus and the other daughters of old Valyria ran deep. Either way, he was all too happy so long as these rivalries ended up filling his coffers with more gold and silver. With the Bravasi here in Winterfell, it was perhaps time to send out feelers for a contract to build a port at the mouth of the gorge. Similarly, the port facilities near Eastwatch by the Sea also need fast repair. The wildlings must be relocated from beyond the wall before Balor regains his strength. The rise of magical energy in the world might have posed a threat to Balor because it led to the rise of the old gods. But if Ignotus' warning rang true, Balor must have got a backup plan other than just a straight-up assault on the wall. My lords! My lords! All the activity came to a halt when Harry took to his feet, calling for the attention of the nobles gathered under the roof of Winterfell. As we grow strong and self-sufficient, we shall attract enemies in the neighborhood and even from across the seas. We have experience dealing with the enemies in the neighborhood, and now we have shown we can take care of the enemies from across the seas thanks to the diligent work of House Manderley. The lords of White Harbour remain steadfast in defending the north from honorless enemies who are too cowardly to fight us face to face. For this, House Stark thanks House Manderley for their unfailing loyalty and work in guarding our shores against the enemies of the north. House Manderley. Wyman. Wyman. House Naderley received a lot of appreciation from the assembled Northmen. At the same time, they also expressed their displeasure against Myr. Sending assassins like cowards. Honorless Myrish curs. Cowards. Silver-haired cunts. SSC mongrels. Valyrian sister fuckers. A slew of name-calling peaked up, and Harry had to wait a bit for all the usual colorful vocabulary of the Northmen to die down. The seas remain treacherous with unpredictable winds and turbulent tides. But we also have friends across from the sea, honored representatives of the Iron Bank and the Sea Lord of Bravus. I welcome them heartily into our midst on behalf of the North and House Stark. There was a smatter of applause, but Harry got the feeling the Northmen were not that enthusiastic about hosting foreigners in the North. The Northern lords were martially inclined and therefore looked down on most SSC. The Bravasi were marginally held in higher regard in comparison as they didn't practice slavery in their city. To a prosperous future for the North and our friends. Harry raised his glass. For the North. House Stark. The Black Wolf. Seeing that the Northmen were charged up, Harry clapped his hands. Let's have some Northern songs in here. Going by the eager faces of his guests, Harry inferred they agreed wholeheartedly with the sentiment. Keep an eye on Bran and Arya. Harry whispered to Maester Luwin, who agreed readily as Winterfell resonated with songs. Harry climbed down from the high table to interact with his guests as the Northmen danced and became merry. Somehow, he ended up dancing with a few daughters of the lords like Alice Karstark, Wynafred Manderly, Willa Manderly, and Myra Forrester. By the time Harry managed to excuse himself from the dance floor, he was pretty much spent for the night and wanted to curl up in his bed. Unlike his siblings, who had the privilege of going to bed early, he had certain duties to oversee as the Stark of Winterfell. And those duties led him straight to the solar of the armory of Winterfell with the Bravasi representatives in tow. Leading the 3 representatives of the Sea Lord inside, Harry showed them the sword he had made for the Sea Lord. I was surprised to see the design specifications set forth by the Sea Lord. I thought Lord Antarion would ask for a small sword as the city of Bravus is known for using the water dance in combat. Harry commented, inviting the Bravasi inside and showing them the sword he had made for the Sea Lord. For duels, small swords are quite useful for showmanship. The Sea Lord is of the opinion that this sword does not get associated with showmanship in the future. Lysandon Antarion said, who was a kinsman of the Sea Lord and a courtier in the Bravasi court. I see. Then I hope the Sea Lord won't be disappointed with his sword, said Harry, standing to the side and watching the Bravasi observe the sword he made. After the Bravasi were escorted to their quarters with the sword in their possession, Harry found Lord Manderly. My lord. I hope the Bravasi were satisfied with the sword. They were. Come, Lord Manderly. We have some important matters to discuss, said Harry, leading the Lord of White Harbour away to discuss the matter of ports. Cersei was relieved to see the high walls and towers of Tyrosh in the distance. It was a long journey and one rife with strife for her. Her eyes took in the massive harbour that housed a large fleet of ships. A lone enormous tower made of red stone stood at the mouth of the harbour overlooking the fleet of ships. Letting out a sigh, Cersei sat on a chair beside her bed and looked at her sleeping daughter. Seeing the innocent face of her daughter brought some much-needed hope and peace to her mind. Magister Vihigre will help us. He will help us, she assured herself. She had no other recourse but to believe Magister Vihigre would welcome her with open arms and give her and Marcella refuge from her enemies. A sudden knock on the door of her cabin broke her out of her musings. She was immediately on her feet and smoothed out her red silken dress before she opened the door. It was no surprise to see Captain Rowello on the other side of her cabin with a silly grin. Rowello. Cersei smiled coyly, rubbing herself against the pirate captain's body. My queen. The harbour of Tyrosh fast approaches. It seems our time together is fast coming to an end. I think not, my brave captain. It'll take time for Magister Vihigre to assemble your reward. Time that we could spend in a bed. Cersei whispered sultrily, eyeing Rowello with a smouldering look. The lust shining in Rowello's eyes gave her a sense of triumph. That sense of victory and knowledge that she was manipulating the pirate to his early demise made it easier for her to ignore the wandering hands that traced the contours of her body. A few hours later, she waited in her cabin with Marcella in her lap. The Blue Maiden was moored at the harbour, and Rowello had gone ahead to Magister Vihigre. She could do nothing but pray to all the gods for her and her daughter's safety. Are we home, mother? Marcella asked in a small voice. No, my sweet. We will be going to a better place, said Cersei, holding her daughter close to her bosom. A knock on the door made her heart skip a beat. It was with trepidation that she opened the door. Your Grace, the captain is askin for ye. Cersei stared at the yellow-teethed pirate uncomprehendingly for a moment. The Magister has sent a wheelhouse for ye and ye lass. The pirate said again. Cersei finally managed to understand what the pirate was seeing. She tried her best not to show the relief that was flooding her mind out in the open. Come, Marcella. Let's go and see the free city of Tyrosh. Cersei regally marched out of her cabin with Marcella in her arms. She could feel the lusty eyes of the pirates following her every move, but she paid it no mind. She was nearly free, and if her plan succeeded, all these pirates would meet a most painful end within the week. She found she had no quarrel with dead men. The wheelhouse Magister Vihigre so kindly provided took her and Marcella inside the high walls of Tyrosh. Everywhere she looked, Bright shades of colors greeted her eyes. Even the people of Tyrosh dyed their hair in ridiculous colors like blue and orange. The streets were paved with white stone, and unlike King's Landing, the smell of flowers and oils filled her nose. She looked at her daughter, who was all too happy to take in the new sights, unaware that they were hiding away in a distant land. Circe took her daughter into her lap, and together they watched the many streets and the strange Tyroshi people as their wheelhouse moved further into the city. Finally, the wheelhouse came to a halt before a manse. The moment she stepped out of the wheelhouse, she was greeted by a familiar-looking red-haired man. Your Grace! Princess Marcella! The House of Vihegray is honored to host the daughter and granddaughter of Lord Tywin Lannister, said Magister Vihegray, reaching out with his hand. Circe gave the older man her hand, and the Magister pressed a kiss on her knuckles. Please step into the manse and take rest, Your Grace. Consider my home as your own. Thank you, Magister Vihegray. Circe replied, smiling politely at the older man. She kept a tight hold on Marcella as they were led inside the main of the Magister. Collared slaves fanned her and Marcella every step of the way into the manse. Those pirates! Did they mistreat you, my lady? Magister Vihegray asked once they were out of earshot of Captain Raulo. I want those pirates dead. Spare no one. But Raulo should not be touched. He is mine to kill. Circe whispered back coldly. She watched the Magister nod in understanding. I shall make the arrangements speedily to give a proper welcome to these pirates. Magister Vihegray promised. Circe had to wait for 4 days until the Magister informed her in confidence that he had made the arrangements to end the pirate scum. On the 5th day of her stay in Tyrosh, she invited Captain Raulo into her chambers in the manse while his men were busy whoring and drinking in the pleasure houses of the city. Come inside, Captain Raulo, she batted her eyelashes at him. The pirate was already smitten with her as she had foregone any dress and wrapped herself in a white towel. The foolish pirate captain, drunk in lust, eagerly stepped into her chambers. Circe giggled as the captain growled and took her straight to the bed without a second thought. As the filthy pirate explored her body, Circe reached out with her left hand to the dagger hidden under a pillow. She grunted and moaned at Raulo's ministrations, but no amount of pleasure could deny her the revenge she sought. The moment her fingers wrapped around the dagger's hilt, she plunged it straight into the neck of Raulo without any hesitation. The pirate, so busy desecrating her body, didn't see the dagger coming. Raulo choked as the dagger sank to the hilt on the side of his neck. Circe turned her head as warm blood splashed against her face. She wrenched the dagger back and repeatedly stabbed the man who forced her to debase herself to survive. The pirate struggled, but his fate was set. You forgot who I am, scum. I'm a Lannister. Circe growled into Raulo's ear before she pushed the man away from the top of her body. The wide lifeless eyes of Raulo stared into nothingness while Circe cleaned the blood off her body with the towel. She wiped the blood off the dagger on the towel as she stood over Raulo with her foot pressing down on his chest. A lion may choose to lay with the sheep, but the sheep may not live long to tell the tale. Circe spat on the corpse. Dressing into a better dress that befits her station, she called for the servants to dispose of the corpse. Circe hoped Magister Vihegray kept his word and the rest of the pirate scum were on their way to meet the stranger. Chapter 77, A Song for Lions. Chapter text. I'm impressed. Harry said, looking appreciatively at his younger sisters, whose eyes lit up at the praise. He reached out with his hands and patted them on their heads. His sisters were geniuses when it came to runes. He was almost sure that his sisters must have inherited some long-asleep talent in their blood for them to easily grasp the runic language's core concepts at such young age and apply it to create a runestone all on their own. That said, he was not at all happy that they violated his warning not to attempt to carve a runestone all on their own. Still, his sisters managed to create a functional runestone all on their own. So, can we get a ring like yours then? Sansa asked excitedly. Harry looked at her sharply, making Sansa's shoulders drop. When you turn 11, I'll give you the power rings, said Harry. He watched amusedly as his sisters glared at him and stomped the floor indignantly. Letting out a huff, they ran away, most likely to complain about him to their mother. Harry chuckled at their antics before eyeing the innocent little runestone in his hand. Pressing his power ring against the power rune, he let a sliver of magical energy seep into the runestone. The runes on the runestone glowed eerily a bright yellow as it became enriched with his magical energy. When he pulled his ring back, the runes dimmed down. Why were Sansa and Arya running away from your room with looks that could melt the snow in the north? Jon asked amusedly from the doorway. They are just annoyed I didn't give them a power ring, said Harry. But their work is exemplary. He pressed on the side of the activation rune, and the runestone lit up with moderate white light. It was a simple runestone that worked on the principle of the Lumos spell. He had to give it to Sansa for thinking up the idea to use a rune-base's light source to replace the candles and oil lamps of Winterfell. I see. So, it's a rune lamp, said Jon, fascinated by the white light from the runestone. Rune lamp? That's a nice name. Think of what it means if we can make more of these runestones. We can have better light in Winterfell during the dark hours. Jon hesitantly answered, looking between the light-giving stone and Harry. We can also reduce the expenses of buying oil and candles. Not to mention, we get smokeless lamps in the castle invulnerable to wind and rain, said Harry. You are right. Jon agreed after looking thoughtful for a moment. I hadn't thought of that. Speaking of which, when are you going to start training with the power ring? Harry asked, steepling his fingers and looking at Jon seriously. The rings you made for me didn't work as well as they do for you. I think swordplay suits me better than sorcery. That's because I didn't consider certain factors when I made those rings for you. I think I now know what was lacking, Harry smirked, taking out a small wooden box from his drawer. Placing the wooden box on the table across from Jon, he opened it. Inside the box were several rings made of Valyrian steel sitting comfortably on a piece of red silk. But unlike all the rings he created, he had learned to imbue his will powered by his soul into the rings, giving them unique properties. He knew that neat trick from assimilating what he learned from the imprisoned warlocks and some snippets of knowledge he gleaned from Ignotus Peveril. What they? Jon's mouth dropped open in surprise as the rings turned into small metallic dragons and flew out of the box. The air sang as the dragons flapped their steel wings and settled before Jon in a straight row with varying colors of stones for eyes. The emerald gemstones signify the connection to nature. Harry said, making Jon look up at his brother and then at the small dragon with green stones for his eyes. The red ruby gemstones show affinity to fire. The pearl stones signify affinity to water. The white stones signify the affinity to air. Jon looked at all the dragons as Harry continued to explain the rings to him. Jon blinked and took notice as one lone dragon stepped forward with eyes of red and pale blue gemstones for eyes. But for you, Jon Stark, gemstones of ice and fire shall serve you well, said Harry. Harry reached out and took Jon's hand, bringing it closer to the assembled dragons. The dragon of ice and fire jumped and flapped its wings to settle on Jon's left hand before coiling around a finger. The dragon shifted around, wrapping its tail and wings around Jon's finger as it became a ring. The dragon head proudly poked out of the ring with a red and pale blue eye on each side. Harry, Jon was suddenly choked up by emotions as he looked at his brother, who gave him so much. And Jon. Your mother loved you more than you can ever imagine. She gave her life to safely bring you into this world, and it was her last wish for Lord Stark to protect you. This is why our father has never spoken a word about her to anyone, including you. If our enemies know her identity, war will come to the shores of the north. Jon looked at him with a mix of horror and curiosity. My mother. You know who my mother is? Jon asked anxiously, his grey eyes wide, pleading for any information. Yes. And when you master the art of magic and warging, I shall share her identity with you. All I ask is that you wait for 4 years. Train hard in sword, warfare, and magic. When you turn 15, I shall make you a competent sorcerer capable of defending yourself from your enemies. Harry. You. But why? Why can't I know now? Jon asked pleadingly. Because she died to save you. You owe it to her to live your life to the fullest. When you have the power to defend yourself against your enemies, our father, or I shall disclose her name. For now, honor her sacrifice and Lord Stark's vow to your mother. You'll know her in time, and all your questions shall be answered. But... all right. Jon took a deep breath and let it go. I'll do as you ask, brother. Good. In time, you'll understand why this is necessary. Harry trailed off as he felt the gold dragon coin in his pocket start vibrating and slowly heating up, warning him of a message from one of his students in Avalon. What is it? Jon asked in concern as he saw Harry's eyes gain a sharpness while looking at a gold dragon coin. The Ironborn has attacked Sea Dragon Point. Tell Maester Luwin to call on the lords to assemble at court. It seems the Ironborn have yet to learn their lesson. The court of Winterfell was assembled in a speedy manner because of the seriousness of the matter. It was quite fortunate that most principal houses of the north were represented in Winterfell's court thanks to the feast. I apologize for hastily calling you all here on such short notice, my lords. But I've received word from Avalon that Ironborn ships have been sighted. I do not know whether this is an isolated event, but I'd like to work under the assumption that it's not the case. As of now, the western shores of the north are under threat of Ironborn raids. I welcome your opinions in the court if there are any. Harry said, leaning back against the weirwood throne of the Kings of Winter after he said his piece. My brother begged Lord Stark to leave the matter of the south to the south. We North folk want to be left alone from their petty squabbles, and now those pirate scum are back for revenge. Robert Glover claimed, taking to his feet and banging his fist on the table. Leopold Tallheart, the Castellan of Torrens Square, stood up to support Robert Glover. The North has bled enough for the South. When have they ever fought for the North when we faced hordes of wildlings from beyond the wall or Ironborn raids on our shores? The pirates of the Three Sisters are also taking advantage of us, and the Vale refuses to reel them in. Lord Wyman Manderley added. Harry was a little surprised as many more grievances, both genuine and blown out of proportion, were aired in the hall. Silence! Harry snapped, finally having enough of these constant complaints. We are not here to belittle the Southerners. We are here to discuss the Ironborn sighting at Sea Dragon Point and what it means for the western shores of our home. If you can't contribute constructively, you may take your leave from this court. There was a brief silence in Winterfell's court, broken by the loud and dangerous growling from Fenris, who sauntered into the hall from the shadows and settled by Harry's side at the foot of the weirwood throne. House Glover apologizes to the Stark of Winterfell. Robert Glover dipped his head. Apologies, my lord. Lord Manderley also followed the example of the Castellan of Deepwood Motte and meekly sat back in his seat. Perhaps, the Lord of White Harbour remembered not to annoy him right after House Manderley was given leave to negotiate with the shipbuilders of Bravos representing House Stark of Avalon. Enough. Let's get back to the matter at hand. As Stark of Winterfell, I have a limited scope of authority to gather the forces of the North. That's the only reason why I've yet to order the North to mobilize a second army to end the Ironborn menace, said Harry, cutting across the inertia that gathered in the court. The North is at war, my lord. As Stark of Winterfell, you've all the authority to command us. Leopold Tallheart said hesitantly. Harry was a little embarrassed as he hadn't thought of that little detail. When he was named the Stark of Winterfell by his father, he was explicitly told of all the duties that it entail. His father was also clear that he was not supposed to order the northern houses to do his bidding as he saw fit. He was also quite soundly ordered not to interfere in the matters of the northern lords and their lands without their approval or request. His authority was limited to the Stark lands, and should there be any need for extrajudicial action outside the Stark-owned lands, he was to consult with the respective lords of the land. But Maester Luwin had reminded him that he could exercise the authority of Winterfell if war somehow reached their shores. Harry looked at the Maester out of the corner of his eyes. The old Maester might have seen that he was stunned and took up the responsibility to act before it became awkward. Lord Harrion knows, but it'd be discourteous not to discuss with the lords of the north when you all are so close by. Maester Luwin pointed out. Perhaps we should learn whether this is an isolated incident, my lord. I suggest a raven must be sent to Flint's Finger. If the Ironborn had made any unsavory moves in the sea, the Flints of Blazewater Bay could tell us. The Ironborn longships cannot move closer to the shores of the north without the people of Cape Crocken taking notice. Lord Wyman reasoned. If there are only a few Ironborn ships, this might be some lone pirate scum out to Reeve taking advantage of the war. Leopold Tallheart said. If that is not the case, and we are being attacked by more Ironborn ships? What do the lords of the north intend to do? Harry asked. Then we gather all our levies and kill those pirates once they land on our shores. Robert Glover shouted. There was a broad agreement from the lords of the north, allowing him to move unimpeded. Good. Maester Luwin, Harry looked at the Maester of Winterfell. Send a raven to Flint's Finger asking for any sightings of Ironborn longships near our shores. Send word to all coastal towns and castles to be on alert. The silence of House Mormont concerns me. Send a raven to Bear Islands as well. As you wish, my lord. Luwin nodded. Lord Glover. You and your men are welcome to my airship as I travel to Sea Dragon Point. You can reach Deepwood Motte faster this way. Harry offered. Thank you, my lord. I shall ask my men to prepare. Robert Glover happily said, bowing low. Good. We leave Winterfell tomorrow morning. XXXXX. Lord Stark, word from Oxcross. Jory Castle said, holding out a small piece of parchment. Eddard accepted the parchment with a nod and read the message from Lord Searwyn. Oxcross has fallen to Lord Megger. The town's garrison was routed, with all surrendering Lannister men under chains and those who opposed put to the sword. Eddard declared to the lords gathered around the table with a map of the Westerlands sprawled over it. There was a cheer of approval from the gathered lords. He also reports a host of Lannister men are being gathered at Sarsfield under the command of Sir Stafford Lannister after interrogating the prisoners. How many? Brynden asked. It doesn't say. We must assume it is a sizable host. They were most likely sent by Lord Lannister to reinforce Golden Tooth. He must not have known Lord Leo stayed true to his vows to King Robert, said Eddard. Oxcross must be strengthened. It'd be folly for Lord Searwyn to hold that position by himself. Roose Bolton suggested. I agree. Lord Karstark and Lord Ryswell shall hold Oxcross and scout the enemy numbers. We must know more about our enemy before we make a move. Eddard suggested, earning nods of agreement from the gathered lords. While Oxcross is held as our forward position, Sir Brynden shall take command of another host, move west of Oxcross, and camp here. Eddard marked the spot on the map of a small region between Tarbeck Hall and Oxcross. Why there, my lord? Lord Bracken asked curiously. If I were Lord Tywin, I'd gather a host in secret near Tarbeck Hall and use Oxcross as bait. I want to ensure Oxcross is facing the enemy we know, namely Sir Stafford Lannister. Eddard explained. It's a good strategy. If Sir Stafford attacks Oxcross, we can take them from behind. Lord Blackwood said, nodding in approval of the plan. It also gives us good cover to send scouts to keep watch on the river road for enemy movements. Sir Brynden also approved the dispersion of troops. Lords Bolton, Umber, Glover shall accompany me as we sweep the coasts of Westerlands from Banefort to Feast Fires. Hopefully, they'll surrender rather than fight, said Eddard, pointing at the 2 coastal castles on either side of the map along the length of the coast of the Westerlands. He looked at his fellow lords and saw they were broadly in agreement with the plan so far. The rest of our forces shall stay at Golden Tooth, reinforcing the supply lines to Oxcross. If Sir Stafford's host is defeated, Sarsfield is our next target, where we shall muster our full host. By then, the coasts shall fly the Baratheon banners. Eddard concluded his plan. I shall lend you some of my best knights and scouts to make sure you have a speedy campaign, Lord Stark. Leo Lefford offered. That'll be most appreciated, Lord Lefford. Eddard nodded at the Lord of Golden Tooth. Lord Stark, if you don't mind. I'd like to join your campaign on the coasts with my men. Lord Jonos Bracken requested. Eddard looked into the brown eyes of the Lord of Stonehenge. He briefly thought of the Blackwood-Bracken enmity and thought having the 2 lords in separate campaigns would only work to the advantage of their army. All right, Lord Jonos. Having the Bracken cavalry by our side will undoubtedly be a boon in the campaign. Eddard nodded at the brown-haired man. Eddard allowed the lords to take their leave from the meeting, leaving him and Sir Brynden in the room. Are you hoping to entice Sir Stafford Lannister to chase after you? Sir Brynden asked. One can only hope they'd commit such folly. If they chase after us to the coasts, it will open up the river road for our forces. Eddard muttered. Most likely, Sir Stafford would bunker down at Sarsfield once he learns the Leffords turned their cloaks. We'll most likely be looking at a grueling siege that'd last months. Eddard frowned as he looked at Sir Brynden curiously. You are skirting around the matter you want to say, Sir Brynden. I'd hear what's on your mind, Sir, said Eddard. Loot the castles, villages, and towns. Strip them bare of anything valuable: food, cattle, gold, silver, steel, bronze, even clay pots if you must. The Westermen are few, and they don't have the most fertile lands in the 7 kingdoms. But what they have is their mines, and from the mines comes all their wealth. Take their mines and wealth away from them, and you'll win the Westerlands from the chokehold of Tywin Lannister. You want our armies to steal from the small folk and lords alike? Eddard asked incredulously. I can understand foraging food for the army, but stealing away their wealth. Your first target is Ashenmark, is it not? It's the seat of House Marbrand, one of the most loyal supporters of House Lannister. Strip the castle bare of its wealth and take control of its mines. When the lords of the Westerlands hear of what happened to House Marbrand, I assure you the castles of Nuns Deep, Crag, Banefort, and others will surrender rather than put up a fight. There'll be less bloodshed this way, said Sir Brynden. And what shall be done with the loot taken? Eddard asked skeptically. Do with it as you wish. Sir Brynden shrugged. Take it with you to the north. Send it to King's Landing as a gift to the crown. Or just return the loot to the rightful owners after the war. Eddard became thoughtful at the advice provided by the uncle of his lady wife. There was strategic value in what Sir Brynden was suggesting, and yet he found it distasteful to behave like the Ironborn. He was aware that men often did partake in thievery and all sorts of unscrupulous behavior in war. But it sat ill with him to command his army to forcibly take someone else's rightful property to win the war. Then again, he could rest easy if there was less bloodshed on both sides. Honor is so hard to find in war. Eddard thought morosely. Dorna Swift lived in fear of what lay in wait for her family in the near future. Her husband, Kevin Lannister, was now a prisoner of Robert Baratheon. She worried for her husband as she knew her husband was now considered a rebel by the Iron Throne. Not a day goes by where she doesn't pray for his safety. 7 times, she would pray to each of the 7 for the safe return of her husband. She cared not for the pride of House Lannister or Lord Tywin's children. But first, the war had to end for even a chance of seeing her husband again. By the looks of it, the war would not end so easily. Dorna looked to the west, where a bright yellow glow illuminated the night sky of Lanny Sport. Screams could be heard in the city as the harbour burned with yellow flames. She felt her sons Willem and Martin flinch as the city walls endured the bombardment from the siege engines. The walls will protect us, won't they, Mother? Martin asked, his eyes wide with fright. Of course, the walls will protect us, my sweet. The Dornishmen shall leave soon. Dorna kissed her son's golden brow lovingly. When will father come? Willem asked, his pale green eyes looking pleadingly at her. Dorna barely held back her tears as she looked at her twin sons. Gathering them in a tight hug, she pressed kisses to their brows as ships of the Dornish fleet sent out streaks of fiery stones into the city. The night sky was filled with trails of fire and smoke, making her confidence wane. Still, she had to appear strong for her children. Your father serves Lord Tywin as is his duty. When his duty is completed, he'll return. Dorna assured them. She felt her twins flinch again as they heard more assault on the city from the siege engines. So, she sang a song for her little lions. There lived a lion whose name spoken only in fear. With claws as sharp as steel. When he roars, the jungle is shaken to its core. For it's a warning to those of lesser grit. So, they ran, as fast as they could. To hide from a lion of the west. Green are his eyes, and gold is his mane. Only courage could be seen in his eyes if you dare. Chapter 78, The Demon Wolf P1. Chapter Text. Victorian Greyjoy patiently waited on the bow of his ship as messengers from the scout ship he sent ahead returned with word of the raids. He considered this latest misadventure ordered by his brother a folly. He had said so to his brother's face, but not because he thought the North was any different from the weak Greenlanders, but because the Ironborn had yet to recover from the losses of their failed rebellion. They had fewer ships and fewer trained men to raid and fight the Greenlanders. It was an unfortunate truth, but the truth nonetheless. There was also the threat of the Red Wine Fleet and the Royal Fleet to consider, but the Lord Reaper of Pike refused to heed not one whit of his concerns. To make matters worse, Aaron and his drowned man have predicted a great victory in the seas. In the end, Victorian had to obey Balon's commands as he was the Lord Captain of the Iron Fleet. The lords of the Iron Islands all agreed there was a serious risk of incurring the wrath of the Iron Throne, but his brother was adamant about punishing the North. According to his brother, the Baratheons and Lannisters would fight to the bitter end, which was the chance to exact revenge against the North. While Victorian tactically agreed that the war between House Baratheon and Lannister was an excellent opportunity, the Iron Fleet desperately lacked ships. Without the proper number of ships, they could not effectively raid the vast coasts of the North. Therefore, Victorian devised a plan to use the 30 ships under his command effectively. He sent 10 longships under the command of Ralph Kenning to attack Deepwood Motte and the Bear Islands. The Mormonts and Glovers had few ships between them, but together they could be a threat to the Iron Fleet. Therefore, he wanted them dealt with, and should Ralph be lucky, the man could end up stealing the ships from Glovers and Mormonts. Lord Captain, me name Bulf. I see. What does Andrike Drum say? Victorian asked, staring at the sailor with his cold black eyes. My lord says he be attacking the shores as you ordered, Lord Captain. Met with some Greenlanders on horses while taking the timber in the raid. Ulf said, grinning a little with a few of his teeth missing. What banners did he see? Victorian asked. Banners of a black wolf, my lord. Ulf said. I see. Give the man some ale for his troubles. Victorian ordered his men on the ship. Thank you, my lord. Ulf dipped his head before the men escorted him away. Victorian let out the breath he was holding as he was overcome with relief. The first part of his plan had succeeded in drawing out Avalon's garrison to ride out of the safety of the castle. Now, it was his turn to act, and he didn't wait a moment to give orders to his steersman, Rumolf Stormdrunk. Lay aloft and loose t'gallants. Clear away the jib. We sail straight ahead for Avalon. Victorian ordered. All right, you maggots. All hands on the ropes and the oars. Rumolf shouted, the Ironborn on the ship rushing to obey the orders. Victorian moved to the starboard side and kept an eye on the other 14 ships under his command. His men began signaling for the other ships to follow their course. He could only hope that his gamble would work. 15 ships were not a sufficient naval force to take on a castle's defenses, but he hoped Avalon was not as highly defended as it was a newly built castle. With the garrison's attention elsewhere on the shores of Sea Dragon Point, he hoped the surprise attack would yield him the castle. If the Stark boy was in Avalon, then all the better. He could take the boy hostage and force Eddard Stark to return his nephew. Then there were also the great riches of Avalon to consider. He could even force the wolf pup to make him a Valyrian steel axe once the boy was under his custody. Why stop at one weapon? I could force the boy to make many. Victorian mused, grinning at the prospect of owning a bunch of Valyrian steel weapons. It took them 3 days to reach the shores of Avalon. By the time they saw the massive towers and walls of the castle, they were nearly running out of supplies. So, the giant towers and walls of the castle gave a bad omen to Victorian. The seeds of doubt began to take root in his mind as he realized the castle was not some half-finished structure made of wood and stone but a massive fort capable of holding out against a long siege. All hands to the oars. Row, you lazy bastards. Row. Victorian shouted, realizing the element of surprise was now a major factor if he was to secure victory. He had the thralls handling oars whipped to increase their rowing speed. Victorian kept his eye on the shores with his far eyes, but he could see no hasty movements. There was some movement where a budding shipyard was coming up. But the Greenlanders were running away at the sight of Kraken banners. The anticipation kept building up in him as his ships neared the shores of Avalon. He could see several guards lining up on the crenellated walls of the castle with their bows. But he paid them no mind. Instead, his attention was on the gigantic weirwood tree that grew out of the castle walls. Arm the siege engines. Aim at that tree. We'll burn the Greenlanders out of their precious castle by burning their false gods. Victorian ordered. His orders were passed to all the other longships following him. The siege engines were quickly armed with stones dipped in whale oil. Make sure not to aim the weapon at the shipyard. We'll put those ships to good use, he ordered. When Victorian thought they were inside the proper range, he ordered the men to light the stones on fire, and the siege engines spat out globes of fiery stones towards the castle. The burning rocks left trails of fire and smoke as they streaked across the air against the castle. The Ironborn and his ships were ready to celebrate when all of a sudden, a dome of bluish color appeared around the castle, which protected the castle from their attack. The burning stones smashed into this strange dome and promptly scattered into dust. Victorian stared at the strange sight with his mouth wide open in surprise. He thought he was dreaming for a moment, but when he looked at his men, they were all in a similar state of shock. What kind of sorcery is this? Victorian muttered to himself. Shaking himself out of the stupor, he immediately ordered his men to unleash another salvo at the castle. Arm it quickly, you lazy maggots. I'll throw you overboard to the watery halls of the drowned god if you lazy idiots annoy me again. Victorian snarled as he watched his men bumble with arming the siege engines. Cajoled by the urgency in his voice and the threat of getting thrown overboard the ship, the men under his command speedily armed the siege engine and let the flaming stone loose on the castle. Other longships followed closely in using their siege engines. But once again, Victorian could only watch with fear as a pale blue dome of some kind stopped the flaming stones. The stones just smashed against this strange sorcery and vanished. He could see the fear on the men's faces as they realized this campaign was not going to be as easy as they imagined. Before he could take command of the situation, Victorian was forced to turn his attention to a longship sailing near his ship. The sound of something piercing through wood attracted his attention, and he found it was a scorpion bolt piercing into the bow of the longship. Thankfully, the bolt didn't punch through the ship, but to his surprise, it was glowing with an eerie white light. The next moment, Victorian was blown off his feet as the longship exploded with a bang. Victorian groaned as his back hit the wooden floor of his longship. His ears were ringing from the sound, which left him disoriented. It took him a moment to regain his bearings, and when he managed to climb to his feet, he saw the full scale of destruction wrought on one of his ships. The ship's bow had disintegrated entirely, with only a few splintered floorboards and half-torn beams hanging loosely. The ship was sinking as sea water rushed into the bowels of the longship, dragging it down to the bottom of the sea. But that was not all. He looked on in horror as some of the men on his ship were bleeding or outright dead, with splintered wood punching into their eyes and necks. He felt something wet on his face, and when he placed his hand against his forehead, it became drenched in blood. What the? Victorian muttered. But he didn't get to search for any injuries as he heard another booming sound. Victorian looked around and found another one of his ships was now breaking in two from the middle. The screams of iron-born sailors drowned out the waves and the wind, and Victorian could do nothing but helplessly watch the carnage unfold before his eyes. His ears picked up a whistling sound as more and more scorpion bolts began raining down on his ships. Victorian couldn't help but flinch as another one of his ships was consumed by a raging fire, followed by the ship getting hit by a scorpion bolt. He could not help but look at the castle with dawning horror in his eyes. The heretic Stark boy was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. That thing must be a demon sent forth by the vile storm god to fight the drowned god. Victorian thought with fear. His ship suddenly lurched sharply to the port side as the waters below exploded outwards. Victorian realized the scorpion bolts were drenched in some foul sorcery that even made the sea water of the drowned god explode. Turn the ships around. Hard a starboard. Hard over. Now. Victorian barked out orders, immediately deciding to turn away from the fight. But Lord Captain. We have survivors in the sea. Rumolf protested. They'll be taken care of by the drowned god. Obey my command, or we'll lose the whole fleet. Victorian bellowed. More and more scorpion bolts came their way from the castle. Victorian could only watch helplessly as more than half of his ships were torn asunder by the accursed sorcery of the demon wolf of the north. Somehow, he managed to escape the claws of death with 6 ships. He was forced to abandon all the survivors for the sake of preserving the few intact ships. Those ships that violated his command were torn asunder by sorcery, leaving many thralls and Ironborn alike to the mercy of the sea. They could do nothing for the Ironborn sailors in the ocean. Looking at the flailing sailors and thralls, he noticed that the sea was now painted red. He didn't know whether the setting sun was the cause or the blood of his men. Either way, he wasn't waiting to find out lest his ship join the others at the bottom of the sea. Maybe we could send rafts, Lord Captain. Rumolf suggested tentatively. No. Their fates are now in the hands of the drowned god or the demon wolf. If they are true Ironborn, they'll choose the halls of the drowned god rather than the demon wolf's mercy. Victorian muttered. Where to, Captain? Rumolf asked after a long interval of silence. We'll regroup with Andrike and Ralph. After that, I'll make a decision. For now, sail west to the far-off shores of Sea Dragon Point. Victorian ordered. Aye, Lord Captain. Rumolf said dejectedly. Victorian's shoulders dropped in shame as he knew he was running away from the battle. But there was no other choice before him if he was to preserve the fleet. If he lost the meager fleet the Iron Islands had managed to put together, their islands would be left undefended. It was either preserving the fleet or his honor, and Victarion would gladly sacrifice his honor again to save the Iron Fleet. He just hoped his brother would understand his decision. Harry watched the action happen from the safety of Avalon's walls. The garrison had performed their duties without fail. The moment they spotted the Iron-born ships, they blew the special horns he had built into the watchtowers on the 2 layers of walls protecting Avalon. The horns were intertwined with the rune stone, which activated the first line of defense of the castle. At first, Harry had only thought to activate the energy dome under his sole discretion. But then he thought better of it and tied the wards to a number of horns and had the horns installed in the watchtowers. This way, the castle's defenses could be activated even if he was away from the castle by the guards on the towers if they encountered a threat. Your training worked. The aim of our tower guards has significantly improved. Harry complimented the Castellan of Avalon, who was also his archery trainer. The men have been practicing rigorously as you ordered, said Silos Poole. Good. You've trained them well, Silos. The cousin of Vayan Poole puffed up in pride as the man took great pride in his archery skills. We've also managed to make some significant additions to the original designs of the artillery. As per your suggestion, we've added a scope to guide the men better to train in on the target. Maester Marwyn said, obviously eager to make sure his contributions were not left forgotten. Impressive. Please remind me to take a look at the scopes that you added, Marwyn. Maybe, I could add some spells to increase accuracy and perhaps even facilitate better guidance, said Harry, looking at the Maester before turning his attention to Silos Poole. Now, tell me about the status of our shores. The scouts I sent have found 2 areas west of Avalon where the Ironborn have struck. I have sent some men to deal with one of the shores, which has a fishing village. The other one is far away and mostly deserted, but I believe the Ironborn are taking timber from this site. Silos reported. I see. Are these 2 places the sole areas that the Ironborn attacked? Harry asked. We can't be sure, my lord. The scouts only found 2 areas. Silos reported. I've already sent a contingent of men with horses and a week's provisions to deal with one area. So, it's possible the Ironborn might have struck other places along the coasts of Sea Dragon Point. I'm afraid so, my lord. Silos nodded. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment before coming to a decision. Maester Marwyn. I'll need you to inform me the moment a raven arrives from Deepwood Motte. We'll make plans to have the Ironborn purged from our shores once word arrives from House Glover. You suspect we are not the only ones being attacked by the Ironborn? Maester Marwyn asked curiously. It's a reasonable assumption to make. Silos Poole commented. Is it, though? Lord Stannis smashed the Iron Fleet at Fair Isle the last time they rebelled. I doubt the Ironborn have many ships to raid the entire coasts of the north after their failed rebellion. Maester Marwyn expressed his doubts. In either case, we'll only move once we get clarity on the foe we face. I need to know whether this is a random raid or an attack on the north as a whole. If it is the latter, what would be your response, my lord? Silos Poole inquired cautiously. I've already spoken with the lords at Winterfell. It'll be war. Harry said coldly, looking into the sea where he could see the Ironborn longships burning while his ships were sailing into the sea to take the survivors as prisoners. I suppose we might get a better understanding upon questioning the prisoners. Harry's intuition about the prisoners didn't pan out so well, and he now understood why Maester Marwyn expressed his doubts about getting any valuable information from the survivors. It turns out that all the Ironborn sailors had chosen to drown instead of being taken as prisoners. Chosen might be a strong word, as the Ironborn sailors most likely didn't get the chance to save themselves, as their plate armor most likely dragged them down to the bottom of the sea. Not even one Ironborn sailor survived the wreckage. Still, couldn't they have saved themselves by holding on to a wooden plank or something? Harry wondered aloud, letting out a frustrated groan. I told you, my lord. The Ironborn are reckless and fanatic in their faith in their god. It's a dangerous combination. Maester Marwyn commented, seated in the Lord's Chamber of Avalon while Harry walked back and forth in irritation at the loss of valuable intelligence. Stupid little buggers. Harry growled. And the survivors we rescued from the wreckage? They have nothing worthwhile to say. I'm afraid they were just thralls made to handle the oars inside the hull of the ships. They have no knowledge of the plans of the Ironborn, but from them, we know the Iron Fleet sailed from Pike with 30 ships under Victarion Greyjoy, said Maester Marwyn. We saw 15 ships on our shores. So that means we have 15 unaccounted ships sailing who knows where. We have 2 confirmed sightings of Ironborn ships on Sea Dragon Point. But our scouts never saw more than 2 or 3 ships in either of those locations. They're most likely raiding another location, my lord. Besides, if Victarion Greyjoy leads this raid, I'm afraid Castellan Silos was right to assume the Ironborn declared war on the north. Maester Marwyn said grimly. Harry came to a stop at the window overlooking the pool where the sculpture of a black wolf was providing warm water for the inhabitants of the castle. He could see many children running around the pool playing games. They remained ignorant of what was happening outside the walls of the castle. But not all places in the north could claim their children were far away from the depravities of war. Most places in the north or West Eros would see children live in crushing poverty. Most children would be lucky to get full bellies a day in West Eros. While he couldn't change the entire continent, Harry was adamant that he could create a far better north with his knowledge. And in time, his disciples would spread the knowledge of magic, sustaining the growth of the north long after he was out of the picture. Perhaps, magic would even spread to the rest of the 7 kingdoms in time. But, for all that to happen, the north and his work could not be threatened again by war. If all his work could be undone because some lazy pirate scum decided to reave the shores of the north, then Harry would have to make an example out of such idiots to serve as a reminder to all his enemies out there. Harry closed his eyes, and he came to a decision. Send ravens to all the castles of the north. Tell them the Stark of Winterfell asks them to raise another host and command them to march to Avalon. Tell them the north is at war with the Ironborn. Harry ordered. As you wish, my lord. Marwyn bowed before turning to leave the chamber. Oh, and one more thing, Maester Marwyn. My lord. Marwyn paused, looking at Harry curiously. Send one raven to Pike. Tell the Lord Reaper of Pike that winter is coming for House Greyjoy. Harry said coldly. Stannis stared at the barren wasteland that sprawled out before him. He could see nothing but ashes and half-burnt villages and fields for miles. And to think these fields were producing grain enough to feed half of the Stormlands for a decade or two. Stannis thought. The Reach was truly blessed to have such fields with high yields. Such fields had undoubtedly made the Reachmen richer but also made them weak. In Stannis' eyes, the Reachmen, except for the Marcher Lords, had become complacent and too enamored with their feasts and wine. The wealth they accumulated over decades of peace in their lands had sapped their martial powers, if there were any. That was why the Lannisters had such an easy time destroying everywhere they marched in the Reach. This is where we depart, brother. Robert's booming voice reached his ears, making Stannis frown. Even now, Robert is so eager to send me away. Stannis thought. I was the fool for thinking Robert would change. Perhaps, if Robert had said one nice thing to him in the camp, he'd have dissuaded his brother from going further. He'd have told him about the dreams and the whispers of the old gods. But even now, Robert was adamant in keeping him at a distance. Instead, Robert preferred the company of these weak, useless reachlings that preyed on the idiocies and vices of his older brother. Even now, reduced as they were in wealth by Lord Tywin's army, the Reachmen pampered his brother with the finest wines, food, and whores. Some had even started sending their daughters into his brother's bed in hopes of making them the new queen. Don't you have anything to say, Stannis? After all, I'm giving you a great responsibility, said Robert. Stannis reined in the urge to scoff openly at his older brother. Whatever else his brother might be, Robert was his king. He'd not show open defiance or insult to his king before the assembled royal army. I'm honored to lead the troops in your name against Cornfield and Silverhill, your grace. I'll have your banners fly on the seats of House Swift and House Serret. Stannis managed to say that with a straight face. In truth, he was being sent away to attack 2 unimportant seats in the Westerlands while his older brother would lead the invasion into proper Westerlands by attacking Craig Hall. From Craig Hall, Lannisport was only a few leagues away. Stannis realized he was being deliberately kept from fighting some of the most critical battles. The hilly terrain that lay waiting for him would ensure he'd be left fighting a long, drawn-out campaign in the hilly borders of the Westerlands and the Reach. His only chance of quickly concluding the campaign would be if House Swift and House Serret surrendered without long, drawn-out sieges. Undoubtedly, the lack of supplies would also contribute to his woes. The Lannisters had meticulously burned down anything that'd be useful. Therefore, his army would be forced to rely on the provisions they could take and the supplies they'd get from the Reach. Foraging was no longer an option in this war. It was an interesting tactic employed by Lord Tywin. Only time would tell whether the old lion's tactics were effective. The lords of North March would help you take Silverhill. Lord Rowan sent a raven that their troops were gathering at Golden Grove. They've managed to drain the fields and avoid waterlogging in most flood-affected lands. Once you take Cornfield, you are to march to Golden Grove. From there, the entire North March will join you as you march along the banks of the Lesser Mander towards Silverhill. Take the seat of House Serret, and from there, I hope you find a way to take Deep Den from the west. The Knights of the Vale should be placing Deep Den under siege from the east. I shall make sure Lord Lewis Lyddon pay the price of rebelling against the Iron Throne. Stannis said, nodding at his brother. Good. I'm handing you an important task of taking Deep Den and allowing the Vale army to cross into the Westerlands. Do not fuck this up like Dragonstone. Robert growled towards the end, his blue eyes darkening at the mere thought of the escaped Targaryens. Stannis could only grit his teeth at the insult. But he held his tongue and merely nodded as was his duty. Good. Now go, brother. I have my own battles to fight, said Robert before riding away. Stannis watched his brother ride off on his black horse. He shook his head and turned his horse around to face the host of Crownlands and Stormlands troops under his command. The scouts have returned, my lord. There is a small village to the northeast a few leagues away. It's burnt down, but we can set our camp there and send more scouts looking for enemy troops, said Lord Gillian Swan. Then, let's not dally any longer, said Stannis, leading a column of Baratheon soldiers with some of the knights from his wife's family with him. Despite his current situation, he was most eager to crush the Lions of the West. On that sentiment, he was fully supportive of his brother. The time had come for the Westerlands to learn what real war looks like. Stannis was all too happy to show the Westermen waging war with the sturdy men of the Stormlands was a bit different than waging war against defenseless women and babes. Chapter 79, The Demon Wolf P2. Chapter Text. Andryke Drum stared coldly at the men felling the trees and taking the lumber into his flagship. It was truly a shame that he was not allowed more longships under his command. If more ships were under his command, he could have secured more lumber to be transported to the Iron Islands. Wood was the most expensive commodity in the Iron Islands, which made the great houses of the Isles fiercely protective of their forest lands. The unintended consequence being it became so much more expensive to build the Iron Fleet. So, Andryke was forced to secure lumber while the Iron Fleet was reaving across the western shores of the north. However, Andryke was aware it was practically impossible to transport the required lumber for rebuilding the Iron Fleet with their current meager number of ships. Therefore, he had asked the men to safely store some of the lumber in a hidden spot along the shoreline. In time, he hoped to sail into Sea Dragon Point and have the rest of the wood transported to the Iron Islands. If the drowned god blessed them with good fortune, the north would fall under Ironborn control. It'd take months for the northern lords to find this site. By then, he could transport enough lumber for a few ships back home. Move faster, you lazy fools. The northerners will march their entire army to torch our ships much faster than you lazy bums move my timber. Andryke shouted at the men. Move faster, you lazy whores. Move. Andryke could only shake his head as the men rushed to move the lumber faster. It's a good thing the north has a vast shoreline. It'll take time for those tree huggers to find us, said Torwald. Andryke grunted, eyeing the brown-haired man out of the corner of his eyes. He didn't remind the man of the last time they met the northerners in battle near a fishing village. It was by luck that they managed to escape with their ships intact. He also distinctly remembered Torwald Browntooth running away from the fight rather than fighting the northerners. Coward. Andryke thought, turning away from the spineless Ironborn. While Torwald was a shoddy fighter, he had to admit that the man was a good sailor. After all, Torwald was the one who found this spot, and Andryke saw the opportunity to take a good chunk of the wood from the forest. It's a shame, however. If we had more ships, we could transport more wood for the new Iron Fleet, said Torwald. Have you secured the timber inside the ships? Andryke asked. Yes. We've taken abroad as much as we can. Are they bound safely with ropes? I don't want the logs to come undone and crush the men while we're sailing home. Andryke asked. I made sure the logs are bound properly. There's nothing to worry about. Torwald promised. Captain. A sudden shout from one of his ships made Andryke Drum switch his attention from overseeing the transportation of lumber to the crow's nest on the mainmast of his ship. Why's the lookout pointing northeast? There's nothing but trees and hills in that direction. Torwald commented. Andryke was also similarly confused. Maybe the lookout noticed smoke from a nearby camp. Andryke thought. Demon. Storm god, ship, flying. The lookout cried from the crow's nest. Andryke stared at the man sitting atop the mainmast making wild gestures and shouting inaudible nonsense as the winds howled in his ears. Suddenly a huge shadow fell on top of him, covering a large area. Look up, the lookout screamed, pointing wildly at the sky. Andryke noticed a beast floating high in the sky, blocking the sun. He could not help but stare at the huge demonic beast in the sky. Andryke just froze and couldn't move for a moment, just like everyone else. Then he heard someone scream, bringing him back out of the stupor. Archers! Arm yourselves! Andryke cried, keeping his eyes on the giant demonic being in the sky. Could it be the Stark boys' flying ship? Torwald asked fearfully. Those are just rumors of drunkards and womenfolk. Andryke said dismissively. Are you fucking blind? Torwald asked incredulously. Andryke wanted to punch the man, but his attention was captivated by the fact that an opening had formed over the side of the floating object. A door. So, it's a ship of some sort and not a dragon or a flying demon in the service of the storm god. Andryke thought. Andryke squinted his eyes as he saw what he assumed was a woman brandishing a bow from the flying ship. He watched as an arrow released by the woman pierced through the air. He lost sight of the arrow for a moment and was forced to look around him to see whether any of his men were hit. No one was hit, and he found a lone arrow with red tail feathers sticking out on the sand near some of his men. He blinked, and in the next moment, flames were everywhere. Bright yellow and red flames consumed his men whole as if a storm of fire materialized right in the middle of the shore. The heat of the flames was such that Andrike ran back a few paces just to be safe. Screams of his men assaulted his ear, and the smell of burnt flesh took over his nose. He could only watch in horror as the Ironborn, consumed by fire, ran for the sea to put out the fire, eating away their flesh. Some managed to jump into the sea's embrace, but most fell to the ground as the hellish flames claimed their lives. Those that managed to throw themselves at the mercy of the sea continued to scream their hearts out as salt water burned their wounds. The ships! Take the ships into the sea! Andrike screamed, pushing his men to have the ships set sail. Arrows continued to rain down from the sky, claiming more and more lives of his men. In his rush to climb aboard his ship, Andrike fell flat on his face on the floorboard. At that moment, he saw an arrow with white feathers sticking out of the mainmast of his ship. Andrike climbed to his feet, preparing to run away, but the arrow he saw exploded with a bang the next moment. His ears rang as splintered wood shot out everywhere. The mainmast of his ship groaned as it could no longer stand upright. His eyes widened as the enormous wooden mast slowly tilted towards his direction. Andrike didn't wait around to find out what would happen. He ran straight for the railings and jumped over the starboard side. He fell straight into the sea, but he managed to escape death by a hair's breadth. The mainmast was now broken, and managed to crush a few of his men to death. He could only watch helplessly as the rest of his ships were blown to pieces or consumed by unnatural flames. With no hopes left, Andrike swam to the shores, and that was when an arrow fell before him. He just stood there and didn't move as he felt helplessness enter his mind. The arrow exploded, and he was consumed by darkness. When he regained his bearings, Andrike found he could barely move his limbs. His ears picked up the clinking of chains whenever he tried to move his arms and legs. His vision remained blurry for a moment before he regained a semblance of clarity. The first thing he saw was the wooden floor on which he was sitting and the chains that bound his limbs. Andrike shook his head to get a semblance of normalcy to his senses. "Oh, you are awake, pirate!" Andrike heard someone say as he felt a kick on his legs. He could practically feel the sneer in the voice. "Adela, play nice. We don't want our guests to feel unwelcome on our ship." Andrike looked towards the direction from which the sound came. He saw a young boy with black hair staring down at him. "I'm Harrion Stark. What's your name?" Andrike remained silent and merely stared back at the Stark boy impassively while his heart was beating faster. He could not see any overt signs of sorcery on the boy, but he was on guard. "I saw the sigil of a white bone hand on your cloak and armor. You are a drum, aren't you?" Harrion Stark asked, looking into Andrike's eyes. Still, Andrike chose to remain silent. A fist smashed into his right cheek with force when the silence stretched on. "Speak when my lord asks you a question, pirate." Andrike heard someone snarl. "Calm down, Selos. It's only natural for the pirate to lack any decorum. But I'm sure the pirate can learn some manners." "Isn't that right, pirate?" the Stark boy asked with a mocking tone. "We're no pirates, boy. We're Ironborn." Andrike heard someone snarl back. His eyes immediately found a fellow Ironborn bound in chains 5 feet to his right side. "I see. This one talked out of turn, which is so rude. Throw him away." Harrion Stark casually ordered. Andrike gasped in fear as a section of wooden floorboards folded away, revealing the trees and hills underneath at a great distance away. Andrike watched on with apprehension as one of his men was forced up to his feet and thrown down through the open hatch. The Ironborn screamed as he fell to his death. The sound continued to haunt him, but with each passing moment, the scream became distant until only the howling whines remained in his ears. "So, are you ready to talk, pirate? Tell me your name. What is the plan of attack Victarion Greyjoy concocted? How many ships are there in your iron fleet? Where are the rest of the ships?" Harrion Stark asked, grey eyes glowing eerily. But Andrike maintained his silence, refusing to budge. He stared straight into the grey eyes of the Stark boy fearlessly. "I see. Your name is Andrike Drum. Ralph Kenning has 10 longships under his command with orders to capture or burn the ships of Houses Glover and Mormont. 15 ships are under Victarion Greyjoy's command. 5 ships were given to Andrike here, making the total strength of the Iron Fleet 30 longships." Andrike did a double take and stared in horror at the Stark boy. "How?" Andrike asked hoarsely. "How did I know about your little plans?" "That's quite simple. The answers were in your mind, and I simply sought them out," Harrion Stark said with a wide smile. Andrike could only feel revulsion and anger as the Stark boy openly practiced sorcery on him. He tried to attack the Stark boy, but he was held back by the chains. Defiant even when facing an enemy with overwhelming power. "How brave of you," Harrion said, standing up from the chair and coming in level with Andrike's eyes. "I lack enough competent sailors. Should you pledge your undying loyalty to me, I shall offer you a path that leads to a better life than the one that stares at you right now." Andrike couldn't help but scoff at the idiotic boy. "We are Ironborn. Will not follow a measly mutt like you, boy. Andrike snarled. I see. At first, I thought it'd be a good idea to wipe you miserable Ironborn from your equally miserable islands. But then, a thought came to my mind, said Harion, snapping his fingers while looking at Andrike and the rest of the Ironborn prisoners. Why waste years training a bunch of sailors when I could just take you all under my command? You are delusional, boy. No self-respecting Ironborn would submit to a sorcerer like you. Andrike claimed with confidence. Pride, like all emotions, revolve around the individual identity someone takes on. In your case, you and your people pride yourselves in your identity as one of the Ironborn, born and raised in the Iron Isles. You take pride in reaving the world. But identities can be destroyed. The key is to destroy the memories that enshrine the identity. Andrike found himself looking at the pointy end of a strange stick. Fortunately, there is a spell to make that possible. Andrike flinched as he saw a green glow on the tip of the stick. You are a demon spawn. The drowned god will have your soul. Andrike shouted, straining against the chains. Don't worry. I'll make sure your drowned god understands the folly of standing against a demon wolf. Harry said sardonically, before using the memory charm. Obliviate. Good work, Anya, said Harry, looking at the fine work of his first student from the airship. Thank you, my lord. Anya bowed, her long black hair now wrapped in a bun behind her head. The Ironborn longships continued to burn while the sea worked tediously to drown the broken parts of the ships. The survivors were now bereft of their memories as he had taken his time to wipe out their identity sense their memories with regards to sailing. For the time, he had essentially molded them into a bunch of mindless sailors. But he was confident they'd slowly build a new life in Avalon. He'd be giving them the vaunted second chance Dumbledore used to harp on about. It was only that Harry enforced this second chance in his design with no room for conscious choice. Also, he did it out of self-interest rather than a genuine desire to reform some good-for-nothing pirates. He'd have killed them all, but he desperately needed a skilled workforce to build ships and sail them. It was quite fortunate that the Ironborn fell into his grasp like this. It was only when he calmed down enough to think it through that he realized Balong Greyjoy had actually given him a precious resource by invading the north. Not only did the Lord of Pike enforce the belief in the Northern Lords for the need of a fleet, but he also gave Harry the opportunity to poach the skilled sailors from the Iron Islands. If he was lucky enough, he could perhaps buy out the Iron Islands from King Robert. Maybe, he could even manipulate King Robert and claim paramountcy over the Iron Islands. But before such plans could be set in motion, House Greyjoy needed to be culled, and therein lay a huge problem in the form of Theon Greyjoy. Even if Harry were to kill all Greyjoys in the Iron Islands, Theon would inherit Pike. Unfortunately, he didn't have the heart to kill Theon over the ownership of the Iron Islands. Therefore, he was going for the next best thing. Harry was going to steal all the best sailors and warriors of the Iron Islands under the guise of war. Was this really necessary, my lord? Anya asked, looking uncomfortably at the unconscious Ironborn inside the airship. Desperate times require desperate measures. While we may face such mundane enemies, Harry nodded in the direction of the Ironborn. We must never forget our greatest enemy lies beyond the wall. Morality won't deliver you victory when death is your enemy. My lord. Anya bowed her head, properly chastised. What shall we do next, my lord? Shall we wait for Victarion Greyjoy ships? No doubt, he'll come looking for Drum and his men. Silos Pool asked. Harry looked south, where the sky and the sea became one. He could stay and wait for Victarion Greyjoy to show up. It'd be easy to have the Iron Fleet destroyed on this shore. But he was not in a hurry to have the Iron Fleet destroyed when he was after the human resource of the Iron Islands. Most of all, the Ironborn need to be made an example of what happens to his enemies. That should send a proper message to the SSE and his enemies in the south. No. Let Victarion Greyjoy run to his islands with his tail between his legs. We'll focus on destroying the 10 ships attacking Deepwood Motte and the Bear Islands, said Harry, taking a look at the map of the north and placing a small wolf figure on the Bear Islands. After that, we'll pay a visit to Pike. Stannis was feeling a swell of disappointment as he stared at the open gates of Cornfield. He should have felt a sense of accomplishment for the surrender of House Swift, but he felt no thrill in this victory. It's my fault. I expected Sir Harry Swift would hold out and remain defiant to the end. Stannis thought, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Instead, the Knight of Cornfield raised the white flag on his castle after 2 salvos of boulders were thrown at the walls of Cornfield from his siege engines. It was quite a disappointing sight to witness and a waste of time and resources as well. If House Swift had surrendered after seeing the army camped outside his walls, all the days spent building siege engines and sending scouts around the castle to look for its weakness could have been avoided. At the precipice of victory at Cornfield, Stannis only felt like he had wasted 3 weeks. My prince, look. We have riders inbound. Sir Axel Florence said. Stannis grunted. Lord Swan, Sir Axel. Accompany me. Stannis found 2 men riding their horses towards him bearing the white standard. He urged his horse forward into a trot but otherwise didn't move farther away from the range of his archers. He knew enough to mistrust the Westermen to try some underhanded tricks on the field, even if it was under the white flag. As far as he was concerned, the Westermen were no better than the Dornishmen. "My lords. I'm Sir Harry's Swift. This is my son and heir, Sir Stefan." Sir Harry's Swift introduced. Stannis remained silent and merely observed the Knight of Cornfield and his heir. Sir Harry's was an older man with a small white beard and a bald head. His eyebrows were hardly visible, and the man had pale blue eyes. The knight wore a green doublet with a blue rooster stitched into a small patch of yellow near his chest. Sir Stefan, on the other hand, was young with black hair and brown eyes. "My lords. House Swift is sworn to serve House Lannister, and my daughter and grandchildren remain in Lanny Sport. You must understand why I had to stand with Lord Tywin despite knowing the folly of his cause," Sir Harry Swift said with bowed head. "We were under the impression it was because of your daughter's marriage to Sir Kevin Lannister, my lord. Nevertheless, I applaud your decision to surrender, but we have terms," Stannis said sternly. "I ask for nothing but the safety of my family, including my daughter and her children," Sir Harry Swift said, looking nervously at everyone. "You know as well as we do that Prince Stannis cannot speak for the safety of your daughter and her children, sire. But we can make sure King Robert and his Grace's allies are informed of your surrender, and should we find your daughter and grandchildren, they shall be treated fairly," Lord Gillian Swan promised. "That is acceptable, my lord." Sir Harry's bowed his head, showing off his bald head. "We'll have 2 hostages from you, Sir Swift. Your son shall ride with me while your granddaughter shall serve as a lady-in-waiting for Lady Erwin Oakhart at Old Oak for the duration of the war. You shall raise the Barthian standard in your castle and swear allegiance to King Robert. Your men shall also join us in our campaign." Stannis paused, staring at the 2 men. "I consider these terms reasonable. Do you accept them?" He watched the father and son exchange a look before agreeing to the terms he offered. Half an hour later, Stannis watched the banner of the crowned stag fluttering over Cornfield. It was just a start, but soon he'd see to it that the Baratheon banners fly over Silver Hill and Deep Den. It was only a matter of time. But he felt like the deciding battle would be the siege of Lanny Sport. He wondered how that was going for the Lannisters with House Martell and Redwyne placing the city under siege from the sea. Chapter 80, The Woes of a Stag and a Viper. Chapter text. Robert was at his wits' end with the march towards Craig Hall. There was no other way to describe the march along the ocean road other than hell. If there was a hell in Westeros, he had seen it as he marched his army into the Westerlands. Wherever the Lannister army had marched, it burned everything to the ground in the reach. Whole villages were burnt, fields were burnt down, the small folk butchered, and wells were covered in mud and slime, making the water useless. Everything north of Old Oak was burnt to the ground, forcing his army to create a long line of supply lines as foraging was out of option. Robert had thought this would stop once they reached the borders of the Westerlands. Instead, it was the same inside the borders of the Westerlands. Nothing of worth was left standing in the land. It looked as if the Lannister army had looted the vast tracts of lands north of Old Oak. If there was something the Lannister army couldn't take with them, they burned it or destroyed it in some way. Some wells were filled with dead animals and mud, but their scouts had found a few wells with clean water. But it turned out to be a costly mistake to depend on the water from the wells the scouts found. The few men that unfortunately drank the water from the wells shat themselves to death. It took them a while to find out that the water in the wells that they assumed were clean water was instead filled with poison of some sort. Even the maesters in his camp were hard-pressed to find what sort of poison the Lannisters were using. Some of the maesters had suggested the Lannister men had used a combination of poisons leaving unpredictable symptoms. This had left the maesters facing difficulty in treating the men without proper medicine. Ravens had been sent to the citadel asking for aid, but he didn't know how that would pan out. Even if the citadel sent forth some expert maesters, it'd take time for them to travel through the ocean road to reach his camp. He was not keen on waiting around for some old men in grey robes to travel from Old Town to take the fight to the Lannisters. Therefore, he had men dig new wells along their path to Craig Hall for clean water while leaving the poisoned soldiers behind in supply depots his army built along the ocean road. It was a bit tricky to dig up new wells because of the hilly terrain of the Westerlands. But it was better than waiting around forever to have clean water transported from the Reach. However, food remained a problem for the army, which had to be transported along the ocean road. Robert looked at the burnt remains of a village with a noticeable frown on his face atop his horse. He felt 2 of his Kingsguard knights slip into his flanks. Robert eyed Sir Barristan and Sir Aerys Oakhart. "Tell me, Sir Barristan. What do you think happened to the small folk in this village?" Robert asked, looking at the knight touted as the bold by the 7 kingdoms. "They must have been relocated to Craig Hall, your grace," said Sir Barristan. Robert grunted before turning his sights on Sir Aerys Oakhart. "What do you think?" "Your grace." Sir Aerys blinked, looking taken aback at the question. "What do you think happened to the small folk of the villages we found along the way?" Robert asked. Lord Tywin would have taken away the small folk from the villages like Sir Barry Stan said. However, I think the able-bodied small folk might have been forcibly conscripted into the Lannister army, with their family kept as hostages. Perhaps, they might be in Lannisport or Craig Hall. Or, Sir Aerys trailed off with an uncomfortable look. Or, Robert prodded. Or Lord Tywin must have killed them all. Without too many men, he'll have fewer mouths to feed, allowing Lord Tywin to conserve his resources. Robert grunted, hearing the Kingsguard knights loud and clear. I agree. I wouldn't put it past those greedy blonde-haired cunts to do something like that. I should have listened to Ned that day after the sack of King's Landing and hauled those Lannisters to the wall or the block. Robert growled, looking north where the rest of the ocean road was now sprawled out between several rocky cliffs and woods on either side. Your Grace, the camp is ready. Perhaps, you'd be partial to spending some time under the tent's shade, said Sir Barry Stan. Yet. Spending time inside the tent. That's all I've been doing. Robert growled, frowning at the road ahead before retreating into the tent. When night came, Robert remained inside his tent, drunk out of his mind while cracking jokes at the expense of his guests. So, you're saying you ran out of the Crofter's home after fucking his wife while you thought it was the man's daughter? Robert laughed. Your Grace. To this day, Annie hasn't forgiven me and refuses to believe I mistakenly snuck in through the wrong window. Her mother, on the other hand, is always welcoming. Beric Dondarrion smirked as the men laughed and raised cups in his honor. Tell it true, Dondarrion. Robert didn't get to finish his question as he heard screams from outside his tent. Rushing outside his tent with an assortment of knights and lords from the Stormlands and the Reach, he was greeted by the sight of a large volley of lit arrows falling down from the night sky. We're under attack. Take cover. Robert screamed, taking a shield from nearby and holding it over his head. He fell to a knee and angled his body in a position that gave him maximum cover under the shield. He was joined by many like-minded knights, looking to stay put and brave the volley of arrows rather than make a run for it. Your Grace. Sir Aerys Oakheart joined him, locking shields with him, giving him more cover. Good man. Robert nodded at the Kingsguard knight. Your Grace, here, take this. Sir Aerys offered his white helmet. Robert merely shook his head as arrows began to bounce off his shield with distinct thudding sounds when they found their mark. We slowly retreat with each step towards the tent. My hammer and armor are in the tent, said Robert. All right, Your Grace. Sir Aerys said. Together they moved slowly under the constant barrage of arrows. Robert could only grit his teeth as more and more arrows rained down on top of them while screams of the men filled the night sky. Robert crawled back into his tent with Sir Aerys by his side. He managed to take God's grief into his hand and take on a helmet as well. He had no time or luxury to put on his armor because his tent caught fire. Robert immediately exited the tent with Sir Aerys by his side. They found Sir Barry Stan waiting outside with his shield raised over his head, ready for battle. Your Grace. Sir Barry Stan. Let's go kill some lions. Robert bellowed, running straight in the direction the arrows were coming from before the Kingsguard knights could say anything. Your Grace. Wait. Robert ignored all the calls for caution as he was itching for blood. His antlered helmet and the gleaming warmer let the men know their king was leading an attack against the enemy. To me. To me. Robert shouted, running towards the edge of the camp, rallying the men towards him for an attack. To the king. To the king. Baratheon. Many more shouts joined him, and Robert lived the moment. He could feel his blood dance in joy as the thrill of battle overcame him. This was what he missed, the thrill of staring death in the face in the field. Raising his warmer high for all to see, Robert led the men towards the enemy, but to his displeasure, he could see the enemy was retreating. He could hear the sound of hooves disappearing into the distance, but he was unwilling to let them escape that easily. He didn't brave volleys of arrows to turn back halfway from a battle. Therefore, he ordered the charge of the cavalry to ride down the attackers hiding in the dark. Sir Barry Stan quickly arrived at his side with a horse for him. Robert was quick to climb over the horse, but he refused to retreat as Sir Barry Stan suggested. Your Grace, we are getting spread out and separated from the camp. Sir Barry Stan warned. We're losing the high ground. Our men will be more vulnerable to enemy archers. Robert just grunted. Forward, he yelled. Howling sounds filled the air all of a sudden as a volley of fire arrows once again filled the night sky. To Robert, it looked like small falling stars as the flamed arrows rained down on his army. He immediately raised his shield, braving the volley of arrows head-on without surrendering his equanimity. Fire arrows were less dangerous when there was nothing around to catch fire. Fire arrows tend to have heavier arrowheads which also blunted the arrow, making it less dangerous than regular arrows. He urged his horse forward, never breaking a stride despite the arrows raining down on him. He could feel he was just climbing a slope with the ground littered with arrows that were aflame. If it weren't for the heat of the battle, he'd have stopped to admire the beautiful sight of little specks of light littered across the ground on a night that had barely any moonlight. However, Robert was forced to pull on the reins of his horse and come to a stop as the enemy launched round objects dipped in oil that immediately caught flame once they rolled over the flame arrows littering the ground. "Oh, fuck!" Robert grunted, struggling to control his horse as the globes of flames rolled down the slope, picking up traction with every passing second. The rolling mass of fire crashed into his men, who were struggling to turn away from the approaching fire. To make matters worse, more arrows rained down on them. Robert grunted when an arrow punched into his thighs. "Your Grace! We must retreat. We are in the range of their archers," Sir Baristan said, coming to his side, keeping a shield over Robert as an extra layer of protection. "No." Robert grunted. "We can't see them because of the darkness. We'll lose more men if we press on," Sir Baristan warned. Robert could feel the rage build up in him at his inability to crush some skulls. However, he was not blithe about the situation he found himself in. "Your Grace! They're throwing tumbleweeds made into a roll," Sir Ares said. Robert dithered for a moment watching the men around him scream and stampede as they were either lit on fire or they were being peppered with arrows. He cast one look towards the enemy hiding in the shadows and then at the bloodied men. His mind wavered. "Retreat!" Robert ordered, turning his horse around. Riding back to the camp, he was once more overcome with the same emotions he felt when Tarly routed his army at Ashford. The only saving grace was that he lost fewer men here than in the Battle of Ashford. At least, he hoped that was the case. "Help! Please no! Help!" Harry's eyes twitched in irritation at the constant moaning and crying for help from the half-burnt bodies littered on the shore of the Iron Islands. Sectum Sempra. The dark cutting curse cleaved through the neck of two iron-born reavers. Their heads hit the floor, their bodies twitching on the sand with blood pooling around them, turning the white sands of the island into dark red. "That's better," Harry muttered, enjoying the peace and quiet that prevailed in the wake of the death of the two pirate scum. He watched the tides continue to crash into the shores, occasionally bringing planks of wood or even just dismembered bodies of his enemies. Such a waste. Harry shook his head at all the death and destruction that was before him. Harry had extended an olive branch out of the goodness of his heart, asking for the surrender of the Ironborn. He had used the sonorous charm to amplify his voice and promised to give them a second chance from his airship. When he gave the offer, the Ironborn responded by launching a scorpion bolt at him, which was very rude. He thought he was teaching the Ironborn idiots a lesson when he had the entire ship consumed in fire, burning the crew alive in their precious ship. Apparently, the Ironborn were thick-headed morons who didn't seem to have inherited survival instincts. The remaining Ironborn ships tried to attack him instead of surrendering, which just pissed him off. That was a terrible move from the remaining Ironborn. He had their ships destroyed in quick order, and the survivors were summarily executed, except for the thralls and a few useful sailors. Harry set his eyes on the flying carpet that was coming towards his position after scouting around the wreckage of the ships. Harry had modified the initial set of enchantments to make the flying carpet into a small scouting vessel for some of his students to use. The problem was that only Anya could use the carpet effectively, since she was the only one with the skill to use a power ring among his students properly. He had a feeling Elsira Snow would also have that skill, but she had yet to properly control her outbursts of magic. She was clairvoyant when it came to magic, but her struggles remained in controlling the enormous magical power she was blessed with. John also had the potential capability to use magic to control the carpet, but Harry had not tested it out yet. After all, he had yet to give any proper training to John other than some reading material that explained some of the basic training exercises John could use. The carpet hovered a few feet away from the sandy beach, allowing Anya and Kyla to walk out of the carpet. "No more survivors?" Harry asked, looking at his two students who had mastered the special bows he had gifted them. "None, my lord," Anya replied, her black hair bellowing behind her back, but that could not hide a few arrows missing in her quiver. Harry didn't comment on that, as he knew Anya despised the Ironborn with a passion. It'd take a genuinely insane person to like the Ironborn in general. The Ironborn were a leech to civilization in the grand scheme of things. Their entire culture was poised to wage war on the basic concepts of a functioning society. From what he had learned, the Ironborn were little better than the Dothraki barbarians of Essos. The world won't miss them if a few more wind up dead. Good. With most ships of the Iron Fleet destroyed, we can focus on the invasion of the Iron Islands. Have the word sent to the lords to assemble their men at Avalon. It's time Pike gets another visit from the men of the north, said Harry. "My lord." "Look," said Kyla, pointing to the distance where banners could be seen fast approaching them. "It's the Mormonts," said Harry, noticing the bare banners carried along by the group. Suddenly, Harry felt his magical senses feel a strong echo of magical power from the island. He turned his sights westward, where he could feel something calling out to him. As the group approached him, he felt the call of magic from the island become much sharper. The group of Mormont men came to a stop at a respectable distance and dismounted their horses. It was only when the leader of the group removed the helmet that Harry realized not all in the group were men. "Lord Harrion." On behalf of House Mormont, I welcome you to our lands, said Daisy Mormont, bowing at her waist. Lady Daisy. Harry nodded at the heir of House Mormont, noting that the Daisy was wearing boiled leather armor with a green cloak around her shoulders. You've relieved us from the raids of the Iron Fleet, Lord Harryan. House Mormont would be honored to host you and your people in our halls. Harry kept only an ear out for what Daisy Mormont was saying while most of his focus was on the echo of magical energy he was picking up. It was almost like a magical beacon without a map to pinpoint the location. It was frustrating not to know. He turned his focus on Daisy, who was looking expectantly at him. Yes. I'll be happy to spend time with your family. I'll also be in need of your ravens, said Harry, changing some of his plans on the dime. Harry gathered he could just send ravens to hasten the preparations in Avalon. The Iron Islands were not going anywhere. He could afford to spend a few days in the Bear Islands to check out the magical energy signature he was picking up. The fact that the Mormonts were desperately trying to ingratiate themselves into his good graces should be a boon in tracking down the origin of this magical energy. Strangely, he was finding a similarity between the magic he felt from the Bear Islands and that of Nymeria Sand. It was just a feeling, but often his feelings tended to be true. Thinking about Nymeria brought him thoughts about the war in the Westerlands. I wonder whether Oberyn is close to getting his revenge for Elia Martell. Harry thought. Oberyn Martell took a deep breath. There was a strange silence that hung in the air. The clouds were fast getting filled with dark clouds. He hoped the wind would carry away the rain clouds, as rain would give the defenders of Lannisport an advantage. 12 days had passed since the siege began, and Oberyn had enjoyed every day, unlike some. The Lannisters were kind enough to send out sorties to destroy their siege engines, and he enjoyed cutting them down with great pleasure. While the siege engines of House Redwyne were important, the city would not fall with those tricks. The walls surrounding the city were too well built to fall with siege engines and too high for ladders or siege towers to be effective. The best bet to make the city fall into their hands was deep mining. That was why he had the Dornish army focus on digging a tunnel southwest part of the city. Unfortunately, the rocky terrain surrounding the city was proving to be a hindrance in quickly completing the tunnel before the Lannisters found out. Draining the last drips of Dornish red in his cup, Oberyn walked out of his tent with his spear in hand. My prince. Lord Franklin. Oberyn nodded at the Lord of Skerich and a capable warrior. Oberyn had given the command of the Dornish army that was fighting together with Pakester Redwyne and Baelor Hightower to Lord Franklin Fowler. While Lord Fowler ensured the Dornish presence in the attempts made by the Reachmen to scale the walls of the city, Oberyn looked after the progress of the deep mining. Did Redwyne stop tire of the siege? I don't see any significant movement from the Reachmen. Oberyn commented, both of them walking towards the southern corner of their camp. Lord Redwyne has decided to use siege towers to make an attempt on the city walls. He is waiting to see whether it'll rain today. It'd be a significant advantage for us if that were the case. Lord Franklin pointed out. Not so much of an advantage. Rainwater will flood our tunnel, hampering our efforts, said Oberyn. That's unfortunately true. How far along are we with the tunnel, my prince? Lord Fowler asked. Not far enough. The ground is hard, filled with large rocks. It'll take us maybe 2 or 3 weeks to finish the tunnel. Oberyn said unhappily. Oberyn felt a cold breeze pass through him, making him look at the sky. A small drop of water fell on his nose, making him frown at the sky. The gods are cruel. Oberyn thought, looking at the sky with lugubrious eyes. One drop became many in a matter of a few seconds, making Oberyn let out a curse. The warhorns from the Reachmen came a few minutes later, signaling the beginning of their attack. Go, Lord Franklin. Good hunting, said Oberyn. Oberyn didn't waste any moment and ordered the men to set up some supports inside the tunnel. He also ordered the men to retreat outside the tunnel if the rain persisted immediately and the tunnel caved in. To his displeasure, the rain showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it was strengthening, threatening the tunnel they had painstakingly dug over the last 2 weeks. He spent some time overseeing the men safely sent inside to mount support beams along the length of the tunnel. My prince. Oberyn looked up from the work of his men to see Sir Ryan Illyrian approach him. Lord Redwyne has started the assault. I want channels cut around our tunnels to lead the rainwater away from our tunnel as much as possible. Do it fast. Oberyn ordered before taking his leave with Sir Ryan by his side. When he found a good vantage point to look at the battle, he found 3 siege towers being moved against the city's walls. The Reachmen are fortunate. The rain will keep the city garrison aiming properly with their siege engines. Their hot oil also won't be as effective either. Sir Ryan said excitedly as the siege towers drew closer towards the city's walls. Do you think they'll manage to breach? Sir Ryan trailed off as horns blared from the other side. Oberyn watched as the city's defenders sent a sortie against the Reachmen. We'll see soon enough, my friend. Soon enough, said Oberyn, once the screams of men filled the air as they began killing each other in earnest. Chapter 81, Godkiller. Chapter text. Harry was quite right to think there was something different about Bear Island. He had known it the moment he set foot on the island. As expected, Maege Mormont had thrown her daughters at him to please him or even just shamelessly tried to entice him to one of her daughters. That was the natural reaction he expected from all the northern houses. This time, it had the added benefit of gaining him the opportunity to take a closer look at Daisy Mormont. He had known there was something seriously different about Daisy Mormont the first time he met her at Winterfell. It was almost like he was getting an otherworldly presence from the island and Daisy Mormont. That was why after reaching the castle of Mormonts, he sneaked out of his room in the middle of the night to study Daisy Mormont. To his surprise, he came across Daisy Mormont taking her leave out of the castle. The guards, for some odd reason, were sleeping soundly in their posts. Harry kept a safe distance away from the heir of House Mormont on a flying carpet while Daisy rode off into the woods on a horse she commandeered out of the stables. It was a bit difficult to keep up with the Mormont heir on the carpet, but he could track her rather easily. Daisy Mormont was like a lone bright star in the vastness of space. He could track her without even using a tracking spell, as he could feel her with his magical senses. It was like watching a moving well of chaotic magical power. Even if Harry wanted to ignore it, he couldn't help but notice Daisy Mormont. He was not stupid enough to follow Daisy without any protection. Harry understood there was a chance that she was being used as bait. Therefore, he took certain precautions just in case. He released an additional flying carpet and made it hover high in the night sky. In case of an emergency, the carpet would function as his backup while he followed Daisy into the woods. For nearly an hour, Daisy rode her horse through the woods without a stop until, finally, she came to a stop near a wide pond. Harry willed the carpet to stop and hovered safely, hidden behind a tree branch. It was a little bit dark for him to see everything in detail, but he could make out Daisy Mormont walking around the pond until she stopped before a huge tree. Luckily enough, the clouds shielding the half-moon moved aside, shining some much-needed moonlight around the pond. Under the auspices of the light provided by the celestial body orbiting the planet, Harry saw a heart tree that looked far different from all the other trees he had ever seen. Unlike the usual heart trees he had seen, this one lacked a white bark, and instead, it was completely green. The 5-pointed leaves remained red in color. The face carved on the tree was pale white, with red sap dripping out of its eyes. Harry took out a telescope and zoomed in using the magical lens inside to get a closer look. He saw Daisy Mormont kneeling before the heart tree and whispering something against the carved face. When the Mormont heir stepped back, the eyes of the tree glowed with an ominous red color. The waves of magical that washed over the area was tremendous. Harry's eyes widened at the scale of power that he was witnessing, exuding from the heart tree. It was as if he was in the presence of Dumbledore and Voldemort or even the ice dragon he met at Skane. Incredible! Harry thought, witnessing the surge of magical power from within the heart tree. The telescope's magic allowed him to witness veins of energy passing inside the trunk of the heart tree. It was unlike the heart trees he had seen in the mainlands of Westeros. It's almost as if... Yes. I'm not part of the old gods, a voice suddenly whispered into Harry's ears. Harry was startled to see that he was discovered so easily despite the notice me not charm he had applied on himself and his flying carpet. The green sheen on the heart tree rippled before it folded into one small space. The entire green color separated from the heart tree and became a green-skinned creature with 2 golden antlers growing out of its forehead and bright yellow eyes. The creature had long brown hair with streaks of green in it. It also looked humanoid, with 2 legs and 2 arms, along with a pair of ears. The heart tree is now pale white like the other trees. Harry noted. Come now, Harry Stark. I mean you no harm, the creature spoke once again, but its brown lips never moved for its sound to reach him, which was fascinating. He was sure the creature was not speaking into his mind. He could clearly hear the words being spoken through his ears. It was some kind of magically amplified speech which was fascinating to witness. With some trepidation in his mind, he urged the carpet to lower to the ground near the pond. The moment his feet touched the ground, Harry expanded his senses, trying to decipher any hidden traps on the ground. But he could find nothing that was threatening or with malicious intent within his immediate vicinity. Who are you? What are you doing with Lady Daisy? Harry asked, keeping his hands behind while also summoning the Elder Wand into his hand once he noticed a cloud of dense magical energy covering the irises of Daisy Mormont. My name is YGG. As for Daisy, you need not worry. She is my daughter, and this was the only way for me to ensure you'd come to visit me. Harry openly gaped at the creature for a moment before he forcibly schooled his features to be neutral. He analyzed the creature that claimed its name was YGG and Daisy Mormont, who looked like she was in dream. In all his studies of ancient myths surrounding the North, he had never come across this YGG character. If he were to judge the creature by its appearance, then he'd have assumed it was one of the illustrious green men that were supposedly inhabiting the Isle of Faces. Or if he were to dip into the lores of his home world, then he'd have called it a variant of the Dryad. Harry had met Dryads in his time and they had more in common with the children of forest than this creature. Say I believe you, why are you still holding Daisy under your thrall? Harry asked, clamping down shields around his mind and preparing himself to use the mind arts against the creature if need be to release Daisy Mormont. I do not wish for her to know of her ancestry. Not do I wish for her siblings or her mother to know about my existence. The less they know, the better they'll be shielded from the other gods. YGG said. That did not necessarily put Harry to ease. In fact, YGG's response only made him more alarmed. The fact that Maege Mormont did not even know that she had a daughter with a creature like YGG set off alarm bells in Harry's mind. With a start, Harry realized he had never known who was the husband of Maege Mormont. He racked his brain for any shred of details about Maege Mormont's husband and there was nothing he could recollect. It was as if the husband of Maege Mormont was shielded by. Harry's eyes widened as the realization set in. A personalized form of Fidelius's charm that protects the identity of Maege Mormont's husband. Harry theorized. It should be an impossible feat for any ordinary creature to pull off. But he supposed YGG was nuanced enough to pull off such a complicated piece of magic. What do you want with me? Harry asked finally, realizing that he needed to bide his time to see what was going on between the spirits. You are at war with the Ironborn, are you not? YGG asked. Yes. What concern is the Ironborn to you? Harry asked back. Let's just say that I have an interest in those islands. But first, let me give you some valuable information if you seek to destroy them to their roots. Now, Harry was interested a little bit. The Ironborn were somehow connected to YGG. And for some reason, a creature as powerful as YGG was somehow asking him to destroy the Ironborn. The red flags continued to rise in his mind as he thought about his current predicament. If you have this valuable information that could destroy the Ironborn to their roots, why don't you use it and destroy them? Harry asked. Because, I am a god. Unlike you mortals, I'm forbidden from interfering with mortal affairs, said YGG. Oh. Is that so? Harry coolly said, gripping the Elder Wand tightly in preparation for what was to come next. Yes. If I act against the Ironborn, I'll trigger retribution from the drowned god against the people of Bear Island. The only way to dismantle the Ironborn is to strike hard and fast against the drowned god himself and kill him. It'll weaken the hold he has on the people of the Iron Islands. Harry paused his plans to attack and possibly kill YGG. The drowned god? You know where this drowned god is and how to kill it? Harry frowned at the green-skinned creature. Yes, of course. I shall even aid you in ending the tyranny of the Kraken, young Stark, said YGG. What if the old gods deem you a threat and come after you? Asked Harry, fishing to see how the creature would respond to the old gods. I've lived on this island for thousands of years. The old gods have never seen a reason to make any hostile moves against my domain. I don't see how that's going to change suddenly with the threat looming from beyond the wall. Harry remained skeptical of the claims made by YGG, mostly because he had no means to verify them. Ignotus had never mentioned a god that goes by the name of YGG to him. This left Harry in a quandary as he was left with little to no information. It'd be impetuous of him to act with information solely given by YGG. And that meant only one thing. He had to contact the old gods and get a second opinion. It was likely that YGG was born after the time of Ignotus Peverell's arrival in Westeros. Why do you want the drowned god killed? Harry asked. To know that, you must know the origin of the drowned god and how I came to be on this island. I have enough time for a story, said Harry, transfiguring a pebble into a chair and making himself comfortable. Harry cautiously levitated Daisy Mormont beside him on the flying carpet. The heiress of House Mormont was soundly asleep, ignorant of the happenings in the world outside. There was nothing else to be done for Daisy besides waiting for her to recover from the effects of suspended animation. You'll need this when you face that old Kraken, said YGG, placing a golden arrow that was carved out of one of the stray branches of his antlers. I'll keep that in mind. Harry replied, taking the arrow into his hands and storing it away in an expanded pouch secured on his belt. Don't forget to plant those saplings I gave you, said YGG. I won't. So long as you don't forget what's required of you, YGG, said Harry. He pointed his wand at the horse Daisy had liberated from the stables and fired off a spell. Relatio. The harness on the horse was magically removed, and he slapped the horse on its back. The horse rode away into the wild, gaining his freedom. He willed the carpet to rise easily, climbing over the top of the tree line. The spare carpet that was flying high in the sky rushed towards him and settled a few feet near Harry on the carpet. All right then. Back to Mormont Keep. Harry muttered, willing the carpet to fly straight for the castle. Once they reached the keep, Harry carefully levitated Daisy Mormont into the bed in her room. The heiress of House Mormont snored the moment her head hit the pillow. Letting out a relieved sigh, Harry carefully extracted himself from the room and slipped into his quarters through the open window. Once he was safely inside his room, he warded the place to the bone before taking out the saplings and golden arrow YGG gifted him. According to YGG, the arrow contained a significant portion of divine energy amassed by YGG over the years. Harry wholeheartedly denied there was anything divine in the energy consecrated inside the arrow. It was old magic, shaped by the intent of a being taken birth in the spirit realm. That was the only speciality the arrow had. In fact, Harry felt confident he could drain the energy inside the arrow and turn that energy into a more powerful tool with his own modifications. He was not going to waste such a powerful source of energy capable of destroying a god go to waste on a measly arrow. Then his attention went to the saplings he received from YGG. Harry felt like this was a more dangerous piece of spirit weapon than anything else. After all, he was intimately familiar with weapons of a similar kind from his interactions with the old gods. He had weaponized the weirwood saplings to increase the reach of the old gods and to unleash the restraints on magic in Westeros. To see the same trick he used to increase magic's presence in the world being duplicated by YGG did not sit well with him. So, he took out a glass vial and began enchanting it to contain the magic of the saplings. After that, he stuffed all the saplings into the vial, which was also enchanted with space expansion charms. Harry decided to hold back on planting the saplings until he got a positive response from the old gods. The last thing he wanted was for the old gods to turn on him. Not that he was afraid of the little buggers. It was just that he was smart enough to pick his battles one at a time. Besides, the old gods have so far been a good sport. He was not going to bomb their current common ground on a misunderstanding. Therefore, Harry stayed put in Mormont Keep as the guest of House Mormont for the next few days, waiting for word from Avalon. It was a bright morning in the Mormont Keep, and Harry was looking over the mythical stories surrounding the Iron Islands within the library. Maester Alaric was by his side as he pored over some old tomes and scrolls containing some of the old tales surrounding the founding of House Mormont and their age-old feud with the Ironborn. The exact origins of House Mormont are lost to time, my lord. But almost all records point to the fact that King Roderick Stark claimed the Iron Islands from the Ironborn. The Bear Islands was given to a warrior by the name of Strider the Bear Hunter, who took up the name of Strider Mormont. Some masters in the Citadel believe Strider might be a bastard half-brother of King Roderick Stark. Maester Alaric explained. I want to know more about the origins of the Ironborn. More specifically, I want to know what sort of religion the Iron Islands and the Bear Island followed during the old times, said Harry, staring at the Maester of Mormont Keep. Maester Alaric rubbed his grey beard thoughtfully. I'm afraid there are no tomes in this library that contains the origins of the Ironborn. Such rare tomes might be available in the Citadel. However, it's a popular theory in the Citadel that the Ironborn followed the old gods before they began worshipping the drowned god. I see. Harry murmured. What about the Bear Island? What religion did the people of Bear Island follow? Despite the rule of Ironborn, very little evidence could be found whether the people of Bear Island worshipped the drowned god. There are some scrolls containing testaments of old that speak of rituals performed by the Lord of Bear Island. Some of those rituals have continued to this day. Otherwise, the people have always worshipped the old gods. Maester Alaric explained. Harry nodded at the Maester before going back to reading up the scrolls. Maester Alaric suggested to see whether any of the rituals were mentioned in detail. There were some obscure crude rituals performed by the Winter Kings of old. Therefore, he was looking to see whether there were any similarities between the old ways that were followed in Bear Island and mainland North. He had no interest in learning the culture or history of Bear Island. His interest lay purely in corroborating the origin story YGG told him. According to YGG, the spirit was native to the Iron Islands. At some point, the greenskin spirit was expelled by the arrival of the drowned god. Harry found it more interesting that YGG was bonded to the weirwood trees the old gods inhabited. Apparently, the old gods had some sort of pact going on to share their abode with some spirits like YGG after the children sank the arm of Dorne to stop the migration of first men. And this pact kept the old gods and YGG out of any conflict. YGG was supposed to be the guardian of the seas by commanding the Iron Islands while the old gods reigned supreme over the mainland. No matter how many tomes and scrolls Harry pored over in the library, he could not find any mention of other religions in Westeros. The closest he found that resembled YGG was from a passing mention of the Green Men of the Isle of Faces and Garth Greenhand. The Green Men were the mythical guardians of the Isle of Faces, where the children and the first men came to a pact that stopped their war. Garth Greenhand, on the other hand, was revered as a god at some time and had a similar look to YGG. I suppose, I could learn more if the old gods were in a sharing mood. Harry thought. Not that he hadn't tried. He had tried to talk to the old gods through the Godswood of Mormont Keep. His attempts were met with silence from the old gods. Either they were giving him a cold shoulder, or they couldn't hear him. He had even used legilimency on Maege Mormont to see whether the lady of House Mormont held some secrets in her mind. He came up with nothing. Disappointed with the lack of any findings, Harry turned to the next best thing. He decided to construct a weapon that could kill a god. From the folded space of his magical pouch, Harry took out the rune-powered forge and set it up in his room under heavy wards. He poured down ingots of enriched steel into the forge along with sawdust of weirwood. The rune-fueled forge lit up with white fire as Harry charged the runes. While the metal quickly began to fuse together, Harry shifted his focus to transfer the magical power trapped in the golden arrow YGG gifted him. Using the Elder Wand, Harry began binding the magical energy trapped in the arrow into the layers of metal. As his spell forging techniques took effect, the metal layers began entrapping the energy from the arrow under Harry's enchantments. After draining the last embers of magic from the golden arrow, Harry began using the folding techniques on the hot metal. When the work was done, he poured the molten metal into a mold, allowing it to cool off and assume the form of the shape in the mold. The cooling charms he applied aided in setting the molten metal layers until the weapon was finally ready. Applying the levitation charm, Harry pulled the sword out of the mold and inserted it into a handle made of weirwood wrapped in blue cloth. Harry stopped the forge and let it cool off while observing the sword floating by his side. He reached out and took the sword by the handle, and he flared his magic in a small quantity. The room lit up with a radiant white glow as the sword became inflamed with an aura of dense magical power. He could feel the rampant magical power's intent was infused with only one purpose, to kill a god. No other name would suit better than Godkiller. I proclaim thee, Godkiller. The weapon that makes the gods fade. Harry whispered, his eyes glowing bright white. A knock on the door of his room made him take his eyes off Godkiller. With a flick of his wand, Harry wrapped up the forge in the subspace of his pouch and hid away the sword in the same place. He applied a cleaning charm on the room for good measure. Come in. Harry said, making himself presentable while staring at the door. My lord. Harry found the bright green eyes of Daisy Mormont on the other side of the door. He was not surprised to see Daisy Mormont look utterly normal despite the ordeal she went through. He had collected blood samples from the alleged daughter of YGG and Maege Mormont to see whether YGG spoke the truth. Once in Avalon, he could study the blood samples closely to ascertain the truth. Not to mention, he was curious to study the progeny of the so-called gods. After all, he had to kill a powerful one beyond the wall and maybe a few more. Yes. A raven came from Avalon, said Daisy Mormont. Good. Harry was relieved. It was finally time to invade the Iron Islands and kill a god. It'd be an excellent opportunity to test out the effectiveness of Godkiller. If it failed, he could always go for the killing curse. Not even the so-called gods were immune from death. Chapter 82, The Stag, the Wolf and the Snake P1. Chapter text. Oberyn couldn't help but scoff as he watched the Reachmen break off their assault on the walls to focus on the sortie sent out by the Lannister garrison protecting the city of Lannisport. It was a shame, really. The Reachmen had the advantage in numbers, and they were not notably lacking in bravery. Yet, they were repeatedly failing to take the walls of the city. He supposed the will of the defenders outweighed the Reachmen in holding the defenses of the city walls. The defenders always had an advantage in a siege, but the campaign was nearly reaching a month with no tangible results to show for it. Well, the Reachmen didn't have much luck, but the same could not be said about the Dornish. Oberyn thought, his eyes gleaming with a wicked glint as he stared at the half-finished tunnel. It'll take only 5 more days, my prince. After that, the tunnel will be finished. The rain was a blessing in disguise. The soil has loosened up, making it easier for the men to dig. Of course, there is the trouble with removing the water in the tunnel, but that's not much of a hindrance to our efforts. Sir Ryan Illyrian said, grinning at Oberyn. Good. Are you confident you can complete the tunnel in 5 days? Oberyn asked. I'm confident, my prince. Good work, Sir Ryan. I'll not keep you from your work, Ser, said Oberyn, taking his leave from the mining site. Oberyn found Lord Harmon Eula and Sir Ulwick Eula outside his tent, waiting for him with Lord Franklin Fowler and Quentin Corgile. It's time, my lords. We must inform the Reachmen. We are 5 days at most away from completing the tunnels. Oberyn said. Instead of greeting this news with open arms, Oberyn noticed the lords were looking uneasily at each other. What? Oberyn asked, looking curiously at his fellow Dornishmen. The Reachmen are getting tired of the siege. They think they should stop the attacks and wait for King Robert to attack from the east, said Lord Franklin Fowler. Cowardly fools. Oberyn hissed. If we stop the siege, the Lannisters will increase their sorties and attempt to breach our camps. The chances of our tunnel getting found out are too risky. Oberyn began cursing the Reachmen under his breath as he paced inside his tent, looking furious. He was not going to let that brutish Stormlander stag beat him to the city because the Reachmen were a bunch of cowards. Call Lord Redwyne and Hightower to a meeting. I won't have them stand in our way of taking the city. Oberyn finally said. Nearly half an hour later, Oberyn watched the Reach lords enter his tent with long faces. To his surprise, Lords Paxter Redwyne and Baelor Hightower were not alone. There was Lord Alfin Costain and Lord John Bulwer. My lords. Please, take a seat. Oberyn welcomed his guests, giving them plush cushions and chairs to sit on while he signaled for the servants to bring more wine. Prince Oberyn. Why have you called us? Paxter Redwyne asked, making a face at the Dornish red offered in a silver chalice for the Lord of the Arbor. I've heard a tell that you are stopping the siege until King Robert starts the assault on the East Gate. Oberyn commented. If you're here to convince us to make another attempt on the city walls, don't bother. Your troops remain intact while ours have suffered great casualties. "We'll not be launching another assault on the walls until His Grace puts the eastern walls of the city under siege," said Pakester Redwine, his beady black eyes trained on Oberyn with a glare. "Our men are 5 days away from completing the tunnel. If you stop the assault and wait for His Grace to put the city on siege from the other side, the Lannisters will have enough time to learn our plans," Lord Fowler said tentatively. "Once the Lions learn of our tunnel, they'll take countermeasures against us. We might end up unable to bring down their walls for months," said Oberyn, staring critically at the Reachman sitting in his tent. "Is that what you want, my lords? We can finish the siege and take the city if you continue the assault for just 5 more days. Or else, we can all stay outside the walls of this city for another month and maybe more," said Lord Euler. "Our answer is still no. Enough of our men have died, Prince Oberyn. If you are so interested in maintaining the siege, you are welcome to attack the walls with your men," said Lord Costain before taking to his feet. Other Reach lords followed suit, except for Baelor Hightower. "I apologize, Prince Oberyn. Our men are tired of death and blood. They need rest," said Baelor Hightower. "Then those men should have stayed in the Reach instead of waging war against House Lannister." Oberyn growled coldly. "What'll we do, my prince?" Lord Euler asked once the Reachman left the tent. Oberyn glared at the entrance of the tent through which the Reachman walked away. "You said something about the North getting attacked by the Ironborn, didn't you? Have you learned anything else?" Oberyn asked, glancing at Lord Euler while draining a chalice full of strong wine, one of the sweetest of Dornish reds. "Word has travelled to Fair Isle that the North is gathering all their ships to attack the Iron Islands. So, they beat back the Iron Fleet," Oberyn said, looking impressed as he knew the Ironborn were no novices when it came to naval warfare. "Haryon Stark is said to be gathering the fleets and raising another army to invade the Iron Islands. Some say the Black Wolf became scared of the Ironborn and refused to even step out of his castle. Other rumors suggest Haryon Stark bewitched the Ironborn with his magic to wreak havoc in their home islands. So, all we have is a bunch of nonsense to rely on." Oberyn deadpanned. "Unfortunately, yes." Lord Euler shrugged helplessly. Oberyn looked thoughtful for a moment before coming to a decision. "Bring forth the maester. I have a raven to send to Avalon," Oberyn ordered. Stannis stared at the castle in the distance from behind a boulder. He could see small lights being lit around the castle walls as the skies darkened. Twilight was shining down on the castle of Silverhill, and Stannis couldn't help but worry about what was about to unfold. The next few hours would determine whether there was a need for a siege to take the seat of House Serret. He'd prefer there was no siege, as the terrain was against his army. The only option in the siege would be to starve out Silverhill, but it'd require too many days. Using siege towers was impractical as the terrain was too rocky to pull siege towers and catapults near the walls. Having accepted the inherent difficulties in breaching the castle walls using the usual methods of siege warfare, Stannis opted to send some of his trusted men inside the castle under disguise. At the same time, his army hid from the scouts of House Serret. Only a portion of the cavalry was allowed to stay with him and waited for the signal from the saboteurs he sent forth. The skies got darker while Stannis and his men kept a close eye on the walls for the signal. "Maybe the men have failed and got captured. It has been 2 days, my prince," Lord Gillian Swan suggested, looking worriedly at the closing gates of the castle. "I trust Sir Axel to capture the gate for us. He'll keep his word," Stannis said with conviction. "I hope so, my prince. The Reachmen, after all, are not known for their prowess in battle," Lord Gillian commented, earning snickers from the Stormlanders in his company. Stannis got the urge to grit his teeth, but he held off on his usual reaction despite the nagging from the cowardly Lord of House Swan. After all, Lord Swan was given the chance to lead the party inside the castle. Not only did the Lord of Stonehelm refuse the offer, but the man also did not allow his sons to join Sir Axel. "If you were so worried about the success of Sir Axel, you should have led the men inside Silverhill." Stannis snapped back, shutting off all the snickering idiots. Stannis was truly worried about the state of the Stormlands. He could see the lords of the Stormlands were getting more and more bold because of his elder brother's disinterest in ruling and Renly's lackluster attitude when it came to governing. He resolved to rein in the Storm Lords after the war. There was some urgent need to bring some order over the Storm Lords lest they become too unbearable to manage in the future. It was one of the reasons why the Storm Kings faced a shrinking kingdom after every generation. The Gardener Kings had always taken great advantage of the internal strife and lack of unity among the Storm Lords. Stannis feared the same could happen if the Storm Lords were left under the rule of Renly. "There are so many mistakes that should be addressed once I ascend the throne," Stannis thought grimly. "My prince, look. There is the signal." Stannis immediately looked to the top of the walls, and sure enough, he could see the light appearing and disappearing in a recurring pattern. "Sir Balon, give the signal," Stannis ordered. The second son of Lord Gillian Swan lit a lamp and placed it above the boulder for a moment. Sir Balon quickly removed it, and the lamp atop the wall of the castle stopped flickering. "It's Sir Axel's men," Stannis confirmed. "It's time." We ride to the gate at full speed. Alert the men. Stannis ordered. He gave the overall command of the army to Lord Mathis Rowan, who had joined his host from the North March. Ride with me, Sir Balon Swan. Stannis ordered, eyeing the bulwark form of the knight. Stannis rode out with many brave knights from the Stormlands and the Reach surrounding him on their horses. They urged their horses to pick up speed as time was of the essence. Luck was the only thing now keeping their hopes up for a quick victory. The gates of the castle remained open thanks to the efforts of Sir Axel's men. As Stannis reached closer to the gate, he could see fighting going on the walls of the castle. He urged his horse to go faster as every moment was precious. Enemies ahead! Sir Balon Swan cried, pointing ahead towards the gates of the castle. Sure enough, Stannis could see some men rushing to defend the gates of the castle. Crossbowmen, forward! Use the crossbows on my command! Stannis shouted. Stannis gave the command as they neared the gates, and the crossbowmen let loose the bolts. One by one, the men of House Serret fell as the bolts pierced their bodies. Stannis unsheathed his sword and made himself ready for the battle. Attack! He screamed, raising his sword high in the air as he rode through the gates. His horse smashed away an unknown soldier while he cut open the throat of a soldier holding a spear. Stannis swung his sword to his left, parrying a spear aiming for his side. He was quickly forced to bring his sword back to stab a soldier from behind his neck. He swung his sword many times, cutting and parrying as he battled inside the walls of the castle. Do not allow them to take back the gate. Hold the gate at all costs. Stannis shouted, making his horse turn at the last moment, escaping a spear thrust. Stannis stabbed his sword down and engaged in a small bout with a swordsman. He eventually won by stabbing his adversary in the eye. All around him, men were battling and dying. Fight! Fight to the last! Stannis screamed, hacking and stabbing at anyone unfortunate enough to cross blades with him. His sword was drenched in blood, as were the greaves and gauntlets he was wearing. He didn't know how long he kept cutting down enemy soldiers, but Stannis fought till he could no longer exert himself. His sword arm felt like it could no longer move an inch. Thankfully, by that time, Lord Rowan arrived with the rest of the army, and House Serret could no longer withstand the assault. Stannis only stopped cutting down men when he saw most men bearing the banners of House Serret were throwing down their weapons on the ground. The ground was littered with bodies, limbs, and blood. Stannis grimaced as the heat of the battle slowly left him, and the stench of death invaded his nostrils. He could feel his limbs slowly losing their strength, but somehow, he held on to his sword. The blood on his armor and shield made his skin crawl, but he clamped his mouth shut and urged his horse forward. My prince! Lord Mathis Rowan called, coming closer atop his horse. We have the main keep surrounded. Perhaps, we should offer terms to Lord Serret. Good. Let's ensure Lord Gideon Serret understands the folly of aligning with the lions. Stannis smirked, aligning his horse towards the keep where Lord Serret and his family were huddled in. The surrender of Lord Serret was a sordid affair. Lord Gideon had lost 3 cousins and a son during the course of the battle. The lords of North March were particularly unapologetic for Lord Serret's loss, as the man had flooded their lands by breaking the dam built across the Lesser Mander during the invasion. The lords of the North March had even petitioned him to have Lord Serret executed, but he denied such a harsh punishment. Instead, he decided to capture Silverhill's treasury and had it split evenly among the lords of the North March. He also forced Lord Serret to sign away a portion of gains from the silver mines the man owns for the crown. The lords of Stormlands were left in the lurch with nothing except for the glory of victory. The cautious and more respectful conduct he received from the Storm Lords post the victory celebrations in Silverhill let Stannis know that the lords received his message loud and clear. Stannis found it ironic that he was far more popular among the Reachmen than his fellow Stormlanders. With Silverhill falling to his army, the path to Deep Den was now open. He had already sent scouts ahead to chart a good path for the army to take Deep Den from the west. The faster Deep Den fell, the faster he could join the siege of Lannisport and Casterly Rock. I wonder how others are faring in this war. Stannis wondered. Your Grace. Robert looked at the idiot who distracted him from enjoying the sweet taste of Arbor Gold. What? He snapped. Your Grace, Lord Tyrell and Lord Dondarrion are here to see you. They say it is important. Robert frowned at the young mousy-looking boy. He could not even remember retaining a boy like this in his services. All right. Let them in. Call Sir Barristan as well. Robert said, his words slurring towards the end. Robert stayed put in his seat, pouring himself another jug of wine. While enjoying the wine, Robert heard the footsteps closing in. He rubbed his eyes as light filtered into his tent as Mace Tyrell, Beric Dondarrion and Sir Barristan walked inside. Comer, all of you. Is it time for the siege to begin? Robert asked, adjusting himself in his chair. I'm afraid not, Your Grace. Siege engines and towers are being built as we speak. It'll take us a day more to complete the works, and then we can start the siege. Lord Dondarrion spoke. Robert frowned at being forced to camp outside the walls of Craighall while the Dornish were attacking Lannisport and Eddard was fighting the lions in the field. He felt like he was being kept safely tucked away, and that made him mad. What is it then? Robert growled. We have received word from Prince Stannis. He says Silverhill has fallen, and House Serret surrendered. The prince rode out and took the castle by surprise, said Beric Dondarrion. Ha! Finally, some good news. Robert smacked the table before him, making everyone flinch at the sound. What news do you have about the siege of Lannisport? I'm afraid there is nothing interesting to report, Your Grace. You know, the Dornish. They remain outside the walls, whining and dining, while good reachmen fight to take the city's walls. Mace Tyrell complained. Robert got the urge to dismiss the simpering Tyrell, but he could not be bothered to do so. Instead, he just shrugged and turned his eyes on Lord Dondarrion. Has there been any word from Eddard? The Northerners have waged a bloody campaign all over the coasts. The Northerners led by Lord Eddard sacked Ashmark. House Rhyswell took the mines of Castamere. The Crag and Bane fort surrendered without a fight, seeing the folly of supporting Tywin Lannister. Robert laughed aloud, his whole body shaking with glee. I should have joined Ned instead of slugging through this wasteland. Tell me more. Is Ned going to march on the rock? Robert asked eagerly, looking at Beric Dondarrion. Not yet, Your Grace. Sarsfield stands between them and the rock. Sir Brynden has been sending out riding parties, testing the castle's defences. Once Sarsfield falls, the path to Casterly Rock will open before our allies in the north and the Riverlands, said Beric. Robert grunted noncommittally. He supposed there was still time for him to meet Eddard and fight side by side like in the old days. Harry read the small parchment Maester Marwyn had given him at Avalon. It was a short message from Oberyn Martell requesting his aid to bring down the walls of Lannisport. Under normal circumstances, he'd have set aside such a request even if Oberyn's offer of reduced port fees for his ships was an enticing offer. It was not as if he had some immediate plans for using the ports of Dorne. But the offer was quite interesting, and he had plans to expand his trade fleet. Not to mention, his plans for greater expeditions to distant lands of Essos and Summer Isles required Dorne's assistance. It was not just the prospect of expanding his trade fleets that made Harry consider the request. The siege of Lannisport was undoubtedly going to be the center of attention in this war. This provided him with an opportunity to show his power to all of Westeros and his new enemies in the Free Cities. The Ironborn had generously provided him with a convenient avenue for displaying his power and scaring away any of his potential enemies. But having a small display of power at Lannisport might also get him a good amount of prestige. It also helped Prince Oberyn was offering him the harbour of Fair Isle and a few ships from the Dornish fleet for the invasion of the Iron Isles. I suppose having my display of power openly done before the lords of mainland Westeros would give me more exposure. Harry muttered with a thoughtful frown. Sir Selos. My lord. Have word sent to the rest of our ships to sail as planned towards Black Tide. We'll be going to Lannisport before joining them on the attack. Dorne has pledged her support for our invasion, and I have some business to conduct with Prince Oberyn. My lord. We are flying. How do we send word? Selos Poole asked, looking lost. Tell Anya. She'll take the flying carpet and inform the captains, said Harry. Harry waved dismissively as Selos bowed and went about issuing orders. Meanwhile, Harry moved closer to the glass window of his airship and stared ahead. A fleet of 30 ships was arrayed below on the ocean, all with full sails, intent on teaching a lesson the Ironborn could never forget. Chapter 83, The Stage, Wolf and Snake P2. Chapter text. Bernard stared at the brick walls in the watchtower morosely. It had been weeks since he had seen his wife and daughter. Ever since the war began, he was forced to serve in the Lannister army. But, unlike his friends, he was charged to stand guard atop the walls of Lannisport. He was pretty thankful as he considered it a safe post. After all, many of his friends had ridden out with the Lannister army under Sir Kevan to attack the Reach. He didn't know what happened to them. There were rumors that Sir Kevan and the entire Lannister army he led were defeated. Some rumors claimed Sir Kevan transformed into a giant lion and roared, shaking the foundation stones of Highgarden itself. Some other rumors claimed Sir Kevan attacked King's Landing and was now ruling as the king. Some small folk say Sir Kevan was struck down by Stannis Baratheon, who was riding a flying horse. Even more fanciful claims say a great storm swept the Lannister armies away. Bernard didn't know what to believe, and frankly, he didn't care. He just wanted the war to end and be with his wife and daughter. It was a sentiment shared by almost everyone. No one wanted to fight this war. But, the chances of getting out of the war alive were getting slim as days passed by. The Dornish and Reach armies were camped outside the walls of Lannisport. The only thing that kept him alive so far was luck and the recent inactivity from the enemy side. The Reachmen had, for some reason, stopped trying to breach the city walls. His colleagues in the garrison said the Reachmen and the accursed Dornishmen were going to abandon the siege and sail back home. Bernard hoped it was true. He prayed to the 7 day and night for the enemy to take their ships and sail away from the city. He was dearly missing his pig farm, his wife's cooking, his daughter's smile and even his daughter's pet cat. All able-bodied men were conscripted to serve in the Lannister army to defend the city from falling into enemy hands. He could not escape the service even if he wanted to. It was not as if he could hide away in his barn. Thankfully, he was given the duty of a lookout most of the time since the Reachmen had stopped their attacks. It made his days rather dull, but at least he was alive. It was also a relief to see the Reachmen and Dornishmen stop bombarding the city with fiery stones. But they remained camped on the harbour despite many sorties led against their camps by some of the bravest knights of Lanny Sport. He had the feeling that the enemy camped outside the walls of the city was merely waiting for the right time to strike rather than losing their appetite for war. If that was the case, Bernard feared his days were numbered, and his luck was running short. Letting out a long breath, Bernard carved one more line on the wall with a piece of sharpened stone, marking the total number of days since he took up his post on the wall. After doing so, he climbed up the stairs inside the tower to the turret. After climbing to the top, Bernard opened the hatch that led to the turret and hauled himself over. The sun slowly rose in the east, a placid red ball among the clouds. Looking to the west, where the enemy was supposed to camp, Bernard found a lot of fog. But he froze upon seeing a strange sight. At first, Bernard thought he was imagining things. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Unfortunately, he saw the same sight keying into the fact that he was not going mad. Bernard opened his mouth to scream or make any sound that would attract the garrison's attention, but no sound came from his throat. He felt his palms sweat as he stared with wide eyes at 3 large floating contraptions that looked like a ship staying afloat among the clouds. Wha? Who? Bernard stuttered, the disbelief pervading his mind turning into fear with every waking moment. Everyone! Wake up! Ring the bells! Bernard screamed at the top of his lungs, staring with wide eyes at the behemoths floating in the sky. Bernard rushed down the stairs, climbing down from the turret and blew the horn as loud as possible. It didn't take long for the other lookouts in the towers along the wall to take notice of the floating ships. Bells began ringing in the city as the flying ships set a frenzy among the garrison. What in the name of the 7 are those things? Bernard muttered, staring at the flying contraptions with dread, fearing for his life and that of his family. The garrison manning the walls were not the only ones scared witless seeing the flying ships. That became abundantly clear when Harry saw the terrified faces of men among the Dornish and the Reach camp. They look like they're about to shit themselves. Harry thought amusedly, staring down at the men on the ground as he floated down slowly on a flying carpet with 2 bodyguards standing by his side. He supposed he understood why the spirits get carried away by the god complex after interacting with human tribes. Even Harry was feeling an unhealthy amount of superiority as he stared down at the soldiers on the ground. It was also possible that a significant number of men among the Dornish and the Reach army were already seeing him as a godlike figure. Even if he was not afforded a godly status, a demigod or demonic status was most likely within the realm of possibility, depending on the people's perspective. And Harry was adamant about creating a perspective in people's minds about him that'd make them think twice before making an enemy out of him. Prince Oberyn. I heard you were in need of assistance, said Harry once the carpet hovered a few inches away from the ground. You see, a measly wall stands in our way, said Oberyn, taking his eyes off the flying ships to grin at Harry. You've been busy. Everyone needs a hobby. Harry grinned, shrugging his shoulders as he stepped away from the hovering carpet. His guards followed suit, and the carpet folded upon itself and was safely tucked away into a bag by one of his bodyguards. You have strange hobbies, student of mine. Come, we have much to discuss, you and I. Oberyn invited Harry into his tent. Lead the way, said Harry. The ships remained hovering in the sky, making the Dornishmen and Reachmen eye them warily for the rest of the day. It was not as if there was anything better to do for most of them as they had stopped attacking the city walls. Meanwhile, Harry stared amusedly at Oberyn, who was pacing irritably inside the tent. His bodyguards were standing guard outside Oberyn's tent. So, why exactly did you seek me out? From the looks of the army gathered here, it's not an impossible task to breach the walls of the city. Harry asked curiously. Trust me, you'll be thinking even breathing is impossible if you spend enough time with the Reachmen, said Oberyn, pouring himself a chalice full of wine before offering it to Harry. Fair enough, said Harry, accepting the wine, but he refrained from consuming the red fluid. So, you need my help to bring down the walls of the city. I can do that, but for a price. My offer for aid in your invasion against the Ironborn not enough? Oberyn asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, that's an attractive prospect, but I'm more interested in Dorne's ports and shipping lanes into Essos and the Summer Isles, said Harry, ignoring whatever troubles the Dornish were facing with the Reachmen. It was not as if Harry cared one whit what went on between the two of the southernmost kingdoms enough for Prince Oberyn to seek his aid. But he cared deeply about expanding his trade fleet and naval presence of the north in the Sunset Sea and the Summer Sea. If he was to maintain his influence over the Iron Islands after this war, he wanted guaranteed port rights to expand trade. What exactly do you have in mind? Oberyn asked. Harry furnished a leaf of parchment from his pocket, passing it to Oberyn's hands. This, Oberyn's eyes widened as he read the contents of the parchment. Will require my brother's consent. I know. The terms are negotiable, but I'd like to see this agreement signed, said Harry. Dornish support for gaining control over Black Tide, Harlaw and Fair Isle. Isn't that a bit too much to ask? You are, despite your incredible great feats, a child. I doubt King Robert would agree to give you control over 3 islands in the Sunset Sea, and Fair Isle remains under the control of the Dornish army. Oberyn said, staring at Harry with a pointed look. You let me worry about King Robert. The islands are non-negotiable. Even the Fair Isle? Oberyn asked incredulously. Yes. Harry said with a straight face. Harry was not going to say that he merely wanted control over the 2 islands of the Iron Islands. Gaining Fair Isle would be difficult, but he could let the demand drop to gain some lucrative port rights. He had no doubt that an intelligent man like Oberyn Martell would understand what he was after. Besides, it was not like he had the manpower to keep his hold over Fair Isle. Even if he managed to wrestle control of Black Tide and Harlaw as he imagines, he could only keep up the hold over the islands with judicious use of Confoundus Charm and Imperious Curse. Adding Fair Isle into the mix would undoubtedly bring unnecessary strain into his everyday life. As it was, his plans surrounding Black Tide and Harlaw were focused on extracting the manpower resources from these islands to increase settlements in Sea Dragon Point and expanding his naval workforce. The access of ports and securing safe sea lanes around these 2 islands were his secondary objectives. As such, Harry was not hoping to hold on to these islands for more than 5 years. If he could pull it off without magic, then he'd be delighted. But he would not be surprised if the Ironborn managed to resist his attempts to change their culture in their home islands. After all, Harry was going into this new social engineering of the Ironborn with an open mind. Failure is very much under consideration in what was going to be a long exigent path that lay ahead. Harry thought with a frown. If he failed to purge the Ironborn culture from Black Tide and Harlaw, then there was only one way ahead. Total destruction. Harry thought grimly. The Ironborn will never again wage war on the people of this world. So, do we have a deal, Prince Oberyn? Harry asked, offering his hand, which the Prince of Dorne took after a brief moment of hesitation. These terms are acceptable. They shook hands, and a pact was made on the fallen harbour of Lannisport. A few hours later, Harry stood before the Dornish army facing the giant stone wall protecting Lannisport. I was meaning to ask this earlier. Where did you find these 2? Oberyn asked, looking curiously at the 2 foreign-looking guards flanking Harry. Why are you interested in them? Harry asked, raising his eyebrow ever so slightly. Because they're SSC. I don't remember seeing SSC guards in your service when I visited Avalon or Winterfell, said Oberyn. Darrow and Creya recently came into my service. They hail from the city of Karth. I see. There must be an interesting tale behind how a Stark of Winterfell got entangled with the warlocks of the East. Oberyn whispered. Harry shrugged and merely raised the Elder Wand, pointing it straight at the wall. He was not bothered by Oberyn's keen deduction skills. It was to be expected, after all. Prince Oberyn was a well-travelled man. Brace yourselves. Harry warned the Dornishmen as he pooled his power for what was about to happen. Breaching the city walls was instead a leisurely affair in Harry's mind. All the grandstanding was not necessary. He could just wave his hand and transfigure all the stones in the wall into harmless pebbles. He could have shrunk the wall or even made it disappear altogether. But none of those spells would be flashy. The reason Harry came here was to show off his power. In his mind, there was nothing more powerful and flamboyant than the power of the sky. Foolman. A bright blue light shone out of the tip of Harry's wand. A long powerful arc of lightning blasted out of the tip of his wand with a deafening roar. The ground shook, the skies trembled, the tides gnawed at the land, and then all was quiet as if nature was taking stock of what happened. Harry brought back his wand arm to his side, pointing the death stick downward. He studied the sizable gaping hole he had created on the wall of Lannisport. The stones were blown out into the city because of the spell. He could already hear the screams coming from the city as its people no doubt realized they were no longer protected from the army camped outside. Prince Oberyn. Your enemies await you. I hope House Martell shows restraint where needed, said Harry, turning away from the sight of the destroyed wall to stare at the wide black eyes of Oberyn Martell. When Prince Oberyn wordlessly nodded, Harry knew it was time for him to leave. I'll leave you to it then. Come, Darrow, Creya. My work here is done, said Harry, climbing abroad his flying carpet before the watchful eyes of the 3 armies fighting a bloody war over Lannisport. As the carpet took to the skies taking Harry and his guards, he could see all eyes following him. Arrows and bolts were let loose from the battlements of the wall, but they never reached Harry. All of them fell short as he was out of their range, and even if they could reach him, he had a magical shield around him just in case. This world now knows magic's might. Harry whispered, but only the Wines heard him. Unlike previous days, Robert was sober today. He had not touched an ounce of wine, but then again, he never had to. There was no greater feeling other than getting his blood pumping in his veins as he fought a bloody battle in the field. He'd not have that feeling suppressed by drinking wine. Robert let out a cackle as he smashed God's grief on the helmet of a Craig Hall soldier. The man fell with his head smashed in and his neck twisted at an odd angle. Someone tried to smack him with a shield, but Robert smacked it away with God's grief and stabbed the sharp tip of his hammer into the neck of the enemy. Robert wrenched his hammer back and watched as a young boy not older than 10 and 7 fell to his knees, struggling to stem the lifeblood flowing from his neck. Taking pity on the boy, Robert smashed his hammer on the boy's head with great force. The boy lay prone on the ground, drenched in his own blood, never to rise again. Robert didn't have time to spare more thought on the boy and moved on to his next opponent. Ironically, his next opponent was an old man with a long white beard and grey eyes. The old man swung his sword straight for his head. Robert expertly ducked and swept the man off his feet with his hammer. The old man fell on his back with a loud groan. Robert made sure the old man never made another sound when he crushed the man's face with God's grief. The blood that spilled out from the broken skull of the old man entered his right eye, leaving Robert temporarily blind. Therefore, he was late to react when someone tried to tackle him. Falling on the floor, Robert punched the man with his left arm. While the punch connected to the jaw, leaving the man reeling from the blow, Robert did not come unscathed. He could feel a sharp stinging pain on his waist. His right hand immediately sought out the source of pain and found a dagger punching through a weak spot in his armor. Yelling out in pain, Robert wrenched the dagger out to see fresh blood spill out from the wound. Seeing his blood, Robert was just about ready to smash the enemy's face into a bloody pulp. But he didn't get the chance as Sir Baristan cleaved through his assailant's neck, leaving the head to tumble down into the ground from the man's shoulders. "Your Grace, are you all right?" Sir Baristan asked, helping Robert to his feet. "My ego is bruised, Sir." Robert laughed, hiding the wound as he knew the Lord Commander would escort him out of the battle if the knight saw the wound. "We're almost there, Your Grace. The ram will break the door and break the gates," Sir Baristan said, batting away a spear and cutting open the throat of the poor sod who tried to battle Baristan the Bold. "Well, it's taking them too long. Let's give them a hand. Follow me," Robert shouted as he smacked away a Craig Hall soldier by smashing in the ribs with his hammer. "To me! To me!" cried Robert, as he paved his way through the enemy soldiers with Sir Baristan by his side. Halfway through, he was joined by Sir Mandon Moore and Sir Ares Oakhart in cutting a bloody swathe through the enemy. When they finally reached the gate, Robert could see the men handling the ram were struggling to break the gates of Craig Hall. Arrows were claiming the lives of men handling the ram, and to make matters worse, Robert even saw pots of hot water being dropped on his men. Stones were being dropped on the men, who were unfortunate enough to try to take refuge from the arrows by staying too close to the walls. "We'll have to break the gate before they take another sortie," Robert muttered, looking at his hammer and then at the gates. He supposed it was time to see whether Harry and Stark's claim that God's grief could shatter the bones of a dragon was true or not. "Shields!" Robert roared as he went straight for the metal-plated gate. The men around him, including his Kingsguard knights, protected him with their shields. With all his strength, Robert swung his hammer and struck a mighty blow on the gate with God's grief. The gate shook and groaned while the metal plate dented inwards. "It's breaking! The gates are breaking!" The men shouted happily. Robert paid it no heed as he struck the gate again with might force, and this time a portion of the gate broke off its hinge. He delivered 2 more blows, and the entire gate broke away from its hinges and fell over to the other side, crushing enemy soldiers underneath. "To victory!" Robert screamed, raising his hammer in the air. "Robert! Robert! Robert!" The men chanted, and Robert knew he had missed this so dearly. He forgot all about the pain on his side as he happily engaged in battle with the castle garrison, with men roaring his name to the heavens. He had never felt more alive than on the battlefield. And Tywin Lannister was making it enjoyable for him every step of the way. "If this keeps up, I might have to reward the old lion for entertaining me," Robert thought, smashing his hammer into the chest of an unlucky fellow as he gained a foothold in the castle. When the battle finally ended, Robert was drenched in blood from head to toe. The problem was that he had no idea whether it was his blood or the blood of his enemies. He liked to think it was just the blood of his enemies, but when the rush of battle left him, his body keenly felt the strain and the pain. God's grief slipped from his hand. He could hear the sound of the magical weapon clattering on the ground. At that moment, the last iota of strength in his body left him. Robert fell by the steps of the main keep under the watchful eyes of his Kingsguard knights. "Your Grace!" Robert could see Sir Baristan and Sir Ares rush to his side and help him lie down on the floor away from the steps. "Call the maester! Now!" Sir Baristan roared at the men. "We won a great victory today. A feast must be arranged," Robert muttered, his eyes spinning without focus. "Your Grace! Help is coming, Your Grace!" Sir Baristan said in alarm. "I'm quite fine," his words slurred towards the end as dark spots entered his vision. Robert felt the world spin, and darkness claimed him. Chapter 84, All-Seeing Eye. Chapter Text. Randall Tarley felt like the gods were playing a cruel joke on him. He was quite eagerly waiting for the chance to take the fight to the Lannisters and even breach the walls of Lannisport while fighting side by side with Robert Baratheon. He had hoped to etch his name in the annals of history by fighting in the battle that'd decide the fate of Lannisport. But all his hopes and dreams were wasted away as word came from the largest city of the Westerlands. Of all the things he was expecting to hear, he did not think he'd be hearing about the success of the Dornish army. Somehow, the accursed Dornismen had managed to breach the walls of one of the largest and most well-defended cities in Westeros. It was not the first time the Dornish army breached the walls of a city in Westeros. But it was the first time a Dornish force breached the walls of a city in the Westerlands. Randall was almost certain it was the first time any army managed to breach Lannisport since the city's inception. The tales coming from the city of Lannisport were disconcerting. Wild tales were circulating among the men gathered at Craig Hall. Fanciful claims and tales of sorcery were being spread amongst men of the army. It was claimed the Dornish summoned the waters of Roine and flooded the city. Some claim the storm god came down from the skies to punish the Lannisters for defying House Baratheon. The most popular, however, was the rumors of Haryon Stark using his sorcery to bring down the walls of Lannisport. Supposedly, the Stark boy came upon the city on his flying ship and called down a great lightning strike on the city wall of Lannisport. The wall seemingly collapsed, and the Dornish army under Prince Oberyn sacked the city. Randall didn't know what to believe, but all rumors claimed Lannisport had fallen to the Dornish army. From the war's perspective, it was a great boon to see the fall of Lannisport. With the city's fall, more Westermen would abandon the Lannister cause. More lords of the Westerlands would see the folly of following Lord Tywin and would seek to surrender rather than fight for a losing cause. Already, the tightly wound lords of the Westerlands were unraveling after the fall of Lannisport. That was why Randall sought an audience with King Robert with Lord Gawain Westerling and Sir Ellis Westerling by his side. "You'll not speak until you are asked to. Am I clear?" Randall stared at the two men stopping them from turning the corner towards the corridor that led to the king's chambers in Craig Hall. "We understand, my lord. All I want is for my family to be safe. The Northerners have the crag under their control. My wife and daughters." Lord Gawain looked at him with pleading eyes. "As I said before, Lord Stark has taken your castle. The Northerners have treated your family as befitting their station. They're safe," Randall assured the brown-haired man, who was understandably worried for his family. Randall couldn't fault the man. The Northerners tend to have a dangerous reputation. Most of it was just rumors and old tales spread by the Septons and Septas because of the long years of conflict between the First Men and Andals. If anything, the Northerners treated the Westermen far better than the Reachmen ever would have under the current circumstances. The recent battle to claim Craig Hall stands as a prime example of what happens when men are ruled by their desire for revenge. The overenthusiasm of the Reachmen to take their revenge on the Westermen ended up robbing Lord Roland Craig Hall of 2 sons. The Lord of Craig Hall had been near inconsolable ever since his 2 sons, Tybalt and Merlin Craig Hall, were buried in the local September. Now, Craig Hall's heir was Lord Roland's second son, Lyle Craig Hall, otherwise known as the Strong Boar. Unfortunately, Lyle Craig Hall was in Lannisport, serving as the commander of the local garrison. Inquiries have been made about the Strong Boar, but the Dornish have yet to respond. This state of affairs put them in an awkward position with House Craig Hall. For the time being, Lord Roland and his household were kept prisoners inside the castle rather than welcomed into the king's peace. It was a necessary move but a costly one as well. If the army had to move forward, they'd need to leave a considerable force to garrison the castle. After all, they could not leave Craig Hall to be taken over by a hostile force. And knowing what he knew of the plans of Lord Tywin, their discretion in keeping Castle Craig Hall under their control was all the more necessary. Randall led the Westerlings to the king's chamber guarded by Sir Aery Oakheart and Sir Barry Stan. For a moment, Randall wondered about the whereabouts of Sir Mandon Moore and Sir Preston Greenfield. But he was not worried as it was to his advantage that Sir Greenfield was far away from King Robert. "Sir Barry Stan. It's time," Randall said, nodding at the Lord Commander of the King's Guard. He had been holding on to certain revelations that came to light thanks to the Westerlings. After all, he had to investigate properly before taking up the matter with the king. Nonetheless, he had confided the details of his findings with Sir Barry Stan. "A moment, Lord Tarley," Sir Barry Stan said, going into the king's chamber alone. There was inaudible chatter coming from the room while Randall waited patiently outside, with the Westerlings looking rather uncomfortable. He had to admit that Sir Aery Oakheart was looking somewhat intimidating today. While the Knight of Old Oak was relatively young, this war proved that the knight was a warrior of great skill. He supposed the Westerlings knew Sir Aery's vow of cutting down every weapon-bearing Westerman to avenge his brother's untimely death at the hands of the Mountain. "I suppose it's good that the Westerlings are deprived of their weapons," Randall thought, eyeing the cold look in the King's Guard knight's onyx eyes. The door opened, showing Sir Barry Stan. "Come." His Grace will hear you. Randall nodded. Taking a deep breath, he followed the Lord Commander inside with Lord Gawain Westerling and Sir Ellis Westerling closely following him. Your Grace. Randall bowed, as did the Westerlings. His eyes only briefly lingered on the stitched wound just above the left hip of the king. The wound had yet to heal properly, but the maesters were confident that the king's life was not jeopardized. Yet, King Robert was asked to rest until the maesters said otherwise. Besides, it was not as if they were in a hurry to move out of Craig Hall. There was no rush to move against Lannisport, thanks to the Dornish army breaching the walls of the city. Sir Barristan tells me there is a grave matter you wish to discuss with me. Say it, Lord Tarley. King Robert said, staring at him and his companions. Your Grace, I've uncovered a plot by Tywin Lannister to capture you with the aid of Sir Preston Greenfield. Sir Greenfield? Robert asked in surprise, looking at Sir Barristan, who showed a grave face and no defences for his fellow Kingsguard knight. I'm afraid so, Your Grace. The fall of Lannisport has made Lord Gawain Westerling see he had erred in choosing to follow Lord Tywin and came forward with the information about the plot being devised against you in return for leniency, said Randall. Sir Barristan. King Robert looked questioningly at the Lord Commander. Lord Tarley had shared his concerns with me, Your Grace. I had been keeping watch over Sir Greenfield ever since. I'm afraid I've doubts regarding Sir Greenfield's loyalty, Your Grace. Sir Barristan informed the king, looking rather tired. Tell me everything, Robert commanded, and Randall was only happy to oblige. Varys smiled at the serving girl that came to deliver his early morning delicacy. I thank you, Alana. I hope it was not too much of a hassle, he said kindly to the red-haired serving girl as she placed the cup on his table while he was going over the many reports he had received today. Not at all, my lord. If there is anything you need, you only need to ask. Alana said, her face holding a perfect mask of innocence, but a mask nonetheless. He knew there were no innocent servants in the Red Keep, especially one employed by Peter Baelish. The girl's innocence had long since been gone or taken. Varys was about to dismiss the girl when his office doors opened, and Jon Arryn appeared at the doorway. Lord Arryn. Varys raised an eyebrow at the presence of the Hand in his quarters. What a pleasant surprise. Please sit, my Lord Hand. Alana, my dear. Pour a cup for Lord Arryn, and close the door behind while you leave. Of course, my lord. The serving girl filled the cup with the aromatic fluid before she took her leave, closing the door behind her as she left. She's a dutiful little thing, isn't she? Her mother owes Lord Baelish a considerable sum of gold, and Lord Baelish, being the merciful lord he is, took pity on the family and employed the girl in his service at Gulltown. And now, she serves in the Red Keep. Wonderful story, isn't it? Varys said, smiling at the old wizened lord of the Eyrie. Fascinating. I came to see whether there is any word from Casterly Rock and Lannisport. Jon Arryn said, not the least bit bothered about some serving girl. Not so wise now, are you, Lord Arryn? Varys thought amusedly, disregarding his innocuous warning about the serving girl despite the fact that the Master of Coin was subtly filling up the Red Keep with servants that owed him their loyalty. It never ceased to amaze Varys how blind the High Lords of Westeros could become. They think they are so high and mighty that they look for enemies and threats amongst their equals while completely disregarding the knives in the shadows. Varys thought amusedly. The Dornish army, by means that I cannot confirm as of now, has breached the walls of Lannisport. They've established total control over the western parts of the city. The garrison inside the city is giving stiff resistance, so fighting continues as we speak. However, many houses of Westerlands have started to abandon Lord Tywin's cause. Houses Westerling, Craig Hall, Allgood, Betley, Drox, and Esterin have dipped their banners and surrendered to his grace. Prince Stannis has also defeated houses Swyft and Serret. The castles along the shores of the Westerlands have fallen to Lord Stark. It won't be long before all the armies converge on Casterly Rock. How did the Westerlings surrender to Robert? I thought they were defeated by Eddard at the Crag. Jon asked confusedly. Lord Eddard did defeat House Westerling at the Crag, but at the time, the Crag was under the command of Reynald Westerling. Lord Gawain Westerling was at Lannisport and later escaped from the city when the Dornish army breached the walls of the city. Lord Gawain later came to his grace at Craighall to surrender in person. Have you learned more about the involvement of Haryon Stark in Lannisport? Jon Arryn asked suddenly. Varys realized the Hand had not come to his abode bereft of an agenda. I see. The delegation from the Starry September didn't discuss the future of the High Septon alone. Varys commented, a bit troubled by the notion of the Faith getting involved. No, they did not, said Jon Arryn with a heavy sigh. The Starry September has taken note that weirwood trees are growing at an unprecedented pace all over Westeros, especially in King's Landing, and they've finally pieced together what happened at Dragonstone. Oh. We knew they were eventually going to learn the truth. Yes, but I had hoped they'd be distracted with the war. But now they know Stannis and Lady Sellis had publicly denounced the Seven. They've also come to the conclusion that the Great September of Baelor's destruction was not an unfortunate accident. Let me guess. The Septons blame the Starks and their tree gods. Varys said, expecting something of this sort to emerge since he learned Stannis Baratheon abandoned the faith of the Seven. Yes, they do. So, I ask again, Lord Varys. Is there any substance to the rumors coming from Lannisport? Was Haryon Stark involved in bringing down the city walls? According to most of the rumors, yes. My little birds bring me songs of flying ships and the Black Wolf summoning lightning to do his bidding in the city. Varys replied, staring at Jonnaran keenly, who surprisingly drained the offered drink in the cup in one go but could hardly mask the worry he was experiencing. I was afraid of this. Jonnaran audibly sighed, looking far more troubled than Varys had ever seen. Perhaps warning Lord Stark about your concerns might avert any unforeseen events. The last thing we need is more problems to crop up while His Grace is fighting a war. Varys suggested placidly. I have already sent a raven to Eddard. That's comforting to know, Lord Hand. His Grace will need all his allies after the war is over. It would be detrimental to the king's peace if the largest of the Seven Kingdoms turns hostile against the rest. Varys warned. You are right, of course. But men of faith care not for the peace between the kingdoms. The starry September, I'm afraid, is rattled by these events, and they want to respond as Andals of old have responded to the first men. Jonnaran mused aloud, his forehead creasing in worry. Perhaps it's time to reach out to Lord Hightower. More reasonable voices in Old Town could convince the starry September to not cause unnecessary problems while we are embroiled in a war. Varys suggested. Otherwise, the starry September might invite destruction to their doors. The North is not a foe they can't afford, nor can the southern kingdoms, for that matter. I know, said Jonnaran, after a moment of deliberation. I'll be going to Old Town to have a word with Lord Hightower. The faith cannot be allowed to jeopardize peace in the kingdoms by any means necessary. Varys was surprised to hear Jonnaran so openly oppose the faith. He thought the Lord of the Eyrie would somehow try to appease the faith. Perhaps there is more to Lord Hand's wife being sent to Dragonstone. Varys mused. At first, Varys had thought Lady Lisa Oren was sent to Dragonstone as a courtesy and to exchange well wishes with Lady Celis. He felt like there was more to the story. He made a mental note to keep his spies trained on Lady Oren's activities. Tell me, Lord Varys. What is this drink? Asked Jonnaran, bringing Varys out of his musings. Oh, this? It's a delicacy I took a fancy. Manderley ships brought them to the city from the north. What's it called? Asked Jonnaran. Coffee. Varys happily said, taking a sip from the steaming cup. I had merely hoped to satiate my curiosity as word had reached me that the Bravasi loves this drink. But now, I can't start the day without a cup of hot coffee. I see. Jonnaran murmured, falling silent all of a sudden. Is there something wrong, my lord? Varys asked, frowning at Lord Oren's pensive look. I've received ravens from White Harbor about pirates harassing their ships, said Jonnaran, breaking a long moment of silence. Ah, I understand. Varys nodded in understanding. The Sistermen are making problems. Jonnaran said tiredly. The Sistermen are complicated people. Though they swore vows to my house, they rarely obeyed my orders, even at the height of the rebellion. Yet, their actions worry you now. Varys prodded. The North worries me, Lord Varys. Jonnaran said with a sigh. Eddard told me the lords of the North were not happy to fight in the war. Most wanted to stay away from southern affairs. I don't see any trouble in that, Lord Oren. The North has always been isolationist except on rare occasions after Aegon's conquest, said Varys, shrugging his shoulders. I just have a bad feeling. Wars tend to make tempers flare, and the Northerners are already ostracized enough by the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Should the faith make an issue with the Starks, Jonnaran trailed off. Varys also felt like Lord Oren was not entirely wrong to be concerned. The last thing he wanted was for the North to turn hostile against the entire South. Perhaps, the royal fleet could be of some aid. Varys suggested. Jonnaran said nothing save for a grunt. Varys watched the Lord Hand take his leave from his quarters. Letting out a sigh, he leaned back into his chair and took another greedy sip from the cup. The plan to tie the North closely to the cause of Aegon needs to be expedited. Varys mused. He wondered what Haryon Stark was doing right now. The boy had disappeared from Lannisport on his ship, and no one knew the boy's whereabouts since then. Harry smirked as he stared at the rows upon rows of small enchanted steel pellets arrayed on the floor of his airship. He had at first thought to employ this particular piece of magic against the others on the wall. But he supposed he could test out the utility of this particular piece of magic on black tide and observe its effectiveness before deploying the same on the wall. Open floor panels. Harry hissed in parcel tongue. Small panels on the floor began opening up, and the neatly arrayed metal pellets fell unceremoniously from his airship. The pellets suddenly grew thin metallic wings. Turning themselves into snitches in midair, they flew off in different directions. More and more pellets turned into snitches and flew away from his ship until there were no more pellets left on the floor. Close floor panels. On his verbal command, the floor was restored to its previous position. Turning away from the smooth wooden floor of his ship, Harry walked into a room where a large table made of Valyrian steel was waiting for him. On one end of the table stood his 3 students, Anya, Adela, and Kyla. Now, watch the magic that happens, said Harry, placing his power ring against the rune of power etched on the table, charging the enchanted table with his magic. Now, my all-seeing eye is watching black tide. Harry's declaration was followed by bright lights forming on the table. Harry grinned, watching his students gasp at the sight of a budding animated map being formed on the table. You asked me how I can exert my control over the Iron Islands from so far away. This is how, said Harry, nodding at the map showing the movements of every man, woman, and child living on the island of Black Tide. My lord. This is amazing, said Adela, her eyes gleaming with wonder. Magic is amazing, my apprentice. Soon, the whole world will know this truth. Harry proudly watched as the map was slowly constructed as the pellets safely landed below on the island and transmitted the information into the table thanks to the protean charm binding the pellets to the table. A parchment-based map like Marauder's map was initially considered as it had a lesser chance of getting exposed. But the constraints of building up the map on charms alone made him discard the idea. Besides, he was not even confident a map like that could be replicated for the use he had in mind. The Marauder's map only had Hogwarts on its focus. Harry wanted 2 islands on his map. That was no easy feat to accomplish without using many runes, enchantments, and charms. This left Harry to abandon a parchment-based map, and instead, an enchanted table came up as a viable replacement. When the sun rises on Black Tide tomorrow, this map will be completed, and we'll begin our invasion. Get some rest, you 3. Tomorrow, we'll show these Ironborn the folly of challenging Avalon's might. Chapter 85, The Invasion of the Iron Islands P1. Chapter Text. Garland tried not to flinch as he drove his sword through the stomach of a bandit. The squelching sound as steel pierced the flesh made him shudder. It didn't help that the bandit was making all kinds of groaning noises. Please, spare me. Save me, milord, the bandit begged, but Garland could not shirk his duty by showing pity to the bandit. He wrenched the sword out and watched dispassionately as the lifeblood of the bandit pooled around his feet. The bandit fell to his knees and fell on his face on the ground dead. His sword was dripping blood, and he was forced to take a few steps back as blood began to paint the sand red. For a moment, Garland stood watching the man bleed out, forgetting everything else. He even failed to see a bandit coming at him with an axe till the last moment. He was fortunate enough to bring up his shield at the last moment on instinct. The bandit's axe smacked on his shield with force, but it got repelled away, leaving the bandit unarmed. He could see the apparent surprise on the bandit's face at the turn of events. You, the bandit was about to say something but an arrow punched through the brown-haired man's eye. The bandit fell to the ground with a thud with an arrow sticking out of his head. Thanks. Garland muttered, looking at Theon Greyjoy, who merely nodded while putting away his bow. You did good, lad. Sir Roderick patted his shoulder. Garland didn't say anything and merely nodded at the old knight. This was his 5th kill in this entire war, and Garland didn't know whether he should be proud or ashamed. He had accompanied Lord Stark as the Northern Army captured castles, villages, towns, and mines of the Westerlands. He was never involved in the actual fighting and was kept back on guard duty for providing escort to their supply lines. The brave men of the Riverlands and the North did the better part of the fighting while he drank ale and sang songs with men guarding the weapons, food, and medical supplies. Sometimes, he felt like being assigned to guard duty was a blessing in disguise. He had seen the injured men stream into the camps dismembered and bleeding with injuries that made him retch. Seeing that had robbed him of any colorful notions that remained in his mind about war and glory that could be earned on the battlefield. He now understood why Lord Eddard never spoke of his battles against the Targaryens or the Ironborn. He had often wondered why Lord Eddard never boasted of his victories like other lords. After all, Lord Stark fought many great battles and won. The most famous one that came to his mind was the Battle of the Bells and the fight against Aerys Targaryen's Kingsguard. The latter ended in tragedy with the death of Lady Lyanna, but Lord Eddard never spoke ill of the Kingsguard or their battle prowess. War is a tale of blood, loss, and suffering. There is no glory in war. Garland grimly thought. These bandits are getting more and more desperate. They're always targeting our weapons supplies, said Theon, fastening his bow on his back while retrieving his arrows from the dead bodies of the fallen bandits. These are not normal bandits. They are mutineers from the Lannister army. They are after enchanted weapons Harrion gave us. Sir Roderick said, shaking his head. How did they know? Garland asked in shock. After all, the magically enchanted weapons were kept a secret. He'd admit it was hard to keep the secret considering the weapons that came from Winterfell remained invulnerable throughout the course of the war. Their invulnerability was starkly visible for the men to see. Not just their invulnerability. The weapons Harrion blessed with his magic were light to carry, didn't suffer any damage, and cut through even castle-forged steel with ease if used correctly. This left the northern army virtually invulnerable throughout the battles, which also had the added effect of the men fearlessly throwing themselves into battle. That is why the Stark banners were feared throughout the shores of the Westerlands. They must have taken one of our men as a prisoner, or rumors might have somehow reached their ears. Garland reasoned. It doesn't matter. We'll continue the journey after burying the dead, said Sir Roderick. They went back to making sure they were ready to continue the journey to Oxcross. A major host was gathering there to push into the heart of the Westerlands. Rumor was that there was going to be a large battle, and Garland would be lying to himself if he said he was not curious to see the battle. Do you think it's true? Theon suddenly asked, making Garland frown at the air of Pike. What's true? He asked curiously. They say Harrion came to Lannisport on his flying ship and blew apart the city. Some say he burned it down by summoning flames from the Seven Hells. Theon whispered. Why would I know? Garland asked, staring at the squirming Greyjoy. You know, maybe Lord Stark said something or Robb. Theon said in a small voice. Garland felt a grain of pity for the Greyjoy heir. Ever since word came of the Ironborn attack on the north, there were demands from many of the northern and riverland lords to have Theon executed to send a message to Balon Greyjoy. Lord Stark had put such notions down, but almost everyone viewed Theon with contempt despite that. The only reason nothing untoward had happened to Theon was that the North had defeated the Iron Fleet in the seas. The attempted invasion by the Ironborn failed, and they sailed home with their tail between their legs. They only know what the rumors claimed. Harrion has yet to respond with a raven. Therefore, they don't know much. Harrion will attack my home, won't he? Theon asked fearfully. Why else would he come so close to the Westerlands on his ship? Prince Oberyn was Harrion's teacher. Most likely, Harrion came because Prince Oberyn might have requested help. Garland reasoned. Even Garland knew Harrion wouldn't make such bold moves merely to help Prince Oberyn. Harrion never shied away from expressing his contempt for the Ironborn in the past. He was almost certain Harrion was going to do something against the Ironborn. If Harrion could travel all the way to Lannisport and attack the Lannisters, then he saw no reason to disbelieve Harrion was attacking the Ironborn at this very moment. In fact, he was confident Harrion was attacking the surviving Iron Fleet to teach them a lesson. Garland always thought that Harrion was holding himself back in displaying the more offensive magic after hearing the rumors of what happened at Skane from some of the guards in Winterfell and Jon. But he didn't say any of that to Theon Greyjoy. Like any self-respecting reachmam, he also hated the Ironborn. But that doesn't mean he enjoyed watching a friend who fought and trained by his side in pain, worrying about his family. Lord Eddard was right again. Garland thought grimly, pursing his lips. War brings nothing but strife between even the greatest of friends and the closest of families. I hope Harrion shows some restraint. Garland muttered under his breath as he followed Sir Roderick on his horse once they finished with the bodies. Harry looked down from the sky as his airship hovered over the castle of Black Tide. The castle was nothing fancy. It was made of stone and wood, like any other castle in Westeros. The castle was on a small hill overlooking the sea. It was a good spot to keep watch over the ships coming from the north. Black Tide could be used as a choke point to stifle northern shipping if the island was developed. That was why Harry was striking first and taking out the island from becoming a threat in the future. It is unfortunate Baelor Blacktide remains a ward of House Hightower. Otherwise, I could have ended House Blacktide today. Harry thought. Are we ready? Harry asked loudly. We are, my lord. Silos Poole answered him, manning the control console of the airship. Very well then. Remove our invisibility. Let them see us. Harry ordered. Silos nodded, tapping a blue knob on the control console. It didn't take long for screams and shouts to come from the land below as the airship became visible to the people near the Black Tide castle. Attack! Harry gave the order to the eager-looking faces in his ship. Harry was ambivalent about what would happen, but he told himself that a certain amount of cruelty could go a long way in quickly pacifying the island. If he were lucky, Harlaw would surrender after they learned what happened to Black Tide. Therefore, Harry oversaw the alchemists set up caches of newly made wildfire in glass vessels towards the small opened hatches on the floor of the airship. Unlike the poisonous green color of the normal wildfire, the jars were sporting a viscous fluid of silver color. He had some choice spells to add when the alchemists began producing wildfire for his use. He wanted the flames to be confined in a controlled environment. Therefore, the wildfire made in Avalon was fine-tuned to contain itself inside a barrier of its own creation. The flames would never spread outside of a 500-meter radius. While the area of action was confined to a small space to ensure uncontrollable fires, Harry also increased the potency of the wildfire. One of the good things that came out of hatching the dragons was that he got some good time to study the fire-breathing and ice-breathing of both dragon species. Upon closer study, the fire element was more fascinating and embedded with properties that allowed him to make some interesting changes to wildfire. Release. The alchemists dropped the glass vessels filled with the silver-white fluid down the many hatches of the ship. One by one, the wildfire pots fell on Castle Blacktide and the immediate surrounding of the castle. They continued dropping the vessels until no more jars of wildfire were left on the ship's floor. "Anya, it's time," said Harry, keeping his eyes on the castle down below. Anya drew a fire-enchanted arrow and aimed it with her bow at the castle. Harry heard the string get released. He, along with almost everyone else on the ship, watched quietly as the arrow sailed through the air and disappeared into the mass of stone and wood of Castle Black Tide. The next moment, a brilliant white flash lit up the entire island. A large pillar of fire erupted from the castle, consuming everything it touched. White flames danced in the wind as the castle of Black Tide was swept away under the ferocity of the flame. Screams rang from the land below as the intense heat of the flame gave rise to fierce whines. However, true to Harry's design, the flames confined themselves to the targeted area despite the firestorm brewing around the castle. "It's absolute anarchy down there," Anya whispered, looking down at the ferocious flames devouring stone, wood, and men alike. "And more will follow. Captain Selos, take us to the next site." "We'll strike while the iron is still hot," said Harry. The messages were relayed to other airships as they commenced the bombardment of Black Tide. Their mission was quite simple. The first phase required the curbing of all decision-makers and leaders in Black Tide. For that, Harry struck the castle of Black Tide, taking out the maester of the castle and any remaining members of House Black Tide in one stroke. The next phase focused on attacking the beachheads with great force so that the northern ships could dock at the port of Black Tide. The third phase was the island's invasion with troops on the ground. The airships continued to bombard the shoreline for the next hour using wildfire, forcing the Ironborn to move into the island's interior. This allowed the safe landing of ships and the capture of the port of Black Tide with minimal effort. Harry stood with Anya and Kyla overlooking the northern army camp in the port. He had built natural fortifications by raising stone walls around the harbor in case the Ironborn felt like they wanted to try their hand at taking back the port's control. He had a good feeling the Ironborn were scared the shit out of themselves with his arrival, and the last thing on their mind was to run towards his army. But it was better to be prepared for anything. There were all kinds of stupid among silly people like the Ironborn. "Tell the men to speed up. We need to take control of the island within a week," Harry ordered. "Yes, my lord." Selos nodded, taking his leave to speak with the men. "What shall we do now, my lord?" Anya asked. "We'll let the northern lords handle the pirates. As promised, any treasures on the island are theirs to keep. I, on the other hand, has a sapling to plant," said Harry, fishing out the sapling YGG gave him. Looking at the burning hill in the distance, Harry had a pretty good idea of where to plant the saplings. Once the saplings were planted, YGG could flush out the drowned god from its lair, and Harry could kill it. At least, that was the plan. There was a chance the drowned god would refuse to come to the surface. In that case, he'd have to plant more of the saplings in Harlaw as well, and perhaps even Old Wick, which is the holiest place for the Ironborn. If nothing worked, he could breach the walls of Pike and destroy the sea stone chair. At the very least, that should elicit some sort of response from the drowned god instead of hiding his ugly mug in the spirit realm. Harry knew it was a gamble, but he was willing to make the call. One way or the other, the Ironborn had to go. There was no future for their pirate culture in the world he envisioned. Harry remained on his horse, watching the battle from a safe distance atop a hill. The Ironborn warriors had gathered themselves together with whatever weapons they could find at another port on the southern shore of the island. They were in a desperate bid to escape from Black Tide on their boats, and Harry let a few of them escape. After all, he wanted word to spread of what he was doing to Black Tide. He wanted the Ironborn to fear him and pool their men together so that he could defeat them easily in one battle instead of fighting a number of battles. That way, Northmen would suffer fewer causalities and most importantly, he could take more prisoners from the Ironborn. "Adela. It's your turn," Harry said, looking at his apprentice, gifted with the element of ice. "As you will, my lord." Adela dipped her head before taking out her bow and notching an ice arrow on the string. Harry watched his student take careful aim and let the arrow fly. His eyes trailed after the arrow as it sailed through the air a great distance and struck at the rear of the Ironborn army. The ground shook as the arrow's magic seeped into the ground. "You made a change to the arrow, my lord?" Anya asked, frowning at the battlefield at not seeing ice forming immediately. "Yes, I modified some of Adela's arrows a little bit. I don't want the Ironborn encased in ice, as that'd kill most of them. I want to cut off their escape," said Harry. A 10-foot wall of ice emerged from the ground behind the Ironborn army, wide enough to trap them inside, denying them escape. "Lord Glover. I leave the rest in your capable hands," said Harry, looking at the shell-shocked face of Robert Glover. Robert Glover stared at Harry and his apprentices with wide eyes and then stared at the battlefield with an unreadable look. "I don't suppose you have magic to knock them all out?" Robert muttered. Harry merely chuckled at the comment. He watched as Robert Glover charged down the hill leading the cavalry to smash into the disorganized lines of the Ironborn, cutting a bloody swathe through them. The entire Ironborn resistance fell apart in a few minutes as they lost cohesion as an army. The battle raged on as men tried to kill each other with gusto in the heat of the battle. Harry turned away from the slaughter and instead sent another group of men under Leopold Tallheart to secure the port with clear instructions to limit the damages as much as possible. After all, he can't have the ports burned down or lose too many workers in the port to the battle. 4 days from now, it's my 12th namesday. I suppose the island of Black Tide would be my namesday present. Harry muttered to himself. Louis Lyddon felt like everything was falling apart. At first, he had refused to believe the rumors about the fall of Lannisport. But now, a raven came from Casterly Rock, confirming his worst fears. Lannisport has fallen to the Dornish army. Louis thought with fear. His hands shook as he set aside the parchment carrying the message from Casterly Rock. That was not the only message he received. Louis' eyes fell on another parchment his maester delivered to his study. This one was from Craig Hall, but it was not a message from Lord Craig Hall. Instead, the seal had the crowned stag on it. It was a message from Kong Robert Baratheon demanding his surrender and ordering him to allow the Knights of the Vale safe passage through the Gold Road. Even Craig Hall has fallen. Louis whispered in fear. It's not just Craig Hall, cousin. House Swyft and Serret have dipped their banners before Stannis Baratheon. Our spies have spotted Baratheon banners traversing the hills to our south. They will most likely attack us from the west once they find the right path while the Knights of Vale attack us from the east. Louis looked at his cousin Lauren, sporting a look of urgency on his face. What are you saying? Louis asked. The Northerns have stormed Ashmark, Castamere, the Crag, Banefort, Tarbeck Hall, and Casey. They have total control over the shores. The mines of Castamere, Nuns Deep and Pendrick Hills have all fallen under the control of the Northmen. Lord Lefford has secured an alliance with House Tully and turned against Lord Tywin. I think it's time we rethink our loyalties. Louis looked troubled by Lauren's advice. He knew his cousin spoke the truth. He had kept his word to Lord Tywin so far because the man had assured him the Riverlands would not be fighting in the war and the Reach would be immediately knocked out of the war. Neither of those claims came to be true. Edmure Tully was now betrothed to Alice Anne Lefford, and the River Lords were pushing steadfastly into the heart of the Westerlands. While initially suffering several defeats, the Reach turned things around once Robert Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon led their armies into the field. Stannis and Robert Baratheon routed the Lannister army twice in the Reach, forcing Lord Tywin to withdraw his army into the Westerlands. Now, even Lannisport had fallen to the invading enemy. It was now only a matter of time before Casterly Rock was put under siege. Louis could see now that there was no chance for Lord Tywin to conjure up a victory out of this situation. He didn't want his men to needlessly die fighting off the Knights of the Vale fighting in vain for a lost cause. Send emissaries to Lord Royce. We'll ask for terms, said Louis, letting out a disappointed sigh. I'm sorry it has come to this, cousin. There is simply no other way. Lauren trailed off as bells began ringing inside their castle. Bells. It's coming from the south. Louis said with wide eyes. Lauren immediately ran toward the window and pushed it open. Louis also joined his cousin at the window, and they could hear the bells ringing from the other towers along the curtain wall of their castle. It must be Stannis Baratheon. They must have found a way around the mountains. Lauren said grimly. Send emissaries to Stannis Baratheon as well. I'll not have our castle face attacks from south and east, said Louis. One way or the other, this bloody siege ends today. Within the span of an hour, the emissaries were sent to both armies, and Deep Den raised the banner of House Baratheon while the gates of the castle opened before the two armies. The Gold Road was now wide open for the crown. Chapter 86, The Invasion of the Iron Islands P2. Chapter text. Smoke bellowed out into the clear blue sky from many parts of Black Tide. In some parts of the island, people were running away from their villages and homes in fear as bright silver flames devoured everything in their path. But the commonality was not the fear of the people on the island, nor was it them fleeing their homes. The commonality was that all those flames were burning away in earnest at spots where Harry found the highest concentration of the drowned men. Harry used the all-seeing table to great effect to track down all the scattered drowned men on the island and merely had the wildfire pots do the dirty work for him. Of course, a lot of civilians fell victim to the wildfire he unleashed, but the blame was on them for shielding those priests from Harry. He had offered them safety if they handed over the drowned men to his custody. Unfortunately, most villages on the island refused to do so, and Harry had no choice but to burn those sorry bums out of hiding. It was cruel, heartless, and probably amounts to many war crimes in his old world, but in Westeros, this was an acceptable strategy in warfare. Even Harry didn't like what he was doing, but it had so far been efficient in keeping the populace under control. Fear was a powerful tool, but it was only effective when offered a path to escape a cruel fate. After all, fear without a sense of hope would make people fight to their last breath. The trick was to immerse the populace under great fear but take the pressure off their shoulders by giving them a path layered with hope for a better life. Harry cleared his throat before he applied the sonorous charm to his throat. He stared ahead at the village before him, standing atop a boulder with his Valkyrie guards flanking his sides. Greetings to the village of Shagga from Harry and Stark of the North. We have your village surrounded, and as you can see, my ships are floating over your village. I do not wish to kill your families and your children. My demand is simple. Hand over all the drowned men in your village, and I'll swear as a Stark to leave your village intact. Failure to comply with my demand will result in your deaths and the destruction of your village to fire. The trails of smoke that you can see in your eastern skies stand as examples should you defy me. I'll give you until sunset to comply, and your village will be set ablaze after that. Harry cut off the magnifying charm and stepped down from the boulder. Anya, you stay here. Should the village defy me, you know what to do, said Harry, looking at her arrows blessed with the power of fire for emphasis. My lord. Anya nodded firmly. Good. Kyla, the people in the village might need a proper push. So, you stay here and ensure the people are ready to make a proper decision. Harry said to his other Valkyrie guard, who was entrusted with the element of lightning. The red-headed woman nodded and joined her Valkyrie sister to bring the village to heel. Meanwhile, Harry moved towards the army camped outside the village with Adela by his side. Maege Mormont and Daisy Mormont were present, leading the men and women of Bear Island. The eastern parts of Black Tide were the responsibility of House Mormont to occupy and pacify. But it was a slow-moving process than Harry envisioned when he launched the invasion of Black Tide. Lord Stark. We can attack the village and take the priests as prisoners. Lady Maege Mormont offered. No. If I solely wanted to capture the drowned men, I'd have let you take them forcefully from the village. Then may we ask why? Daisy Mormont asked curiously. I want them to acknowledge their defeat more than anything else. It'll help us administer the island after the war is over if the people acknowledge their defeat, said Harry. He could see he did not convince the Mormonts, and he did not blame them. They had never waged a war of this scale in their living memory. Only he knew what he planned to do with the Iron Islands in the future. The rest of the northern lords were content to keep the north in stasis while he sought its expansion. The embers of discontent against the Iron Throne were already present in the northerners. The lords of the north were discontent to let the south rule over them now that House Targaryen was chased out of Westeros. It was only a matter of time before the clamor for independence became stronger. And when that happened, the north needed to ensure its maritime security and trade were not left to the mercy of the southern kingdoms. Harry was sure his actions in the Iron Islands would most likely earn him a less than stellar reputation. Sometimes, the ends justify the means. In the end, he was sure the Ironborn Islands were better off under his control rather than remain under the grip of the pirate culture prevalent amongst its people. Harry heard the sound of a bowstring releasing, and he knew what was about to follow. He turned to look at the spectacle like everyone else. Harry stared stoically as an electric blue-colored arrow sailed straight up, released by Kyla. It was another of the special arrows he had painstakingly built. The arrow, once traveling a sufficient distance high into the sky, exploded in a shower of blue sparks. The blue sparks floated in the sky, making everyone stare in fascination. Slowly but surely, the sky began to darken with thunderclouds. The sun in the sky was bolted out as dark clouds gathered over the entirety of the village. Bright arcs of lightning split the sky, and thunder shook the earth. The Ironborn believe their drowned god is entangled in a battle with the storm god in perpetuity. Now they know, I'm the storm, said Harry before boarding the airship that came down from the sky to pick him up. It only took the villagers a few hours to make up their decision. They hunted down the 6 drowned men in the village and presented them to Harry to be spared from what they feared was the wrath of the storm god. The villagers also allowed the Mormont-led army into their village while surrendering any weapons in their possession. When the village was made safe for his entry, Harry arrived with 6 of the priests of the drowned god bound in ropes. He had them split into groups of 3 while Harry personally planted 2 weirwood saplings on the ground. The rocky terrain was blasted away by his magic, and a bit of potion designed to accelerate the growth of the magical tree set the ball rolling. Within half an hour, 2 large weirwood trees sprung up at the center of the village, and Harry carved the 5-pointed star on the bark of the trees. I've fought and defeated House Blacktide and your warriors in combat. I've paid the iron price, and today I claim this island as part of my fiefdom. Harry loudly proclaimed before nodding at the guard holding one of the priests. One of the priests was brought forward and forced to his knees. Another guard brought forth a block of wood, and the 2 guards forced the priest to press his head against the block. As Lord of Blacktide, my first act of Lord of Blacktide is declaring the drowned men as criminals, said Harry, accepting the blade a guard handed to him. With one swing, Harry decapitated the priest. He paid no heed to the blood spilt, the severed head or the shaking upper body of the priest. He gave the sword back to the guard. Remove the heads of these pests. Their kind has no place in my lands. Harry declared. Harry watched patiently, along with the gathered villagers and his fellow northerners, as 5 more heads hit the ground. When the execution was done, Harry had the guards hang the headless corpses on the branches of the weirwood tree. The old gods demand blood from the enemies of the north. I'll give them all the blood they need. Before Harry left the village in peace, he left some protective enchantments and charms on the weirwood trees to protect them from the Ironborn. When some idiot Ironborn grows the balls to go against his edicts and try to cut down the weirwood trees, they'd be in for a nasty surprise. Harry thought with a snort, looking at the village from his airship as he made his way to the former spot of Black Tide Castle. He had a few more weirwood trees to plant and an invasion of the Harlaw to plan. Roderick Harlaw sighed in contentment as he enjoyed the peace and quiet in his library. If all his time could be spent in this abode, he'd have done so without question. Alas, he could not afford to spend even an hour in the library these days. He supposed there were ample reasons that demanded his attention elsewhere. War, he knew, was a messy affair. Sadly, his good brother had yet to learn that lesson properly. Roderick had hoped Balan's misadventures would end with the thorough beating the Baratheon king gave during the rebellion. But nothing of the sort happened. Instead, revenge and hatred blazed inside Balan's heart. Roderick couldn't fault the man as Balan had lost 2 sons to his failed rebellion. He could understand vengeance, but what he didn't understand was Balan's decision to launch an attack on the north of all kingdoms. If Balan had attacked the Riverlands, it'd have been strategically sound as the Lannisters would end up fighting the Baratheon armies far longer, which in turn would have given the Ironborn more time to reave the Riverlands. He had even requested Balan to attack the Riverlands if he was hell-bent on attacking the Greenlanders. As usual, Roderick's advice fell on deaf ears, and his foolish good brother attacked the north. The newly raised Castle Avalon at Sea Dragon Point was Balan's main target. Roderick knew what Balan was doing. Balan wanted to take Eddard Stark's son as retribution for holding Theon. Perhaps, the fool thought to kill the Stark boy and avenge the 2 sons Balan lost. Roderick thought with a sigh. Not only did the attack fail, it seemed to have brought the Black Wolf to their shores. The tales coming from Black Tide brought nothing short of horror to Roderick. The men spoke of flying ships spitting flames as high as the wall-consuming Castle Black Tide. Great ships flew in the skies of Black Tide, raining down death and arrows that spat out great fires and unleashed the fiercest of storms. Even the bravest Ironborn have fled the island, fearing for their lives. The tales brought forth by the fleeing men also carried words of the Stark boy executing all the drowned men on the island and planting giant weirwood trees wherever he went. Roderick had known Balan was committing folly by attacking the north, and therefore, he had only sent forth a token force. Those ships now lay at the bottom of the sea with all hands lost or dead. He did not want more death for his people or for his family. He had already lost 2 distant nephews on the ships he sent with the Iron Fleet. He could smell the fear in the air even inside his castle despite the brave faces his family tried to portray. Roderick knew it was much worse among the populace of the islands. Unlike Black Tide, Harlaw was densely populated and richer. An attack the likes of which was unleashed on Black Tide would create a higher death toll in Harlaw, and it'd cripple the island economically. Already Harlaw saw little trade because of the failed rebellion. Hunger and poverty were fast spreading, and the latest war would only exacerbate the struggle of the people. In times of such great peril, people get swayed by easy solutions and reaving the bountiful lands of the Greenlanders becomes an attractive prospect. In the throes of blood, war, and suffering, the short memories of people would make them forget that it was the old ways that caused all the problems to begin with. Roderick couldn't help but sigh as another worry settled in his mind. His sister's son Theon remains a hostage in all but name with the Starks. If something were to happen to Theon, he suspected Alanis would waste away in grief. Not that there is hardly any grief to go around. Roderick thought grimly. His sister had seen 2 of her sons fall victim to Balan's idiocy. The sole daughter of Balan Greyjoy and his sister was desperately trying to please her father by proving herself at sea. A fool's errand. Roderick scoffed at Asha's vain attempts. Asha was never going to be accepted as a viable heir to Pike or the Sea Stone Chair, no matter what she accomplished in the sea. If Theon lived past this disastrous war, Roderick would ensure the boy inherited Balan's seat. Theon's fostering in the north might actually be a boon for the Iron Islands. Of course, everything depended on Theon staying alive. And myself. Roderick added as an afterthought. Dispelling the dark thoughts about war, Roderick opened the book he had left on his table. Just as he turned a page, the 10 towers shook, followed by a deafening sound that nearly made Roderick jump out of his seat. Screams followed the unholy loud sound that shook his castle, which made Roderick run to the window of his library. When he looked outside, he could see nothing amiss save for the people running and screaming on the village below the book tower. Roderick immediately turned around when he heard the door of his library swung open to admit a white-faced guard enter. "My lord. There are ships, flying," the guard managed to say, but Roderick could see the terror in the man's eyes and words. "Where?" Roderick asked, hoping he was not showing fear on his face despite his heart filling with nothing but dread. East, my lord. The watchtower, it's gone, my lord." The guard shook as he spoke. "Gone? Gone where?" Roderick asked, with wide brown eyes as his mind finally registered what the guard was saying. Without wasting time, Roderick ran as fast as his legs could carry. He climbed down a flight of stairs to the lower level, where he could observe the towers on the western parts of the castle. But, just as he neared the place, a veil of darkness fell over the entire castle. Roderick had to catch himself by holding himself against the wall as all light dimmed and a weight settled on his shoulders. "People of Harlaw, I'm Harrion Stark, the Lord of Avalon. Your people, on the orders of Balong Greyjoy, attacked the north. For every northerner killed, I have killed 100 of you in black tide. It is now cleansed of the drowned men who spit nothing but venom from their mouth and enslave you to a demonic entity, the drowned demon. I've come to relieve you of your burdens. If you resist me, fire will take your castles, and storms will blow away your sails. Surrender to me, seek refuge in me, and I'll offer you mercy. Stand against me, I'll become your death. Roderick gasped as the pressure bearing down on his shoulders lessened somewhat. You have till sunset to decide. The eerie voice whispered before disappearing into nothingness. Roderick managed to walk the rest of the way and stare out of the open space that allowed him to see 3 large ships floating in the sky while the tower close to the harbor was turned into rubble. But it didn't end there. Roderick could see ships in the distance sailing towards his castle with the many banners of the north flying proudly in the wind. Despite being a learned man, Roderick could only gape at what he saw. His books could never paint such a picture in his mind, but his eyes were certainly doing exactly that. Harry made sure it was a spectacle when he rode into the courtyard of 10 Towers atop his horse with trumpets blaring loudly accompanied by drums. He made sure to do so because there was some use for theatrics to keep up appearances in public. He was a conqueror and a High Lord of the North. He had demonstrated his power in Black Tide, but now it was time to show some restraint in Harlaw. Black Tide only had strategic value in terms of the island's position and nothing else going for it except for human resources. Harlaw was not like that. The island of Harlaw was one of the most populated islands among the Iron Islands. It also had many mines of iron, lead, tin and many other earth elements that Harry coveted. It was also strategically positioned to keep the rest of the Iron Islands in line should the need arise. Now, it was a matter of enforcing his terms on Harlaw and pulling it into his sphere of influence. After all, he had some plans on how to effectively use the cheap iron ore of Harlaw to his benefit. Lord Stark. Harry noted the brown-haired man, who had a wizened look plastered on his face, greeted him as Harry climbed down from Sweetie. You must be Lord Roderick Harlaw. Harry said, looking at the finely dressed man who was covered in boiled leather clothing from head to toe. I am, my lord. House Harlaw extends you our heartfelt welcome. I'm sure that's the case. Harry drawled, looking at the less than happy faces of the people assembled behind the Lord of Harlaw. Let's conduct our meeting in a more comfortable setting. Lord Harlaw suggested. Yes, let's do that. Harry agreed. A few minutes later, Harry, along with Leopold Tallheart, Robert Glover and Maege Mormont, were sitting inside the Lord's chamber of the 10 Towers. My demands are simple. Harlaw will be under the direct oversight of Avalon. You'll swear off all allegiances to House Greyjoy and henceforth accept the wardenship of the North under House Stark of Winterfell. You'll swear yourself to me as my bannerman and swear oaths to Winterfell as well. Like Black Tide, Harlaw will become an expanded territory of the North. No longer will you call yourself Ironborn or follow the pirate culture. You'll also have to hand over all the priests of the drowned god to my army. Harry's demands only made Roderick Harlaw gape openly. You can't be serious. Lord Harlaw spluttered indignantly. On the contrary, I'm deadly serious. Harry said coldly. These terms are non-negotiable, Lord Harlaw. King Robert's methods have clearly not worked to cull your people's stupidity. The North is taking matters into our own hands to put an end to this madness. Robert Glower said firmly. Consider it a mercy that you and your castle exist instead of being consumed by a burning inferno like Black Tide. Leopold Tallheart warned, conveying the threat of total destruction in a manner that made Roderick Harlaw look lost. You have lost, Lord Harlaw. You are outmaneuvered and without any allies. It's time for you to surrender and seek Harlaw's destiny elsewhere. Maege Mormont advised more kindly than the others. Balong Greyjoy and his beliefs are a dying breed, Lord Harlaw. One way or the other, I'll break the Ironborn and your drowned god on my knees. It's your choice whether to tide over the storm or get swept away by it. Harry warned the man who was struggling with indecision. Many have tried in the past to destroy us or change us, Lord Stark. Many have threatened us with destruction, but here we stand. Lord Roderick finally said. Your ancestors have done great work in preserving their culture, fighting off their enemies and keeping the Iron Islands safe even from the dragons. Harry acknowledged the Lord of Harlaw. But they made one mistake, Lord Harlaw. They sired you all in my lifetime. The Iron Islands will obey me and grow richer under my rule. You can stand back and watch as I defy thousands of years of your history and ancestors. There was nothing else for Lord Harlaw to do but surrender to Harry's terms. Harry watched the silver scythe banners of House Harlaw dip as the banners of Black Wolf flew high on the remaining 9 towers of the castle. The first phase of the invasion is nearly over. Now, I've got to kill a god. Harry mused, turning away from his banner, fluttering in the wind. So far, the drowned god had maintained its silence. He supposed he'd have to take some drastic measures to force the entity out of the spirit realm, and he knew just the right thing that'd force the drowned god to descend into the mortal plane. We need to fasten our work in Harlaw. Send out men to hunt down the drowned men and declare a reward of 50 dragons for anyone giving us valuable information. Make it 100 for those who deliver us a priest of the drowned god alive. Harry ordered, looking at the assembled lords. It'll be done, Lord Stark. Robert Glover promised. Good. Meanwhile, I have to pay a visit to Pike and Old Wick. Lord Glover, you are in command of Harlaw. I'll leave Blacktide in your capable hands, Lord Tallheart. Lady Mormont, you'll be joining me on my journey ahead.